The beleaguered author, Xiao Tian, who has just suffered a leg fracture, awakens to a world where all of humanity has traversed to a realm of carnage. Finding himself in a desolate land with a broken limb and a makeshift shelter crafted from 3 branches, accompanied by mysterious notification. With the aid of the remnants of the Blue Star's will, he acquires the extraordinary talent to enhance all things, triumphing through challenges and steadily evolving. While others scramble for legendary artifacts, Xiao Tian dons an entire ensemble of mythic gear, ultimately standing atop the pinnacle of all races. Chapter 1. The Unexpected Notification. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Xiao Tian is in the throes of a deep slumber, dreaming of his new book's launch and a million reads. Is that a leak? Upon opening his eyes, he notices 3 branches interlaced above, with droplets occasionally falling through the gaps in the foliage, while the sky looms dark above. What on earth is happening? Xiao Tian bolts upright, surveying his surroundings, a vast expanse of green grass, devoid of livestock, with only a few trees and piles of stones sporadically scattered. Beneath him lies a crude structure of 3 2-meter-long branches, providing no shelter from wind or rain. His clothing is already soaked through. Am I a victim of abduction? But I have no money, my entire family is broke. A prank? Surely not. This place exudes the aura of a remote wilderness. Who possesses such audacity? Approximately a kilometer behind him lies an endless forest. Just as Xiao Tian struggles to comprehend the situation, a dispassionate voice resonates within his mind. Ding-dong greetings, humans of Blue Star. Welcome to the land of carnage. I am the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. The edges of the universe are under siege by demonic forces. Fissures have begun to appear, and the power of the heavenly Tao is exerting its utmost resistance. All intelligent races will be cast into the land of carnage, and you have but 1 year. The strongest among you will be conferred titles and lead your kin to survival. All children under the age of 15 will be randomly assigned to one of their parents. Please remember the following points, as they pertain to your very survival. First, you'll possess a 7-day novice protection period. The protective shield is centered around the shelter, with a radius of 100 meters, and during the novice protection period, the shield is invincible. Second, strive to enhance your shelter's level, for it is your sole reliance. Third, the night is extraordinarily perilous. Venture forth at your own peril. Fourth, after the novice protection period, a cataclysm will occur every 7 days, with the first being extreme cold weather. Only the first time will there be a notification. Fifth, each region will contain 100,000 individuals, and on the 1st of next month, a slaughter competition will take place. Sixth, the bracelet on your left wrist will provide you with storage, communication, trading, and other functionalities. Please explore it yourself. The storage space contains basic supplies and a talent stone, limited to 1 per person. Awaken it as soon as possible. After digesting the information flooding his mind, Xiao Tian's first reaction is, this is the end. My novel is indefinitely suspended. My 10 or so loyal fans will never have the chance to read my work again. Xiao Tian is a graduate of a third-rate university, and after being battered by society for several years, he returned home to rely on his parents, engaging in a profession so lowly that even dogs would disdain it, barely scraping by on social welfare. His parents, witnessing their 24-year-old son reduced to a shell of his former self, whimsically decided to have another child, thus introducing Xiao Linlin, his younger sister. Recently, they took their 4-year-old daughter on a trip, leaving Xiao Tian to fend for himself at home. Last night, he was diligently typing away, finally completing 2 chapters after much mental strain, and had collapsed in a bed, exhausted. Who would have thought he would awaken to find himself in a different world? The issue is that he had merely descended the stairs to purchase breakfast when he misstepped and fell, fracturing his left foot, which is currently encased in a plaster cast. Survival? How am I supposed to manage that? Perhaps you could have provided me with a crutch, he thought, struggling to stand on 1 foot as he surveyed his surroundings in search of a crutch. After a moment of fruitless searching, he shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Rather than squandering time in lamentation, it is far better to confront the situation proactively and devise a means to survive. Recalling the mention of shelter by the heavenly Tao, Xiao Tian began to search meticulously, only to find a few trees and a pile of stones nearby, none of which resembled a shelter in any conceivable way. Could it be that the heavenly Tao forgot to provide me one? Suddenly, he gazed incredulously at the 3 branches precariously balanced together. Is this what you call a shelter? It wouldn't withstand a gust of wind. It could very well lead to my demise. Yet you insist on presenting me with a paltry assemblage of branches. Alas, the world has already crumbled around me. How much worse could it possibly get? He recalled the heavenly Tao mentioning something about a stone of awakening within the bracelet. Raising his hand, he examined the bracelet, and a semi-transparent virtual window materialized before him. Oh, how remarkably high-tech, he mused as the content mirrored that of a typical gaming interface. Weather, time shelter, personal information storage, space chat, channel trading, channel friends. Xiao Tian scrutinized the information, first selecting the personal information. To his dismay, his finger passed through without any reaction. Finally, he attempted to control it with his mind and successfully accessed it. ID 009527 Xiao Tian. Level 0. Experience 0/100. Combat power 28. Average level 50. Stamina 60 out of 100. Stamina below 50 points will result in gradual decline. Below 10 points will lead to unconsciousness. Talent unawakened. Aptitude ordinary. Condition injured. Evaluation an injured human from Blue Star. Physical condition is poor. Strength is feeble. A waste among wastes. Looking at the personal information panel, Xiao Tian's countenance darkened, and a flood of expletives coursed through his mind. He then opened the storage space, revealing a shimmering golden stone, a stone axe, a 500 milliliter bottle of water, and a piece of bread. He silently commanded the stone to appear in his hand. Notification, awaken swiftly. I shall lend you my strength. So intelligent, it even provides reminders. Xiao Tian muttered. Talent stone can randomly awaken one talent. Would you like to awaken? Awaken. Awakening successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level unique talent. Enhancement of all things. Enhancement of all things. Activate the talent to enhance the quality of any item. At least 1 level increase, with a 50 probability of a 2 level increase, and a 10 probability of a 3 level increase, with the maximum enhancement reaching the mythic level. Cannot be reused on the same item, with no limit on usage. Item, human or animal quality. Ordinary, fine, rare, excellent, epic, legendary, mythic. This is it. I'm on my feet. I'm taking flight. Xiao Tian's heart raced. I was mistaken. It's not merely a crumbling beginning. It's something far grander. Just as he was immersed in joy, the unyielding voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his mind. Nonsense. Blue Star Remnant. Do not dare to disrupt the rules of the land of carnage. A resounding boom echoed within Xiao Tian's mind, as if he witnessed a sphere of azure light shatter and dissipate into nothingness, leaving a minuscule glimmer of blue essence clinging to his chest. At that moment, a beam of light enveloped Xiao Tian, accompanied by a voice that resonated. Talent seal initiated, sealing complete, downgraded to C-level talent. Panic seized Xiao Tian, prompting him to hastily access his personal information. ID 009527 Xiao Tian. Level 0. Experience 0 out of 100. Combat power 28. Average level 50. Stamina 60 out of 100. Stamina below 50 results in gradual decline of condition. Below 10 leads to unconsciousness. Talent C-level enhancement of all things can be upgraded. Enhancement 0 out of 100 times or related treasures upgrade to B level. A minimum of 1 level enhancement is required, with a 0.1 probability of achieving a 2-level enhancement and a 0.001 probability of attaining a 3-level enhancement, with a maximum possible enhancement up to mythical level. It cannot be used on the same item repeatedly and may be utilized 5 times per day. Aptitude ordinary. Condition injured. Evaluation a human from Blue Star who is injured, in a dire physical state, weak in strength, a waste among waste. Xiao Tian was rendered speechless. Having stripped down to his trousers, was this all that he was shown? He plummeted from the heights of paradise to the depths of hell, furiously pointing at the sky and cursing vehemently. Heavenly Tao, I your slot you. As Xiao Tian was vigorously cursing, preparing to unleash a torrent of invective learned over a lifetime, suddenly several bolts of lightning descended, toppling a few nearby trees, compelling him to swiftly alter his demeanor. He feigned a coy smile, addressing the heavens. Oh, Heavenly Tao, you are far too benevolent, possessing a kind heart. Knowing of my injuries, you even brought down a few trees for me. I am profoundly grateful. With tears unshed and resignation in his heart, Xiao Tian could only drag his injured leg, attempting to hop over to a nearby location in hopes of collecting the fallen timber. To his dismay, after a few awkward hops, he stumbled over an object on the ground. A who on earth had chest here? Chapter 2. The first trial of reinforcement, summoning rare-grade warriors. Xiao Tian cursed under his breath as he sat up, clutching his injured leg. A pained expression etched on his face. It's over. Could my bones be dislocated? Lifting his gaze, he noticed that the culprit behind his fall was an iron chest, half buried in the ground, with a sharp corner protruding. Discovering a black iron treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Treasure chest rarity. Wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, mythical. Open it. Wait, don't open it. Just as excitement surged within him at the prospect of opening the chest, he abruptly recalled his innate talent and quickly called for a halt. Activating his talent skill. Activating talent skill. Reinforcement of all. Reinforcement successful. Obtained a silver treasure chest. A brilliant flash of light enveloped the area, transforming the black iron chest into a silver one. Yes, thankfully, I am clever. It seems luck is indeed on my side. As I've stumbled upon a thousandth of a chance. Xiao Tian quivered with excitement, astonished that he had procured a silver treasure chest right from the start. He had perused the introduction within his wristband, which stated that a silver treasure chest guarantees at least one item of exceptional quality. Open it. Unable to contain his eagerness, Xiao Tian hastily opened the chest. As the silver chest swung open, a silvery radiance emanated forth, and Xiao Tian fixated on the chest, fearful that his hard-won treasures might vanish. As the light dissipated, he leaned forward to inspect, revealing 5 items nestled within the chest. Would you like to claim them? Claim. Curiously confirming, the items materialized in his storage space, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Xiao Tian muttered to himself as he retrieved the first item. Farmer's spring water, 500 milliliters, 12 bottles. Not bad. Let us see the second item. Blueprint for crafting paper, permanent. Hint. Upgrade the small wooden house to produce via the crafting table. Acceptable enough. Onward. Summoning token, rare. This can summon rare quality humans or creatures to serve you. They could be farmers, warriors, or even catgirls. Haha, jackpot. Rare quality. It's evident this is no ordinary item. A catgirl? Could it be the one I'm imagining? Pressing on. Iron axe, fine. Combat power 12. Timber harvest efficiency 10. Durability 35-100. Hint. Can be used for logging or combat. Be mindful of its durability, as it will be rendered useless once it reaches 0. This texture, this weight, impressive. However, I can only move one leg. It's utterly useless to me. And this durability. What is the point of giving me a piece of junk? Finally, let us see what the last item holds. Xianjin Divine Crossbow, exceptional. Combat power 120, automatically generates bolts. Attack speed once, range 1000 meters. Attached skill, arrow rain, covers a 10-meter diameter area with 100 arrows aimed at the target, cooldown 30 minutes. Automatically restores durability at a rate of 1 per minute, maximum durability 100-100. Xiao Tian gazed at the Xianjin Divine Crossbow in his hands, crafted entirely from rare Xianjin. Its deep hue shimmering faintly with golden light, intricate patterns engraved upon its grip. Truly magnificent. It appears that heaven has shown me mercy, bestowing upon me a superb long-range weapon. With the crossbow in hand, he scanned the surroundings, regrettably finding no nearby animals. Sheathing his weapon, he intended to gather some wood, but reconsidered after recalling his earlier fall, better to avoid further injury. He clicked on Weather and Time. Killing Continent, Year 1, January 1st. 10:25 a.m., remaining daylight, 7 hours 35 minutes. Temperature, 15 to 24 degrees. Weather, light rain. Continuous rain with only a little over 7 hours of daylight left. Xiao Tian hopped over to the shelter. Shelter, a dilapidated thatch hut. Hint, a gust of wind could blow it down. If not repaired soon, it will be lost. Upgrade requirements, 10 units of wood, 20 units of thatch, 10 units of grass rope. Xiao Tian surveyed the dried grass on the ground and, with great effort, bent over. Only to find it too difficult, he decided to sit down and began to pull the dried yellow thatch clean. With a full handful collected, it displayed as 2 units of thatch, while those under 50 centimeters or weeds remained behind. It appeared further sorting was necessary. This is easily solvable. But how do I make the grass rope? I can't weave. Retrieving the thatch from his storage space, a window popped up. Thatch, common material. 2 units can be combined to create 1 unit of grass rope. So that is how it works. It seems repairing the thatch hut today is quite feasible. Rising to change locations, he inadvertently stumbled and fell, narrowly avoiding further injury to his foot, realizing that what is simple for an average person is quite challenging for him, let alone the wood gathering. At that moment, he recalled the summoning token he had just acquired and promptly took it out. Summoning token, rare. Would you like to use it? Remembering his talent skill, he quickly activated it. This item cannot be reinforced again. Hint, items within the reinforced treasure chest cannot be reinforced again. Equipment carried by summoned individuals can be reinforced. Alas, I thought I had encountered a bug that would allow for infinite stacking. The heavens are truly cunning. Use. Xiao Tian chuckled wryly, knowing it wouldn't be that simple to exploit. Successfully used the summoning token, rare, obtained warrior, rare, 1. A beam of white light appeared, revealing a figure with one hand stroking his beard and the other wielding a large saber. Could it be Guani? Alright, I may be overthinking it. As the white light faded, an old soldier emerged, around 50 years of age, clutching a rusty large blade, clad in tattered leather armor, his hair unkempt, and his face marked by the passage of time. Guani Dao, at your service, my lord. Guani Dao knelt on one knee, his voice resonant. Xiao Tian observed Guani Dao and opened the panel. Guani Dao rare. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Reaching 100 signifies unwavering loyalty. Below 60 indicates apathy. Below 40 means potential rebellion. Combat power, 300, 2,982. Skill, 1/. Charge attack, increases attack power by 100, cooldown 30 minutes. Equipment, rusty large blade, common. Combat power, 1. Durability, 80-100. Tattered leather armor, common. Combat power, 1. Durability, 55-100. Evaluation, an old soldier who does not perish. Rich in combat experience, capable of commanding 100 soldiers in battle. Xiao Tian silently compared the personal panels, finding the evaluation to be quite accurate. He indeed felt like a waste. Guan Yidao's attributes dazzled Xiao Tian's eyes. No wonder he was a rare talent, providing him with a sense of security. He quickly extended his hand, attempting to assist Guan Yidao to his feet, but standing on one leg, he swayed unsteadily. Seeing this, Guan Yidao immediately rose to support him. Uncle Guan, please don't laugh at me. My foot is injured and not healed yet. I may have to trouble you for a while. Xiao Tian expressed apologetically to Guan Yidao. Your subordinate is honored, but I cannot accept such a title. Just call me Yidao. He attempted to kneel, but Xiao Tian pulled him back. There is no need for such formalities. We are now each other's only companions. As an elder, it's fitting for me to address you as uncle. Guan Yidao's loyalty 5. Guan Yidao was deeply touched, his eyes shimmering with emotion. Uncle Guan, please bring over the wood from over there. I will handle the thatch collection. Yes. Guan Yidao promptly dashed to gather the wood, while Xiao Tian slowly sat down, meticulously plucking the nearby dried grass. Thatch 1. Thatch 1. My lord, I've brought everything back, he reported. Would you like to decompose? Decompose. Lightning struck wood, rare, X5. Wood X8. Xiao Tian glanced at his storage space. 18 bundles of thatch, 8 units of wood, with each piece of wood measuring a standard 2 meters in length. But where did the corner scraps go? Were they consumed? He still needed a bit more wood, so he retrieved the iron axe and handed it to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, could you chop a few more trees? We're almost ready to repair the thatch hut. Be careful outside the protective barrier, if there is any danger. Return immediately. The protective barrier was easily distinguishable, a layer of translucent blue light enveloping the area within 100 meters around the shelter. Understood. Guan Yidao responded with a certain stiffness, perhaps a habit formed from years of military service. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's command, he immediately set to work. Xiao Tian hurriedly gathered thatch, having endured hours of rain. If he did not seek refuge soon, given his current constitution, he would surely succumb to a cold or fever. Chapter 3. The changes brought by Guan Yidao. Acquisition of the strengthening pill. Upon collecting 40 units of thatch, Guan Yidao, with an iron axe at his waist, returned dragging 4 large trees, having thoughtfully broken off a suitably sized branch for Xiao Tian to use as a cane. After disassembling, he obtained 18 units of wood. Xiao Tian immediately synthesized 10 units of grass rope and clicked to repair the shelter. Repair complete. You are the 8th person in this area to repair the shelter. Reward, a wooden chest. He chuckled. It seems with Uncle Guan's assistance, I too am not slow. Shelter, thatch hut, area, for square meters. Next upgrade, small wooden house. Upgrade requirements, small wooden house blueprint, 100 wood, 100 thatch, 20 grass rope. Rating, well ventilated, fresh air, cool. Though humble, it at least provided shelter from the rain. Guan Yidao supported Xiao Tian as they entered the hut. The wooden floor was quite dry. Xiao Tian shed his damp clothing and sat down on the ground. Achoo! Xiao Tian sneezed, feeling a chill. Observing this, Guan Yidao expressed concern. My lord, allow me to gather more wood. With my skills, no beast can approach me. I will swiftly collect the materials to upgrade the shelter. Xiao Tian felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Guan. Guan Yidao shook his head. This time, Xiao Tian did not forget his talent and took out the small wooden box received as a reward. Enhancement successful. Obtained black iron chest. Indeed. Reaching level 1 enhancement was the norm. Opening 1 black iron chest revealed 5 items. Obtained. Small wooden house blueprint X1, bread X3, raincoat X2, leather armor, quality, X1. Furnace X1. What a timely boon. Securing the small wooden house blueprint so effortlessly was fortuitous, as I had yet to conceive a plan for its procurement. He then handed bread and water to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, have some food first, and then we shall proceed. Thank you, my lord. Accepting the provisions. They sat down together to eat. Once they finished, and after a brief respite, Guan Yidao prepared to venture out to chop more trees when Xiao Tian called out to him. Uncle Guan, wear this leather armor beneath the raincoat. We cannot afford you falling ill. Guan Yidao's loyalty level, 1. Xiao Tian once again opened the weather time. Bloodshed Continent. Year 1, January 1st, 12:35. Daytime remaining, 5 hours 25 minutes. Temperature, 15 C. Weather, light rain. With over 5 hours remaining, he hoped to level up once more today. Oh, I have yet to check the chat channel. He clicked on Chat Channel. The interface shifted, revealing a population of 999,951 out of 10,000,000 in the area. He understood the 5 missing individuals. Xiao Tian's gaze drifted downwards. Dozens of messages flashed by in an instant, overwhelming him. He quickly slowed the scrolling speed to comprehend the chaos. 002345. Dad, where are you? It's me, Wangi. 013456. Son, it's your father, call me Dad. 002345. Get lost. 098557. Who has food? I'll trade it for 100,000 cash. 045878. You're an idiot upstairs. Cash is worthless. It's only good for wiping. 000001. Everyone listen, I'm number one. I will lead us to survival. Just give me your resources, and I'll distribute them to those in need. 096110. Fraud alert. The person upstairs is a scam. Be cautious. 000998. What is going on? I just spent 998 points on a technician, stripped my clothes, and now I'm naked. 006767. I'm the technician you summoned. You've doomed me, and now I'm clothing less too. 100000. Wow, technician sister, send a photo. I want to look for free. I'll give you a like. Xiao Tian, observing the chat channel, felt speechless. Even in such dire circumstances, some still found time for jest. No wonder he ranked 8th in repairing the thatch hut. Noticing many searching for family, Xiao Tian also sent out a few messages seeking his parents. Though he held little hope, with 100,000 people sending messages, it felt akin to deciphering gibberish, with dozens to hundreds of messages arriving every second. Not wishing to waste time, he donned his raincoat, armed himself with the branch, and ventured out to continue collecting thatch. As Xiao Tian diligently gathered thatch, notifications rang out. Experience 1. Experience 1. Experience 1. He swiftly accrued 8 points of experience. Xiao Tian stood up, looking towards Guan Yidao, realizing he had unknowingly stepped outside the protective barrier. Nearing the forest's edge, feeling anxious, he hurried over with the cane. After a few minutes, he had barely covered 200 meters when he spotted Guan Yidao dragging something back. Upon closer inspection, it was a wolf. Concerned, he asked, Uncle Guan, are you alright? Guan Yidao's loyalty level. 1. My lord, do not worry. A pack of wild wolves attempted to ambush me, but I dispatched them all. Wait here while I drag them back. Xiao Tian surveyed the corpses on the ground and clicked to decompose them. Obtained. For units of wolf skin, 8 units of wolf fangs, 16 units of raw meat. Guan Yidao subsequently returned with 4 more wolf carcasses and a substantial amount of wood. After disassembling, he acquired an additional 16 pieces of raw meat and further wolf skins and fangs, alongside 38 units of wood. Uncle, let us chop for another 2 hours and then return. It'll soon be dark. After speaking, he resumed gathering dried grass near the thatch hut. Time flew as they busily worked. Before darkness fell, Guan Yidao returned with another 40 units of wood, while Xiao Tian had also collected a good amount of dried grass. Back at the thatch hut, Xiao Tian opened his storage space to take inventory. 78 units of thatch, 94 units of wood, 32 units of raw meat, 2 loaves of bread, 11 bottles of mineral water. Calculating in his mind, he realized synthesizing grass rope would require 40 units of thatch, leaving him short of materials to upgrade the shelter. Thus, he opened the trading channel. Notification: you may only list 10 items at a time. Similar items stack up to 99. The items were quite varied, and the prices chaotic. After some time, he finally grasped the current market value. He listed 5 units of raw meat, offering one for 20 units of thatch, and another 5 units of raw meat for 10 units of wood. He then began to browse the trading channel. He exchanged 2 units of raw meat for 100 grams of fine salt, and another 2 units of raw meat along with 1 bottle of mineral water for a lighter. Xiao Tian discovered a quality healing potion, with the other party requesting a quality weapon in exchange. Recalling the weapon and armor Guan Yidao had replaced, he retrieved them and activated his talent skill. Enhancement complete. Obtained. Broadsword quality. Combat power, 15. Enhancement complete. Obtained. Leather armor quality. Combat power, 10. Just as he was about to offer the sword for trade, Guan Yidao interjected. My lord, the iron axe is nearly out of durability, and I am more adept with a broadsword. Upon inspecting the iron axe, Xiao Tian noted that after a day of chopping wood, it had only 22 durability left. Thus, he abandoned the idea of trading weapons and handed the broadsword to Guan Yidao. Adding the seller as a friend, he was surprised when the request was accepted immediately. Xiao Tian, friend display name hello, I would like to trade for the healing potion, but I only have quality leather armor. Would that be acceptable? After a considerable wait, the other party finally replied. Li Weiwei, apologies, I was inundated with private messages just now. The leather armor is more valuable than the weapon. I want to make a loss. Xiao Tian, thank you. Let us proceed with the trade. Xiao Tian opened the trade window, placing the leather armor within. Once the other party listed their item, and after confirming it was correct, he clicked to finalize the trade. Li Weiwei, pleasure doing business. Let us trade again when we have good items. Xiao Tian, certainly. Xiao Tian did not mind forging a few good friendships for mutual benefit. Taking out the healing potion, he used his last enhancement opportunity for the day. Enhancement complete. Obtained. Strengthening pill. Exquisite. Chapter 4. Recovery from a broken leg and upgrading the shelter first. Am I truly a lucky one? Achieving a miraculous enhancement success of 1 in 1,000 twice in a single day. Let us first examine the effects of this potion. Xiao Tian swiftly took out the elixir. Strengthening bone elixir. Exquisite. Enhances physical attributes while possessing healing properties, with a significant chance of directly elevating to the first tier. Notification. Consuming it will enhance renal function, benefiting both you and her. Is this notification serious? Moreover, why would I, the invincible little cannon, require such effects? Xiao Tian, bemused by the notification, swallowed the elixir. As it went down, a surge of warmth flowed from his stomach to his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Even more pleasant than the enchanting techniques of the beautiful ladies in Red Romance. Ah, splendid. However, within 3 seconds, the warmth encountered an obstacle in his left leg. As if resistant, rallying all the warmth in his body towards it. Oh, how itchy. The sensation was utterly unbearable, prompting Xiao Tian to clench his fist and pound on the cast. Guan Yidao, witnessing this, rushed over, yet was at a loss for how to assist. Uncle Guan, quickly help me smash this cast. Upon hearing this, Guan Yidao immediately clenched his fist and began to strike it bit by bit. Soon, the cast was completely shattered, and the gauze within it was removed. Xiao Tian was eager to scratch, but was promptly stopped by Guan Yidao, who fetched a damp cloth to clean his left foot. As he began to massage it, a significant relief washed over Xiao Tian. After a while, the dual sensations of pain and itchiness gradually subsided. Xiao Tian spoke up. Uncle Guan, it's fine now. I feel like I can move my left foot. Help me up. Guan Yidao carefully assisted him to his feet. Xiao Tian tentatively placed his left foot on the ground and gently pressed down. No pain. He applied more pressure, and everything felt completely normal. He gestured for Guan Yidao to let go and took a step forward. Not only did he walk normally, but he felt much stronger than before. He bounced a few times, and if it weren't for the rain outside, he would have wanted to dash out for a couple of laps. Excitedly, he exclaimed to Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan, look, I'm all better. Completely normal. Guan Yidao shared in Xiao Tian's joy, smiling as he replied, Congratulations, my lord. With your recovery, you will undoubtedly conquer all. Hee. Xiao Tian then opened his personal panel. Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 8100. Combat power, 208, 88,120. Stamina, 100100. Talent, C grade. Enhance all, upgradable. Can enhance 5,100 times or upgrade related treasures to B grade. Equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, exquisite. Combat power, 120. Aptitude, ordinary. Status, normal. Evaluation, a human from Blue Star, possessing a physique far superior to that of ordinary humans, on the verge of reaching the limits of an average human. Congratulations on shedding the title of waste. The protagonist mused. It seems that with the combat power increased by another 12 points, I can achieve the fine quality. What a pity. Had it not been for my left foot injury, all the energy would have been used for repair, which would have allowed for even greater enhancements. Ding. Ding. The wristband chimed several times, prompting Xiao Tian to click open, discovering that all the meat he had listed for trade had been sold. Acquired 100 straw, 50 wood. After checking his supplies, he noted, straw, 178, wood, 144, wolf skin, 8, wolf teeth, 16, raw meat, 18, bread, 2, mineral water, 10, lighter, 1, cabin blueprint, 1, stove, 1. Seeing that the materials were sufficient, he immediately synthesized 40 straw into 20 grass ropes. He then exited the straw hut and clicked to upgrade. Shelter upgrade successful. Congratulations on being the first in this area to upgrade the cabin to a small wooden house. Reward, 1 bronze treasure chest. Reward, 10 reputation. And an announcement will be made across the entire region. Immediately, the wristband shimmered with golden light, and the chat interface opened automatically. Congratulations to 009527 for being the first to upgrade their shelter to a small wooden house. Reward, 1 bronze treasure chest. Reward, 10 reputation. This announcement echoed 3 times, dazzling everyone around, causing the chat area to erupt. 006767. Hello, 009527. I'm your exclusive technician from 998. Great figure, excellent skills, easy to knock down. I've added you as a friend, with video included. 005151. Hey, you up there, get lost. I'm only 18 this year, 160 centimeters tall, cute and obedient. Never had a boyfriend, still factory fresh. I've added you as a friend. I want to be your girlfriend. 017878. You up there, creepy uncle, identification complete. 002345. Daddy, where are you? It's me, Wangi. 000001. 009527. I'm number 1. Send me the resources, and I'll distribute them to those in need. Ding, ding, instantly. His friend requests surged by 99. Xiao Tian casually opened them, dismissing those who sought to exploit or threaten him, blocking them all. He opened the 998 message. Tisk, TSK. What a background, so bright, so vast, so long. Wow, the grass is so lush. I can't keep looking. Xiao Tian felt saliva pooling as he noticed Guan Yidao's increasingly peculiar expression, hastily saving the video and clicking reject. In his heart, he chanted, monk chanting, ignore, ignore. Humph, disgusting man. The 998 lady, noticing that he had saved the video and rejected her friend request, was incensed to the point of nearly spitting blood. Xiao Tian shut down the chat channel, choosing to ignore it. He then opened the shelter panel. Shelter, small wooden house, low level, occupying 16 square meters. Next level upgrade to wooden house, intermediate, upgrade requirements, 300 wood, 300 straw, 50 grass ropes. Evaluation, windproof and rainproof, but not warm, unable to withstand animal attacks. Upon entering, he found it much more spacious, with sturdy wooden flooring, wooden walls on all sides, and several layers of straw on the ceiling. A small wooden door and 2 small windows adorned the sides. The room was empty except for a small wooden table in the corner. It was dry, with not a drop of rainwater seeping in, though the temperature was a bit low. Xiao Tian retrieved the stove and placed it in the center of the wooden house. A copper pipe extended automatically from the window, and above the stove, there was a flat surface resembling a frying pan, suggesting he could prepare some cooked food. He quickly took out 2 pieces of wood and 1 piece of straw to place in the stove, igniting it with the lighter. Instantly, the house became much warmer. He pulled out a piece of raw meat, weighing exactly 1 pound, fearing it might not be enough for 2. So he grabbed another piece along with the freshly acquired salt and handed it to Guanidao. Uncle Guan, roast this meat in the stove. We'll have meat for dinner tonight. I'll check out other functions. All right, my lord. Receiving the raw meat, Guanidao said little and began to slice and grill it. Xiao Tian approached the small wooden table, and a window popped up. Crafting table level 1 experience, 0-100. Currently able to craft ordinary and fine items. Can craft stone axes, stone knives, stone picks. He took out the scroll blueprint and placed it on the table. Receiving a prompt. Scroll crafting blueprint. Permanent. Would you like to add it? Add. He opened the crafting table again, and the option to craft scrolls appeared. Upon clicking it, he saw. Scroll. Crafting materials. 1 wood, 2 straw. Crafting time. 10 seconds. Xiao Tian extracted the materials and clicked to craft. A beam of light appeared, and 10 unwrapped scrolls materialized on the crafting table. Chapter 5. Scrolls selling like hotcakes. Trading resources. Xiao Tian picked up a scroll, feeling its quality was quite good, comparable to modern production, pondering whether there might be a market for it. Producing 10 scrolls from 1 batch of materials was quite cost-effective. He opened the trading channel and searched around, discovering only scattered paper towels being sold at exorbitant prices, so he listed 9 scrolls, setting the trade for 1 unit of wood or 2 units of straw, promising several times the profit. If he could keep producing, it would be quite profitable. Having completed these tasks, Guanidao had already grilled the meat. Xiao Tian sat down. Just as he was about to take a bite of the wolf meat, suddenly, ding. It rang incessantly. Upon opening, he found that the scrolls had sold out. He opened the chat channel, where many were discussing. 002345. Who is this? So fast with their hands. I just finished my transaction and was about to buy. What now? I'm anxious, waiting online for scrolls. 000998. Who possesses a garment? Please send me one. I am still unclad. 006767. I too find myself without clothing. Who can bestow upon me a piece? It is quite chilly. 100000. Technician sister. Let us have a video call. I shall send you my top. 011111. You are truly repugnant. Upstairs. Sister, I shall add you as a friend, coincidentally. I have a surplus, and I will gift you a piece of clothing. 006767. Thank you. The chat channel is a cacophony of voices, of veritable melons of individuals. And Xiao Tian finds no interest in participating. Ding. A notification illuminates his friend list. The soul friend has sent a message. Li Weiwei, Xiao Tian. Do you have any toilet paper left? I wish to purchase 10 rolls from you. Xiao Tian. I do, but why do you require so many? Li Weiwei. It's that time of the month. I have no sanitary napkins, only your abundant supply of toilet paper. Xiao Tian. Very well, wait for me. I shall initiate the trade shortly. Xiao Tian opens his inventory and, including the recently traded items, finds he has 47 units of wood and 46 units of thatch. He decides to utilize them all and crafts 23 sets, totaling 230 rolls of toilet paper. The 3 minutes and 50 seconds pass swiftly. As rolls of toilet paper continuously appear on the table, he extracts 10 rolls for the trade with Li Weiwei. The remaining 220 rolls are placed on the market, still opting for either 1 unit of wood or 2 units of thatch. Just as he lists them, having not yet finished the meat in his hand, Xiao Tian hears the incessant notifications from his wristband. Once he has consumed the meat, he checks to find that all the toilet paper has been sold. At this moment, his resources have accumulated to 320 units of thatch and 94 units of wood. In a mere 10 minutes, his resources have multiplied several times. Xiao Tian has neglected his meal, tirelessly crafting toilet paper. The materials obtained from trades are immediately transformed, and the rolls pile high on the table. As he busies himself for half an hour, he leaves no resources unutilized, converting everything into toilet paper, and the quantity available for sale has now exceeded 1,000 rolls. With all thatch consumed, and only 10 units of wood remaining. Ding. Crafting station upgrade successful, level 2, experience 261000. Capable of producing rare-grade items, production speed 10. Amidst Guan Yidao's puzzled gaze, Xiao Tian sits down, panting. The notifications from his wristband continue to sound. How exhilarating. It seems I am destined to become the wealthiest. Tonight, I shall surely upgrade the shelter. Though fatigued, Xiao Tian is elated. Observing Guan Yidao's bewildered expression, he explains, Uncle Guan, I just utilized the obtained toilet paper blueprint to manufacture a vast quantity of toilet paper for sale, yielding several times the profit. I've already produced 1,000 rolls for sale. Once they are sold out, we can upgrade the shelter. Although Guan Yidao does not fully comprehend, he understands the concept of fivefold profit and gives a thumbs up in admiration. Master, you are remarkable. However, the good fortune does not last long. After a while, the wristband falls silent, leading Xiao Tian to believe he is sold out. Upon inspection, he discovers that less than 300 rolls have been sold, yielding 424 units of thatch and 80 units of wood. There remains 624 rolls of toilet paper for sale, with only a single trade occurring after quite some time. In confusion, Xiao Tian opens the chat channel once more. Chat channel. Region population 9997-310-0000. The preceding number has dwindled by 10. 058846. Alas, I have a stomach ache. I painfully purchased a roll, and I have half left. Who wants it? Just 1 unit of thatch will do. 015899. Better not. My thatch house hasn't even been repaired yet. I would prefer to wipe with my hand. It's raining, and it will be clean again soon. 015784. Ugh. How disgusting upstairs. 0458591. 088778. 10086. 005151. Woe is me. Aunt Flo has arrived. I spent the afternoon gathering thatch, and my hands are raw, having exchanged it all for toilet paper. 100000. This girl looks healthy, without any gynecological issues. Her flow is abundant. 005151. Get lost. 077007. Have you all not noticed that 27 people have already perished? Was it not stated that the first 7 days are a grace period? How can there still be deaths? 000998. What is so strange? I have been drenched in rain all day, feeling quite cold, as if I might catch a chill. If we do not repair the thatch house soon, we will be in dire straits. Observing the incessant chatter, Xiao Tian realizes that toilet paper is not an immediate necessity. Thatch and wood are currently the most scarce resources. If the thatch house is not repaired, many more may perish tonight. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Tian clicks on Weather Time. Killing Continent. Year 1, Day 1, 1955, 12 hours and 05 minutes until dawn. Temperature 15 to 24. Weather, light rain. The night is long. It is time to strategize the use of his resources. He still possesses 428 units of thatch and 92 units of wood. He will set aside the meat and water for personal use. Xiao Tian sends a message in the chat channel. 009527. Willing to buy blueprints at a high price. Interested parties, please private message. 005151. Brother. 058846. Brother, lend me 10 units of thatch, and I will repay you double tomorrow. 000001. I am number 1. 9527. You cannot be selfish. Transfer the resources to me, and I will distribute them to those in need. 088778. The person above is a fool. Xiao Tian pays no heed. At this moment, his friend interface shows 99 again. After filtering through several who wish to take advantage, he finds only 6 who are sincerely trading. He accepts their requests one by one. The first is Wang Chu. Hello, I have a permanent blueprint for a wooden bed. I hope to exchange it for 50 units of thatch, 10 units of wood, and 1 unit of food. Perhaps not particularly useful. But the permanence of the blueprint captivates Xiao Tian, as his previous one had earned him a fortune, so he agrees. Acquired permanent wooden bed blueprint. Xiao Tian, brother. May our collaboration be fruitful. Wang Chu, clad in a special operations uniform, stands at a height of 172 centimeters, his features and physique strikingly impressive. A renowned beauty among special forces. Upon receiving Xiao Tian's message, he furrows his brow, not offering a rebuttal. Before reviewing the blueprint, another friend sends a message. Li Weiwei. Big brother, please take a look at this blueprint. I would like to exchange it for 60 units of thatch and 20 units of wood. Bedding set blueprint. One-time use. It is reasonably priced and exactly what he needs. After checking his inventory, he replies, Xiao Tian, I will exchange it for 100 units of thatch. I do not have much wood. Li Weiwei, that works. The trade is completed, and he proceeds to the next friend. Ning Yuanhua, brother Xiao. How much do you think this is worth? Farmland, superior. This is splendid. It allows for specialized cultivation. In the future, there will be no worry regarding food. How could he bear to trade it away? Xiao Tian, brother, this is excellent. Why not keep it for yourself? Ning Yuanhua, I still lack many materials to upgrade my wooden house, and I do not know how to farm. Xiao Tian, very well, I shall take it. What do you wish to trade for? Ning Yuanhua, I still need 80 units of thatch, 50 units of wood, and 15 units of grass rope. Is that acceptable? Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tian does not hesitate. Xiao Tian, all right, let us trade for that much. Change the grass rope to 30 units of thatch, and you can synthesize it yourself. Ning Yuanhua. Okay. Thank you, big brother. After completing the trade, Xiao Tian acquires more from others. Permanent fence blueprint, permanent table and chair blueprint, fish pond, 4-piece cutlery set. His resources have been significantly depleted, having traded away 3 pieces of wolf meat and 4 bottles of water. The rolls of toilet paper still number 624. Xiao Tian first retrieves the permanent wooden bed blueprint. Crafting a bed consumes 10 units of wood. He swiftly creates 2 beds, with a flash of white light. 2 wooden beds, each 12 meters wide and 2 meters long, are completed. Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao place them in the corners of the house, fitting perfectly. He then proceeds to retrieve the bedding set. The creation process demands 6 units of wolf pelts and 2 units of thatch. The bedspread is a single layer, while the quilt is double layered. With 2 pillows wrapped in wolf pelts encasing thatch, the fabric feels extraordinarily soft and comfortable, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Xiao Tian allocated 1 pillow and the bedspread to Guan Yidao, constrained by limited resources, forcing them to use the bedspread as a quilt. After completing these tasks, the 2 weary individuals, exhausted from their day's labor, retired to bed. Whether it was due to sheer fatigue or the unparalleled comfort of the wolf pelt quilt, they swiftly succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the following day, Xiao Tian discovered that Guan Yidao was no longer in the room. Glancing out the window, he noticed that dawn had yet to break. Checking the time, he noted, weather time. Killing Continent Year 1, January 2nd, 7:30 a.m., 30 minutes until sunrise. Temperature, 14 to 22 degrees, overcast. Not seeing Guan Yidao, he hurriedly rose and ventured outside, in the direction of the forest, near the edge of the protective barrier. Illuminated by its faint blue glow, he observed Guan Yidao dragging the carcasses of several animals. As he approached, he discovered it was 4 wild wolves. Uncle Guan, what transpired here? Guan Yidao grinned broadly and replied, I rose early, ventured out to relieve myself, and decided to take a stroll and patrol the surroundings. To my surprise, I encountered a pack of wild wolves lurking nearby. I lured them all over to the barrier and dispatched them. Please wait a moment. I will bring them back. Hold on, let us go together. There's no need to toil alone. Decomposition successful, acquired 4 wolf pelts, 8 wolf fangs, and 16 raw meats. After the decomposition, Xiao Tian retrieved his dark gold crossbow and followed Guan Yidao outside. They soon reached the edge, where numerous wolf carcasses lay strewn across the ground. Xiao Tian initiated decomposition again, yielding an additional 52 units of raw meat, along with a considerable quantity of wolf pelts and fangs. It was truly a delightful surprise. Upon awakening, he not only gained 17 experience points, but also amassed such a wealth of resources. Having completed these tasks, dawn broke. Since his feet had yet to recover from yesterday's exertions, he decided to explore the vicinity of the shelter with Guan Yidao. Their first discovery was a small creek emerging from the forest's edge. It was narrow, measuring less than 2 meters across, and shallow. A quick measurement with a stick revealed it to be less than 60 centimeters deep, with crystal clear water teeming with small fish and shrimp. Dipping his hand into the water, he found it chillingly cold, probably around 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. He activated his wristband for identification. Mountain spring water, excellent quality, safe to drink after boiling. Can be consumed directly without fear of an upset stomach. Uncle Guan, this is fantastic. The water is pristine and can be boiled for drinking. Xiao Tian joyfully shared this revelation with Guan Yidao. Continuing their exploration around the shelter, they were pleasantly surprised to find a nearly 10-meter drop from the forest edge to the grassland. The area where Xiao Tian's shelter was situated resembled a raised plateau, level with the forest, while the other 3 sides dropped nearly 10 meters with a slope of approximately 70 degrees. The flat area occupied roughly 40,000 square meters, about the size of 6 football fields, providing ample space for both defense and development. After surveying the surroundings and formulating a rough plan, they returned to the shelter, allowing Xiao Tian the opportunity to check his wristband information while Guan Yidao resumed cooking. Before retiring the previous night, he had muted notifications and was unaware of how the sales of rolled paper had fared. He discovered, thatch 552, wood 180. It seems demand is low. After selling all night, 168 rolls remain, most of which were exchanged for thatch. After inventorying the supplies in his space, he noted 625 units of thatch, 215 units of wood, 17 units of wolf pelts, 50 units of wolf fangs, 82 units of ordinary raw meat, 6 bottles of mineral water, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 excellent grade farmland, and a fish pond, along with several blueprints. Xiao Tian realized that relying solely on rolled paper for wealth accumulation would not suffice. However, every little bit counts. He produced another 80 rolls of paper and listed all 800 rolls for sale. He also utilized all blueprints except for the fish pond blueprint. Next, he opened the chat channel. The regional population stood at 932,551,000,000. No way, over 6,000 people perished overnight. The initial figure startled Xiao Tian, and he shifted his gaze to the chat messages. 077007. Many people were complaining about the cold in the channel last night. I didn't expect so many to die by morning. It seems many have yet to repair their thatched huts. 100000. They deserve no sympathy. Waiting for handouts without gathering materials. They're reaping what they sowed. It took me just a few hours to make repairs. 017878. Exactly. 005151. I'm an 18-year-old girl. And it took me a whole day to succeed in my repairs. I just don't understand why they'd rather die than gather resources. 000998. Not necessarily that they haven't repaired. I fixed mine last night, but spent a day in the rain without clothes and caught a cold. Can someone kind-hearted send me some medicine? 002345. I'm so hungry. Can someone spare some food? 013456. I just opened a black iron treasure chest and got a roasted chicken and a family bucket. It's heavenly. Son, call me daddy. And I'll give you a chicken butt. Seeing the increasingly off-topic chat, Xiao Tian lost interest. The world is vast, but the individual's survival is paramount. He closed the chat channel and began browsing the trading channel instead. Shortly after, he exchanged some resources for an iron pot, a 10-liter water storage bucket, and several ordinary blueprints. Then something caught his eye, a blueprint labeled Arrow Tower, excellent. Combat power, 100, attack range, 200 meters, firing once per second, with arrows produced automatically. Durability, 100. The seller had not specified the trading item, merely stating to contact privately, so Xiao Tian added the individual as a friend. Continuing his browsing. Chapter 7, Joyful Acquisition of a Bodyguard and the Home Treasure, Blood-Sucking Thorn. Is this ordinary summoning order worth purchasing? Xiao Tian pondered the summoning order on sale. The seller asking for 100 units of thatch and 10 units of wood, non-negotiable. Honestly, it wasn't expensive, while basic materials are in high demand. He possesses the talent to ensure at least an elite status. With no concerns over food, acquiring another helper would expedite development. The great leader once said that population is crucial for revitalization. With people, there's growth. Resolving his indecision, Xiao Tian purchased the summoning order. Just then, the seller of the Arrow Tower accepted his friend request. Xiao Tian, big shot, it's you. What can I do for you? Xiao Tian, I don't deserve such a title. I'd like to discuss trading for the Arrow Tower. After a considerable wait without a response, it was evident the other party was calculating something. Xiao Tian, I need 200 units of thatch, 50 units of wood, and 20 units of raw meat. That should be acceptable. After all, it's an excellent grade item. To be honest, it wasn't overly expensive, but this price exceeded Xiao Tian's budget. After much deliberation, he was glad that, while meat holds significant value, it is also his most abundant resource. Just as he was about to respond, the other party sent another message. Xiao Tian, to be honest, I have 2 Arrow Tower blueprints, both excellent. If you're willing, I'll sell the second one to you at half price. Clearly, the other party was eager not to lose a potential customer, as this price was nearly unattainable for most, and he was in urgent need of supplies. Xiao Tian deal. Acquiring 2 Arrow Towers significantly increased his defensive capabilities, making them well worth the investment. Once the protection period ended, he would feel considerably safer. He immediately initiated the trade, exchanged pleasantries, and concluded the conversation. Acquired. Arrow Tower, excellent, X2. Although his resources had dwindled significantly, the gains were substantial. Just then, Guan Yidao's voice called out, "My lord, breakfast is ready." Picking up the roasted meat, he found its taste rather unremarkable. Yet, considering there were many who wished to eat but could not, Xiao Tian nonetheless devoured it heartily. After finishing breakfast, the two ventured outside, where Guan Yidao, eager to get to work, reached for his large knife, but Xiao Tian halted him. "Uncle Guan, don't rush. Let me recruit some help first." He then produced the bronze treasure chest and enhanced it using his talent. With successful reinforcement, a silver treasure chest was acquired. Oh, having just leveled up, it was a routine occurrence, and I harbored no disappointment as I effortlessly opened the chest. Inside, I discovered 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, 1 rare summoning order, and 1 vampiric thorn seed, exquisite. Xiao Tian, intrigued, retrieved the items. He was already familiar with the summoning order. The vampiric thorn seed, exquisite when planted, it requires nourishment from flesh and blood to grow. It can cling to structures, automatically distinguishing between foes and allies. With its thorns proactively attacking adversaries and possessing a paralyzing vampiric effect, ensuring lethal consequences for any enemies of lesser rarity that it strikes. A note indicated, an essential for home defense. With it, one need not fear any intruder. How splendid. It pairs perfectly with the fence. Subsequently, he took out the ordinary summoning order he had just traded for, along with a quality farmland, to enhance them. After only leveling up once, he obtained a quality summoning order and a rare farmland. Farmland rare. Area, 64 square meters, cultivable, fertile soil, plant growth rate, 100. Summoning successful. He received 1 farmer, quality, and 1 shield warrior, rare. 2 beams of white light flashed, revealing a farmer in his 30s, with dark skin and an unremarkable appearance. Dressed in burlap, and a robust warrior nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a crude sword in his right hand and an iron shield in his left. Your humble servant greets the Lord. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, both knelt on one knee, and he hurriedly urged them to rise, instructing them not to kneel in the future. Gazing at the shield warrior, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled. He had always admired the philosophy of survival, and acquiring a shield warrior was simply perfect. He resolved that this warrior would become his personal bodyguard, never depart from him except during sleep or restroom breaks. The farmer was also promising, providing a continuous supply of food. Checking their panels, he noted, unnamed, quality. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Profession, farmer. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 105. Skilled in planting, gathering, lumbering, mining, and animal husbandry. Quality trait, work efficiency 10. Stamina, 100-100. Note, not skilled in combat, but can fight if armed. Unnamed, rare. Profession, warrior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 253, 253. Stamina, 100-100. Skills, guardian, increases defense by 50 for 1 minute. Cooldown 60 minutes. Equipment, crude sword, ordinary. Combat power 1. Durability, 100-100. Iron armor, ordinary. Combat power 1. Durability, 100-100. Iron shield, ordinary. Combat power 1. Durability, 100-100. Evaluation, elite shielded soldier, sacrifices attack power for ultimate defense. Looking at the attributes of the shield warrior, Xiao Tian nearly drooled. While its attack power might be lacking, the exceptional defensive capability was precisely what he admired most. He also noted that neither had names, which piqued his curiosity about the peculiarities of their titles, perhaps due to their differing qualities, and the shield warrior had a profession while the other did not. The evaluation indicated he could command 100 soldiers. From now on, you shall be named Farmer E and Shield Mountain, lacking seeds for planting and trees to fell at present. He instructed Farmer E to gather reeds within the protective barrier. Shield Mountain, you will accompany me for protection. Yes. Upon receiving orders, Farmer E immediately set to work, while Shield Mountain positioned himself behind Xiao Tian. With a few succinct commands, Xiao Tian organized the two. He initially intended to set up the farmland, fish pond, and fence, but recognizing the value of daylight, he led Farmer E and Shield Mountain into the forest. Of course, he could not lead the way himself. That was out of the question for this lifetime. He arranged for Farmer E to take the lead, while he stood beside Shield Mountain, holding the divine crossbow. Contemplating, if only he had another on the left side, it would be perfect. As they entered the forest, the light began to dim, with the dense canopy of trees letting through only a few rays of sunlight, barely illuminating a 50-meter radius. The undergrowth was thick, making their passage challenging. As Farmer, he had to clear the bushes to advance. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared to the left front, prompting Xiao Tian to exclaim, Farmer E. There's something 20 meters to the left. Farmer E changed direction and approached to investigate, but as he did, his eyes shifted, and he swung his large blade with force. Huh! A shadow darted out, colliding with the blade and sparking, then recoiling back. Xiao Tian quickly activated his ring to identify the creature. Black-tailed snake, rare, level 5. Combat power, 485. Skill, venomous bite. Once it bites a target, it instantly releases toxins, leading to a weakened state with persistent adverse reactions. Status, severely injured, combat power halved. Evaluation, attack accompanied by venom, remarkably swift, but lacking in defense. The black-tailed snake. My goodness, its speed is extraordinary, and it possesses venom. I recall that the black-tailed snake is not venomous. If bitten, one would hardly survive a single round. Indeed, the outside world is fraught with danger. Encountering a rare monster right upon exiting, Xiao Tian instinctively moved closer to Shield Mountain. Seeing the snake's head nearly cleaved in two and bleeding profusely, he understood why it was labeled severely injured. A critical hit to a vital point had occurred. It seemed that damage was not fixed. This was a genuine world where combat power could only serve as a reference. Chapter 8. Out searching, encountering a pack of wolves. Shield Mountain, step in front of me. Faced with the 3-meter-long, thick-as-an-arm black-tailed snake, Xiao Tian felt a twinge of insecurity, hiding behind Shield Mountain while raising his crossbow to attack. Fortunately, at a distance of several meters, he did not miss his shot. Equipped with the Xianjin divine crossbow, his attack power surpassed even that of Farmer E. Upon being struck, the black-tailed snake lunged at Xiao Tian. Alas, it could not surpass Farmer Yi's prowess and was sent reeling back by a powerful blow. Xiao Tian seized the opportunity to attack freely. Although he occasionally missed a shot, the combined efforts of the two swiftly dispatched the creature, leading to the eruption of 2 bursts of light. Experience 20. Recognizing the bounty, Xiao Tian stepped forward to collect the rewards. Mysterious fruit, quality, 1. Upon use grants combat power 5. Seed package, quality, 1. Upon opening yields 100 random vegetable seeds. Xiao Tian's eyes gleamed. Both were excellent items. And he had never seen anything with such attributes in the trading channel, along with quality seeds. Now Farmer E had work to do. Decomposition successful. Obtain snake skin, rare, 1. Snake fangs, rare, 2. Snake gallbladder, rare, 1. Raw meat, rare, 4. Planning to return and inspect further. He directed Shield Mountain to lead the way to the spot that had emitted light earlier. To his surprise, it was a black iron treasure chest. Considering the limited reinforcement attempts, Xiao Tian decided to take it back and contemplate what to enhance later. He instructed Farmer E to continue forward. After traversing less than 50 meters, the thickets gradually thinned, and the forest floor became more spacious, finally allowing for easier movement. Farmer E, who had been clearing the path, was showing signs of fatigue. Wait. Xiao Tian noticed a familiar plant growing at the edge of the underbrush and signaled for Farmer E to halt. He indicated for Shield Mountain to advance and approached the plant for closer examination. The leaves were lanceolate or linear lanceolate, hairless and stemless, standing 1 meter tall. This was ginger, which Xiao Tian had seen at his grandfather's home. He uprooted one and obtained 1 unit of ginger. What a find! Farmer E, Shield Mountain. Let us gather all of these. The three bent down and pulled up every last ginger plant. They collected 22 units of ginger and 1 unit of quality ginger. An unexpected gain. Many people are suffering from colds these days, seeking remedies. Perhaps I can concoct ginger tea upon returning, which might yield a profit. While others struggled for mere sustenance, Xiao Tian, with 2 formidable allies, could freely gather resources, naturally unwilling to squander time. Let us go. We must continue our search. They proceeded, pausing occasionally to uncover small surprises along the way. Obtain 5 ear mushrooms. Obtain 6 mushrooms. The untouched wilderness is indeed a realm of its own, brimming with resources awaiting discovery. Just now, Xiao Tian stumbled upon a wooden chest. As he collected items along his path, he unwittingly ventured further and further away from the protective embrace of Shunzhan. Suddenly, a wild beast burst forth from the underbrush, colliding forcefully with Xiao Tian's rear, sending him sprawling over a meter away in a most undignified manner. Be cautious, my lord. Shunzhan immediately perceived the danger and raised his shield to confront the beast. With a resounding crash, neither party yielded an inch, each remaining steadfast. Realizing the urgency, Guan Yidao hastily made his way back. Spitting out the remnants of grass and dirt from his mouth, Xiao Tian scrambled to his feet, rubbing his backside as he assessed the creature. Honey Badger, rare, level 6. Combat power, 318. Skill, tough head, increases head defense by 20 and strength by 20. Cooldown, 1 minute. Ah, the infamous Honey Badger. Instantly recognizable by its distinctive flat head, thick skin, and sharp claws, this was indeed a formidable foe, known for its audacity to challenge even lions. Shunzhan, block it. Guan Uncle, prepare to attack. Xiao Tian concealed himself behind Shunzhan, occasionally loosing an arrow. With Shunzhan absorbing the brunt of the onslaught, the Honey Badger's attacks were rendered futile. No matter how tough its head, it could not breach Xuanshan's defenses. The Honey Badger, singularly focused on Shunzhan, ignored Guan Yidao's fierce strikes from behind. In a matter of moments, it met its demise, a halo of white light appearing beside it. Experience gained, 10. Acquired, toilet, shelter component, X1. Notification, generates a toilet. Automatically converting waste into fertilizer. Decomposed yield, Honey Badger hide, rare, X1. Raw meat, rare, X4. A rather fortuitous haul. Not only resolving the issue of sanitation but also providing fertilizer, truly a twofold benefit. Upon checking his personal panel, Xiao Tian noted his experience had risen to 55, 100. While Guan Yidao's was the same, though Xuanshan's was a mere 15, indicating that experience is allocated based on contribution. Shunzhan, with his defensive stance, had not engaged in the attack and thus earned less than half. My lord, there's something here, Guan Yidao remarked, inspecting the area where the Honey Badger had appeared. Xiao Tian approached to investigate. No wonder the Honey Badger had attacked. It had ventured into his territory to scavenge. As they parted the tall grass, they discovered a patch of berries, vibrant and red, enticingly ripe for picking. The trio immediately set to work, collecting 108 berries and 55 nuts. They also unearthed a stash of nuts within the Honey Badger's den. The berries and nuts were only thumb-sized, enough to sustain them for a day or two. Having learned his lesson, Xiao Tian instructed Guan Yidao and Shunzhan to guard him closely, opting for caution over haste to avoid further assaults. After a considerable time with no new discoveries, they gathered 28 units of stone, a pleasant albeit unexpected find. Suddenly, Guan Yidao halted, whispering, my lord. There are many paw prints ahead, they belong to wolves. You two stay hidden here. I'll scout ahead, he said. Xiao Tian quickly pulled Shunzhan behind a large tree, peering through the gaps between Xuanshan's arms to observe the surroundings. Minutes felt like an eternity, and just as he contemplated searching for Guan Yidao, a ruckus erupted nearby. Experience gained, 1. Experience gained, 5. Did Shunzhan see something? Realizing that Guan Yidao had encountered enemies, Xiao Tian craned his neck to see, but could not locate him. My lord, I see him. Approximately 100 meters ahead, Guan Uncle is engaged in battle with a pack of over 30 wolves, and he is currently retreating towards us. Xiao Tian felt a surge of anxiety. He wanted to rush forward, yet hesitated. Scanning the area, he noticed a sturdy branch about 3 meters high on the tree behind him, and an idea sparked in his mind. Shunzhan, look up. Boost me up there. I'll provide cover with my crossbow while you assist him. We need to draw Guan Uncle back. Understood. Without hesitation, Shunzhan crouched and effortlessly lifted Xiao Tian to the branch. He then dashed towards Guan Yidao, who had retreated over 50 meters and was nearly within reach. Xiao Tian, armed with the Xianjin divine crossbow, took aim but hesitated. The distance was considerable and the wolves moved swiftly, posing a risk of hitting Guan Yidao. Experience gained, 2. As seconds ticked by, wolves fell one after another, and soon Shunzhan arrived in support. With Shunzhan holding the line, the ordinary and elite wolves could not penetrate their defenses. They retreated to within 20 meters of Xiao Tian, and at last, his wristband buzzed with information. Forest Wolf, Common, Level 2. Combat Power, 56. Evaluation, Generally Weak Attack, Cunning and Fierce by Nature, Excels in Teamwork. Forest Wolf, Rare, Level 3. Combat Power, 148. Evaluation, Ferocious Attack, Cunning and Brutal by Nature. The primary combat force within the pack. Chapter 9, Slaying the Wolf King, Bountiful Gains. Goodness. Over 20 common forest wolves and 7 rare ones. The majority being levels 2 and 3, with the Wolf King surely lurking in this sizable pack. Now, Xiao Tian felt emboldened to attack, at a distance of 20 meters. Hitting the 2-meter-tall forest wolves was practically guaranteed. With Shunzhan as the front line and Xiao Tian providing support, Guan Yidao could finally focus on his offensive. Experience gained, 3. Experience gained, 6. Another one down. How exhilarating. From his vantage point, Xiao Tian unleashed a barrage of attacks, taking down ordinary wolves with a single arrow, while rare ones also succumbed to well-placed shots. Guan Yidao swung his great sword with ferocious might, dispatching foes with relentless efficiency. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped both Guan Yidao and Xiao Tian. They had leveled up. Guan Yidao Rare. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 1. Experience, 2300. Loyalty, 87. Combat Power, 4232-981-0025. Stamina, 78. Skill, 1/ Charge Strike that increases attack power by 100. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Equipment, Great Sword, Rare, Combat Power, 15 Durability, 75100. Leather Armor, Rare, Combat Power, 10 Durability, 55100. Evaluation, a seasoned soldier, experienced in battle, capable of commanding 100 soldiers. ID, 009527 Xiao Tian. Level, 1. Experience, 2100. Combat Power, 218-881-0120. Stamina, 90100. Talent, C-Class, Enhancement of All, Upgradable, strengthens up to 8,100 times, or related treasures to B-Class. Aptitude, Ordinary. Equipment, Xianjin Divine Crossbow, Exquisite, Combat Power, 120. Evaluation, a human from the Blue Star, on the verge of reaching the limits of an ordinary person. The disparity was glaring. I gained a mere 10 combat power per level, while Guan Uncle gained 100. Comparing their panels, Xiao Tian felt rather insignificant. His attacks remained consistent, but Guan Yidao's prowess had intensified. Swiftly, the ordinary forest wolves were eliminated, leaving only 5 rare ones. A howl echoed in the distance, and a towering wolf, over 2 meters high, charged towards them, covering the 50-meter distance in an instant. Arrow Rain. Xiao Tian quickly activated his skill, releasing a single crossbow bolt that splintered into 100 arrows, striking the giant wolf before it could evade. Despite being pierced by several arrows, it continued its relentless advance. Guardian. Shunzhan, anticipating the wolf's arrival, activated his skill, planting his iron shield into the ground, conjuring a shield nearly 2 meters high. The ground shook with a thunderous impact as Shunzhan was pushed back a meter, but his resilience held firm. At this moment, Xiao Tian finally glimpsed the stats of the giant wolf. Wolf King, Rare, Level 2. Just as he was about to read further, Guan Yidao bellowed, activating his skill. With a radiant glow, his great sword cleaved through the Wolf King, severing its head, which rolled to the ground. What just happened? It all transpired too swiftly. Xiao Tian had barely had the chance to absorb the details before the Wolf King fell. The Wolf King has perished, leaving the remaining forest wolves in a state of utter despondency, scattering in disarray. Xiao Tian managed to slay one beast, while Guan Yidao felled 2 with a single stroke. The last 2 fled into the shadows, and any hope of pursuing them to Shield Mountain was futile, for his speed was likely insufficient to outrun even the common forest wolves. As the battle concluded, it was time to reap the rewards. Xiao Tian leapt down from the tree trunk, and the trio gathered all the corpses and dropped items into a pile, diligently collecting everything before clicking to decompose them. They garnered 6 portions of rare-grade raw meat, 24 portions of fine-grade meat, and 104 portions of ordinary raw meat, along with a sizable collection of wolf pelts and fangs of various qualities. Additionally, they discovered 8 luminous orbs among the spoils. A broad grin spread across Xiao Tian's face, for his storage space was nearly overflowing with bounty. At that moment, Guan Yidao's stamina had dwindled to 40, adorned with numerous minor wounds, and his leather armor's durability was down to 15. Shield Mountain, however, had emerged unscathed, with 50 stamina remaining, though his shield was on the brink of collapse. Xiao Tian had scarcely moved, retaining 77 stamina. He opened the Weather Time interface. Killing Continent Year 1, January 2nd, 12:45 p.m., 5 hours and 15 minutes until nightfall. Temperature, 14.22°C. Weather, overcast with light rain. Unbeknownst to them, noon had crept upon them. The weather seemed poised for rain, prompting Xiao Tian to lead the two back to their shelter. Indeed, after a 40-minute run, as they reached home, the rain commenced its gentle descent, and Xiao Tian hastily called for Nong Yi to come inside and escape the downpour. Upon entering, they discovered a substantial pile of thatch, indicating that Nong Yi had not been idle. They obtained 118 thatch. The group was now ravenous, and Xiao Tian handed over 4 pieces of rare meat to Guan Yidao, instructing him to roast it. Today, we shall indulge in rare meat. Let us savor a change of flavor and see if there is something special. Guan Yidao loyalty, 5. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, the loyalty of the three surged by 5 points, their eyes reflecting disbelief, astonished that their lord would share rare meat with them. What are you staring at? It's just a few pieces of meat. From now on, we shall feast on rare-grade meat at every meal. Thank you, my lord. The trio exclaimed in unison. Guan Yidao then elaborated. My lord, you may not be aware that fine-grade meat restores stamina quickly, while meat of rare quality and above enhances one's physique and combat prowess, making it exceedingly precious. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. No treasure is as valuable as you. Talent is of paramount importance. In the future, rare-grade meat will be abundant, enough to make you all sick of it. Now, hurry and prepare it, for we are all famished. My lord, allow me to take charge of the cooking. I am more adept at it. Let Guan de Ge rest, Nong Yi offered. With someone eager to cook, there were no objections. At that moment, Xiao Tian remembered that the water bucket was still empty, so he sent Shield Mountain to fetch water. Only then did Xiao Tian find time to tally today's gains. He set the black iron treasure chest aside, as he had only 2 enhancement opportunities remaining and needed to account for everything before proceeding. The ordinary raw meat totaled 164 portions, with a considerable amount of fine-grade raw meat as well, along with 1 component for a toilet, 1 seed package, 1 mysterious fruit, and a plethora of ginger, berries, fungi, and nuts. The remaining items were an astounding quantity of pelts and teeth, among other materials. Xiao Tian planned to trade the ordinary meat for supplies, which were in high demand, while reserving the fine and rare meats for personal consumption. Next came the main event, 8 dropped items, 3 of which were contributed by the Wolf King. Chapter 10, Ginger Soup, a new business opportunity. I must care for women's health. Storage cabinet, 100 slots of storage space, each capable of stacking 999, with time inside frozen, items do not rot or decay. 10 units of wood, 20 units of iron blocks, permanent blueprint for a 4-piece clothing set, 3 repair stones, each capable of restoring 50 durability points to equipment, permanent crafting blueprint for a Tang Dao, ordinary, shield, fine, combat power, 20, mysterious fruit, fine, X1, combat power, 5. Unexpectedly, another mysterious fruit. The storage cabinet is of utmost value. Xiao Tian quickly placed it in a corner, depositing all unnecessary animal materials and temporarily unused items within, instantly freeing up a significant portion of his wristband space. He then checked the trading channel and found he had acquired 158 thatch and 26 wood. The sale of scrolls was sluggish, with only 105 sold that morning, leaving 894 still available. At this time, there were 602 portions of thatch and 291 portions of wood. They were tantalizingly close to upgrading the wooden house, as staying in their cramped quarters was quite uncomfortable, especially with the need for rest that night. Xiao Tian planned to enjoy lunch before exchanging for a few pieces of wood for the upgrade. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, distracting him from other thoughts. Just then, Shield Mountain returned with the water, and Xiao Tian distributed the last 6 bottles among the group, ensuring they would have enough for boiling later on. As he gazed at the water, Xiao Tian contemplated. If he boiled it, perhaps it could be sold. He would try listing it later. Whether due to Nong Yi's culinary skills or the allure of the rare meat, the 4 of them feasted heartily, their bodies warmed and stamina steadily replenished. Guan Yidao and Shield Mountain each gained 1 point of combat power, while Nong Yi gained 2, and Xiao Tian the most, with a gain of 5 points. After their meal, they rested for a while, and Xiao Tian took out the seed package, deciding to utilize 1 enhancement. The enhancement was successful, yielding 1 rare seed package. Not unexpectedly, as there were no extraordinary outcomes, he opened the package. He received 20 rare wheat seeds, 5 rare potato seeds, 25 rare cabbage seeds, 10 rare chili seeds, 10 rare tomato seeds, and 30 rare rice seeds. Xiao Tian was quite satisfied, as he now had staple foods and various vegetables. He handed the seeds and a piece of fine ginger to Nong E before donning a raincoat and leading Nong E to the back of the house. He took out the farmland, rare, and placed it 50 meters away from the small wooden house. A flash of white light illuminated the area, revealing a fenced, cultivated plot of land. Nong E, you oversee the planting. Start with a little of each. I believe this ginger will prove beneficial. So try to plant as much of it as possible. Clad in his raincoat, Nong E quickly set to work. Xiao Tian intended to arrange the fence as well, but discovered that each meter of fencing required 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of thatch, which was too demanding. He decided to return indoors first and sell some items he didn't need. My lord, the water has boiled. How should we proceed? Shield Mountain inquired as Xiao Tian stepped back inside, considering they had no containers for holding water to sell. He instructed him to pour it into the storage barrel and prepare another batch. He then turned to the trading channel to explore. First, he checked the chat channel to see the situation. Chat channel. Regional population, 931, 251. Over 100 had perished again that morning, and this was just one region. He wondered how his family was faring. 000998. Who has cold medicine? Sell me a dose. I'm freezing, and I feel like I'm dying. 098557. I want some too. I'm freezing, and I think I have a fever. Who will sell me a dose? I'll pay 100, 000 cash. 045878. Even though the person above is foolish, I too would like to ask, who has it? I've caught a cold, and it's quite unpleasant. 000001. I'm number 1. Who has cold medicine? Send it to me quickly. I'll distribute it to those in need. 045878. Get lost. Why haven't you died yet? 000001. Am I wrong? As number 1, I must bear the responsibility. Everyone should listen to me. 077007. Sigh? So many have perished again. Many are falling ill with colds and fevers today. It's only the second day. What will happen in 5 days when the extreme cold sets in? Upon seeing Ning Yuan's message, Xiao Tian suddenly realized that he had plenty of pelts to craft clothing, and boiling ginger to make ginger soup was also an excellent idea. Thus, he opened the trading channel to search for buyers. He found a seller offering bamboo cups, and added them as a friend. Hello. I would like to purchase 100 cups. How shall we proceed with the transaction? After a brief wait, the other party replied. Lucy, 50 units of wood or 10 units of meat. Xiao Tian chuckled, finding the ID name rather auspicious, akin to a lion opening its maw wide. Xiao Tian, perhaps you should reconsider your proposition. It's actually 10 units of wood or 2 units of meat. Will you sell? Lucy, brother. This price is rather low, considering I crafted each piece painstakingly by hand. My hands are all calloused from the toil. Xiao Tian, spare me the nonsense. Had these not been produced at a workstation, I could have secured 100 with barely a few bamboo sticks. Will you sell? Or if not, I shall seek alternatives. Lucy. I will sell. Let us proceed with the transaction. Transaction successful. Acquired 100 bamboo cups. Xiao Tian, I will need more later, so please continue your production. Xiao Tian retrieved the cups and then took out all the ginger, handing it to Guani Dao. Uncle Guan, you two are in charge of boiling the ginger soup. This piece of ginger weighs about a pound, so use half in one pot. Once done, pour it into the cups. I will list it for sale shortly. And remember to send a cup to Nongyi. We wouldn't want him catching a chill. He then resumed his search in the trading channel. Stove, common, disposable. This is quite good. Cooking with the current furnace is exceedingly inconvenient. I shall buy it. Just as Xiao Tian intended to place the stove, he realized he had no available space. Reluctantly, he had to trade for wood first. At that moment, he noticed that Guani Dao and his companion had already filled around 50 cups with ginger soup and were preparing to brew a second pot. He took a cup of ginger soup for inspection. Ginger soup, common, 200 milliliters. Warms the body, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, alleviates menstrual pain. It even alleviates menstrual pain. As a young man with aspirations, I must care for women's health and ensure their happiness. In this weather, I cannot bear to see women suffer. Thus I must earn more. No, I must trade more. I am not interested in money. I merely wish to lessen their suffering. Xiao Tian perused the trading channel but found no one selling, and after some contemplation, he set a price. He listed ginger soup, common, at 200 milliliters per cup, a total of 50 cups. 1 cup can be exchanged for either 10 units of thatch or 5 units of wood. He then rushed to the trading channel to advertise. Chapter 11. Ginger soup sells like hotcakes, shelter upgrades. 009527 Xiao Tian. I have listed a significant amount of ginger soup, effective for warming the body, antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and alleviating menstrual pain. Hurry and grab some if you need it. 000123. You scoundrel, where is it for sale? 000998. Thank you, big brother. I finally feel alive again. So warm and comfortable. 005151. Woe is me. I've been in pain all day, finally alleviated, though I mourn my 5 units of wood. 098557. Brother, bring more. I'm too slow to grab any. If another dozen tea comes soon, I'll meet my maker. The chat channel was filled with all manner of comments. Some expressing gratitude, others cursing the opportunists, and a few altruists calling for free distribution, revealing a comedic spectacle. Friend request notifications flooded in, and Xiao Tian promptly blacklisted all those seeking to exploit. 009527. Everyone, please be patient. The ginger soup is still boiling and will be available soon. Acquired 260 units of thatch and 120 units of wood. Seeing the ginger soup selling so well, Xiao Tian quickly contacted Lucy. Xiao Tian, Lucy, how many bamboo cups do you have? Hurry and trade. Lucy, I have 200 now. I would like wood in exchange. Can I trade for 2 more cups of ginger soup? Xiao Tian, that is fine, but why do you need 2? If you're unwell, 1 should suffice. Lucy, I'm courting a girl, and she has a cold. I must deliver a cup to her. Xiao Tian was speechless. Survival comes first. There's no time for online romance. Don't end up as a middle-aged man with foot odor. Of course, it's none of his concern. He only needed the cups and instructed Lucy to continue producing them. He traded 10 units of wood and 2 cups of ginger soup for 202 bamboo cups. Oh, quite considerate, counting the cups used for the ginger soup as well. Just as Xiao Tian finished speaking, a notification chimed in his wristband. Ding. Upon checking, it was Li Weiwei. Brother Xiao, please sell me a cup of ginger soup. I couldn't grab any, and I've been drenched in rain all day. My stomach is killing me. Xiao Tian chose not to sell and directly sent her a cup. Xiao Tian, I've sent it to you. If you come across anything valuable, remember to trade with me. Not rushing to list the ginger soup. Xiao Tian first combined 100 units of thatch into 50 units of rope and clicked to upgrade the shelter. Shelter upgrade successful, small wooden house, intermediate, 36 square meters. Next upgrade to small wooden house, advanced, upgrade requirements, 1000 wood, 1000 thatch, 100 ropes. Evaluation, wind and rain resistant, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Can withstand attacks from ordinary animals. Xiao Tian gazed at the newly upgraded small wooden house with satisfaction. It had expanded to 36 square meters. Now featuring a small separate room of 10 square meters, and the living room was considerably more spacious, with windows on all sides now shielded. He had supported them with 2 small sticks. However, the upgrade requirements had more than doubled. Was there any significant difference at the advanced level? At least he no longer had to worry about insufficient sleeping space at night. First, he approached the corner of the living room and activated the stove. Wooden house component. Stove, would you like to use it? He had expected to need to arrange it himself, but was pleasantly surprised by its intelligence. Seamlessly integrating into the wooden house component. Use. A flash of white light, and a stove appeared in the rear corner, crafted from stone and clay, with a smooth surface and 2 openings, allowing for 2 cooking pots simultaneously. There was also a clay chimney leading outside, truly a product of heavenly design. Both aesthetically pleasing and practical. Xiao Tian spent 35 units of thatch and 5 units of wood to purchase pots and pans from the trading channel. Now, everything was complete. He then listed the remaining 47 cups of ginger soup, this time opting only for wood in exchange. A single shout in the chat channel, and they were all sold out. Acquired 235 units of wood. 000123. Brother, no way. I barely managed to gather 10 units of thatch. Why has the exchange changed to only wood? 009527. Don't worry, just wait a moment. More will be listed soon. Many like him had prepared only thatch and were unable to trade, voicing their grievances. Shields up, we'll boil another pot of ginger soup here shortly. These are 200 bamboo cups. You two take care of it. I'll step out for a bit. Call me when it's ready. Understood, my lord. Stepping outside, Xiao Tian saw Nong Yi busy in the rain, having already planted half the field and would soon finish. First, he placed the fish pond. It wasn't too large. Only 20 square meters, with a depth of less than a meter. Fish pond, common. Can sustain up to 100 units of aquatic life. Generates water automatically. But water cannot be utilized. It seemed of limited utility. He had initially contemplated channeling stream water into the pond for easy access, but it appeared that he would need to dig a trench and a reservoir for convenience. He had considered building a fence along the protective barrier, but upon calculation, it would require at least 600 units of wood and 600 units of rope. Temporarily unable to afford such extravagance and unwilling to create a circular enclosure, he reluctantly headed east toward the forest, 100 meters from the small wooden house, and constructed a 200-meter-long fence that neatly divided the flat land of the small wooden house from the forest. He left a 3-meter-wide opening in the middle. Consuming 200 units of thatch and 200 units of wood, the fence stood only 5 meters tall and offered no real protection, as an ordinary forest wolf could easily leap over it. Fortunately, Xiao Tian had a treasure, the blood-sucking thorn seed, exquisite. He casually dug a hole near the opening in the fence, tossed the seed inside, and instead of watering it, he threw in a piece of raw meat. Instantly, the seed sprouted tender shoots, diving into the meat, visibly consuming it, while the blood-sucking thorns continuously extended their vines outward. As the wolf meat vanished, the vine had grown 1 main branch and 2 lateral branches, about a meter long. The blood-sucking thorn possessed considerable intelligence, recognizing its master. It gently coiled its main branch around Xiao Tian's leg, rubbing against him incessantly, as if to show affection. You little rascal, you sure can eat. Just one piece of meat, and you've grown a meter. Initially intending to trade the meat, I now find myself in a position of abundance. Thus, I shall offer it all to you. Remember to secure that opening, and only reopen it for our own kind, understood? The bloodthirsty thorn comprehended, extending its primary branch before Xiao Tian to give a gentle nod. Upon hearing of the meat, the excited leaves quivered incessantly. Chapter 12. I suspect he belongs to the mentally challenged community. Let us not spare him. Xiao Tian continuously tossed pieces of wolf meat, and as the bloodthirsty thorn grew longer, its rate of consumption accelerated. The entire main branch plunged into the pile of meat, every thorn eagerly feasting. And soon 2 additional lateral branches sprouted, rapidly climbing along the sides of the enclosure. The main branch busily weaved back and forth at the opening, forming an archway and producing more slender side branches that cascaded down like drapes. Xiao Tian did not extract all the ordinary raw meat. He fed only 140 units, reserving 22 units in case he encountered something of value that required trading. The bloodthirsty thorn had already climbed nearly 150 meters. After all, it remained within the protection period, and all that was needed was to spread the enclosure before the deadline. Guard it well. If ordinary animals come to feast, leave their pelts behind. But remember to retain those of superior quality. Xiao Tian caressed the main branch, which coiled around his arm like a serpent, seemingly reluctant to let him depart. He then retrieved a blueprint for an arrow tower, intending to utilize his final enhancement opportunity on it. Enhancement successful, acquired arrow tower, rare, X1. Combat power 200. Attack range 250 meters, fires once per second, arrows produced automatically, durability 100. Skill, rapid fire, instantly fires 10 arrows with an attack power of 20. Cooldown time 10 minutes. He was thoroughly satisfied. Not only had his combat power increased, but his attack range had also extended, complemented by an additional skill. With another enhancement opportunity awaiting him the following day, he avoided clustering them together, walking 50 meters to the left of the opening to place the arrow tower. In a flash of white light, a stone arrow tower, standing 10 meters tall and over 2 meters in diameter, rose before him, accompanied by a wooden staircase for ascent. At an 8-meter height, a walkway approximately 90 centimeters wide encircled the tower, complete with wooden railings. It turned out the arrow tower served not merely as a defensive weapon, but could also function as a lookout post, accommodating several soldiers on duty above. From this vantage point, the view was expansive, allowing sight of far-off places. Once the second arrow tower was established tomorrow, the vicinity of the small wooden house would enjoy comprehensive protection without blind spots. A brook lay less than 30 meters ahead, prompting consideration of digging a trench in front of the enclosure for added safety to the shelter. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter. Just as Farmer E finished planting, he approached to inspect the progress. My lord, this soil is exceedingly fertile. However, space is limited. The tomatoes and peppers, which can be harvested multiple times, occupy a substantial area. Planting 5 of each has claimed 1/3 of the space. I divided the quality ginger into 10 portions. And I have sown some cabbage and potatoes, but the area is insufficient for wheat and rice, so they remain unplanted for now. Thank you for your hard work. Tender shoots had already emerged from the ground. Xiao Tian glanced at the panel, revealing that rare plants required 3 days to mature, while the quality ginger only needed 24 hours. Wonderful. By then, we shall have a continuous supply of ginger soup to sell amid the frigid weather. However, considering that planting may not be feasible during such extreme cold, further strategies need to be devised. Let us return. I feel quite damp and uncomfortable. Xiao Tian beckoned Farmer E to join him back to the shelter. Upon entering, he found Guan Yi Dao and another individual busily preparing, having already filled over 100 cups, with 2 large pots simmering simultaneously. Farmer E, unable to remain idle, immediately lent a hand. Recalling he possessed a blueprint for a latrine, Xiao Tian clicked to use it. Wooden house component, latrine. Would you like to use it? Yes. He had anticipated the need to place it outside, but was pleasantly surprised to find it seamlessly integrated into the shelter. With a flash of light, a door appeared on the left side of the living room. Upon opening it, a 2-square-meter toilet came into view, complete with a wooden commode and drainage outlet, offering ample space, even suitable for use as a bathing area. Fortunately, the door was not positioned on the right side. Otherwise, it would have been adjacent to the bedroom, leading to unpleasant odors during the night. My lord, we have exhausted all cups. Shall we continue to brew? Guan Yi Dao inquired. Indeed, brew as much as possible. We shall not venture outside this afternoon. Focusing solely on this task, he proceeded to set up 200 cups of ginger soup for trade, allowing both thatch and wood to be exchanged. And he traded Lucy for 200 bamboo cups. Without prompting, many individuals were already fixated on the trading channel. Within a minute of listing, his stock had sold out. He received 400 thatch and 300 wood in return. Splendid. One batch of ginger yields 100 cups, allowing for an additional 300 cups to be brewed. It would be difficult not to profit. Xiao Tian remarked. Lucy, please expedite your actions. I require a substantial quantity of cups. Lucy responded, Brother Xiao. The quantity is not an issue. but I have been tirelessly braving the rain to cut bamboo, which is quite arduous. Could you possibly raise the price a little? Xiao Tian pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Lu Si's point. To motivate a cow to work, one must ensure it is well fed. And he himself was not particularly concerned about the resources. Very well, for every 100 cups, I shall add 10 portions of thatch. How does that sound? At this moment, Lu Si, observing the chat messages, contemplated asking for a bit more, but feared Xiao Tian might seek other buyers. Aware that this item was relatively easy to acquire, he deliberated for some time before messaging Xiao Tian. Agreed, let it be as you propose. He opened the chat channel. 009527. In search of substantial acquisitions, blueprints, summoning orders, and unique items. Interested parties, please message privately. 000001. 9527. You bloodsucker, always exploiting your fellow man. Why won't you distribute the resources to me? How many lives have you doomed? Upon reading this absurdity, an uncontainable anger ignited within him, and he was ready to unleash a tirade when he noticed that several others had already responded. 006666. To the one above, you utter fool. Your head must be filled with nonsense. Why don't you share your resources instead of always seeking handouts? 044444. To the one above, you imbecile. I'm hungry now, share your food with me. 077007. I suspect he belongs to the mentally challenged community. Let us not spare him. 008787. Woe is me. He deceived me out of several materials, promising to share, yet returned not a single one. Before Xiao Tian could voice his thoughts, his friends had already taken the initiative to respond, followed by a multitude of others, including several victims of deceit, unleashing a barrage of insults that nearly silenced the first individual in despair. Each is ungrateful, preferring to protect this parasitic capitalist. I shall now expose his true nature. Chapter 13. A special one-time item, the kinship ring. The first individual was so enraged he nearly spat blood, producing the newly manufactured rolls of paper. Initially intending to profit, he now realized he would have to contend with 9527. He produced 100 rolls in one go, depleting his materials entirely and listing them all. 000001. Today, I shall show you the true face of capitalism. I have just listed 1,000 rolls of paper at merely half the price of 9,527. Xiao Tian opened the trading channel, discovering that his rolls of paper had sold only a few, with over 900 remaining. He swiftly delisted and relist them, setting the price at 1 unit of thatch for every 5 rolls. He no longer cared about these resources and preferred to build a good reputation instead. 009527. Massive clearance sale. 5 rolls of paper for just 1 unit of thatch. 044444. What a grand gesture. This is the generosity of a true leader. Thank you for your kindness. The paper was swiftly snatched up, and the chat channel erupted with praises for Xiao Tian. In stark contrast, the first individual, anticipating a lucrative windfall, found himself unable to sell even a single roll, unable to recoup his costs, and now lacking even firewood. After a while, Lu Si sent a trade request, delivering 400 bamboo cups to Guanidao. Only then did Xiao Tian have the opportunity to check his friend messages, filtering out the freeloaders. Many individuals had traded items, leading him to add each as a friend, reviewing them individually. The first was his old friend, Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei. Blueprint for a 3-piece bedding set, permanent, X1, 5 repair stones, 1 quality vegetable greenhouse. Brother Xiao, what do you think of these 3 items? How much do you think they are worth? Could it be that Li Weiwei is the illegitimate daughter of the heavenly path? Daily, various blueprints emerge in abundance. The first 2 are, of course, essential for pricing. The vegetable greenhouse is indeed a scarce commodity, and after the protection period, the frigid weather will make it unthinkable to trade away. Xiao Tian remarked, the extreme cold is approaching. The greenhouse will be of great significance. And what about that bedding blueprint? Why not utilize it yourself? Li Weiwei responded, I do possess it. I have 2 copies of the blueprint. I own a rare grade greenhouse and disdain the exquisite grade 1. I prefer to wander about, occasionally unearthing a treasure chest. Xiao Tian found himself at a loss for words. Shouldn't she reflect on her own statements? It took him 2 days to procure 3 treasure chests, yet she casually claims to stumble upon them from time to time. Xiao Tian offered, how about 1,000 units of thatch? He had no intention of taking advantage of others. These were items he desperately needed. The price was not insignificant, but some things were simply not available for purchase. Li Weiwei said, dealing with you is refreshing, no problem at all. Unlike some scoundrels who constantly try to swindle me. From now on, I will only trade good items with you. Once the transaction was completed, Xiao Tian continued to browse. Wang Chu, 1 basement, ordinary. 1 farmland, exquisite. Do you want them? Xiao Tian replied, brother, you've arrived. Yes, I want them all. What do you wish to exchange for? Who are you calling brother? Wang Chu gritted his teeth, his expression a captivating blend of anger, his fists cracking ominously, while behind him lay the corpse of a tiger. After a moment, Wang Chu finally responded. 200. Xiao Tian, puzzled, wondered if it was 200 wood. That was acceptable. Xiao Tian replied, 200 wood, right? No problem, let us trade. Wang Chu looked at the trading window in confusion, mechanically placing the items. After Xiao Tian had set the 200 wood on the market, Wang Chu returned to his senses. Realizing he had probably meant 200 thatch, he had not anticipated Xiao Tian's generosity. Humph, given your generosity, I shall forgive you. Brothers it is then. Xiao Tian, blissfully unaware that a brother had just scolded him only to forgive him, continued his transactions. He acquired numerous valuable items, depleting all thatch and wood in the process, resulting in 3 ordinary farmlands, 1 ordinary summoning order, 1 ordinary mysterious fruit, a permanent ordinary leather armor crafting blueprint, 20 units of iron blocks, a kerosene lamp, and an ordinary space expansion scroll. However, it was not merely this, for some individuals demanded exorbitant prices, and Xiao Tian was unwilling to be a fool. Upon seeing the final message, he froze in place, both astonished and shocked at the existence of such an item, and even more stunned by the price quoted by the seller. Lin Ming, family finding ring, rare, special one-time item. Do you want it? 4,000 units of thatch and 4,000 units of wood. Family finding ring, rare, special, one-time item. Can detect the location of close relatives within the area. Upon successful identification, you can add them as friends and trade 1 type of material per day with a maximum quantity of 99. The ordinary detection range is 500 kilometers. Exquisite level is 5,000 kilometers. Rare level covers the entire area. Extraordinary level can explore 100 sub-regions within the area. Epic level can probe 100 medium regions within a major area, and legendary level can scan the entire continent of Slaughter. Hint, extremely rare. It is nearly impossible for a second rare item to appear in the area within a short time. If you miss this, do not regret it. This was indeed a tool specifically designed for finding relatives, and it was one-time use. Xiao Tian was taken aback, even more so by the subsequent details. It turned out that a major area contained 100 medium regions, each with around 100 zones of 100,000 individuals. He could only imagine how many major areas there might be. Given the nearly 10 billion population of Blue Star, there could easily be 10 major areas. To claim he was not tempted would be untrue. Knowing his talent, he could at least enhance it to extraordinary level, significantly increasing his chances of locating his parents. As for searching within his current area, he had already given up, having sent countless messages with no results. Moreover, the warning in the hint solidified his resolve to acquire it at any cost. Meanwhile, in another area, a middle-aged woman sat helplessly in a thatched hut, cradling a small girl whose face was flushed. The woman's condition was not much better. Rain continuously seeped into the hut as she raised her feeble hands to shield the girl from the downpour. Lin, please wake up. Do not frighten your mother. Xionggu. Xiao Tian, where are you? A sudden wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within Xiao Tian. Although he yearned for the family finding ring, the price was clearly an attempt to swindle him, so he decided to negotiate. Xiao Tian replied, the item is good, let us have the price. I'll take it. In his mind, the counteroffer was already considerable. Even if ginger soup were not in short supply, it pained him to part with 2,000 units of thatch and 2,000 units of wood, which could upgrade his small wooden house. Ding. Xiao Tian opened the message, elated at the prospect of contacting his parents the next day, only to be infuriated upon reading the response. Chapter 14. I'll leave you hanging. I don't believe you 1T lower the price. Lin Ming, dream on. The price is now 5,000 units of thatch and 4,000 units of wood. Take it or leave it. It might even increase later. A surge of indignation flared within Xiao Tian. Did Lin Ming truly think he had him at a disadvantage? At that moment, Lin Ming stood in the thatched hut, smirking coldly, his face twisted in a menacing expression, a scar running from the corner of his eye down to his jaw, rendering him quite terrifying. Lin Ming was a death row inmate, convicted of multiple home invasions, sexual assaults, and murders. He had only recently been apprehended and was awaiting sentencing, with the death penalty a certainty. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself traversing to another world, narrowly escaping his fate. Emboldened by his fearless nature, he was living quite comfortably here. Not only had he slain several wild wolves, but he had also stumbled upon a silver treasure chest, from which he unearthed a rare great sword. Along with this precious family-finding ring, he had no intention of using it to locate his own wife, for he cared little for his unattractive spouse. Otherwise, he would not have committed such heinous acts. Instead, he had set his sights on Xiao Tian, planning to extract a hefty profit. You think I can't hold you to this? I'll wait for your reply, and then I'll raise the price. Heh. A low, mocking laugh escaped him. Xiao Tian retorted, you're overestimating yourself. This is my final offer. Either we trade, or I'll let it rot. Ding. Lin Ming heard the sound of the communicator and felt a rush of excitement. Here it comes. Upon opening the message, he was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing something was amiss. Wait a minute. This kid must want it. He has the most resources in the entire area. The fact that he can respond means he must have relatives to find. And I almost scared him off. Lin Ming thought, impossible. It's still 5,000 units of thatch and 4,000 units of wood. If you want it, fine. I've already been contacted by someone else. I want to sell for less. Swallowing hard, Lin Meng felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that his exorbitant demands might frighten the other party away. Bang! He slammed his fist down on the crafting table, producing a resounding noise. Damn it! Xiao Tian could not help but curse loudly. My lord, what happened? Guan Yidao and the others rushed forward to inquire. Xiao Tian relayed the information he had received. This ring is too important. The hint suggests my family is in danger. I must sell the ginger soup, preparing for both outcomes. We understand. We will work swiftly to brew all the ginger soup. Upon hearing this, the three quickly divided the tasks and hastened to prepare the ginger soup. Taking a moment to calm himself, Xiao Tian found clarity in his thoughts. He must acquire the item, but he could not rush. He decided to let Lin Meng stew a bit without responding. After a while, Lin Meng sent another message. Xiao Tian glanced at it. Lin Meng, are you certain you don't want it? I might sell it to someone else. Xiao Tian's offer isn't bad. Xiao Tian sneered coldly and chose not to respond. Lin Meng, kid, if I weren't in desperate need of resources to upgrade my shelter, I would have directly exchanged it with Xiao Tailin for his extraordinary summoning order. This is your last chance. Don't say I didn't warn you. After sending the message, half an hour passed without a reply from Xiao Tian. Lin Meng was in a state of panic. Had this fellow truly become so adept at playing hard to get? An hour had elapsed since Lin Meng's last message, and Xiao Tian felt it was time to act. Xiao Tian, I can't believe there's anyone in this area who can afford it. Upon reading Xiao Tian's message, Lin Meng's anger flared. He kicked the table beside him with force, unleashing a torrent of idiomatic expressions. Lin Meng, impossible. At this price, I would rather trade with someone else. Lin Meng was in a frenzy, fully aware that aside from Xiao Tian, no one else could afford it. Yet he could not bear to let it go at this price. The notification had hinted that a second item would be exceedingly difficult to obtain, making it imperative for him to secure it. Thus, a stalemate ensued, with neither party willing to communicate further. Xiao Tian had considered asking Li Weiwei for assistance, but Lin Meng was evidently a cunning individual. Should someone else reach out to him, he would undoubtedly suspect Xiao Tian's intentions. If Lin Meng realized how desperately Xiao Tian coveted the ring, he would have the upper hand. Consequently, both remained silent for 2 hours, with Guan Yidao and a few others casting worried glances at him. Xiao Tian fought the urge to send another message, managing to restrain himself until, ding. Lin Meng, at least 1,000 units of thatch, otherwise it's goodbye. At this moment, Lin Meng was in a frenzy, terrified that the other party would reject his offer. He anxiously rubbed his hands together, sweat soaking through his clothing, clearly having struggled for quite some time. After several hours of back and forth, Xiao Tian understood that his counterpart was not easily dealt with. Although he had the materials at hand and could earn back resources within a day, he could not allow Lin Meng to manipulate him. He decided to keep Lin Meng waiting. Despite the ring's description indicating its rarity, he wished to take a gamble. After all, a step delayed is a step lost. After a considerable time, Xiao Tian closed the chat window. I'll leave you hanging. Let us see if you want to lower your price. He then clicked on Lucy's avatar. Xiao Tian. Lucy, I need a total of 300 bamboo cups, and I need them as fast as possible. Lucy stared blankly at the message. Brother, how many bamboo do I need to chop? With just a stone axe, I'll be exhausted. Lucy, bro, you're my real brother. For 300 bamboo cups, I'll need about 100 stalks of bamboo. With this stone axe, I'll be at it until the next decade. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian sent over a high-quality iron axe with only 22 durability points remaining. Xiao Tian, here you go. Just find a repair stone before the last bit of durability runs out, and bring me the bamboo cups before nightfall. Lucy looked incredulously at the iron axe in his hands, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. He had not expected to receive such a fine weapon so casually. Lucy, from now on, you're definitely my brother. I promise to complete the task. After placing over 100 cups of ginger soup on the market, the two engaged in a lengthy exchange, feeling exhausted. Stepping outside the small wooden house for a breath of fresh air, Xiao Tian noticed it was pouring rain. Weather time. Killing Continent Year 1, Day 2, 1636, 1 hour and 24 minutes until nightfall. Temperature, 14°C. Weather, heavy rain turning to torrential rain. The rain intensified, creating a mist that obscured visibility, reducing the surroundings to mere shadows. Shun Shan was preparing to fetch water with a large pot when Xiao Tian stopped him. Let us collect some rainwater. He opened his panel. Rainwater, unpolluted rainwater, exceptionally clean, can be consumed directly. Wonderful. This water quality is better than stream water. We'll just collect the rainwater. Xiao Tian opened the trading channel, searching for containers. He found a seller offering wooden barrels in substantial quantity, suggesting they had found the blueprint, and good fortune was indeed on his side. Each wooden barrel sold for just 2 units of wood, quite a bargain. Xiao Tian spent all his remaining 16 units of wood to purchase 8 10-liter barrels, placing them under the eaves to collect water. With that, his thatch and wood supplies were nearly depleted, but he still had plenty of food and several unused items. Now, he awaited Lin Meng's response. Chapter 15. Resources acquired. Steady as a rock. Having decided to keep Lin Ming in suspense, Xiao Tian ignored him and inspected the items in his possession. Space expansion scroll, ordinary, upon use. Expand storage space by 10 slots. This was indeed a useful item, but utilizing it now would be wasteful. He resolved to enhance it the next day. Basement, ordinary, shelter component, upon use, generates a 2-meter high, 9 square meter underground space. The space was too small, considering the extreme cold weather after the protection period. It must be reinforced. Who knew? It might become a lifesaver. Vegetable greenhouse, fine. When unfolded, it covers a 100 square meter farmland area, maintaining an indoor temperature 15 degrees higher than the outside. Undoubtedly, this was a crucial item for extreme cold weather. If he could cultivate abundant food, it might yield significant profits. Reinforcement was a must. After surveying his inventory, Xiao Tian longed to reinforce everything. He also had a black iron treasure chest awaiting enhancement. He decided to utilize a few items that did not require reinforcement first. Kerosene lamp, ordinary, can use kerosene or grease, illuminating a 25-meter radius. 1 unit of fuel lasts for 12 hours. Practical, it would eliminate the need to rely on the feeble glow of the stove at night, though regrettably, the provided fuel was only enough for 12 hours of use. Next, he used the blueprints for a set of clothes, 4 pieces, and 3 sets of quilts. Clothing set, 4 pieces, can be produced using leather, fabric, silk, etc. Each piece consumes 1 unit of material. This felt somewhat unfair. He could tolerate the upper and lower garments each consuming 1 unit, and even the shoes, but why did the underwear require a unit? Was it made of 10 layers? Or 8? Did they fear I would stink them up? Out of curiosity, Xiao Tian consumed 4 units of leather and clicked to create. Men's or women's? Prompt. 1 size fits all. Adjust size automatically upon wearing. It seemed different from what he had imagined. Men's. Time passed, and after 2 minutes, a flash of white light illuminated the crafting table, revealing the 4-piece set. To his surprise, there was a summer and winter outfit for both the top and trousers, as well as shoes. The soles resembled thick, cushioned layers. The underwear was not a single piece, but 3. However, the color remained unchanged, whatever shade the leather fur was. That was the final product. Calculating. 4 units of leather yielded 2 sets of clothing for both summer and winter, 2 pairs of shoes, and 3 pairs of underwear. Perhaps he had underestimated the situation. He took the items back to his bedroom, changing out of his damp clothing. Inside, the temperature was high, and wearing the summer outfit felt incredibly comfortable and breathable. Good things should not be hoarded. With 22 ordinary leather units remaining, he produced 3 more sets. The leftovers were just enough to craft 3 sets of quilts and pillows, but lacking thatch meant he would have to make the bed later. Uncle Guan, come over and change your clothes. Everyone's clothes are soaked, and it's too uncomfortable to work. The 3 of them changed into dry clothes and felt considerably revitalized. After a brief rest, they resumed their labor. Xiao Tian continuously listed ginger soup, while Lucy occasionally traded bamboo cups, and Guanjadeo and the others kept producing ginger soup. Finally, by 6 p.m., just before nightfall, they sold out all the ginger soup. Outside, torrential rain fell, and many were still living in thatch huts, making ginger soup highly sought after. But unfortunately, they had run out of ginger. Lucy, brother, do you need more bamboo cups? Lucy had made a small profit by supplying bamboo cups to Xiao Tian. With a little more effort, he could afford to move into a mid-tier wooden house. Xiao Tian, get to work. I'll trade with you tomorrow. Make 1,000 more. Lucy, all right, brother. Seeing that Xiao Tian still needed his bamboo cups filled him with joy. He understood this business wouldn't last long, but he could still earn a little more, which was enough. 300 cups of ginger soup had exchanged for 6,000 units of thatch and 500 units of wood. With resources in hand, he longed to contact Lin Ming immediately to trade for the ring, but at the last moment, he restrained himself. Wait a moment. I cannot be led astray by the other party. Purchase is inevitable, but the price I pay must be determined by me. Grasping the initiative, he remains unperturbed. As for Lin Ming's words, he holds not a shred of belief. What extraordinary summoning orders. Such trickery. If such a thing existed, who wouldn't he exchange it? Witnessing Guan Yidao's prowess makes it clear that possessing an extraordinary subordinate would effortlessly yield abundant resources. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tian, Lin Ming is in a state of utter panic. Sitting on the ground in a daze, drenched in sweat, murmuring to himself, "It's over. Could it be that I've played my hand too carelessly? This fellow is quite sharp." Whether Lin Ming is anxious or not is beyond Xiao Tian's concern. At this moment, with resources in hand, he is as steady as a rock. He is uncertain when Lin Ming will relent, and given that he is unaware of his parents' current situation, should things take a dire turn, it seems he will need to procure some emergency supplies, which can only be sent by mail. Just as Xiao Tian is lost in thought, Guan Yidao's voice breaks through. "Master, our task is complete. What shall we do next?" Guan Yidao and the other 2 approach with inquiries. Xiao Tian glances at the time. There remains half an hour until dusk, and the rain has begun to abate, allowing visibility to improve. Guanshu, take these 2 restoration stones and repair the weapons and leather armor. Then, do a round of inspection and return before nightfall. No me. Please check on the fields. It has rained heavily all day, and I wonder if the crops have been affected. As for Xiao, we currently have only 2 raincoats, so you may keep them in the house. I will craft a new shield. Xiao Tian approaches the crafting table, retrieves the blueprint, and clicks to use it. Shield, fine. Blueprint, one-time use. Would you like to proceed? Requires 2 wood and 5 iron blocks. Use. A flash of white light envelopes the area, and a radiant sphere materializes on the table. Xiao Tian picks it up to examine. Iron spike shield, fine. Combat power, 20. Durability, 100. Evaluation, height, 1, 5 meters. Width, 0, 8 m. Weight, 30 pounds. The surface is adorned with iron spikes, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, rendering it impervious to attacks from fine-tier enemies. The iron spikes also possess offensive properties when used in combat. The crafting table is remarkably user-friendly. Thankfully, it did not materialize the spikes directly, as they appear quite intimidating. Shieldershan, next, see if this suits you. Xiao Tian hands over the luminous sphere, which Shieldershan promptly activates. A massive iron shield, bristling with iron spikes, appears in his grasp. He swings it lightly and expresses his satisfaction with the weight. Thank you, master. This weight is perfect. With the shield, I can better protect you. Glad to hear it. Set it aside for now. I will produce the bed and blankets while you tidy up. Seeing no other useful items at his disposal, Xiao Tian decides to sell a portion of food. Otherwise, he cannot upgrade the shelter after crafting a few wooden beds today. Furthermore, he wishes to see if there are any special items available for trade. Chapter 16. Why do rare beasts avoid me? Xiao Tian opens the trading channel and lists all 22 remaining units of ordinary raw meat. 1 unit trades for 5 pieces of wood. He then sends a message in the chat channel. 009527. Raw meat, fine. Only exchanging for blueprints or items. Limited quantity. The message triggers a flurry of activity. While others struggle for food, he is already selling fine meat. 006767. Big boss, I'll dance for you. Video sent. Could you spare me a piece? 005151. Step aside. Big boss is mine. Brother, let me be your girlfriend. I'll take a piece. 098557. A big boss is truly a big boss. I'm still scavenging for ants on the ground, and he has got rare meat to spare. 052095. Brother, can I trade a piece for a plain black silk? Picture sent. Friend requests flood in, but Xiao Tian ignores the chat channel, employing standard procedure to filter out freeloaders. The first message he opens is from 052095. It contains no words, just an image. Out of curiosity, Xiao Tian clicks to view it. This black silk is both white and ample. He silently saves the image, then clicks to refuse. Unexpectedly, the next message is a video from the technician sister, prompting an instinctive click. Hiss, this pole dance is quite alluring. No, I can't watch any longer. It disrupts my focus. This man of contradictions saves the video without offering any benefit in return. The technician's sister grits her teeth in frustration. While selling her body may be somewhat disreputable, it has procured her many supplies to survive. Yet, she repeatedly encounters setbacks with 9527. Passerby, 3 units of rare fertilizer. I want to trade for 10 units of fine meat. Xiao Tian is rendered speechless by the first request. What a ridiculous notion. 3 units. Take it or leave it. Passerby, hey, come on, this is rare fertilizer. Sourced from the droppings of a rare tiger. At least worth 6 units. Xiao Tian, then you might as well enjoy it yourself. Passerby, hey, big boss, add a little more. 3 units is too little. Xiao Tian, I'll throw in 100 bundles of straw. Take it or leave it. After a round of haggling, the other party ultimately relents. Fertilizer, rare. Each unit can be applied to 1 square meter of farmland, accelerating growth by 12 hours. To his surprise, he has struck gold. With this, the ginger will mature by tomorrow morning. Xiao Tian's mind races with ideas for assisting his parents. Li Weiwei, summoning order, fine. Xiao Ge, do you need it? Xiao Tian pauses momentarily, internally scoffing. Is this a joke? Li Weiwei keeps finding good items. Xiao Tian, what luck you have. Summoning orders are precious. Don't you know? Are you not using it yourself? Li Weiwei, I did use it. I opened 2 boxes this afternoon, and I used 1 rare summon to call forth a stunning lady. She is remarkable, wielding a spear that took down a wild boar in 2 strikes. I'm not lacking in people or food, but it's unfortunate that every time a fine or rare beast spots me, it flees at a distance. I'm in urgent need of fine food. Let us trade some. Unable to continue the conversation, lest he fall into despair, Xiao Tian thinks that after a long day of effort, he might as well take a stroll as others do. Xiao Tian, how much do you want to trade? Li Weiwei, can we do 4 units? My sister is quite voracious. You have no idea, ordinary raw meat. She can consume 3 pounds at a time, and I fear it won't be enough. Below Xiao Tian's psychological price, the transaction proceeds smoothly. The next offer, however, takes Xiao Tian by surprise. Wu Ming, black iron chest. Brother, how about it? The idea of trading a treasure chest opens up a new world for Xiao Tian, igniting fresh thoughts that he plans to explore shortly. Xiao Tian, Why don't you open it yourself, naked man? Wu Ming. I'm called Wu Ming, not naked man. I don't want to trade, but I'm utterly destitute, lacking even a change of clothes. After finally upgrading to a small wooden house. If I don't trade for food, I might starve tonight. I don't want to gamble. What if it's worthless? Xiao Tian. 2 units? Wu Ming. Sure. That's a fair deal. At least it secures me a meal for tomorrow. Following that, he trades 11 units of fine raw meat for 1 unit of fine farmland. 1 ordinary livestock farm, 1 ordinary vegetable greenhouse, 1 fine slaughterhouse, and 1 ordinary mill. Xiao Tian finds himself bewildered, since both plants and animals can be directly disassembled. Why are there still slaughterhouses and mills? He speculates that perhaps many tasks will require his own hands in the future. With the remaining 8 units of fine raw meat, Xiao Tian experiments according to his own ideas, listing 2 units of fine raw meat for trade for 1 black iron chest, and 4 units of fine raw meat for trade for 1 bronze chest. Should this endeavor succeed, the opportunity for acquiring great treasures will significantly increase. As for the wooden box, he holds no interest. 009527. Fine raw meat is up for trade for treasure chests. The swift shall seize the opportunity. Xiao Tian finished speaking and chose to ignore the matter at hand. By this point, the ordinary meat had sold out, and he had acquired 110 pieces of wood. He first placed the unused items into his storage box, and then utilized the crafting table to create 3 wooden beds and 3 sets of bedding. After instructing Shun Shan to arrange them properly, he took advantage of the last rays of sunlight to head towards the farmland. For the first farm, he decided to apply the 3 bags of fertilizer to the ginger and reminded himself to harvest it upon waking the next day. After completing his tasks, he would return to prepare dinner. With that, he strolled over to the enclosure and arrived beside the blood-sucking thorn. Sensing Xiao Tian's presence, the main branch slithered towards him like a serpent, intimately entwining around him. To his astonishment, Xiao Tian noticed that in just one afternoon, the side branches had grown several meters. Suddenly, one of the side branches surged towards him, seemingly entangled with something. Chapter 17. Taming the Treasure Mouse. Guan Dao is on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon approaching, he discovered that it was a rabbit and an unfamiliar creature. Big-eared rabbit, excellent. Level, 1 experience, 6,300. Combat power, 115. Gluttonous, timid, suitable for domestication. Status, unconscious. Treasure mouse, rare, can be tamed. Level, 2 experience, 12,500. Combat power, 215. Skilled at locating treasure chests, artifacts, and minerals. Timid by nature, with low combat power. Status, unconscious. Without glancing at the panels, Xiao Tian found it difficult to connect the rabbit and mouse. The big-eared rabbit weighed nearly 30 pounds, its long ears drooping down to about 20 centimeters. The treasure mouse had front limbs significantly shorter than its hind limbs, resembling a human walking on 2 feet, with 2 prominent ears atop its head, about the size of Xiao Tian's palm. To his surprise, the blood-sucking thorn was remarkably intelligent, genuinely only feeding on ordinary animals. Just as he had established a breeding farm, Xiao Tian manifested it beside the fish pond. Breeding farm, ordinary. Capable of breeding ordinary animals and select small, excellent grade animals. The breeding farm occupied an area of 200 square meters, with half of it covered, making it the largest structure in the shelter. As for whether the big-eared rabbit qualified as a small, excellent grade animal, he was unsure. He tossed the rabbit inside, and the breeding farm suddenly revealed an iron fence, partitioning a 10 square meter space to enclose the big-eared rabbit, which instantly regained consciousness and lay obediently within its compartment. Big-eared rabbit, excellent. 1. Pregnant, due in 3 days. Tamed. This was indeed more advanced than modern technology. It seemed all he needed to do was provide food. Just then, Nong Yi returned from the fields. Nong Yi, remember to feed this little rabbit daily. Let's start with some grass. My lord, I'm back. Xiao Tian had scarcely finished speaking when Guan Dao appeared outside the enclosure, carrying the carcass of an animal. Bang. My lord, I've conducted a patrol and found nothing amiss. On my way back, I discovered a horse bear dead on the ground, likely shot by the arrow tower. About 200 meters away, I almost didn't notice it. Guan Dao recounted vividly. As the dead animal didn't display any information, Xiao Tian proceeded to dissect it. He obtained bear skin, rare, 1, bear paw, rare, 2, raw meat, rare, 6. Wow, the arrow tower is quite formidable, even taking down rare-grade animals. We've just acquired a rare-grade animal for free. Haha, Uncle Guan, it's fortunate you spotted it. This is a rare-grade find. We'll have a delightful meal tonight. Both Guan Dao and Nong Yi were equally pleased. Afterward, Xiao Tian carried the treasure mouse and returned to the shelter with the 2 of them. By this time, Shun Shan had already organized the wooden beds and bedding, with 3 beds neatly arranged in the room, each separated by 30 centimeters. You 3 can take your positions tonight. You'll surely have a good night's sleep. Nong Yi, here are the 4 pieces of rare meat for you, along with shiitake mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. I've placed them in the storage cabinet. You can retrieve them yourself. After eating, we should rest early. Xiao Tian felt a commotion in his hands. Upon looking down, He realized the treasure mouse had awakened and was struggling, suddenly attempting to bite his hand. "You little rascal, how dare you?" Guan Yidao shouted, swiftly gripping the treasure mouse by its head. "Wait," Xiao Tian called out urgently, fearing for the mouse's life. "Uncle Guan, this is a treasure. It can seek minerals, treasures, and treasure chests. I'm attempting to tame it. Please assist me." Xiao Tian gazed at the treasure mouse, which was now quaking in fear, terrified that its head might be crushed at any moment. "Little fellow, are you willing to submit? I promise you'll have a life of luxury every day." Chirp. The treasure mouse submits to you. Will you tame it? Tame. Taming successful. Treasure mouse. Rare. Owner, Xiao Tian. Loyalty, 60. Combat power, 215. Skills, sound localization. Capable of detecting movement within a 10-mile radius. Keen sense of smell, able to detect minerals, treasures, and treasure chests within a 10-mile radius. Evaluation, low combat power. Yet a rare supportive ally. Haha, what a treasure. Come, let me treat you to something delicious. Xiao Tian beamed widely, placing the treasure mouse on the ground and pulling out a handful of nuts to set before it. Chirp. The treasure mouse sniffed it and began to eat happily, its long tail wagging as if it were a dog. Loyalty, 5. Xiao Tian combined 200 bundles of straw into 100 ropes and then upgraded the shelter. Eager to discover what changes the advanced wooden house would bring. Do you wish to upgrade the shelter? Consumes 1,000 straw, 1,000 wood, 100 ropes. Upgrade. Feeling a tremor beneath him, the group seemed to be frozen in place, the treasure mouse still in the midst of eating. The living room elongated continuously. The ceiling rose higher, a layer of wooden planks appeared overhead, and another door emerged to the right. A wooden staircase appeared between the two rooms, extending upward. Boom. With a resounding crash, upgrade complete, shelter, advanced wooden house. Next level, stone house, low level, upgrade requirements, stone house blueprint, 500 wood, 500 stone, 100 iron blocks. First floor area, 60 square meters, 2 rooms, 1 hall. Second floor area, 40 square meters, 1 room, 1 hall. Evaluation, comfortable, spacious, fortified with a fence. Capable of resisting invasions from rare grade and lower beasts. Xiao Tian couldn't help but be astonished by the transformation. He never anticipated it would become a 2-story wooden house. The living room expanded to nearly 25 square meters, with each room measuring 15 square meters, accommodating 2 people each. Curiously, he ascended the staircase to find a small living room connected to a balcony, empty and awaiting decoration from its owner. The master bedroom was impressively large, spanning 20 square meters, with 2 windows allowing for cross-ventilation, and the wooden walls were nearly twice as thick, resulting in a warmer environment. "My lord, dinner is ready. Please come down to eat." Xiao Tian heard Nong-es call. This meal was quite bountiful, featuring not only wood ear mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms, but also dessert berries. The group quickly finished their meal, leaving no scraps behind, their plates nearly licked clean, not due to hunger, but because the rare-grade meat was simply irresistible. This time, Guan Yidao only gained a slight increase in combat power, while Shun Shan added 2 points, and both Nong-e and Xiao Tian gained 5 points. "My lord, my combat power has reached the peak of the rare grade. Next time, I only need to consume ordinary food to avoid waste," Guan Yidao remarked, prompting Xiao Tian to check the panel. Chapter 18, The Family Ring Secured, an epic grade special item. Guan Yidao Rare. Owner, Xiao Tian. Level, 1 experience, 42300. Loyalty, 93. Combat power, 425, 300100025. Note, can break through. Stamina, 100. Skills, equipment. Unbeknownst to him, Guan Yidao's loyalty had already reached 93, and his combat power indicated a potential breakthrough. Yet there were no hints on what was required for the breakthrough, leaving him to explore slowly. Xiao Tian opened the Weather and Time panel. Killzone Continent Year 1. Month 1, Day 2, 1955. 12 hours and 5 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 12 to 18 degrees. Weather, heavy rain. The night is perpetually long, with daylight lasting a mere 10 hours each day. Once again, a torrential rain has begun to fall, and the temperature has noticeably dropped. It seems that I must bring in the fireplace. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly cold for Xiao Tian residing on the 2nd floor. Noticing that everyone has finished their meal, Xiao Tian spoke up. "Since everyone is satiated, let us tidy up and take turns freshening up. We currently have an abundance of water, so feel free to use as much as you wish. Today, the rooms downstairs have been allocated. Uncle Guan will have one, while Dunshan and Nongi will share another. This arrangement is only temporary, as more companions are expected to join soon. Thank you, my lord," Xiao Tian expressed as he gathered his wooden bed and a set of bedding, ascending to the 2nd floor to place them in his room. He then crafted a few stools to be positioned both upstairs and downstairs, ensuring that everyone could sit comfortably at any time. Time passed swiftly, and by the time the 4 had completed their freshening up, it was already 9:30. After a long day of toil, everyone began to rest. Xiao Tian had thoughtfully set an alarm for 8 a.m. on his wristband, yet he found it difficult to sleep soundly due to the incessant downpour. Ding! Upon the sound of the wristband, he opened his eyes immediately. Startled, he sat upright, initially believing it to be his alarm, only to discover it was a message from Lin Ming. Xiao Tian, my brother, after thinking all night, I've come to a conclusion. Let's each take a step back. 3,000 straw and 2,000 wood. This is my utmost sincerity. The price was indeed in line with Xiao Tian's expectations, and he initially intended to agree but sought to negotiate further. A prompt appeared. Hurry to trade, lest you regret it. What is going on? Could my family be in danger? Seeing the alert, Xiao Tian felt a surge of urgency and quickly replied to Lin Ming. All right, since you have shown sincerity, I agree. Please initiate the trade. Trade successful, acquired family-seeking ring. Lin Ming was remarkably swift. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, he initiated the trade. Xiao Tian promptly took out the family-seeking ring and invoked blessings from the Buddha, Laozi, Jesus, and even Satan, not forgetting to call upon the spirit of the blue star. He activated his talent for upgrade. Unbeknownst to him, a faint blue light emanating from his chest suddenly burst forth with a brilliant radiance before dimming. Enhancement successful. Family-seeking ring, epic, special item. Can be upgraded. Upgrade requirement, 100 space gems. Skill, can teleport to the side of a family member, staying for a day, with a cooldown of 7 days. Can detect the location of all close relatives within a major region, and upon successful locating, can establish a group chat, allowing the trade of one type of resource daily, with a maximum quantity of 99. Note, ordinary level detection range is 500 kilometers, refined level detection range is 5,000 kilometers, rare level can detect the entire region. Excellent level can detect 100 areas within a major region, epic level can detect 100 mid-regions within a major region, and legendary level can detect the entire kill zone continent. Haha. To think it leveled up twice and became a fixed item. This skill is extraordinary, disregarding distance, and the item can continue to upgrade. A major region conservatively contains at least 1 billion inhabitants. Surely, I will be able to reach my parents. Recalling his parents, Xiao Tian set aside other thoughts and hastily donned the family-seeking ring. Family-seeking ring, special item, would you like to bind it? Once bound, it cannot be dropped, traded, or worn out. To his surprise, such a procedure was necessary. Bind. Binding successful. He opened the family-seeking rings panel, which temporarily displayed only one function, search. Upon activating it, the panel whirled like a radar. After a while, a prompt appeared, indicating that no relatives had been found in this area and that cross-region search would commence with an estimated time of 10 minutes. Seeing the prompt, Xiao Tian reluctantly closed the panel, glanced at the time, and realized it was almost 8 o'clock. Dawn was approaching, prompting him to rise and head downstairs. As soon as dawn broke, Xiao Tian descended the stairs, humming a tune, eagerly anticipating the completion of the search. The thought of soon connecting with his parents filled him with joy. My lord, what is you in such high spirits? Queried Guan Yi Dao and the others, who had already risen, as they observed Xiao Tian descending the staircase with a smile. Xiao Tian proceeded to share the matter of the family-seeking ring with them. Congratulations. My lord, you will surely succeed in finding your parents. Please, go about your tasks. The rain has ceased. Uncle Guan, take Dunshan and patrol the territory. Nongi, check if the ginger is ripe. Just as Nongi stepped outside, a voice called out, My lord, come see. There's an additional fence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian hurried outside to find that a wooden fence had been erected surrounding the small cabin, with an ancient wooden archway forming an independent courtyard. The eaves of the first floor had also extended outward by a meter, creating a corridor. He had not noticed this change due to the rain last night. It seemed the upgraded shelter had indeed undergone alterations. Nothing to worry about. This is a result of the shelter's upgrade from last night. Continue with your tasks. Xiao Tian reassured Nongi before returning indoors. He first checked the transaction details from yesterday on his wristband, discovering he had received 2 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest. To think it truly happened. Though I lack the fortune to discover treasure chests, I can purchase them. Others' good fortune becomes my own. He placed the 2 black iron chests in a corner. With only 5 enhancement opportunities each day, the 4 black iron chests would remain untouched and gather dust. He took out the bronze chest and activated the talent for enhancement. Enhancement successful, resulting in a silver chest. Open. He obtained 20 iron blocks, 5 space gems, a well, rare, and a summoning order, excellent. Gazing at the summoning order in his hand, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile broadly, revealing his back teeth. It was known that Guan Yi Dao and Dunshan, with only rare level capabilities, could already navigate the forest with ease. Possessing an excellent level item would surely allow him to traverse from east to west without difficulty. However, he needed to contact his parents, if their situation was dire. The summoning order might serve as the best safeguard. He took out the well to inspect it. Well, rare. Produces 10 liters of water daily, refined. Drinking it alleviates fatigue and restores stamina. Produces 1 liter of water daily, rare. Long-term consumption can enhance physical constitution. Every 7 days, it produces a drop of spiritual dew, which can be used to break through quality. Xiao Tian stepped out of the cabin and found a corner in the courtyard to place the well. A flash of white light appeared, and a miniature well emerged from the ground, small enough to resemble a wash basin, crystal clear and shallow. likely not even reaching an arm's depth. Just as he was about to click to collect the well water, a ding echoed from the family seeking ring, prompting Xiao Tian to hurriedly check. Upon seeing the displayed information, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Chapter 19. Successfully found mother in imminent danger. Location successful. ID 0106-25000058 Li Wei. Contact can be established. What is going on? Why is it only my mother? Where is my father? Could it be that I am cursed with such misfortune that amidst a billion people, I cannot locate him? The thought of his father potentially facing danger was unbearable. He could only hope he was in another major region. Xiao Tian felt an urgent need to gather space gems. Every day, without finding his father could lead to unforeseen calamities. Glancing at his mother's name, his hands trembled as he initiated a video call. Standing there as if in a trance, time ticked away, each second stretching like an eternity. Ding! The sound from the wristband jolted Xiao Tian back to reality, and he was met with a scene that brought tears to his eyes. He had never seen his mother looking so haggard. The background revealed that the shelter was still a straw hut, and his mother, drenched and pale, held his younger sister, Xiaolin. Even through the screen, he could perceive their uncontrollable trembling. Tianer, how did you find us? Are you well? Xiao Tian choked on his words. Mother, Lin, I am fine. Please wait. I will send supplies immediately. Rest assured, Xiao Tian has grown and will not allow you to suffer. Nongi. Xiao Tian turned his gaze towards the outdoors, shouting loudly. Then he pivoted back to his mother, noticing something amiss. Mom, what is wrong with Lin? Why isn't she speaking? Upon seeing her eldest son, Li Yue finally exhaled in relief, suppressing her dizziness as she spoke. Your sister and I were unfortunate enough to contract a virus just before our journey through time, resulting in a mild fever. As you can imagine, upon arriving here, the situation escalated. Your sister developed a high fever, and I am not faring much better. Fortunately, a gust of wind brought in a considerable amount of thatch and wood, allowing me to repair the thatched hut. However, even after my efforts, the hut is inadequate against the torrential rain, and Lin has now fallen into a deep unconsciousness. What are we going to do, Xiao Tian? Witnessing his mother's helpless and weary appearance, compounded by his sister's unconscious state, Xiao Tian felt utterly at a loss. He silently thanked the mysterious prompt that enabled him to acquire the family reunion ring. Otherwise, he dared not imagine the consequences. Noticing that Nong Yi had yet to return, he hurriedly dashed outside, sending a message to Lu Si, requesting him to trade for a bamboo cup. Just as he exited, he encountered Nong Yi. How are the ginger crops? Have they matured yet? Observing Xiao Tian's anxious expression, Nong Yi quickly replied, My lord, they have all matured. From 10 plants. We harvested 3 units of superior quality and 7 of ordinary quality. I have already replanted 1 superior and 1 ordinary piece. Quickly, heat some water and boil the superior ginger. We must prepare 99 cups as fast as possible. Xiao Tian urged, pulling Nong Yi back into the house. My lord, what is the urgency? Just then, Guan Yidao and Shunzhan returned, each carrying 2 animal carcasses. Perfect timing. You two, hurry over and help. We need to prepare the ginger soup immediately. At Xiao Tian's command, the 2 dropped the carcasses and rushed inside to assist. Once everything was managed, Xiao Tian turned his attention back to the video. Li Yue watched her son's busy figure without interruption, feeling a sense of comfort at the sight of the spacious shelter, complete with a fence and subordinates. Mom, just hold on a little longer. I've had ginger soup prepared, it's of superior quality, and you both will feel better after drinking it. Li Yue, observing her son's flurry of activity, mustered a smile. Xiao Tian, it's all right. Mom can hold on. You focus on your tasks. After a mere 10 minutes of diligent work from the 100 cups of ginger soup were ready. Ginger soup, superior, 200 milliliters, rapidly dispels cold, warms the body, possesses antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, alleviates menstrual pain, and treats colds and fevers. Compared to ordinary ginger soup, this version boasted enhanced speed and was noted for its cold and fever treatment capabilities, signifying that the superior quality had become akin to a medicinal remedy. Mom, I'll send it over now. I can only ship once a day, and a single item is limited to 99 units. This ginger soup is in high demand. You and Lin should each drink a cup and then utilize the trading channel to exchange for resources. You know what to do, having run a business before. Ginger soup, superior, must be exchanged for at least 20 units of thatch or 10 units of wood per cup. Remember that. Xiao Tian resembled his mother in her usual nagging tone, reiterating his instructions before reluctantly disconnecting the video call. With no other option, he had to hang up to proceed with the shipment of the ginger soup. Sighing in relief, Xiao Tian was glad his mother hadn't inquired about his father's situation. He truly didn't know how to respond. Subsequently, he took out the superior summoning order to enhance it, saving the extraordinary one for tomorrow's shipment to his mother. The enhancement was successful, resulting in a summoning order, rare. Upon use, he successfully summoned a commoner, rare. After the radiant light faded, a young woman, around 20 years of age and clad in simple garb, appeared before him. This marked the first instance of a female presence in the shelter, eliciting surprise among the four as their gazes converged upon her. The woman opened her eyes, startled to find four men surrounding her, especially fixating on Guan Yidao's less than pleasant appearance, causing her to retreat in fear. Step back. You all need to retreat immediately. Noticing her fright, Xiao Tian urged the others to step back a few meters, donning a reassuring smile. No need to be alarmed. You should have received my information in your mind. Unnamed, rare, commoner. Profession, undetermined. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 201. Skill, learning, adept at acquiring various skills rapidly. Stamina, 100-100. Evaluation, versatile talent. Lacking expertise, but capable of quickly mastering techniques through observation. While it appeared unremarkable, the innate skill was indeed impressive, showcasing significant potential. Whether in life skills or combat abilities, she could swiftly adapt. With proper training, she could easily become an asset. I pay my respects to my lord. The woman, regaining her composure, knelt before Xiao Tian in reverence. Observing this, Xiao Tian helped her up, saying, "No need to kneel. We don't have such formalities here. Let us give you a name. Since we are fated to be together, let us share the surname Xiao. You shall be called Xiao Qi. How does that sound?" Chapter 20. The goddess of fortune bestows favor. Guan Yidao breaks through to the extraordinary level. As a woman, she could not be as casual as Nongyi. The woman seemed pleased, smiling as she responded, "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing me with a name. These three are your companions. Let me introduce them. The man with the long beard is Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan, a powerful warrior. This is Shenzhan, the one holding the iron shield. Do not be misled by his fearsome appearance. He has a kind disposition and is also a warrior. And this honest fellow is Nong Yi, skilled in various life skills. You will first learn from Nong Yi and help out in the territory, but do not venture beyond the protective dome." Xiao Qi acknowledged her understanding. Weather time. Killing Continent Year 1, Day 3, 8:25, 9 hours and 35 minutes until nightfall. Temperature, 10 to 17. Weather, overcast. Only now did Xiao Tian find the time to examine the animal carcasses brought back by Guan Yidao and Shenzhan. The dissection was successful, yielding 2 superior wolf skins, 4 superior wolf fangs, 1 superior tiger skin, 2 superior tiger fangs, 1 superior snake whip, 1 superior snake skin, 2 superior snake fangs, 1 superior snake gallbladder, and 20 superior raw meat. My lord, these were all taken down by the blood-sucking thorns and the arrow towers. There are still many skins drained of blood and flesh at the fence. Shenzhan and I will retrieve them. Guan Yidao interjected. Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel fortunate for the blood-sucking thorns that provided resources without him having to step outside. He handed the last 2 units of rare meat and 4 units of superior quality to Nong Yi, instructing, "Nong Yi, take Xiao Qi to cook first and teach her." Having been nearly half an hour since he last spoke with his mother, and with no further updates, Xiao Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. Noticing a lull in activity, he quickly initiated a video call. After a few minutes, the call connected. The video revealed that the small wooden house had transformed. The walls were now wooden, indicating that his mother had successfully upgraded the shelter. Unaware of what she was preoccupied with, she was too busy to speak, but suddenly, Lin emerged, her complexion rosy, gazing at Xiao Tian with wide eyes. "Sister, are you better? I missed you so much," Xiao Tian said, his voice choked with emotion. "Wow, brother. Lin finally gets to see you." Lin replied, grinning as she playfully twirled around. "Brother, I'm all better now. I missed you too. Xiao Tian, we're both well. Mom is busy trading right now. The ginger soup you sent has been selling like hotcakes. And I'm close to gathering enough resources to upgrade to a medium wooden house," Lin exclaimed, cutting off as their mother appeared on screen, looking dramatically different, perspiring profusely from her efforts. Xiao Tian made a special note to trade for particular items, especially spatial gems, before ending the call with a smile. With his mother and sister safe and sound, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed from outside. Xiao Tian stepped out to find Guan Yidao and the others hauling back a large pile of carcasses stripped of their pelts. He anticipated the blood-sucking thorns to be this effective. Decomposition successful. Acquired 28 common wolf pelts, 56 common wolf fangs, 16 common rabbit skins, and 8 common snake skins. The unexpected bounty is quite pleasing. I could craft several outfits to sell. By the way, Xiao Tian suddenly remembered that he had yet to harvest from the well. Approaching it, he clicked to collect the rewards. He received 10 liters of fine water, 1 liter of rare water, and 1 superior spiritual dew. The items directly entered his storage space, though he would need to retrieve containers to release them. Returning indoors, he fetched a water bucket and sorted the 2 grades of water for storage. Addressing the group, he announced, "This bucket contains fine-grade water, which can alleviate fatigue and restore vitality. Henceforth, we shall drink this. As for the limited quantity of rare-grade water, it will not be available for all just yet." The others expressed their gratitude, stating that having fine water was already a significant blessing, and they dared not hope for the rare grade. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such concern. Once we have a sufficient supply of rare-grade water, everyone will partake." Uncle Guan, This is for you. It should aid you in your breakthrough. Spiritual Dew, Superior, contains immense energy, used for breakthroughs below the superior grade. Lord this. Guan Yidao's emotions surged upon hearing this. Guan Yidao's loyalty stood at 7, utterly devoted, never to betray. Consume it. Your strength is paramount for my protection. I shall not hesitate to provide anything that enhances your power. Shield Mountain's loyalty rated 5. The other 3, upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, felt their loyalty increase, their eyes filled with excitement as they gazed at him. Guan Yidao solemnly sat down and ingested the spiritual dew. A gentle white light enveloped him, his eyes closed. After several minutes, the light dissipated, and Guan Yidao opened his eyes, brimming with exhilaration. With a broad grin, he proclaimed, "My lord, I have succeeded. Uncle Guan, I believe your immediate priority should be to take a bath." The voice of Shield Mountain, heavy with humor, broke through. Only then did Guan Yidao realize that the others were pinching their noses while staring at him. Looking down, he saw his hands and chest covered in grime, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed in months, emitting a foul odor. His face flushed with embarrassment, though the dirt obscured any sign of it. He dashed outside, and even from several dozen meters away, the splash of him jumping into the water could be heard. He had even forgotten that there was a bathing area at home and ran straight to the creek. Shield Mountain, hurry and follow. Don't let any animals ambush you. After all, the creek lay outside the protective barrier, necessitating caution, prompting him to urge Shield Mountain to follow. Noticing that breakfast was still not ready, he stepped out of the wooden house again and approached the fields, materializing 1 fine-grade field and 3 common-grade fields. It was not that Xiao Tian was unwilling to strengthen them. Rather, the frequency was limited. Such common resources would have to wait for future enhancements. After surveying his territory, he noted the flourishing crops, while the fish pond remained barren. The breeding ground contained only the big-eared rabbits and treasure-hunting mice, each in their separate quarters. The blood-sucking thorns had climbed all the way around the 200-meter fence, with still a few meters left hanging down into the plains below. He took out the last arrow tower and activated his talent for enhancement. The enhancement was successful. He obtained an arrow tower, Superior 1. Goodness. Today I have again been favored by the goddess of fortune, achieving a 2nd-level enhancement twice in one day. Chapter 21. Guan Yidao breaks through to the superior level. Arrow Tower, Superior Combat Power 320, Attack Range 350 meters, fires once per second, arrows generated automatically, Durability 100. Skill, Rapid Fire, fires 2 arrows per second, Attack Power 50. Lasts for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. Impressive, its power is staggering. Even 10 Guan Yidaos attacking from a distance would find themselves overwhelmed. With its exceedingly high attack power and exceptional range, the most crucial aspect is the rapid fire skill every 10 minutes, rendering him unafraid even when facing dozens of foes. However, as Xiao Tian prepared to utilize it, he paused, contemplating. He already possessed an arrow tower, alongside formidable blood-sucking thorns and several powerful subordinates. This arrow tower would merely be an embellishment. Perhaps if given to his mother, coupled with the summoning order, Superior, she would have both offense and defense secured, allowing him peace of mind. Thus, he decided to store the arrow tower. Just then, Guan Yidao returned from his bath, followed by Shield Mountain, who was carrying a wooden bucket. Xiao Tian, puzzled, inquired, "Shield Mountain, what do you need that bucket for? We have no shortage of water at home." Guan Yidao's face turned crimson upon hearing this, resembling a flustered Guan Yu. Shield Mountain chuckled. Uncle Guan bathed so vigorously that many little fish and shrimp were stunned and floated to the surface. I thought it a waste not to collect them, so I gathered them to put in the fish pond. Xiao Tian could not help but chuckle at the sight. Peering into the bucket revealed at least 20 palm-sized fish and dozens of thumb-thick shrimp, enough to satisfy a hearty meal for the 5 of them. Let's place them in the fish pond, then return for breakfast. The fish pond had an automatic filtering and oxygenation effect, and once the fish and shrimp were introduced, they immediately became lively. "My lord, it is ready to eat." A simple meat soup had been prepared for breakfast, with the remnants of ginger soup and mushrooms added. With insufficient utensils, some used bowls while others utilized basins, indulging in the meal with gusto. The addition of 2 pieces of rare meat enhanced everyone's combat power to some extent. It was at this moment that Xiao Tian remembered he had yet to review Guan Yidao's new attributes. Guan Yidao Superior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian, utterly devoted. Level, 1 experience, 42300. Combat power, 503, 32815025. Stamina, 100. Skill, 1 blade, charged burst, increases attack power by 100, cooldown 30 minutes. Leadership, can command up to 100 warriors. All warriors gain 10 to attack and defense. Equipment, Great Blade, fine, combat power 15 durability 65100. Leather armor, fine, combat power 10 durability 65100. Evaluation, veteran transformed. Initial steps into command. At first glance, the attribute seemed relatively unchanged, with the addition of a leadership skill. However, the evaluation struck Xiao Tian with insight. Soldiers and commanders are worlds apart, and perhaps leading troops was Guan Yidao's most formidable aspect. Noticing that everyone had finished eating, Xiao Tian began to arrange the day's itinerary. Farmer 1. This morning you will oversee the shelter's operations. The new fields have been set up. And the fish pond has some additional fish, so please manage their feeding. Near midday, prepare lunch with Xiao Qi. All the ingredients and seeds are in the storage cabinet. Xiao Qi, you are responsible for boiling the ginger soup and using up all the ginger. With the two assigned their tasks, Xiao Tian organized his equipment and set out with Guan Yidao and Shield Mountain to explore the forest. Passing by the breeding ground, he brought the treasure-hunting mouse along. After a day of feeding, its loyalty had reached 70. Naturally, given Xiao Tian's character, he was reluctant to venture out, but there was no alternative. Only he possessed storage space, and without his presence, any gains could not be brought back. This time, rather than proceeding straight ahead, they moved along the left side of the forest, with the trio arranged as before, Guan Yidao leading, Shield Mountain trailing closely behind, maintaining a mere meter's distance to ensure Xiao Tian's protection. After traversing a patch of bushes, they arrived at a relatively open area. Suddenly, the treasure-hunting mouse darted to the left, stopping on a peculiar patch of grass. My lord, this grass seems extraordinary. You should take a look. Guan Yidao halted and pointed to the grass at his feet. Xiao Tian crouched to inspect it. The grass was of a single variety, growing in an unusual manner, with individual leaves capped by small round bulbs resembling dewdrops, glistening in the sunlight. The entire patch swayed, creating a visually striking scene. Xiao Tian uprooted a sample for examination. Life grass, common, possesses healing properties for both internal and external injuries, suitable for medicinal use. A healing herb, a remarkable find, thanks to the treasure-hunting mouse. Otherwise, it might have been overlooked. Shield Mountain, stay alert. Uncle Guan and I will collect it. The two bent over, occasionally uprooting a plant, sometimes encountering fully matured specimens, with the bulbs opening to reveal several seeds within. Shield Mountain remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings to ward off any animal ambushes. Acquired life grass, common, 36. Life grass seeds, common, 25. Life grass, fine, 8. Life grass seeds, fine, 3. Xiao Tian was in high spirits. As soon as he stepped outside, he stumbled upon a treasure, alleviating his worries about the lack of seeds and ensuring the farmland would not lie fallow. Splendid. Onward to greater endeavors. He affectionately patted the treasure-seeking mouse's head and produced a piece of jerky to feed it. The trio continued their exploration. The forest, refreshed by the rain, was teeming with sustenance. In just 200 meters, they had gathered 28 wood-ear mushrooms, 18 varieties of fungi, and 15 bear leeks. Occasionally, they also picked up a few units of stones. Master, look over there, Guan Yidao exclaimed, pointing at a withered tree. Xiao Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chapter 22. A fortuitous venture yields abundant medicinal herbs. Ahead, on a desiccated tree, grew a plant resembling Ganoderma, glowing with a red luminescence and spanning a radius of nearly half a meter. Guan Yidao approached cautiously, and upon confirming it posed no danger, he plucked the entire plant and handed it to Xiao Tian. Red Ganoderma, rare, a precious ingredient that nourishes the body. Consumption enhances combat prowess and can be used in medicine. Let us go, let us go. Truly, treasures abound. Observe carefully to avoid missing anything. As they ventured forth, the thickets diminished, revealing a more open area with only a chaotic tangle of grass underfoot. Though the grass stood over a meter high, movement became significantly easier, nourished by the ample rainfall, invigorating the land with life. In the forest, having traversed less than 100 meters, they encountered another thicket. Not far off, bright red berries hung from the branches, their delightful sweet and sour flavor providing a refreshing burst. Though insufficient for sustenance, they offered a valuable source of vitamins. After 20 minutes, the trio had harvested all the berries, 386 in total, amounting to less than 2 pounds. The greatest drawback of their storage space was its measure by individual units. Once placed within, it occupied 4 slots. Perhaps there exists some spatial artifact akin to those in novels, enabling the collection of multiple smaller items more conveniently. Ding! Xiao Tian furrowed his brow in confusion. Who could be messaging him at this moment? Wang Chu. Hello, do you have any medicine for treating wounds? Xiao Tian. My brother. I suspect you might be monitoring me. I just found life grass, common, and life grass, excellent. Are you injured? Is it serious? At that moment, Wang Chu sat on the ground, his face contorted in pain, a gash over 10 centimeters long bleeding profusely from his right leg, rendering his complexion pale due to significant blood loss. He had intended to explore in the morning but had encountered a formidable, excellent tier tiger upon entering the jungle, sustaining a near-fatal blow to his leg while narrowly escaping, ultimately finding refuge within a protective shield. Xiao Tian's jest was overlooked by him. Wang Chu, the injury is severe. Ordinary medicine might not suffice. I can procure the excellent variety for you, but I currently only possess some basic supplies. Ding. Just as the message was sent, 2 stalks of excellent life grass arrived. Xiao Tian, brother, you're being too polite. I'm uncertain of their efficacy. Let us try one for internal use and one for external application. If that is insufficient, I have more. For the first time, Wang Chu felt no aversion to the term brother, touched by Xiao Tian's gesture. Without hesitation, he consumed one stalk of life grass and crushed the other to apply on his wound. A cooling sensation radiated from the treated area, swiftly halting the bleeding. And soon no further blood emerged. The internal remedy also took effect, revitalizing his spirit considerably. Wang Chu, brother, thank you. The results are remarkable. I'm no longer in grave danger. With that, he promptly transferred all his resources to Xiao Tian. Ding. Xiao Tian opened the notification to find 260 chai grass, 185 wood, 68 stones, 18 iron blocks, and 16 raw meat. This brother is truly sincere and worthy of friendship. He has sent over all resources, both large and small. After casually declining, Xiao Tian sent a message. Brother, I must insist. How will you manage without these resources? We shall discuss this when you are recovered. Simply bring me the good items in exchange when you're ready. I'm currently engaged in clearing land, so I must be off. Brother. The once cold and aloof military flower from a certain special forces unit now fondly remembered the camaraderie of her comrades, smiling at the memory of the term brother. Xiao Tian had not anticipated the life grass to be so effective. If cultivated extensively, with both ginger soup and life grass in hand, he would have no worries about acquiring resources. After a brief delay, the trio set forth once more, whether fortunate or otherwise. They had been out for nearly an hour without encountering a single animal. Under the guidance of the treasure-seeking mouse, they traversed a grassy expanse, and in the distance, a waterhole came into view, with the ground becoming increasingly damp as they approached. Wait. Recognizing the plants underfoot, Xiao Tian called for a halt. Chai-hu, common tender stems and leaves can be consumed as a wild vegetable, with a fragrant, crisp taste, can be used medicinally. Huh, I knew it felt familiar. In my childhood, my grandfather often prepared it as a stir-fried vegetable. Dried, it could even serve as a remedy for colds. Uncle Guan, Shielder, remember this appearance. It serves both as food and medicine. Be sure to identify it carefully and gather it all. With that, he began uprooting the plants, soon collecting 5 stalks. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked up, noticing the 3 had separated by several meters. Shielder, come over here and stand guard by my side. Don't gather any more. He recalled the painful strike from the flat-headed brother and felt a twinge in his backside. Xiao Tian was adamant about not straying alone, mumbling to himself. Their numbers were still too few. He would need to trade for more summoning orders upon returning. Shielder dutifully guarded Xiao Tian's rear, scanning the surroundings while secretly pondering. The master is commendable in every way, yet overly cautious. Isn't that Japanese knotweed? Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered to the edge of the waterhole, amidst dense underbrush. Observing the plant with red or purplish spots on its stems, Xiao Tian immediately recognized it. He often plucked the tender stems as a snack in his youth. He casually picked a stem and checked the information. Japanese knotweed. The tender stem can be eaten raw, offering a tangy and refreshing flavor, with abundant juice that quenches thirst rapidly. Also serves medicinal purposes and is excellent livestock feed. Indeed, he was correct. Xiao Tian peeled back the outer skin and took a bite. The juice burst forth, pleasantly tangy and sweet, providing a unique sensation. He broke off another stem and offered it to Shielder. Uncle Guan, come over. I have something delightful. Shielder savored it with gusto, while Guan Yidao, hearing Xiao Tian's voice, looked up only to have his pupils constrict and his expression change drastically as he shouted, Master, be careful. Caught off guard, Xiao Tian did not immediately react, but instinctively, Shielder embraced him. Bang! A tremendous force collided with Shielder's back, sending him crashing to the ground. He coughed up blood, but managed to shield Xiao Tian as they tumbled several times. Beast, seeking death. Xiao Tian, dazed and disoriented, heard Guan Yidao's voice and the sound of clashing metal. Master, are you alright? Shielder released Xiao Tian, anxiously watching him, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Tian hastily scrambled to his feet, pulling Shielder up to inspect him, asking Shielder, are you hurt? The simple-minded Shielder smiled sheepishly, gesturing with his hands. Just a minor issue. My back hurts a bit, but it's nothing. Xiao Tian promptly retrieved a stalk of excellent life grass and, without hesitation, shoved it into Shielder's mouth. At that moment, he remembered that Guan Yidao was still engaged in battle and quickly turned to look. Golden Armored Crocodile, Rare, Level 3. Combat Power, 460. Skill, Stealth, moves silently, making it difficult for prey to detect. Evaluation, Skin is hard as armor, possessing immense strength. Chapter 23. Defeating the Golden Armored Crocodile, an Unforeseen Peril. Before them lay a golden armored crocodile nearly 8 meters long and over a meter high, its body seemingly encrusted with armor, glinting under the sunlight. The battle raged fiercely. Despite Guan Yidao's extensive experience allowing him to dart around and strike occasionally, he was unable to inflict significant damage on the crocodile. The clever treasure-seeking mouse had long since hidden away in an unknown location. Shielder, provide cover in front and create an opening for Uncle Guan. Though timid, Shielder understood that without his intervention, Guan Yidao would either be severely injured or worse. He stayed back, preparing to utilize his bow and crossbow for covert assistance. The Xianjin Divine Crossbow truly lives up to its exceptional caliber, with Guan Yidao and Shunzhan blocking the front. It could only shoot at the rear half of the golden armored crocodile. Its colossal form ensured that Xiao Tian's arrows never went astray, effortlessly penetrating its defenses, each arrow embedding itself nearly halfway. Within minutes, the creature's tail and hind limbs were adorned with dozens of crossbow bolts. In excruciating agony, the golden armored crocodile suddenly exerted its strength, attempting to break through Xuanshan's defense to assault Xiao Tian, the cunning one. Guard! Shunzhan reacted swiftly, activating his skill just in time. He thrust his iron shield into the ground, positioning it beside his body. Stepping forward with his right foot, toes pointed at the enemy and knees slightly bent, he pulled his left foot back a tad, maintaining a bend in the knee to form a stable stance. Bracing for the impact of the golden armored crocodile. Bang! With a new shield, the difference was palpable. Xuanshan's body swayed slightly as his feet sank a few centimeters. Yet he stood immovable. The crocodile's head collided heavily with the iron thorns, blood gushing forth, leaving it momentarily dazed and unable to move. One slash. Arrow rain. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Yidao unleashed his skill, and Xiao Tian, feeling bold, advanced swiftly and unleashed a volley of arrows from a distance of 5 meters. The crocodile's neck was cleaved open, blood gushing forth, while its forehead and back were studded with an array of over 100 crossbow bolts. Under this dual assault, the golden armored crocodile staggered, its limbs faltering. The trio promptly retreated to avoid the creature's last desperate attack. After a few minutes, the golden armored crocodile finally collapsed. However, the awaited experience notification was delayed, prompting Xiao Tian to halt the others from advancing. He raised the divine crossbow, shooting arrow after arrow, and after another 10 shots, the notification finally chimed. Experience gained, 28. A radiant glow enveloped Shunzhan as he leveled up. Combat power, 338, 2, 526, 521. Gaining just 65 combat power for a level up seemed to indicate that even within the same grade, potential varied greatly. Guan Yidao had once gained a full 100 points upon leveling up, and now at the exceptional grade, it was even more, adding 150 points. Xiao Tian glanced at his own combat power and sighed. Well, I won't complain. 65 points are still vastly superior to my own paltry numbers. The golden armored crocodile had proven bountiful, dropping for luminous orbs. He obtained a bright tower, fine, 1, space gem 3, iron block 15, and stonehouse blueprint 1. Upon disassembling, he received 3 golden armored crocodile skins, rare, 18 golden armored crocodile teeth, rare, 8 raw meat, rare, and 2 blood essence, rare. The unexpected bounty from the golden armored crocodile was astounding. Not only did he acquire the stonehouse blueprint, but also several unfamiliar items. Bright tower, fine support type. Trait 1, illumination, dispelling darkness within a 100-meter radius from the tower. Trait 2, restoration, continuously restoring stamina and injuries within a 100-meter radius from the tower. Note, perpetual motion device. With it, night is as bright as day. Minor wounds can heal rapidly while resting. Xiao Tian's mouth widened in a grin upon seeing it. Enhance, I must enhance. This is undoubtedly a grand light source with a restorative halo. Once constructed, who would dare challenge me? I could take on 10. Blood essence, rare enhances qualifications, breaks through grades, combat power 10. Note, only effective on items below rare. He hadn't anticipated such a treasure. Consuming it upon returning would surely elevate him to the fine grade. The only dilemma was whether to enhance it now, as Shunzhan could also benefit from it. And there were too many items he wished to enhance, yet the opportunities were scarce. Stowing away all his treasures, Xiao Tian spoke up. Let's gather the buplurum and tiger stick first, then explore the pond before returning. The 3 began their tasks, while the treasure-seeking mouse looked on in confusion. Unable to comprehend why its master was harvesting useless herbs instead of seeking the treasures ahead. After half an hour of gathering, they collected a total of 85 buplurum, common, 3 buplurum, fine, 68 tiger sticks, and 5 tiger sticks, fine. Both plants could be propagated by dividing their roots, ensuring a future supply. Let us go, treasure mouse. Lead the way and see what else we can discover. After tidying up, Xiao Tian called out to the treasure mouse, consciously placing himself between Guan Yidao and Shunzhan. Had it not been for Xuanshan's timely rescue earlier, he might have been in dire straits. Navigating through a patch of grass a meter high, the trio arrived at the pond's edge. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a makeshift nest across the water, containing several eggs, alongside a silver treasure chest. This was the first silver chest Xiao Tian had encountered in the wild, promising at least a golden chest post enhancement. He believed that aside from someone like Li Weiwei, a true luckster, no one else had likely opened a golden chest before. The pond was deep, compelling the 3 to circumvent the slope and descend from the other side. Perhaps due to the presence of rare creatures, they had not spotted any living beings nearby. Finally reaching the golden armored crocodile's lair, they first secured the silver chest before contemplating the crocodile eggs. There were a total of 5 eggs. 3 were common, 1 was fine, all marked as unhatched and only fit for consumption, comparable in size to ostrich eggs, enough to feed 2 people. The last egg displayed, golden armored crocodile egg, rare, can be tamed. Hatched, blood oath for bonding, will hatch in 3 days. Having witnessed the prowess of the golden armored crocodile, the prospect of taming one was exhilarating, especially considering Xiao Tian's innate talent, which guaranteed at least an exceptional grade. Noticing the treasure mouse's lack of further action, he understood that there were no high-value items nearby, and thus checked the time. Weather time. Killing continent year 1, day 3, 11:55 a.m. 6 hours and 5 minutes until dusk. Temperature 10 to 17 C. Weather, overcast turning to light rain. Time flew swiftly, having traveled only a few miles. It was already midday. The unpredictable weather began to drizzle. Guanidao, Shunzhan, let us return at full speed. It might pour heavily soon. He called out to the treasure mouse to keep up. With that, the trio formed a line, hurrying back to the shelter. As they had strayed from their path and delved deeper into the forest, they opted for the most direct route back. The light rain had intensified into a downpour, the splashing water creating a mist that obscured their vision. It took them half an hour to cover just half the distance. With only 2 raincoats available, and Guanidao having the best physique, he chose to brave the rain. They continued running for another 10 minutes, just about to exit the forest when suddenly, 2 thunderous roars accompanied by the ground-shaking footfalls echoed around them, prompting the trio to quickly converge and glance towards the left where the sound originated. Chapter 24. The Beast's Ambush, a Crisis Unfolds. Master, this aura is ominous, far beyond our capacity to confront. We must retreat. In the torrential rain, Guanidao sensed an unusual presence from afar, its overwhelming force instilling fear and reverence within him. He hastily shouted at Xiao Tian. Though Xiao Tian could not hear him clearly, the look of tension and fear on Guanidao's face indicated that something grave was afoot. He quickly gestured for them to move forward, while Guanidao exerted himself to carve a path ahead. Shunzhan clutched his iron shield tightly, closely following Xiao Tian while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. As they progressed, the tremors from the ground intensified, and they were less than 100 meters from exiting the forest. Roar. The sound resembled a dragon's roar, yet also echoed like a bull's bellow. It emanated from the left rear, and upon turning to look, Xiao Tian's face paled. Trees in the distance were toppling in waves as an unknown colossal beast charged forth. Run, run. Panic-stricken, Xiao Tian urged, while Guanidao and Shunzhan exchanged grave glances, swiftly moving to either side of Xiao Tian and pulling him along as they fled, glancing back in fear. Crack. The sound of snapping trees accompanied by the increasingly closer tremors filled the air. Xiao Tian's face turned ashen, his power was the weakest, and the suffocating aura from behind terrified him immensely. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. As Xiao Tian dashed through the dimly lit forest, he could see the edge of the woods drawing near, and his heart leaped with joy as he discerned the shelter in the distance. Safety was just a step away within the protective barrier. Just as he was about to breach the forest's edge, he heard Guanidao and Shunzhan calling from behind. Master, hurry, we'll hold it off. 1/ Guardian. Xiao Tian was suddenly thrust forward by 2 individuals, launching him several meters ahead. Upon hearing their anxious voices, he instinctively quickened his pace, sensing that the situation was dire. In the next instant, he heard the activation of their skills. Having already sprinted out of the forest, Xiao Tian was abruptly startled by the anguished cry of Guanidao. He contemplated turning back, but a dark shadow zipped past him, blood raining down from the air. Just as he glanced back, he saw the shield-wielding Shunzhan let out a cry of distress, struck by an unknown force. His feet lifting off the ground and hurtling towards Xiao Tian, the absence of Guanidao's figure revealing that the shadow he had seen was indeed him. Within the forest, 2 colossal beasts lurked, their forms obscured in the dim light. A thunderous roar erupted, tinged with fury, leaving one to wonder if the 2 had inflicted injury or if there was another cause. Noticing the giant beasts charging toward them, Xiao Tian ran while raising his Xinjin divine crossbow, activating its skill. Arrow rain. Instantly, a barrage of arrows rained down upon the titanic creatures, regardless of the outcome. He knew he would not perish. Stowing the crossbow, he hurried to assist Shunzhan, who, despite his injuries, appeared relatively unscathed, having blocked the assault with his iron shield. He had merely coughed up some blood and was slightly dazed. With Xiao Tian's help, he regained his footing and fled alongside him. Conversely, Guanidao fared far worse. Having clashed head-on with the beast, he suffered several broken ribs and spat out a copious amount of blood, his complexion as pale as parchment, unable to walk, his consciousness fading. Xiao Tian and Shunzhan had no choice but to support him as they hurried toward the sanctuary. Before long, the ground trembled beneath them, heavy footsteps reverberating ominously. At this moment, they were still over 200 meters from the protective shield, and it seemed escape was unlikely. The looming presence of the beast became palpable, and Xiao Tian could faintly discern a noxious stench emanating from its maw. Hearing the commotion, Nong Yi and Xiao Qi rushed out, climbing atop the arrow tower, anxiously observing the trio as they spotted the colossal creature, rendered speechless by its overwhelming size. Too frightened to even breathe, lest they disrupt Xiao Tian and the others. Unbeknownst to them, several tendrils of the blood-sucking thorn were swiftly advancing toward the trio. Soon, the beast breached the arrow tower's range, and as the tower began its futile assault on the giant, it was akin to merely scratching an itch. Even continuous fire barely left a few arrows embedded in its tough hide, failing to impede its advance for even a moment. At this point, Xiao Tian and his companions were roughly 150 meters from the protective shield, with the beast now less than 50 meters away. What do we do, Nongyi? Xiao Qi exclaimed, nearly in tears, looking at Nongyi, who was at a loss. As a mere farmer, he had never engaged in combat, and the sight of the two beasts had him trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any viable plan. My lord, quickly take Uncle Guan and flee. I will hold them off. With only 100 meters left, the massive creatures were almost upon them. Shunzhan gritted his teeth, turning to raise his nearly shattered iron shield, adopting a defensive stance once more. He understood that escape was improbable this time. My lord, allow Shunzhan to protect you one last time. Farewell. Closing his eyes and summoning every ounce of strength to brace against the impending doom, he prepared to meet his end. Shunzhan, Xiao Tian, unwilling to linger, shouted his friend's name, having come to regard him as a cherished companion during their brief time together. Never had he felt such regret over his own frailty. Watching Shunzhan selflessly prepare to sacrifice himself for him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Bang. What just flew past? In the midst of his sorrow and vows of vengeance for Shunzhan, he noticed that Shunzhan had been sent flying by the beast, landing over 50 meters away from the protective shield, unconscious. It was over. He hadn't anticipated that the time Shunzhan had bought with his life would only allow them to advance a mere 20 more meters. Xiao Tian could hear the beast's labored breaths behind him and the overwhelming scent of blood. Despair clouded his gaze, and myriad thoughts flooded his mind. There would be no second chances. It was a pity that he had just found his mother, yet it seemed he would be halted here. At least he was grateful that he had transferred resources earlier. His mother was clever and would surely fare well. My lord, I will buy you time, run. Guani Dao. Barely able to stand, nonetheless thought of Xiao Tian, his words coming in fragmented bursts. Grr. A deep rumble emanated from the beast behind them, clearly preparing to strike. Xiao Tian's gaze was resolute as he supported Guani Dao, inching forward, awaiting the final moment. Chapter 25, Bloodsucking Thorn to the Rescue. Dragon Rhinoceros blocking the way. Damn it, even in death, I am being tormented. Struggling to move with Guani Dao, Xiao Tian suddenly felt something grasp his ankle, sending him tumbling to the ground. He was dragged swiftly across the ground, initially fearing that the beast intended to torment him, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Opening his eyes, he realized he was gliding rapidly toward the sanctuary, the damp grass providing a slick surface, and in mere moments, he found himself at the arched entrance of the enclosure. Dazed, he stood up, only to see Guani Dao and Shunzhan beside him. It was then that he finally caught sight of what had been pursuing them all along. Dragon Rhinoceros, Exemplary, Level 8. Combat Power, 1230. Skills, Frenzied Charge. Gathering all its strength, it charges at the enemy with astounding speed to deliver a powerful impact. Attack 20, Speed 20, Duration 1 minute, Cooldown 20 minutes. Evaluation, a hint of draconic bloodline, easily enraged, possessing unparalleled strength and defense, rarely encountering foes. Xiao Tian's mouth hung open in shock, unable to close it for quite some time as he beheld the two dragon rhinoceroses, resembling oversized rhinoceroses with dragon-like heads, sharp teeth, and a pair of twisted horns, their bodies covered in tough scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the light. Their long and powerful tails ended in sharp, spiked structures. Towering nearly 3 meters high and exceeding 12 meters in length, they were truly awe-inspiring. The first to react were Nong Yi and Xiao Qi, who hurriedly approached Xiao Tian from behind, exclaiming joyously, "My lord, it's wonderful. You're all safe." "Do you know what happened?" Xiao Tian inquired, still bewildered. I know. The blood-sucking thorn saved you. It used its branches to pull you back." Xiao Qi exclaimed delightedly, at which point Xiao Tian noticed the main branch of the blood-sucking thorn swaying in front of him, seemingly reveling in its accomplishment. Xiao Tian extended his hands to caress it, expressing his gratitude with a hint of trepidation. "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I would surely have perished this time." The blood-sucking thorn responded with a human-like gesture, rubbing its main branch against Xiao Tian's face, as if to show affection. Roar. Regaining its senses, the dragon rhinoceros let out an enraged bellow, furious that its meal had escaped. The two creatures dug their claws into the ground, a red glow enveloping them as their eyes turned crimson, charging toward Xiao Tian with evident intent to unleash their skills. "My lord, retreat." Xiao Qi and Nong Yi anxiously tugged at Xiao Tian, attempting to pull him back to safety. He chuckled, reassuring the two. "What are you afraid of? We are within the protective shield. Even if a true dragon appeared, it could do nothing to us. Quickly, carry Uncle Guan and Shunzhan back. Here are the life herbs. Give each of them 2 of the fine ones, and take these seeds to plant. At that moment, Xiao Tian stood at the entrance woven by the blood-sucking thorn, safely within the protective barrier, with only a couple of meters of the fence exposed. He felt no fear of the dragon rhinoceros's impending assault. They are getting closer. Let us see what you can do. Xiao Tian mused, suddenly filled with excitement. Spreading his arms wide and shouting at the dragon rhinoceroses, "Come at me." Provoked by Xiao Tian's taunt, the 2 beasts grew even angrier, lowering their heads and aiming their sharp horns directly at him. 3, 2, 1 boom. 2 resounding crashes echoed throughout the sky, followed by the harrowing cries of the 2 dragon rhinoceroses as all 4 of their horns shattered upon impact, leaving them bloodied and battered, their appearance a gruesome sight. Xiao Tian raised the divine crossbow, loosing arrow after arrow, each aimed meticulously at the injured head of the beast. In no time, he had struck with over 10 arrows, one of which fortuitously pierced an eye, transforming the creature into a cyclopean dragon rhinoceros. Regrettably, the arrow tower posed no threat to the dragon rhinoceros. It paid no heed to the incessant barrage of arrows. Initially, he intended to utilize the arrow tower and summoning order reserved for Li Wei, but upon witnessing the situation, he abandoned that thought. The dragon rhinoceros seemed to grasp the futility of its confrontation with Xiao Tian, splitting into 2 groups as it dashed toward the sides of the enclosure. Upon discovering the perimeter could be breached, it quickly demolished the barriers. Though the blood-sucking thorns were retracted just in time, he had contemplated attacking the dragon rhinoceros, but soon realized that his efforts were futile, as the thorns were easily severed. Unable to pierce the beast's resilient hide, Xiao Tian could only watch helplessly as they ravaged his belongings. Before long, the 2 dragon rhinoceroses fled into the forest. Just as Xiao Tian felt relieved at their retreat, he was taken aback to see them halt at the forest's edge, lying there motionless. Seriously, this isn't how it's supposed to go, Xiao Tian lamented, gazing despondently at the distant dragon rhinoceroses, who appeared intent on lingering indefinitely, making his own exit impossible. Just as he contemplated returning to the sanctuary, he suddenly noticed 4 broken horns on the ground, which he couldn't afford to overlook. He quickly dashed out to retrieve them. Dragon rhinoceros horn, exquisite, sharp, hard, an exceptional material for weapon crafting. No matter how formidable you are, you still deliver gifts to me and stand guard at the gate. Having narrowly escaped peril, Xiao Tian felt particularly elated as he returned to the sanctuary to check on the conditions of Guan Yidao and Shunzhan. Upon entering the wooden cabin, he found Xiao Yi and Xiao Qi tending to Xuanshan's wounds, having stripped off the upper half of his clothing, revealing a body marred with blood and bruises. He was still unconscious. The whereabouts of Guan Yidao were unknown. What is their condition? Is it serious? Xiao Tian inquired anxiously. Hearing his question, Xiao Qi rose to respond. My lord, Uncle Guan has consumed 2 premium life herbs and is now out of immediate danger. He has, however, fractured several ribs and mentioned he requires 2 days of rest. He has already returned to his room to recuperate. Before leaving, he examined Shunzhan, touched the bones, and noted multiple rib fractures, along with a cracked shoulder bone and damaged organs. He is no longer in life-threatening danger, but will need time to recover. Since that's the case, carry him into Uncle Guan's room for easier care. Is the meal ready? I'm famished. Relieved to hear that both men were safe, Xiao Tian let out a sigh, but his heart was heavy with frustration. He was blocked by dragon rhinoceroses outside, and now his 2 trusted generals were gravely injured and immobile. He was entirely unable to venture outside. Smack! Xiao Tian slapped his forehead in self-reproach. What a foolish brain I have. Isn't there the light tower? With that, he pulled out the light tower and stepped outside to activate his enhancement. Success! He achieved Light Tower, Exquisite, Level 1. What is this? Today has been a streak of 3 successful Level 2 enhancements. Is Lady Luck truly on my side? Of course. Who would ever complain about good fortune? He hoped for Level 3 enhancements every time. Eagerly, he examined the details. Light Tower, Exquisite, Support Type. Trait 1, Illumination. Dispels darkness within a 150-meter radius centered on the light tower. Trait 2, Recovery. Rapidly restores stamina and injuries within a 150-meter radius centered on the light tower. Trait 3, Life's Anthem. Instantly restores all injuries to a specified creature. Cooldown time, 72 hours. Note, Perpetual Motion Machine. With it, the night is as bright as day. As long as there is breath, one cannot perish. In a word, powerful. In 2 words, very powerful. In 3 words, exceptionally powerful. Although the trait radius only increased by 50 meters, the recovery speed had accelerated, and an additional powerful trait emerged, allowing for the potential to save a life every 3 days. With the expanded illumination and recovery range, there was no need to worry about positioning. Placing it near the sanctuary would cover the entire flat area and extend outward for several dozen meters, alleviating fears of nighttime ambushes. As the light tower materialized, its white structure stood tall at a height of 30 meters, tapering to a point, with a luminous orb hovering above its pinnacle, though the daylight rendered it unremarkable. Chapter 26, The Mighty Function of the Light Tower. Hearing a commotion from within, Xiao Tian rushed back inside, calling out, "What is happening? Who's calling?" My lord, it's Uncle Guan. It seems Shunzhan is also unwell. He has been frowning incessantly, Xiao Qi replied. Oh no, could there be side effects from the life herbs? Xiao Tian thought grimly. He hurried to Guan Yidao's room, bursting through the door and exclaiming, Uncle Guan, what's wrong? At that moment, Guan Yidao appeared somewhat embarrassed. Seemingly regretting his earlier outburst, he sheepishly addressed Xiao Tian, My lord, I'm fine. I was just sleeping when an unbearable itch suddenly struck my wounds, as if 1,000 ants were crawling over the fracture points of my ribs. I couldn't help but cry out. It felt remarkably similar to when you recovered from your leg injury. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian instantly understood and smiled. Uncle Guan, it's nothing to worry about. Remember that light tower from today? I've successfully enhanced it, and the recovery speed has improved significantly. It seems to be working wonders. Just continue to rest, and we'll see how you feel by evening. He then relayed the situation to Xiao Qi and Nong Yi, ensuring they were all informed before heading to the kitchen to hastily eat something. After finishing, he glanced at the ginger soup that had been prepared and set to work, knowing he couldn't venture outside and hoping the ginger soup would yield resources. Once Xiao Qi and the others completed their tasks, the three of them worked together to fill cups with the ginger soup. With 7 units of ginger, they produced 700 cups of ginger soup, another fruitful harvest. Now that straw had lost its utility for Xiao Tian, he decided to price the ginger soup at 5 units of wood, 3 units of stone, and 2 units of iron blocks. Following several downpours, with temperatures dropping, he was unconcerned about sales. He also handed over the harvested buplurum and Japanese knotweed to Nomi, instructing him to plant them. Having exhausted his enhancement opportunities for the day, Xiao Tian considered the multitude of items needing enhancement and decided to extract and open all 4 black iron chests. Obtained 6 bread, 2 cotton fabric, ordinary, 12 farmer's water, 4 potatoes, ordinary, 1 meow knife, fine, 1 leather armor, ordinary, permanent raincoat blueprint, 8 repair stones. As expected, low-level chests yield little of value. The bread is decent for occasional palate improvement. Xiao Tian shook his head, muttering to himself as he prepared to stow the items in the storage cabinet. Wait a moment. A raincoat? That sounds familiar. Raincoat blueprint, permanent. An ancient term for rain gear, crafted from straw and other materials, known for its excellent waterproof properties. Oh, so that's what it is. Just when I thought straw was useless, it surprises me. Xiao Tian promptly approached the crafting table to utilize the blueprint. Raincoat, rain gear. Materials, 5 straw, 1 grass rope. Crafting time, 10 seconds. A total of 7 units were required. Xiao Tian checked his storage space and found he still had 2,678 units of straw, capable of producing 382 pieces. With over 90,000 people, this quantity was hardly sufficient for sale, presenting yet another lucrative opportunity. Xiao Tian searched the trading channel and discovered that related products were scarce, with the rarest listings being 1 or 2 pieces. Thus, he decided to produce them all at once. After completing this task, he found a stool to sit on and took a moment to rest, having been busy all morning. Time flew by, and an hour later, all the raincoats were produced. He listed them for sale at 10 units of straw and 2 units of wood each. The profit was modest, but given the high volume and the constant rain, demand was substantial. Ding! Hearing the sound from his wristband, Xiao Tian initially thought it indicated a sale, but upon opening it, he realized it was a video call from his mother. An involuntary tightness gripped his heart, as concern for his mother surged within him. He hastily connected the call. Lin, why are you the one here? Where's Mom? Is something wrong? Upon seeing only his younger sister on the screen and the absence of their mother, Xiao Tian's anxiety escalated. Lin beamed at him and replied, Mom is working and misses you, so she asked me to video call you. That's a relief. Xiao Tian exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. The siblings chatted for an entire hour, punctuated by Lin's laughter. Having endured so much hardship and narrowly escaping death after following their mother here, the 4-year-old Lin had matured significantly and learned many things. Lin, are you eating well? How many rooms are there in the shelter? Given her tender age, Lin might not grasp the implications of the question about the shelter's level, so Xiao Tian opted to ask how many rooms there were instead. After pondering for a moment, Lin replied, I'm full. Mom has saved a lot. There's 1 room. But it's a bit cold at night. Xiao Tian felt a pang of sympathy for his sister and was about to speak when their mother entered the frame. Her hair and clothes damp. Though she appeared somewhat fatigued, her complexion had markedly improved compared to before. Xiao Tian, I've traded for some new seeds and a piece of farmland. I plan to go out and plant them. I have to hang up now. I'll tell you more tonight. Don't worry about us. With the ginger soup you sent, we have enough to eat and drink now. Please take care of yourself. He had often found his mother's nagging irksome, and since returning home to rely on his parents, he had had a sincere conversation with them, often parting on sour notes. Now, observing the wrinkles that had inexplicably appeared on his mother's face, he couldn't help but chastise himself. Mom, I'm doing well. I have several capable warriors under my command, and with my resources, I believe we can rank among the top in this area. Go ahead with your tasks. Just remember to trade resources to upgrade the shelter and store enough supplies. Please don't take any risks. I'll have a surprise for you tomorrow. After hanging up, He said goodbye to Lin Lin with a smile. However, as Li Yui's smile gradually faded, a hint of sorrow glimmered in her eyes. Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he come for us? Lin Lin questioned, looking at her mother with confusion. Hearing her daughter's words, Li Yui's face bore a shade of bitterness. This was a question she had long been avoiding. Every time she saw Xiao Tian, she yearned to inquire but hesitated. Since Xiao Tian had managed to locate her across regions without mentioning their father, she found it too daunting to contemplate. Regaining her composure, she donned a smile and affectionately reassured her daughter, Sweetheart, Dad is far away and hasn't he been able to contact us yet. He'll find us after a while. Mom has to go to work. You must stay at home and not go anywhere, alright? Lin Lin will be the best. After comforting her daughter, Li Yui turned away, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, after ending the video call, found himself at a loss for what to do next. Just as he intended to organize his inventory, he heard Xiao Qi's voice at the door. My lord, something's wrong. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Forces and the Targeting by the Wushuang Alliance. Xiao Qi rushed in, a look of urgency etched on her face. Xiao Qi, don't panic. What's the matter? Xiao Tian felt puzzled. As long as they remained within the protective shield, what could possibly go wrong? Xiao Qi hurriedly explained, My lord, just now? Nongi said that the new ginger is ripening quickly, and we need to prepare water in advance. It can be boiled into ginger soup as soon as it's ripe this afternoon. But the rainwater we had saved was used up at noon. And now it hasn't rained again. I was about to fetch water from the creek when I saw 2 dragon rhinoceroses approaching, so I ran back in fear. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Tian remarked, That is indeed a problem. But doesn't ginger take 12 hours to mature? That's for the superior quality ginger with fertilizer. The ordinary ginger only requires 6 hours. In that case, let us take a look. Xiao Tian was at a loss for a solution, as the timing of the rain was uncertain, and waiting for it was not a sustainable strategy. The two quickly arrived at the enclosure where the creek lay less than 100 meters to the left outside the fence. Running over wouldn't take long. The issue was that the 2 dragon rhinoceroses were keeping watch, making it a bit dangerous to return to the protective shield before they arrived. Just when he was at a loss, Xiao Tian glanced down to see the bloodthirsty thorn nearby, busily playing with mud using its main branch, and an idea struck him. Little one, could you dig a trench from here to the creek? Though intelligent, the creature couldn't comprehend overly complex tasks. After repeated attempts at communication, the bloodthirsty thorn seemed to grasp the concept, digging a small pit at the end of the enclosure and then pointing its branch toward the creek. Yes, exactly. Dig that way. Watching the bloodthirsty thorn finally understand his intent brought Xiao Tian immense joy. Once the creature comprehended its master's wishes, it extended several branches, forming a drill-like shape, and began rotating toward the creek. In no time, a trench, 1 meter deep and wide, extended toward the creek. Xiao Tian rushed back to the shelter to craft a few stone pickaxes and, accompanied by Xiao Qi, began digging in the soil behind the fence, planning to create a water reservoir. They worked swiftly, and within 10 minutes, they had dug a pit 1 meter deep and over 2 meters wide. As Nong-yi finished up and joined them, the reservoir visibly expanded. Half an hour later, the bloodthirsty thorn had successfully connected the trench, and the creek water began to flow gently. Xiao Tian had also completed his digging, resulting in a reservoir 1 meter deep and approximately 20 square meters in area. Instead of immediately letting the water in, he retrieved stones from his backpack. The stones collected by the hand ring automatically transformed into a 1 meter long, 20 centimeter diameter rectangular shape. After spending 100 units of stone, they leveled the entire reservoir area, stacking stones around the edges. Only then did they open the trench's mouth. The water flowed steadily into the reservoir, and since the sides and bottom were lined with stones, there was minimal silt, revealing clear water teeming with small fish and shrimp. It took about half an hour to fill the reservoir, ensuring they would have ample water for both planting and drinking in the future. After their busy efforts, Nong-yi and Xiao Qi began fetching water to prepare ginger soup. 2 units of ordinary ginger yielded 20 units, and Nong-yi reserved 5 units for planting in a patch of ordinary farmland, which would take 2 days to harvest without fertilizer or quality enhancements. The other patch of ordinary and superior farmland was sown with buplurum and Japanese knotweed. Xiao Tian surveyed the perimeter of the enclosure, gazing at the distant dragon rhinoceroses. Feeling utterly frustrated, he had searched for a long time, yet found no animal fur, evidently due to the presence of these 2 beasts, which had driven all wildlife away. If this continued, he would miss out on significant harvests and be surpassed by others, gradually being left behind. Upon returning to the shelter, he first opened the trading channel to check the status. The raincoats indeed sold well and were sold out. To his surprise, the sales of ginger soup had declined, with only 412 cups sold, leaving 144 cups remaining. He acquired 3, 820 units of thatch, 164 units of wood, 780 units of stone, and 144 units of iron blocks. After careful calculations, he discovered that more people were trading stones for ginger soup, indicating that many were unaware of the stone's utility or were still focused on upgrading their small wooden houses, resulting in negligible demand for stones. Xiao Tian searched the trading channel and soon discovered others were selling ginger soup at less than half his price. To his dismay, it was an old acquaintance, Xiao Tian, who was selling his arrow towers. At that moment, Xiao Tian noticed several messages from friends in his list, including Xiao Tian. He refrained from opening them and first checked the chat channel to see what was happening. The regional population stood at 913,361,000,000. To my astonishment, over 1,000 more lives have perished. With only half of the protection period elapsed, nearly 10,000 have already succumbed. It is truly unfathomable to consider how many will remain by the time this protection period comes to a close. At that moment, I noticed the incessant provocations from the notorious individual in the chat channel. 000001. I told you all that 9527 is a heartless merchant, yet you refuse to believe me. Just look at our guild leader. The prices of his goods are merely half of what he charges. Many joined in the chorus of condemnation. Yet it was heartening to see Li Weiwei, Wang Chu, Ning Yuangu, and several others, who owed their lives to Xiao Tian's ginger soup, defending him. Regrettably, their voices were soon drowned out in the deluge of messages. When did we acquire a guild leader? What is this all about? Xiao Tian felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he paused the message scroll and scrolled back to the front of today's messages, scrutinizing them one by one. After several minutes of sifting through thousands of entries, his vision blurred, but he finally grasped the situation. 000003. I am Xiao Tian, the chairman of the group, and I believe most of you are familiar with me. I have now established the Wushuang Alliance, Alliance Order Level 2, where we seek to recruit 99 allies to assist one another. Interested parties, please message me privately. Alliance Order Level 2 allows for the formation of an alliance, consisting of 1 leader, 2 vice leaders, and 97 members. The alliance hall spans 30 square meters and can be accessed once daily by the leader, allowing all members to teleport there for meetings and transactions. Teleportation. The leader and vice leaders may utilize this once daily to transport to any member's location. Members cannot attack one another, and higher-level alliance orders can override this rule. How intriguing, Xiao Tian thought, drawing in a sharp breath. If others banded together in an alliance, it would not bode well for him. However, he was reluctant to join them. On one hand, he had confidence in his growing cadre of formidable subordinates, not fearing for his survival in this land of slaughter. On the other hand, he was accustomed to solitude, knowing that a larger group inevitably breeds intrigue and betrayal. Once the news broke, many rushed to sign up, with the most zealous being the aforementioned provocateur, who managed to secure a vice leader position. Not only did he recruit talent for the Wushuang Alliance in the chat channel, but he also took every opportunity to belittle Xiao Tian. After the Wushuang Alliance was fully formed, Xiao Tian released a bombshell announcement. 000003. I will be offering a substantial supply of ginger soup, priced at only 6 straw, 3 wood, 2 stone, or 1 iron block. 000001. See? Our Wushuang Alliance is nothing like the greedy 9527. Let's all boycott him. 077007. You are talking nonsense. If it weren't for him selling vast quantities of ginger soup, who knows how many would have perished last night? As Ning Yuangu spoke up, many who had been saved by the ginger soup rallied in support of Xiao Tian. Thus ensued a heated exchange between the provocateur and Ning Yuangu, while Xiao Tian remained silent, his anger simmering beneath the surface. If the Wushuang Alliance wishes to flourish, I have no objection, but if they aim to rise at my expense, they shall not succeed. He closed the chat channel and turned to his friends, who had sent him messages. Wang Chu, brother, thank you for your medicine. I am feeling much better now. This Wushuang Alliance is truly despicable, and I will stand up for you. Upon reading Wang Chu's message, Xiao Tian smiled and replied, this brother is truly reliable. He stands by me when it counts. Xiao Tian, thank you Wang Chu. I have already devised a plan. Stay tuned for the show. Next, he received messages from Li Weiwei, Ning Yuangu, and others, all expressing concern and support for Xiao Tian. Even the bear-skinned brother, Wu Ming, sent him a message. Lucy, brother, Xiao Tian contacted me for 500 cups. I don't know if he's trying to poach your business, but I won't sell to him under any circumstances. To his surprise, Xiao Tian had also approached Lucy for bamboo cups, but only for a modest quantity of 500. It seemed ginger was scarce indeed. Xiao Tian, call me brother, and I shall ensure you do not suffer losses. Feel free to sell boldly. Additionally, prepare 2,000 cups for me at the original price, and I will add 200 straw. Lucy, brother, you are being overly formal. The original price suffices. Ever since you gifted me the iron axe, my resource acquisition has increased significantly, and I have slain a few wild wolves and even a wild boar. By the way, brother, do you need any meat? I have plenty. Xiao Tian chuckled, realizing that a simple transaction had forged a solid friendship. Lucy was someone with whom he could build a deep bond. Xiao Tian, it is settled then. No need for further discussion. Hurry and start crafting. Who can rival me in resources? If you have excess, trade for more materials and expedite the upgrade of the shelter. After exchanging pleasantries with his friends, Xiao Tian finally opened Xiao Tian's message. Xiao Tian, brother, I assure you I do not wish to compete with you in business, but public sentiment dictates this price. Frankly, you are indeed charging too much. How about this? I will purchase all your ginger soup at my selling price. What do you say? Oh, how astute, Xiao Tian thought, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. If he wanted my product, he would have to pay my price. Xiao Tian, I have no objections to selling to you, but it will be at my price. I guarantee I will not sell ginger soup anymore. So let us proceed with the transaction. I have 144 cups available. He was mindful that his enclosure was not yet complete and still required a significant amount of wood. After some time, Xiao Tian finally responded. Xiao Tian, all right, I agree. After removing the ginger soup from his offerings, Xiao Tian swiftly completed the transaction, acquiring 864 units of wood. With no other pressing matters at hand, he decided to take stock of all his resources. Preparing to upgrade his shelter and finish constructing the enclosure, he meticulously retrieved items from his storage cabinet and space. His food supplies included 20 units of fine-grade raw meat, 8 units of rare-grade meat, 2 bear paws for golden armored crocodile eggs, and a plethora of fungi, wild vegetables, and berries. He also had 2 units of rare blood essence, 1 liter of rare-grade water, and 2 superior-grade mysterious fruits, alongside various medicinal herbs such as life grass and buplurum. In terms of materials, he had thousands of basic materials including straw and wood, 800 units of stone, over 200 iron blocks, as well as space gems and thunderstruck wood. He possessed a wealth of leather, beast fangs, and various quality items. Among the items were an exceptional summoning order, arrow towers, a silver treasure chest, a blueprint for a stone house, and several ordinary facilities and crafting blueprints. One could hardly believe that in just 3 days, he had accumulated such a fortune. Thankfully, he had the storage cabinet. Otherwise, he would have had no place to store it all. Since the reward for the first stone house had yet to materialize, he must seize the opportunity, especially since the last reward was a bronze treasure chest. Would you like to upgrade the shelter? It requires the stone house blueprint, 500 wood, 500 stone, and 100 iron blocks. Upgrade. With a resounding boom, the shelter underwent a dramatic transformation. Congratulations. You are the first in this region to upgrade to a stone house, rewarding you with a silver treasure chest and 50 reputation points. An announcement will be made across the region. Immediately thereafter, a golden light emanated from his wrist, and the chat interface opened automatically. Congratulations to 009527 for being the first to upgrade their shelter to a stone house. You have received a silver treasure chest and 50 reputation points. 3 consecutive announcements, shimmering with golden light, appeared at the top of the chat channel. For a fleeting moment, the chat channel seemed to freeze, with no one daring to speak. Whether it was the ebullient Xiao Tian or the hyperactive provocateur, everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Meng, who had just dealt a severe blow to Xiao Tian, was now in a fit of rage. Just a minute ago, he had paid a high price to acquire the stone house blueprint from someone else. Elated at the prospect of being the first to upgrade and claim the announcement and treasure chest, little did he know, he had been outpaced by Xiao Tian. With the announcement no longer in his possession, the treasure chest had transformed into bronze, and his reputation points dwindled to a mere 30. Having exhausted all his resources, he was left with only a bronze treasure chest, sending Lin Meng into a frenzy. He retrieved a certain item, his expression twisted with malice, and coldly chuckled. I had no intention of wasting this, but since you dared to snatch my first place, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 29. The Cunning Lin Meng. Crisis is also opportunity. Lin Meng rubbed the scroll in his hand and opened it. Do you wish to use Death Game Excellence? Death Game Excellence. By entering the specified ID, you can forcibly teleport the target into the death game. Completing the game will yield substantial rewards, while failure will result in annihilation. Note, those below Excellence level face a high probability of failure. He chuckled derisively. I don't believe you can survive this. With that, Lin Meng entered Xiao Tian's ID and clicked to use it. At that moment, Xiao Tian was observing the changes in the stone house. The entire shelter had undergone a significant transformation. The thatched roof had vanished, replaced by neatly arranged wooden planks. The walls had been elevated to a height of 1 meter, and iron sheeting now framed the doors and windows. The once familiar grass ropes had been substituted with iron nails, and although the overall area remained unchanged, the material had been upgraded, significantly enhancing warmth, comfort, and protection. Stepping outside, he noticed that the once bare ground of the courtyard had transformed into a stone pathway, while the main gate had been fortified with ironclad wooden doors. The requirements for upgrading to a mid-level stone house included 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 200 units of iron ore. With the thatch no longer necessary, Xiao Tian speculated that the area of the next shelter would surely expand. Returning to his room, he selected to craft a raincoat at the crafting table, utilizing all the thatch available, which would yield 545 pieces and require 90 minutes to complete. Xiao Tian planned to step outside to finish constructing the fence, but as he crossed the threshold, a panel on his wristband popped up, revealing information that left him astounded. ID 01573 has activated the Death Game Excellence scroll against you. You will automatically enter in 1 hour, and refusal is not an option. You may bring your subordinates. Successful completion will grant substantial rewards, while failure will result in annihilation. Clenching his fists in fury, Xiao Tian's heart burned with silent resentment. You, Lin Ming. If I hadn't known your ID, I wouldn't even know who to blame. Just wait until I find your location. This isn't over. A prompt appeared. Stay calm. Prepare well, and don't forget you still possess an excellence-level summoning order. Use it at a critical moment. The mysterious message soothed his anxious mood. Indeed. There was still the summoning order. No need to panic. Without delay, he called back Nong Yi and Xiao Qi. Quickly cook these 8 pieces of rare meat. Get Uncle Guan and Shun Shan up. We have a life-or-death battle in 1 hour, and everyone must participate. Upon hearing the order, the two understood the gravity of the situation and wasted no time. Xiao Tian then opened the trading channel, hoping to procure useful items. A fine-quality bullhorn bow caught his eye. That seemed promising, but he needed to find arrows as well. The fine-quality refined iron armor was also appealing. He decided to secure that first. After searching for a while, he stumbled upon several useful pieces of equipment, including a fine-quality healing potion. After half an hour of searching and haggling, he spent 20 units of fine-quality meat, 26 units of ordinary life grass, and 68 units of ordinary tiger stick, along with nearly 1,000 units of wood, to obtain 1 fine bullhorn bow, 1 ordinary iron bow, a set of fine refined iron armor, a permanent blueprint for arrow production, 2 sets of fine leather armor, 6 repair stones, and 1 fine healing elixir. The price was steep, akin to exposing oneself for slaughter. But time was of the essence, and completion was imperative. He hastily halted the production of the raincoats and placed the 100 or so coats on the shelves. Upon using the arrow blueprint, he realized that the production of arrows varied based on the quality of materials used, influencing the power they provided. Finally, the plethora of animal teeth he had amassed found a purpose. Ordinary arrows could be produced at a rate of 10 per unit of wood and iron block, with a power of 1 for wooden arrows, 3 for iron, and an additional 2 for those enhanced with beast teeth. Fine-grade arrows, however, required iron blocks combined with fine beast teeth, achieving a power of 15. Rare-grade arrows necessitated refined iron, which Xiao Tian had yet to encounter. Disregarding the wooden production, he swiftly consumed all the ordinary and fine beast teeth, yielding 134 enhanced arrows with a power of 5 and 24 fine-grade arrows with a power of 15, while spending 100 units of iron blocks to craft 1,000 iron arrows. Completing these tasks, Xiao Tian resumed the production of raincoats. Master, what has happened? Guan Yidao emerged, supporting Shun Shan and inquiring anxiously. Xiao Tian recounted the events in detail, prompting the two to prepare their gear immediately. Observing Shun Shan's still frail condition, he felt a pang of sympathy and first turned to Guan Yidao. Uncle Guan, how is your health? Can you manage? With a few firm pats on his chest, Guan Yidao confidently replied, Fear not, master. I rested for a few hours this afternoon, and I'm nearly recovered. The Tower of Light is indeed powerful. My bones have healed completely. Though Xiao Tian noticed Guan Yidao's brow was still slightly furrowed, his spirits appeared high. Take this healing elixir quickly. Unfortunately, there are no more enhancements available. He then turned his attention to Shun Shan, stating, The Tower of Light has a life hymn. Let us allow you to experience a sensation akin to flight. With that, he initiated the process, which proved remarkably effective, restoring Shun Shan's vitality even faster than the elixir did for Guan Yidao, revitalizing him instantly. Shun Shan's loyalty rose to level 5. Absolute loyalty, unyielding betrayal. To his surprise, Shun Shan had also achieved unwavering loyalty. It seemed that as long as one treated their summons sincerely, attaining maximum loyalty was not overly difficult. Xiao Tian produced the summoning order he had prepared for his mother, feeling reassured. During this time, he used all the repair stones to restore both their equipment's durability. Shun Shan donned the refined iron armor, while the 2 sets of fine leather armor were given to Nong Yi and Xiao Qi. As for the bullhorn bow, it was assigned to Xiao Qi, while the iron bow went to Nong Yi. There are over 1,300 arrows. You two are responsible for their safekeeping. After distributing all the equipment, he ensured that everyone, particularly Xiao Qi and Nong Yi, became familiar with their gear. With only 5 minutes remaining, Xiao Tian finally had time to attend to himself. He had 2 points of power to break through and needed to consume a mysterious fruit. Regrettably, he had planned to save it for later enhancements, but now he was compelled to use it. Just as he prepared to eat the fruit after much contemplation, Xiao Qi suddenly interjected. Master, the meat is ready. Why not eat the rare-grade meat? It can also boost your power. Indeed, thank you for the reminder. Hearing Xiao Qi's words, Xiao Tian tucked away the mysterious fruit, joyfully replying. He then took a hefty piece of meat and began to eat voraciously, instructing, You 4 should eat as well. It's crucial to replenish your strength. Xiao Qi, please bring the remaining fine-grade water. In less than a minute, a 1-pound piece of meat was consumed, raising his power to 100 points, where it plateaued. With only 3 minutes left, Xiao Tian hastily retrieved the essence of blood and meat, swallowing it without savoring the taste. A radiant glow enveloped him as he began to level up. Moments later, the upgrade was complete, and the wristband chimed with a notification. Before he could check the panel, Xiao Qi playfully pinched his nose and pushed him towards the bathroom. No longer merely a bathroom, after upgrading the stone house, it had transformed into a spacious area of 10 square meters, with the toilet and bathing areas separated by wooden panels. When Xiao Tian emerged, less than 30 seconds remained. Everyone prepare. Shun Shan and Uncle Guan, take your positions for defense immediately. Xiao Qi and Nongyi, stay by my side. The death game, excellence, is commencing. Prepare for teleportation. 3, 2, 1. As the transmission began, the system prompted, please select teleportation personnel. 10, 9, a hexagram appeared on the ground. Xiao Tian hurriedly selected everyone, and 10 seconds later, darkness enveloped him, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. The next moment, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. The 5 swiftly took action, forming a protective barrier around Xiao Tian. Guan Yidao and the others instinctively shielded him, disregarding Xiao Tian's directives. The least powerful among them, Nong Yi, awkwardly brandished the iron bow, his gaze resolute as he faced forward. You all. Was it not previously stated that Nong Yi and Xiao Qi would remain inside, while Uncle Guan and Dunshan would guard the perimeter? Xiao Tian was moved. Yet Nong Yi and Xiao Qi resolutely declared to him, my lord, I would rather perish than cower behind you. Uncle Guan, let us first assess our surroundings. It appears the event has yet to commence. Everyone, relax a little. With no options left, Xiao Tian could only helplessly remark, and then curiously examined his status panel. ID 009527 Xiao Tian. Level 1 experience 70300. Battle power 260 11030120. Stamina 100100. Talent C grade enhance all, upgradable. Can enhance 15,100 times or related treasures to upgrade to B grade. At least enhance to level 1. 0-1 probability to enhance to level 2. 0001 probability to enhance to level 3. Can be enhanced to mythic level. Cannot be reused on the same item. 5 uses per day. Remaining uses today. 0. Aptitude. Excellent. Equipment. Xianjin Divine Crossbow. Exceptional. Battle power. 120. Automatically generates crossbow bolts. Attack speed. 1s. Range. 1000 meters. Attached skill. Arrow rain. Covers a 10-meter radius with 100 arrows. Attack power. 100. Cooldown. 30 minutes. Automatically recovers stamina at a rate of 1 per minute. Stamina. 100100. Evaluation. Breaks the limits of ordinary individuals, one step closer to becoming a strongman. Battle power has increased. Leveling up now grants an additional 30 points. Regrettably, I remain uncertain about how to acquire skills. Slap. Xiao Tian smacked his forehead, thinking, foolishness. I was so preoccupied with equipping Guan Yidao and the others that I neglected to procure armor for my own survival. The only remnants in the space were the tattered iron armor discarded by Dunshan. It was better than nothing, so he hastily donned it, gaining 2 points of battle power and some protection. He then surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves on a desolate plain, sparsely vegetated, with swirling yellow sand and a few dead trees strewn across the ground. The remains of skeletal remains faintly visible. In the distance, crumbling structures could be discerned. Their position was within a stone watchtower, square in shape, measuring less than 30 square meters, standing about 3 meters tall, devoid of internal space, save for the flat rooftop. Surrounded by 15-meter high protective walls, Xiao Tian felt a twinge of unease. It was clearly a dead end, with no escape or hiding places. Uncle Guan. Although there is no explicit indication, the environment suggests we are to defend. We shall follow your lead. With your command skills, you can bolster our strength. Lacking clarity, Xiao Tian could only proceed step by step, first establishing command. Understood. From this moment on, you will heed my directions. Upon the utterance of Guan Yidao's words, their battle power noticeably surged. Their bodies felt as if imbued with vigor, and as they clenched their fists, they sensed a slight increase in strength. After pondering for a moment and thoroughly inspecting the watchtower, Guan Yidao addressed Xiao Tian. How many stones do we have? Although puzzled, Xiao Tian checked the space and relayed the information. Uncle Guan, there are 300 units remaining. What is your plan? My lord, here is my strategy. The platform has no inherent defenses, so we shall create our own. We will build a 10-square-meter platform in the center, at least 3 meters high, and erect protective walls around it. This way, you, my lord, and Xiao Qi and Nongyi can shoot from the elevated platform, while we leave a 1-meter passage below. Should the lower defense falter, Dunshan and I will retreat to the high ground. This will significantly improve our odds. After a brief pause, Guan Yidao continued, of course. This all hinges on the absence of aerial foes. Otherwise, holding our position may prove challenging. Let us not dwell on that. We shall proceed as you suggest. Let us get to work. Xiao Tian promptly extracted all the stones, feeling no panic. He still had a summoning token intended for his mother, which he could use should the situation turn dire. The 5 of them worked tirelessly to construct the platform, and fortunately, their strong abilities made the task effortless. In less than 10 minutes, a man-made platform stood proudly in the center, approximately 4 meters tall, with protective walls nearing 5 meters. Using the reserved small staircase, Xiao Tian led Xiao Qi and Nongyi up to the platform, releasing all the arrows. From this vantage point, he discerned movement in the 4 directions. Something gathering in the distance. A cold, emotionless voice echoed, "The death game has commenced. Level 1, 100 ordinary skeleton soldiers." As the proclamation faded, a flash of white light illuminated 100 skeleton soldiers, an unnerving sight indeed. A horde of bony figures wielding rusted weapons, their jaws clattering. Flames flickering in their eye sockets. "My lord, give it a try." "All right." Xiao Tian raised the Xianjin divine crossbow, aimed slightly, and released. With a sharp whoosh, the bolt struck a skeleton soldier's skull, shattering it into fragments, the remains scattering across the ground, the bolt piercing through several more skeletons, demonstrating impressive power. "Uncle Guan, everyone, stand down. I believe I can handle this alone." Xiao Tian gestured for Xiao Qi and Nongyi not to attack, opting to pick off the skeletons one by one. What ensued was a showcase by Xiao Tian alone. As the skeletons clustered together, moving sluggishly, each arrow he shot could incapacitate or destroy several. In no time, a minute passed, and only a few scattered skeletons remained outside the watchtower, all felled by Xiao Tian's arrows. Haha, is this the extent of the challenge? It seems rather simple. Having single-handedly vanquished the first wave of foes, Xiao Tian chuckled with delight. Successfully eliminated the first wave of enemies. All members gained 50 experience. The next wave will attack in 10 minutes. The voice resonated again, and the bones on the ground vanished. To Xiao Tian's surprise, there were experience points to be gained. Unfazed, he continued, whereas Guan Yidao, with his seasoned perspective, sensed that it could not be this easy. As expected, the second wave consisted of 200 skeletons. Xiao Tian managed to kill them just as they approached, and the third wave presented 300 skeletons, among which were 10 of the exceptional grade. Nongyi and Xiao Qi joined the fray, but their lack of experience hampered their accuracy. Nongyi was not a warrior, and his precision remained lacking, while Xiao Qi, leveraging her remarkable learning aptitude, improved her accuracy to a 2-in-1 ratio after firing over 20 arrows. The fourth wave brought forth 400 skeletons, including 100 exceptional grade and 1 rare grade, causing a tightening in everyone's chests. Guan Yidao began to direct, "My lord, pass Dungeon's original shield to Nongyi. Nongyi, you are in charge of vigilance. Protect my lord. Everyone, prepare. This wave will require close-quarters combat." Chapter 31, The Skeleton Army and Xiao Qi's Growth. As the skeletons emerged, Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi did not cease their assault, relentlessly firing arrows that pinned the skeletons in place. Xiao Tian's Xianjin divine crossbow could still dispatch exceptional grade skeletons with a single shot to the head. Xiao Qi, however, faced a more significant challenge. Unless she struck the eye socket directly, it took 5 arrows to dispatch an exceptional grade skeleton, leaving her to target the ordinary ones. These agile exceptional grade skeletons hid behind their ordinary counterparts, evading death, and when the enemy approached the watchtower, Xiao Tian had only managed to eliminate a mere 10. Skeleton Warrior, Exceptional, Level 1. Battle Power, 120. Evaluation, Agile Movements, the backbone of the skeleton army. Skeleton Champion, Rare, Level 1. Battle Power, 225. Evaluation, Elite Warriors. Adept in Close Combat. The skeleton champion, clad in iron armor and wielding a steel sword, stood nearly 3 meters tall, nearly matching the height of the watchtower. Fortunately, the protective walls impeded its advance. Several attempts to scale the watchtower were thwarted by Dunshan. "Be cautious, Uncle Guan." Guan Yidao maneuvered through the passage, continuously slaying the skeleton soldiers that attempted to ascend, narrowly avoiding an ambush from a foe that had just leaped up behind him. But Xiao Tian swiftly dispatched it with an arrow. "My lord, I've run out of arrows." Xiao Qi shouted anxiously, causing Xiao Tian to be taken aback. It was only the fourth wave, and their arrows had already been depleted, despite his meticulous preparation of over 300. Xiao Qi jumped down and joined the fray with Shun Shan's blade. Guan Yidao, ever vigilant, managed to slay foes while also heeding Xiao Qi's words, making timely arrangements. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qi leaped from above Shun Shan, who instinctively passed her a crude sword. With shield in hand, she charged, sending the skeleton warriors flying while keenly observing the movements of the skeletal champions. As Xiao Qi wielded the crude sword, her initial awkwardness quickly faded as she began to share the burden of battle with Guan Yidao. She swept and struck, retreating as needed. Guan Yidao, while dispatching enemies, found the capacity to guide Xiao Qi. Her innate ability to learn allowed her to adapt swiftly, soon able to handle a skeleton warrior independently. With her combat prowess already surpassing the excellent grade, she became increasingly formidable, gradually unleashing her true potential. There were still 7 elite-level foes to contend with. Positioned on a high platform, Nongyi temporarily took on the role of an observer, occasionally reporting the situation, though he felt a pang of urgency. Being merely a farmer capable of dealing with a few ordinary foes. With a swift whoosh, one of the skeleton warriors fell, prompting a chuckle from Xiao Tian. Wrong. Only 6 remain. As the enemies dwindled, Xiao Tian found himself in a lighter mood. joking amidst the chaos. Minutes later, all elite-level foes were vanquished, leaving just one skeletal warrior and a dozen ordinary skeleton soldiers. Next wave attack timing, 9:58. Suddenly, Xiao Tian noticed the panel on his wristband displayed a countdown to the next assault, causing his heart to race. He called out, "Uncle Guan, the next wave of attack is imminent. We must wrap this up quickly. Shunshan, jump down with me to take down that skeletal champion." Hearing Xiao Tian's urgent words, Guan Yidao made a swift decision, knowing they had to take the initiative, and leapt down without hesitation. With a sweeping stroke of his blade, he dispatched all the ordinary skeleton soldiers nearby, while Shunshan targeted the skeletal champion, charging with his iron shield. The combined weight of himself and the shield sent the skeletal champion crashing to the ground. In a timely manner, Guan Yidao arrived and executed a skill, severing the champion's head. A flash of white light enveloped the area, and the scattered bones vanished, leaving the five bathed in radiant light as they leveled up, regaining a modicum of stamina. The first wave yielded 50 experience points, the second 100, then 150, 200. Xiao Tian quickly grasped the pattern of experience gain. It may not have been abundant, but it was better than nothing. All five had now ascended to level 2, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, with Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao's experience points reaching 270, 500 at level 2. They were on the cusp of leveling up again if the next wave offered 250 points. Nongyi, Xiao Qi, come down and swiftly reclaim the arrows. My lord, keep an eye on the time. Notify us when there are 2 minutes left, Guan Yidao commanded from the watchtower. The group sprang into action, and at that moment, Shunshan made a new discovery. Uncle Guan, the skeletal champion dropped loot. Guan Yidao quickly approached to inspect the area where the champion had vanished, discovering 3 glowing orbs. Climbing back to the watchtower, he handed them to Xiao Tian. To his surprise, there was an unexpected bounty. Xiao Tian eagerly opened the items. Iron sword, excellent. Combat power, 15 stamina, 80-100. Iron armor, excellent. Combat power, 20 stamina, 90-100. 4 repair stones. Seeing the items revealed, Xiao Tian erupted with joy. What a timely boon. Uncle Guan, pass this iron sword to Xiao Qi, and you all can distribute the repair stones among yourselves. The iron armor is perfect for me. He promptly donned the iron armor. Though merely excellent, its sturdy metal provided a reassuring sense of security. Time swiftly passed, and soon only 2 minutes remained. Xiao Tian hurriedly summoned everyone back. Time was short, and they had recovered less than 500 arrows. Guan Yidao instructed Xiao Qi to continue firing, ready to assist as soon as the enemies closed in. The 5th wave begins. Here they come. With widened eyes, Xiao Tian focused on the distant horde. As white light flickered, he scanned the vicinity, feeling a jolt of concern. 500 was within expectations, but among them were 300 ordinary skeletons, including 100 archers, 190 elite skeleton warriors, 9 rare skeleton champions, and 1 newly emerged exceptional skeleton general. Uncle Guan, the situation is dire. There are 100 skeletal archers, 190 skeleton warriors, 9 skeleton champions, and 1 skeleton general, Xiao Tian reported urgently to Guan Yidao below. Crouching behind the protective wall, Guan Yidao paused for a moment before addressing the group. My lord, there is no need to panic. Xiao Qi, rapidly fire all arrows to eliminate the skeletal archers, then descend to assist Shunshan. My lord, focus on the skeletal warriors, and once I have drawn the skeletal champions together, follow my lead to unleash your skills. Nongyi, remember to protect my lord. With everything arranged, Guan Yidao's expression turned serious as he tightened his grip on his sword and leaped down. The others were taken aback, and Xiao Tian shouted, Uncle Guan, be careful. Chapter 32, Guan Yidao unleashes his might. New allies join the fray. His feet struck the ground with a heavy thud, raising a cloud of dust. And he waved to the others behind him, dragging his large sword as he charged at the horde of skeletons with remarkable speed. A low-frequency sound resonated, akin to a deep-throated growl, filling the air. It was the skeletal general issuing commands, and the surrounding skeletal archers, receiving orders, raised their bows and unleashed a volley of bone arrows toward Guan Yidao. However, the slow movements of the skeletons rendered their arrows ineffective, falling harmlessly to the ground. Even those that found their mark were deflected by his leather armor. As he cleaved his way through, skeletons fell one after another, carving a path toward the skeletal champions, where a gentle strike sent one reeling. From the watchtower, Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi continued to rain arrows down upon the skeletal archers and warriors, causing them to fall in droves. 3 minutes later, the skeletal archers were nearly wiped out, and more than 70 skeleton warriors lay defeated. The pressure on Guan Yidao lessened significantly. Amidst the throng of skeletons, he navigated as if in a tranquil sea, with the enraged skeletal champions hot on his heels. Before long, 9 skeletal champions and dozens of skeleton warriors were corralled together near the watchtower. My lord, prepare. Guan Yidao suddenly charged forward, tumbling out of Xiao Tian's sight, prompting Xiao Tian to activate his skill. Arrow rain. Instantly, a hail of crossbow bolts descended upon the skeletal horde, with the clustered skeletal champions receiving 5 or 6 arrows each, resulting in more than half collapsing. leaving only 3, maimed and barely standing. While the skeletal warriors suffered over 20 casualties. Shun Shan, come down. We will take down the skeletal general directly, and Xiao Qi, switch weapons to hold the platform. Seizing the moment, Guan Yidao called upon Shun Shan to confront the skeletal general together, leaving the remaining few skeletons for Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi to handle. With an angry howl, the skeletal general charged toward Guan Yidao. Although the skeletal general displayed some intelligence in commanding its subordinates, its limited intellect became evident as its forces dwindled, only then recognizing the need to engage in battle. The remaining skeletons, under the general's command, surged toward the watchtower, leaving only itself to contend with Guan Yidao and Shun Shan. With a resounding crash, the skeletal general's strike aimed at Guan Yidao was firmly parried by Shun Shan, who winced as the formidable blade of the general chipped away a third of the durability of his iron shield. Uncle Guan, I can't withstand this. His great sword is too powerful. If he strikes 2 more times, my iron shield will shatter. Hearing this, Guan Yidao swiftly adjusted his strategy, swinging his sword in a wide arc, taking advantage of the skeletal general's focus on Shun Shan. He executed a diagonal slash that severed one of the general's legs at the knee. The skeletal general, momentarily caught off guard, stumbled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Shan leaped high, landing heavily with his iron shield upon the skeletal general's back, shouting, Uncle Guan now. With his extensive combat experience, Guan Yidao naturally seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful strike that severed the right hand of the skeletal warlord wielding a large blade. Rendered defenseless after losing a hand and a leg, the skeletal warlord succumbed to Guan Yidao and his companions' coordinated assault, resulting in the decapitation that brought it down. As the flurry of action unfolded, merely 10 minutes had elapsed, and Guan Yidao, breathless and fatigued, collapsed atop the remains of the skeletal warlord. Meanwhile, Shun Shan, focused on defense, still had some energy left. Shun Shan, quickly assist. Guan Yidao gasped, urging Shun Shan to provide aid. At this juncture, fewer than 10 skeletal warriors remained, and the 60 or so ordinary skeletons were no match for the adept combat skills of Xiao Qi, who, with Xiao Tian's cover, maneuvered with ease. With Xuan Shan's support, the battle concluded within a minute. The group garnered 250 experience points. Both Xiao Tian and Guan Yidao successfully leveled up, with Guan Yidao regaining a modicum of stamina before rising to his feet. Once the bones disintegrated, the ground was littered with luminous orbs. This time, Xiao Tian leapt down from the high platform, accompanied by Nongyi. Hurry and clear the battlefield. We cannot predict when the next wave will arrive, and we must be prepared. The group sprang into action. Thanks to Guan Yidao, this skirmish concluded even more swiftly than the last, and after collecting all the spoils and arrows, they had time to rest. Xiao Tian retrieved an array of berries and pristine well water, which the group drank with gusto. Having expended little energy himself, Xiao Tian, who had only been shooting from above, still had half his stamina intact. After quenching his thirst, he began to tally their loot. 6 fine-grade iron swords, 7 sets of fine-grade iron armor, 1 rare-grade dark iron broadsword, 1 rare-grade scale mail, 12 restoration stones, 1 fine-grade summoning order, 3 fine-grade skeletal summoning tokens, and 1 rare-grade skeletal summoning token. Gazing at the bountiful haul, Xiao Tian felt a surge of elation. He was unexpectedly looking forward to the impending crisis, knowing he still had a trump card to play, the remarkable summoning order. Uncle Guan, this is yours. This dark iron broadsword adds a formidable 80 to your battle power. Should you encounter another skeletal warlord, they will likely find it challenging to withstand your onslaught. By the way, change into the iron armor. The leather armor is still lacking in protection. Nongyi, Xiao Qi, you should don the iron armor as well. Shun Shan, the scale mail is for you. With new equipment in hand, the group was naturally jubilant, especially Guan Yidao, who caressed his new weapon with a tenderness that might suggest he was cherishing a beloved. As everyone donned their new gear, only Shun Shan used 2 restoration stones to repair his iron shield. The remaining old equipment did not warrant the expenditure of such precious resources. Next, they took out several summoning orders. Xiao Tian was well acquainted with the fine-grade summoning order and was intrigued by the skeletal summoning tokens, so he opened them for inspection. Summon skeleton, fine. Summon skeleton, rare. It turned out to summon skeletal warriors and skeletal champions, which would provide decent defensive assistance, albeit they could not be retained after the battle concluded. Xiao Tian decided to use the fine-grade summoning order along with the skeletal summoning tokens. In a flash of white light, a warrior in his early 20s, clad in iron armor and wielding an iron sword, materialized, accompanied by 3 skeletal warriors and 1 skeletal champion. Hail, my lord. Xiao Tian helped him to his feet and checked his information. Unnamed, fine. Class, warrior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Battle power, 1883. Stamina, 100-100. Skills, none. Equipment, iron sword, common. Battle power 1, durability 100-100. Iron armor, common. Battle power 2, durability 100-100. Evaluation, elite infantry, valiant in battle, adept in close combat. Not bad, with a battle power of 188. He was already nearing rare quality, worth nurturing with the potential for promotion. From now on, you shall be known as Bu Yi, Xiao Tian declared, introducing him to the others. After some cordial exchanges, Xiao Tian replaced Bu Yi's common gear, enhancing his battle power by over 30 points. The group then curiously observed the 4 skeletal beings. Similar to those they had just vanquished, the skeletal champion donned armor and wielded an iron sword. Boasting a battle power of 310 points, the 3 skeletal warriors, still clad in tattered gear, were commanded by Xiao Tian to don the fine iron swords and armor, which surprisingly resulted in a 30-point increase in their battle power. With a mere thought, Xiao Tian could maneuver them deftly, as the skeletal champion required only simple commands. Uncle Guan, if we keep gaining like this in the next wave, it shouldn't be difficult, Xiao Tian mused, his confidence swelling. An upgrade in firepower is bound to yield a significant boost. Guan Yidao, however, remained prudent, cautioning against complacency, as even a slight error could lead to dire consequences. As time ticked away, the 6th wave finally approached, and a blinding white light engulfed the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, the group gasped in astonishment. Chapter 33, Escalating Pressure. Mysterious loot. Surrounding them were throngs of enemies, with their numbers doubled from the previous wave. In addition to the unchanged skeletal soldiers, there were now 500 grotesque creatures resembling skinless humans, their muscular fibers exposed, appearing as though they had been flayed alive, drenched in blood. Blood corpse, common. Battle power, 80. Evaluation, average battle power, swift movement, with the sole weakness being the head. Uncle Guan, we can't go out. The newly emerged monsters are called blood corpses. They can only be defeated by striking their heads. Xiao Tian informed Guan Yidao about the blood corpses' attributes. Guan Yidao promptly devised a new strategy based on this information. Xiao Qi, continue targeting the skeletal archers. I will handle the skeletal champions, while the others defend from the platform. With our numbers, we can only hold our ground. He reminded everyone to utilize the 4 skeletal beings for defense and evade damage. The blood corpses moved with alarming speed. Before Guan Yidao could finish speaking, they were already within 20 meters of the watchtower. Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi remained focused on their respective targets. After firing thousands of arrows, their accuracy was impressive. With an 8 out of 10 hit ratio, Nong Yi, surveying the scene from the high platform, relayed information to Guan Yidao periodically. The platform below erupted into a fierce melee, with Guan Yidao and Shunzhan, both seasoned fighters, continuously slaying blood corpses with their superior battle power. Bu Yi, however, struggled significantly. After taking down a mere 10 blood corpses, he found himself overwhelmed as more enemies climbed up. Gradually, he could barely hold his ground, relying on the skeletal champion for cover while waiting for an opportunity to strike. Thankfully, the 4 skeletal warriors and the skeletal champion remained tireless, fending off nearly half of the enemies. Xiao Qi, have you eliminated all the skeletal archers yet? Guan Yidao's voice echoed from the platform. At that moment, beads of sweat dripped from his brow. Blood corpses proved far more resilient than anticipated. Unless their necks were severed or their heads cleaved, they continued attacking, demanding far greater effort to subdue. Piles of corpses outside the watchtower had accumulated to over 3 meters high, while blood corpses and skeletal soldiers surged forward, significantly escalating the pressure. The 3 skeletal warriors on their side were teetering, missing limbs and barely able to maintain their defensive line. Hearing Guan Yidao's call, Xiao Qi scanned the area and estimated, Uncle Guan, there are still about 10 left. Don't worry about them. They pose no threat. Quickly descend to support Bu Yi. We can't hold out much longer. In a state of urgency, Xiao Qi discarded her bow, seized an iron sword, and leapt down. With a swift downward strike, she dispatched a skeletal warrior upon landing. Twisting her wrist, she swept her iron sword, clearing a path around Bu Yi as several foes fell. Thank you. These blood corpses are too hard to kill. Had you arrived any later, I wouldn't have been able to hold the line, Bu Yi expressed, his heart racing, not from fear of death, but from concern for his lord's safety. Without a word, Xiao Qi nodded in acknowledgement to Bu Yi and dashed towards another area, systematically eliminating the blood corpses surrounding the skeletal warriors, temporarily stabilizing the defensive front. Uncle Guan, can you hold on? We've already taken down 6 skeletal champions. Just 3 more to go. Meanwhile, on the platform, Xiao Tian, engrossed in targeting the skeletal champions, became acutely aware of the intense situation below, feeling a pang of anxiety. Guan Yidao wielded his great blade with precision, cleaving through 3 advancing skeletal warriors. He turned to his comrades and assured, rest easy, my lord. These ordinary minions lack any significant threat. We can withstand them. Shields, keep a vigilant eye on Bu Yi, while Xiao Qi maneuvers about. He commanded, Nong Yi, pay close attention to the movements of that skeletal captain. Report immediately if it approaches. Despite the chaos of battle, Guan Yidao maintained a timely and accurate command over his allies, instilling them with immense confidence. Time slipped by swiftly, and outside the outpost, there were still over 500 enemies remaining, with only 1 skeletal warrior left. Xiao Tian was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly noticed the countdown for the next wave had commenced, sending a wave of panic through him. Uncle Guan, The countdown for the next wave has begun. We have 9 minutes. Do not fret, my lord. We still have time. Retrieve the fine water and food. Let Nong Yi pass them to us. We need to regain some stamina, Guan Yidao replied through gritted teeth. His exceptional combat prowess allowed him to endure, while the shield bearer focused on defense, expending minimal energy. However, both Xiao Qi and Bu Yi were gradually succumbing to fatigue. As Xiao Tian attacked, he rummaged through his storage space, tossing supplies onto the platform. Bu Yi, replenish your stamina first. I will cover you. The shield bearer moved to Bu Yi's side, absorbing incoming attacks with his iron shield and sword, clearing the enemies around them. Quenching his thirst with a cup of fine water and devouring half a piece of rare meat, Bu Yi quickly regained his vigor, ready for battle once more. Following suit, Xiao Qi, Shield Mountain, and Guan Yidao took turns replenishing their energy, their killing pace accelerating. By now, 2 summoned skeletal warriors had already fallen, and the last remaining one had lost an arm, teetering on the brink of collapse. My lord, what is that? Xiao Tian, who had just slain the final skeletal warrior, was continuously eliminating skeletal soldiers to relieve the pressure below when he suddenly heard Nong Yi's voice. Xiao Tian glanced down, spotting a glittering gift box. Where did that come from? He inquired, catching Nong Yi off guard. My lord, you summoned it. A perplexed Xiao Tian, while employing faith shots, checked the messages on his wristband, flipping through several pages before realizing it was a mysterious gift bestowed upon him by the heavens for being the first human from Blue Star to achieve excellence in aptitude. He had been on the verge of teleportation and failed to notice at the time. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his enhancement attempts for the day. Given the urgency of the situation, he could only open the gift. Congratulations. You have received 1 golden treasure chest, 1 equipment enhancement scroll, excellence, 1 summoning order, rare. Huh. I didn't expect such fine treasures. Xiao Tian exclaimed with delight, pondering how best to utilize these items to navigate through the current crisis. Equipment enhancement scroll, excellence. Hint, equipment below excellence can be upgraded by 1 level. Such a treasure. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Tian decided it would be best to give it to Guan Yidao. With a formidable weapon, paired with his strength, he might even challenge a dragon rhinoceros alone. Uncle Guan, here, enhance your weapon to the excellence level. Xiao Tian tossed the enhancement scroll to Guan Yidao, who wasted no time in commencing the upgrade. With a flash of golden light, Guan Yidao's great blade transformed into a crescent moon blade. Chapter 34. The Divine Archer, Lung Ling, Super Gatling. Crescent Moon Blade, Excellence. Combat Power, 135. Skill 1. Half Moon Slash. Unleashes a crescent-shaped blade of energy forward, inflicting substantial damage on enemies in its path. With a range of 20 meters and an attack power of 20. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Skill 2. Sweep the Troops. Releases a fan-shaped blade of energy, dealing damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Automatically restores stamina at a rate of 1 per minute. Stamina, 100. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. With a casual swing, Guan Yidao effortlessly cleaved 2 skeletal warriors in half, finding the onslaught remarkably effortless, especially with 2 lethal skills at his disposal. Although the cooldown time was lengthy, they could serve as a trump card, capable of turning the tide at critical moments. Nong Yi, where's that skeletal captain? I intend to take it down. Gripping the crescent moon blade, even the composed Guan Yidao could not contain his eagerness to engage the skeletal captain in battle. Uncle Guan, wait, let me see if I can summon a powerful ally to assist. Concerned about insufficient manpower on the platform, Xiao Tian resolved to utilize the rare level summoning order. Wait, using the excellence one is better. I can always give the rare one to my mother tomorrow and enhance it later. With that, he stored away the rare summoning order and took out the excellence level 1 to use. The summoning was successful, resulting in the appearance of a warrior, excellence. A flash of white light revealed a female warrior clad in exquisite leather armor, armed with a bow and a quiver at her waist. The segments of her armor were adorned with intricate metallic patterns, perfectly contoured to her form, showcasing both strength and grace. The bow's ends bore sharp blades, glinting ominously, evidently. It was more than just a ranged weapon, while her quiver contained 10 arrows, which appeared somewhat lacking. Her features were striking, with well-defined, three-dimensional facial features. Upon raising her gaze, her eyes seemed capable of piercing through anything, embodying the detached demeanor of a hunter surveying her prey. Greetings, my lord. Her voice was cold and succinct. Lung Ling, excellence. Profession, divine archer. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Loyalty, 80. Level, 0. Experience, 0-100. Combat power, 521, 365, 156. Stamina, 100. Skills, Rain of Arrows. Rapidly fires 10 arrows in succession, targeting a single or multiple foes, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Deadly Arrow. Delivers an explosive 200 attack power, instantly killing any target below excellence, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Equipment, Shadow Chaser Bow, rare, combat power, 68, increases attack speed by 20. Durability, 100. Gale Leather Armor, rare, combat power, 88, increases movement speed by 20. Durability, 100-100. Homecoming Quiver, rare, contains 10 black gold feather arrows, never wears out, and automatically returns to the quiver upon hitting a target. Evaluation, a battlefield harvester, possessing exceptional ranged output and formidable melee capabilities. Lung Ling. Her attributes were dazzling. Xiao Tian gazed at Lung Ling's panel, realizing she was akin to a fusion of an ancient Gatling gun and a sniper, with 2 formidable skills and that remarkable quiver. It was no wonder she had only 10 arrows. This was essentially unlimited firepower. As Xiao Tian perused Lung Ling's information, she, from her vantage point, noticed him staring intently and felt a twinge of annoyance. Loyalty, 1. Xiao Tian recoiled in shock. What is happening? Noticing Lung Ling still kneeling before him with an unsatisfied expression, he quickly explained, "Do not misunderstand. I was merely examining your panel information, not intentionally disregarding you. Please rise. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Focus on defeating the enemies first, and I will introduce you properly afterward." Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Lung Ling realized she had misjudged her lord, her heart filled with guilt as she stood and offered a respectful gesture before surveying the battlefield. Meanwhile, Guan Yidao was wreaking havoc below, his battle fervor peaking as he spotted the skeletal captain, ready to charge into combat as soon as his skill cooldown finished in 1 minute. Lung Ling, that is the skeletal captain of excellence level. If we eliminate it, this wave of enemies will be significantly easier, Xiao Tian directed, pointing towards the skeletal captain. After assessing the distance, Lung Ling confidently replied, "Do not worry, my lord. This is but a trivial matter. Watch and learn." With that, she drew her bow, aiming for a few seconds before shouting, "Fire." Her movements were a blur, as if lightning struck, releasing 10 arrows in rapid succession, forming a seamless line as they hurtled towards the skeletal captain. Utilizing her rain of arrows skill, Xiao Tian was astounded by the sheer speed. In under 2 seconds, all 10 arrows were released. The arrows struck true, piercing the skeletal captain's eye sockets and igniting its soul fire. The skeletal captain fell before it could even react. Everyone was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to attack. Fortunately, as the skeletal warlord fell, the enemy's assault paused for a brief moment. Otherwise, injuries would have ensued. The miraculous quiver revealed 10 arrows the instant the skeletal warlord collapsed, leaving Xiao Tian and Nong Yi in a state of astonishment. "Wow, Lung Ling, you are truly remarkable." Amidst their continuous praises, a smile gradually crept onto Lung Ling's lips, her heart brimming with joy. With a mere flick of her hand, she unleashed a flurry of arrows, achieving an astonishing rate of 2 arrows per second, even without the aid of skills. Her strikes were swift and precise, resulting in a steady stream of enemies falling, even the skeletal warriors succumbing to a single arrow. In just 3 minutes, she had loosed nearly 300 arrows, clearing all foes surrounding the outpost. With 2 minutes remaining until the next wave. "Master, my shooting speed is too rapid. The bow's durability has already halved," Lung Ling remarked, holding her bow high. "Yes. We need to collect the spoils immediately. Uncle Guan, please clear the battlefield and retrieve the fallen light orbs," Xiao Tian responded promptly. After all, Lung Ling had become the team's primary damage dealer, and her absence would be sorely felt. The battlefield was soon cleared, and everyone gathered around. Xiao Tian introduced Lung Ling to the group, and thankfully, her affable nature shone through as she warmly engaged with her companions. With the lively Xiao Qi, they shared laughter, and she even offered guidance on archery. They acquired 4 fine-grade iron swords, 7 sets of fine-grade iron armor, 1 set of rare-grade dark iron armor, 8 bottles of healing potions, 10 repair stones, a blueprint for crafting healing potions, and 1 rare-grade summoning token for skeletons. The team exchanged their worn-out iron swords and armor, with Uncle Guan donning the dark iron armor. Xiao Tian swiftly allocated the equipment, with only Shield Mountain and Lung Ling consuming 2 repair stones each, leaving them with 6 remaining. Curiously, they examined the newly obtained healing potions. Healing Potion, common, instantly restores 30 health points and slightly heals injuries. This was far more practical than the fine-grade potions, especially as their supply was dwindling. Healing Potion, Crafting Blueprint. Chapter 35, The Emergence of the Epic Skeleton King. A special monster, Devourer. Common grade requires 200 milliliters of water and 1 life grass. Common. Instantly restores 30 health points and slightly heals injuries. With effects halved for fine grade and above. Fine grade requires 200 milliliters of fine water and 1 life grass. Fine. Instantly restores 60 health points. Rapidly heals injuries. With effects halved for rare grade and above. Rare grade requires 200 milliliters of rare water and 1 life grass. Rare. Instantly restores full health and immediately heals injuries. With effects halved for superior grade and above. To their astonishment, their luck was remarkable. This was akin to the red potions in games. A complete set that could be crafted up to legendary quality, though Xiao Tian had yet to encounter rare grade life grass. Xiao Tian summoned the skeletal warriors as the 7th wave of enemies appeared, still numbering 1,000. The skeletal warriors had increased to 20, and the skeletal warlord count had risen by 1. alongside the emergence of 50 fine-grade iron corpses, standing 3 meters tall, adorned with a layer of carapace. Their speed diminished, but their defense more than doubled. 50 fine-grade hunters, small in stature, boasted increased speed and agility, with long, sharp claws at the ends of their hands. Without Lung Ling, this wave would have resulted in heavy losses, but with her presence, the moment the enemy appeared, the two skeletal warlords were obliterated before they could even make a move. Guanyi felt somewhat disheartened, as Lung Ling's arrival rendered him seemingly superfluous. Stationed on the platform, he had eagerly anticipated showcasing his new equipment, only to find himself relegated to dispatching mere minions. Even Xiao Tian had yet to make a move. Leaning against the edge of the high platform, admiring Lung Ling's artful attacks alongside Nong Yi. "Master, perhaps you and Nong should descend. You're affecting my aim," Lung Ling suddenly exclaimed, leaving Xiao Tian feeling embarrassed at being critiqued. Reluctantly, he and Nong descended the platform to join the others in battling the minions, with even Nong occasionally taking up an iron sword to strike one down. The seventh wave passed without incident, with not a single fine-grade monster felled by anyone other than Lung Ling. They once again collected a substantial haul of iron swords and armor, acquiring new gear, a rare-grade dark iron helmet, dark iron boots, 8 repair stones, 6 bottles of common healing potions, 2 bottles of fine-grade potions, and 1 common summoning token. They had amassed quite a collection of fine-grade equipment. Upon returning, they could afford to wholesale it. The first helmet and boots obtained were bestowed upon Guanyi. Now clad in high-grade gear, his combat prowess soaring, ready to challenge the dragon rhinoceros upon their return. In the 8th wave, with Lung Ling's Gatling-like presence, the team faced little resistance, making it feel as though they were on a leisurely vacation. Gathering against the protective wall, they exchanged banter, nearly forgetting that they were engaged in a life-or-death game. The 9th wave posed a slight challenge, finally granting Guanyi the opportunity he had been yearning for. Fueled with excitement, he charged into the throng of monsters, his great blade slicing through both fine and rare-grade foes alike. He ultimately found himself facing the last 2 skeletal warlords, delivering a decisive half-moon slash to conclude the battle. Uncle Guan is magnificent. Under Xiao Tian's lead, the group erupted in cheers for Guanyi. After several consecutive waves, Xiao Tian, Shield Mountain, and Xiao Qi had all donned complete sets of rare-grade equipment. Lung Ling equipped herself with boots and a helmet, while even Bu Yi and Nong Yi wielded rare-grade weapons and donned rare-grade armor. They also summoned 5 skeletal warriors, 5 skeletal champions, and 2 skeletal warlords, filling the platform passage to capacity. Nong Yi and Xiao Tian ascended once more to the high platform, after 9 waves of assaults. Apart from Lung Ling and Bu Yi who had reached level 3, everyone else had attained level 4, with Guanyi boasting the highest combat power. Guanyi superior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian devoted. Level 4, experience, 600-2000. Combat power, 1266-331-600-335. Health, 100. Skills, 1/ Charge Blast. Increases attack power by 100. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Leadership, capable of commanding up to 100 warriors. All warriors gain 10 in attack and defense. Equipment, Crescent Blade, superior, combat power, 135, durability, 100-100. Rare Dark Iron Armor, combat power, 68, durability, 88-100. Rare Dark Iron Helmet, combat power, 62, durability, 100-100. Rare Dark Iron Boots, combat power, 70, durability, 100-100. Evaluation, Veteran's Transformation, initial steps to command. The surge in combat power was astounding, and Xiao Tian felt a dramatic shift in the strength of his team, even nurturing a flicker of gratitude towards Lin Ming. Bah, what a ridiculous notion. Once I return, I must devise a way to eliminate that brat. The final wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Completing it will yield substantial rewards, while failure results in annihilation. Completion conditions. 1. Survive for 60 minutes. 2. Eliminate all monsters. Meeting either condition will suffice for completion, with varying rewards based on the method of completion. Haha, finally. The last wave. Everyone prepare. Let us finish this and head home. Xiao Tian laughed heartily, unaware that evening had crept in around 7 o'clock, having battled for several hours. Thankfully, without the constraints of day and night, the pressure of defense was alleviated. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, and to their surprise, the refresh did not occur simultaneously. Instead, 1,000 skeletons emerged in the front while 1,000 blood corpses spawned behind them. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Tian was drenched in cold sweat. In front, the horde of skeletons included an epic skeleton king, 3 superior-grade skeletal warlords, 100 rare-grade skeletal warriors, with the remainder being fine-grade monsters, including 100 fine-grade skeletal spear throwers. Behind them, the corpses revealed a special superior-grade devourer, 100 rare-grade killers, with the rest being fine-grade iron corpses and hunters. Uncle Guan, what should we do? The enemy's strength and numbers have multiplied several times. It seems exceedingly difficult to endure. Xiao Tian's voice trembled slightly, his complexion ghastly, while Nong Yi beside him quaked. his legs shaking uncontrollably. Guan Yidao's expression darkened, and for a moment, he could not conceive of a solution. My lord, first, provide the details on the Skeleton King and the Devourer. Skeleton King, Epic, Level 1. Combat Power, 1458. Devourer, Exceptional, Level 1. Combat Power, 850. Skills, Devour, which allows rapid leveling through the consumption of corpses. Burst, instantaneously increases speed by 200 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. An aberration among the corpses. It actively consumes its companions, growing stronger with each consumption, with a chance of promotion. Uncle Guan, the Devourer can still see its information. Its skills are quite grotesque. The Skeleton King only reveals its combat power of 1458, no further details. This left Guan Yidao feeling uncertain. What was visible appeared formidable, while the unseen posed an even greater conundrum, leaving him unaware of what hidden cards the enemy might hold. Chapter 36. Harmonious Collaboration to Conquer the Devourer. Shields up. Shield Mountain. Follow me. The rest maintain the platform. My lord, clear out the skeleton javelin throwers while Lung Ling deals with the skeleton warriors. Shield Mountain and I will create an opportunity for you to eliminate it with a hail of arrows. We must first subdue the Devourer. Having spoken, Guan Yidao leaped down from the watchtower, leading Shield Mountain towards the rear of the corpse horde. The duo, perfectly in sync, carved a bloody path through the undead, while Xiaoqi drew her bow to cover their advance, leaving the others anxiously awaiting their return. Ripping sounds echoed. Guan Yidao was taken aback. The newly emerged Slayer, rare, possessed formidable defenses, rendering him unable to dispatch it with a single strike. It proved to be quite the nuisance. Exhibiting both the high defense of an iron corpse and the speed of a hunter, its hands transforming into sharp blades. Each Slayer required 2 strikes to be vanquished, hastening the depletion of Guan Yidao's stamina. As he neared the Devourer, now less than 20 meters away, it constantly evaded his attempts. The cunning Devourer danced among the corpses, voraciously consuming the bodies Guan Yidao had felled, its aura growing increasingly potent. Even without visibility into its power changes, it was evident it was becoming stronger. Xiao Tian, who was preoccupied with the skeleton javelin throwers, inadvertently glanced at Guan Yidao and observed the Devourer's movements, prompting him to check its status. Devourer, Exceptional, Level 3. Combat Power, 1150. Skills, Devour, which allows rapid leveling through the consumption of corpses. Burst, instantaneously increases speed by 200 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. An aberration among the corpses, it grows stronger the more it consumes, with a chance of promotion. Startled, he realized that in under 5 minutes, it had leveled up twice. He immediately shouted to Guan Yidao, Uncle Guan, the Devourer is now level 3 with a combat power of 1150. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Guan Yidao momentarily froze, disbelief etched on his face. He had not anticipated the Devourer to be so formidable, understanding that immediate action was imperative. Delaying further would spell disaster. Shield Mountain, get ready to follow me. Firmly grasping his crescent blade, Guan Yidao made his decision, instructing Shield Mountain behind him, then called out to the watchtower, Lung Ling. Be alert. With a powerful push off the ground, he surged forward, cleaving through the horde with his crescent blade. He then executed a sweeping motion, utilizing the blade's length to strike horizontally, dispatching over 10 iron corpses and hunters with a single arc. Shield Mountain followed closely, using his shield to deflect attacks aimed at Guan Yidao, while his left hand wielded a black iron knife, continually harvesting any stragglers. In mere seconds, they carved out a bloody path of about 10 meters, now less than 10 meters from the Devourer, which was preoccupied with its feasting and momentarily caught off guard. Prepare. Sweeping strike. Guan Yidao bellowed, swinging his crescent blade horizontally, unleashing a wave of cutting energy. Dozens of monsters, be they iron corpses, hunters, or slayers, were cleaved in half, ultimately striking the Devourer, severing one of its arms and inflicting a deep wound visible to the bone across its chest. Piercing arrows. At this critical moment, Lung Ling unleashed her skill, sending 10 arrows flying. One struck the Devourer's head but penetrated only 3 centimeters before being thwarted. 2 others sank deep into its chest, while the remaining arrows were evaded by the Devourer. With a roar, the injured Devourer bellowed in fury. Guan Yidao initially expected it to retaliate against him, but to his surprise, it snatched a corpse and fled. With 5 meters still separating them, it was too late to intervene. Guan Yidao devised a plan and called out to Shield Mountain, ram into me. The two, well synchronized, executed the maneuver without hesitation. Shield Mountain placed his knife atop the thorny iron shield, exerting all his strength to charge toward Guan Yidao. As they neared, Guan Yidao leaped high, pushing off the knife to propel himself towards the Devourer. In an instant, he soared 7 or 8 meters, arriving above the Devourer and unleashing his skill. One strike. Raising his crescent blade high, he summoned all his strength and brought it down upon the Devourer. The creature attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a thunderous sound, the Devourer's hardened skull shattered, and the force of the blow cleaved it in two along its neck. Panting heavily, Guan Yidao leaned on his crescent blade, having expended a significant portion of his stamina. Fortunately, Shield Mountain arrived just in time to shield him from the frenzied horde of corpses driven mad by the Devourer's demise, which could have torn him to shreds. Yes. Just as Xiao Tian finished off the last skeleton javelin thrower, he caught sight of the Devourer's demise, elated. Lung Ling, I'll provide support for Uncle Guan and the others. The Devourer has been slain. Xiao Tian turned and began shooting at the enemies surrounding Guan Yidao. Lung Ling, who had just dispatched 2 skeleton warriors, heard the news and smiled, responding softly, good. With Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi continuously covering him, Guan Yidao downed 2 bottles of superior-grade recovery potions, regaining a measure of stamina. However, for someone of Guan Yidao's exceptional caliber, the effect was minimal, restoring only 30 points of stamina, leaving him with less than 50. He began coordinating with Shield Mountain to break through to the watchtower, but despite the assistance of Xiao Tian and Xiao Qi, they found themselves impeded by the frenzied tide of corpses, making even the slightest movement arduous. Seeing the dire situation, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and commanded all but 2 skeleton warriors to engage. Under his orders, several skeleton warriors and soldiers relentlessly charged towards Guan Yidao. And after sacrificing the last of the skeleton soldiers, they finally cleared a bloody path. Xiao Tian then directed the skeleton warriors to shield Guan Yidao and his companion from incoming attacks. As the last skeleton warrior fell, the two finally reached the base of the watchtower, where they were swiftly lifted by 2 skeleton warriors. Guan Yidao, breathless and without time to rest, immediately commanded the others. Nong Yi, come down and coordinate with Bu Yi. Let the 2 skeleton warriors hold the line. After catching his breath and sipping water from Xiao Qi, he continued. Xiao Qi, Shield Mountain, and I will defend the front. My lord and Lung Ling will quickly eliminate the rare-level enemies. At this moment, all the skeleton javelin throwers had been dispatched by Xiao Tian, and the last skeleton warrior was dealt with by Lung Ling. Only over 90 skeleton warriors and more than 700 skeleton soldiers remained, and under Lung Ling's careful control, they refrained from eliminating the skeleton soldiers, keeping the skeleton king at bay, unable to advance. Endless defense and slaughter ensued, and before they realized it, another 10 minutes had slipped by. While defending, Guan Yidao suddenly heard Nong Yi shout, Uncle Guan, Bu Yi and I can barely hold on. We need support. Chapter 37, Crisis. Despair. Epic Skill Scroll. The two were merely of superior grade, and Nong Yi, not even a warrior, had already performed admirably by holding out for over 10 minutes, solely relying on the relentless assault of the 2 skeleton warriors. Lung Ling, how many rare-level enemies remain ahead? As Guan Yidao simultaneously slayed enemies and inquired about Lung Ling, he surveyed the surroundings. After a brief moment, Lung Ling finally spoke up. 16. Excellent. Leave the rest to our lord. You focus on shooting the enemies from behind, be they rare or elite, and eliminate them with utmost speed. After issuing his commands, Guan Yidao beckoned to Shield Mountain, saying, You and Xiao Qi hold the line. Do not rush to kill, prioritize defense, and let the skeletal warriors hold back the skeleton king. I will assist from the rear. Turning to the back, he found Bu Yi and Nong Yi battered and bruised. Nong Yi's shield lay in ruins, and he was struggling to fend off the onslaught with an iron sword scavenged from Xiao Tian. The 2 skeletal warlords remained unscathed, as the tide of corpses could not breach their defenses, though their large size rendered them slow in attacking on the platform. Meanwhile, several hunters and slayers had already climbed up. Multi-shot arrows. Lung Ling's timely attack felled 10 hunters in quick succession. Guan Yidao wasted no time, continuously eliminating enemies along the passage, clearing the foes who attempted to ascend the lookout. Nong Yi, go up first. Bu Yi, drink a recovery potion. Protecting the 2, Guan Yidao commanded while dispatching enemies. Upon hearing his orders, Nong Yi painfully crawled up to the high platform. To avoid disturbing Xiao Tian and Lung Ling, he had to crouch and rest. The battle persisted for 30 minutes, and the tide of corpses had dwindled significantly. During this time, Xiao Tian was compelled to unleash the rain of arrows skill, breaking a wave of assaults. Uncle Guan, there are still 15 minutes left. Let us not think about the final reward. Let us just hold out until time runs out. Everyone was exhausted. Although Xiao Tian had consumed rare-grade water to recover some stamina, the group was mentally drained. Bu Yi and Nong Yi, with their low capabilities, now lay half reclined on the high platform, bloodied and unconscious. Unfortunately, calamity struck. The skeleton king, seeing his minions unable to advance and half of them decimated, suddenly erupted in fury. Raising his massive bone axe, he began to crush all the skeletal warriors in his path and charged toward the lookout. Master, Uncle Guan. It's bad. The skeleton king has gone berserk, slaughtering his own minions, and is only 80 meters away. The few remaining in the rear, who were eliminating the last remnants of enemies, were taken aback and hurried forward, leaving the remaining foes to Xiao Qi and the 2 skeletal warlords. Uncle Guan, do you have any ideas? Xiao Tian, leaning against the protective wall of the high platform, could only rely on the seasoned veteran, Guan Yidao. There is no other way. We must endure and stall for time. Xiao Qi, quickly eliminate the remaining foes, and bring the skeletal warlords up front. Guan Yidao, his expression serious and weary, spoke. He was fatigued from both the continuous battle and the need to command everyone, more so than anyone else. Fortunately, his skills had cooled down, and he had refrained from using them, perhaps allowing him to buy some time. Lung Ling, Master, exert all your strength to clear out all enemies. At this juncture, there is no need to hold back the skeletal warriors. Shide Mountain, coordinate with me and use your skills at the right moment. Guan Yidao meticulously organized everyone, preparing to face the Skeleton King's onslaught. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Shide Mountain, prepare. With a sudden roar, the Skeleton King hurled his bone shield, which instantly expanded several times and unleashed numerous bone blades toward the lookout. Guan Yidao's heart sank, realizing his miscalculation. He had not anticipated that the Skeleton King's first skill would be a ranged attack. Thankfully, Shide Mountain, who had been attentively monitoring, reacted in time and unleashed his skill. Guard! A thunderous sound erupted, not the clash of shields, but the impact of Shide Mountain colliding with the high platform. The shield-wielding Shide Mountain, whose strength and rank were vastly inferior to the Skeleton King, shattered the illusory shield upon contact. The iron shield crashed against his chest, sending him hurtling back toward the high platform, collapsing it under his weight and causing him to spew blood. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Tian and Lung Ling quickly lifted Bu Yi and Nong Yi, leaping down in a disheveled manner. Xiao Qi, who was maneuvering from the side, observed a skeletal warrior half buried in the rubble and broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that had she been a moment slower, it would have been her fate. Xiao Tian hastily cleared away the debris, while Bu Yi and Nong Yi, having been jolted awake by the tremors, were now cast into a corner behind them. Shide Mountain, how are you? The group looked at him with concern as Xiao Tian helped him up. Multi-shot arrows. Half-moon slash. Before Shide Mountain could respond, Guan Yidao and Lung Ling had already commenced their assault. Unfortunately, after the Skeleton King's bone shield struck, it automatically returned, and the unharmed Skeleton King continued his assault, merely retreating a few steps. Guan Yidao's expression turned grim as he addressed Xiao Tian. Master, this is dire. The Skeleton King is far too formidable. I can take one more hit. Shide Mountain grunted, holding aloft his nearly shattered iron shield, his face resolute. Damn, only 10 minutes left. Glancing at the time, Xiao Tian muttered in frustration. He loosed several arrows from the mystic golden divine bow, but they failed to breach the Skeleton King's defenses, filling him with despair. Was this how it was going to end? Unwilling to accept his fate, Xiao Tian began rummaging through his storage space, scanning for any useful items. That is odd. There's still a golden treasure chest. If it doesn't work, there's also a silver one. Since we're doomed anyway, I might as well take a risk. Xiao Tian retrieved the golden treasure chest, lamenting that he had no enhancement attempts left for the day. Otherwise, it would at least have been a diamond chest. Suddenly, Shide Mountain again stepped forward, lacking a skill. He was struck, shattering his shield, and sent flying into a skeletal warrior, letting out a pained cry before losing consciousness. On the skeletal warrior. At this moment, Guan Yidao could only think that a second gained was a second earned. Should I open it? Open it, open it. No time for hesitation. The two skeletal warriors shattered in a single blow, buying only 5 seconds, and the situation was urgent. Acquired summoning order, exquisite, X1. Skill, restoration aura X1, skill upgrade stone X2, fine iron X20, thunderous hell, epic, X1. Ignoring everything else, Xiao Tian focused on the exquisite summoning order and upgrade stones that were of no use at the moment, hastily checking thunderous hell. Thunderous hell, epic, one-time use. Summons a storm of lightning to strike the target, immobilizing all beings within a 20-meter radius. A smile blossomed on Xiao Tian's face. Fortune had smiled upon him in his direst hour. The next moment, however, he froze, realizing bitterly, the 20-meter range includes myself. Doesn't that mean mutual destruction? Leave it to me, master. The typically reticent Lung Ling interjected upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, snatching the skill scroll and leaping down from the lookout. Like a sprite, she danced above the hordes of skeletons before Xiao Tian could even react, already some distance away. Suddenly turning, she drew her bow, multi-shot arrows. Critical hit. She unleashed 2 skills in rapid succession, striking the Skeleton King's skull. Caught off guard, the Skeleton King had a piece of its cranium shattered, and in rage, chased after Lung Ling. With a swing of his bone axe, a flash of white light appeared before him as 10 skeletal warriors emerged. Clearly, this was his second skill, and it was fearsome. Lung Ling had a plan. She danced just outside of the Skeleton King's 20-meter range, attempting to lure all the skeletons toward their king. As the moment arrived, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, and she hurled thunderous hell with all her might. Boom. Chapter 38. Perfect completion, safe return. With flickering lightning, as though calamity had descended, all skeletons within a 400-square-meter radius of the Skeleton King seemed to be ensnared by a binding spell, rendered immobile as they accepted the purifying onslaught of lightning. Hundreds of skeletal warriors were continuously reduced to fragments. and many who had yet to approach their king instinctively drew nearer, only to be turned to dust. The formidable skeleton king, relying on its own power, unexpectedly rose and began to move, as if in slow motion, towards the periphery. It endured dozens of lightning strikes, each bolt striking its body and scattering bone dust. By the time it reached the edge, its form had diminished to less than half. Finally, as it stepped out of the confines of the thunder prison, it raised its head and let out a silent yet defiant roar. Boom! Several bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, reducing the skeleton king to mere powder. Save for the severed foot that had ventured beyond. Experience gained, 500. What? Xiao Tian stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his mouth agape and words failing him. He had never imagined that such terrifying skills existed in this world, and his heart ached profoundly. Had this item been enhanced tomorrow, he would have dared to challenge the gods, yet it was squandered so quickly. Congratulations on the perfect clearance. Received a mysterious gift pack, total experience, 1000. In 10 minutes. Teleportation will commence. Quick, gather all the light orbs. Xiao Tian had never felt so agile, leaping forth and using both hands and feet to scurry and collect the orbs scattered on the ground. The others, including Xiao Qi, Nong Yi, and Bu Yi, quickly jumped backward, while Guan Yi Dao followed closely behind, frantically picking up orbs. Lung Ling had already collected the light orbs dropped by the skeleton king and began sweeping the surroundings. 3, 2, 1. Fortunately, they managed to clean the scene thoroughly in the nick of time. Thud, thud. Inside the stone house, the group materialized from the teleportation, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Even the aloof Lung Ling lay sprawled out unceremoniously, motionless. The playful Xiao Qi wailed dramatically, eliciting laughter from everyone. It was only then that they realized the power of the light tower. It was as bright as day outside, and with the windows open, the room was sufficiently illuminated, requiring no oil lamps. Under the influence of the light tower, everyone's stamina slowly began to recover, and some minor wounds had already healed. The heavily injured Shield Mountain was also feeling much better now. Seeing the shelter for the first time, Lung Ling and Bu Yi were undeniably awestruck by Xiao Tian's strength. There was no time to cook. No me, please. Could you boil 3 ordinary and 1 exquisite golden-armored crocodile eggs? Once we finish eating, everyone should wash up and rest. Ding! Just as the words left his mouth, Xiao Tian's wristband buzzed incessantly. Puzzled, he opened it to find a flood of messages from friends, along with over 100 from his mother, arriving almost every few minutes. It turned out he had muted notifications. No wonder he hadn't received a single message. It was already quite late. Weather report. Killing continent. Year 1, Day 3, 21:55. 10 hours and 5 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 1017. Weather, heavy rain. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 8 hours had slipped away. He hurriedly sent a message to all the concerned friends to assure them of his safety. Then, he sent a video to his mother. Within less than a second, the call connected, indicating that she had been waiting anxiously. In the video, his mother's eyes were red-rimmed as she held his sleeping sister. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, she expressed her concern. Xiao Tian, what happened? I sent you messages all day with no reply, and every time I tried a video call, it said unreachable. Xiao Tian felt a pang of guilt. The situation had been urgent, and he had forgotten to inform her, causing her to worry all day. He quickly explained, Mom, I encountered something unexpected today, which prevented me from contacting you, but I'm fine now. It's late. We have a lot to do tomorrow. You should get some rest. I'll video call you when I wake up. After chatting for a while and alleviating his mother's worries, he ended the call. Shortly thereafter, with Xiao Qi's assistance, Nomi managed to fry 4 golden-armored crocodile eggs, each larger than ostrich eggs. The group divided them, and the lightly salted eggs tasted extraordinarily delicious to those who had been hungry all day, disappearing in no time. After satisfying their hunger, they took turns washing up. Xiao Tian crafted 2 beds and bedding, setting them up in the second-floor living room. Xiao Qi and Lung Ling shared a room, while Nong Yi and Bu Yi had to make do with sleeping in the living room. After washing up, Xiao Tian collapsed into bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Ding! In the early morning, Xiao Tian was not awakened by the sunlight, but by the persistent alerts of his wristband. Due to the light tower, he had to keep the windows closed while sleeping. Blinking through groggy eyes, he opened the window, instantly flooding the room with light. A glance at the time revealed it was only 7 a.m., and he mumbled, "Who was sending messages before dawn?" Upon opening it, he saw it was a video from his mother, and he quickly connected. Hee, brother, you're sleeping in. It took you so long to answer. The moment the video started, he saw his adorable sister Linlin chiding him, holding a large bowl. Li Yui chimed in. Your sister hasn't seen you all day yesterday and has been longing for you. The moment she woke up today, she insisted on finding you. How are you? Have you rested well? The care of family always warms the heart. Xiao Tian felt a surge of warmth and energy, smiling as he replied, I'm well rested. Full of energy, and I can eat 8 bowls. Brother, you're bragging. I can't even finish half a bowl. Watching the siblings banter, Li Yui beamed with a radiant smile, grateful to see her children safe and healthy in this unfamiliar place. By the way, Mom, how did the ginger soup sell yesterday? What level is the cabin now? And how many supplies have we stored? Xiao Tian's barrage of questions left Liu momentarily stunned. It took her a while to respond. I put 10 cups of ginger soup on the shelf for trial yesterday, and it turned out to be a hot seller with high demand. I sold out after a busy day. Just the thatch alone earned us 880 units, and we traded 480 units of wood. We also acquired some small cabin blueprints, a dozen pieces of meat, and 2 beds. Unfortunately, we couldn't get a proper bed, so we're sleeping on the floor. But don't worry. We've upgraded to an intermediate small cabin, so we're safe from the rain and cold. I'm quite satisfied. Oh, Xiao Tian, I've saved a few good things for you, and I'll send one to you each day. Summoning Order, Exquisite 2. Class Change Book, Steward, 1. Farmland, Exquisite, 1. Man-Eating Flower Seeds, Exquisite, 2. As Xiao Tian read his mother's messages, tears welled in his eyes without him realizing. This is what parents do. Having just secured their basic needs, they were already thinking of providing the best for him. Foolish boy, you're all grown up and still crying, Liu said. Both amused and pained. Linlin made a silly face and chimed, brother, so embarrassing. Wiping away his tears, Xiao Tian chuckled, Mom, I'm off to work now. I'll give you all a surprise later. Chapter 39, Xiao Qi's class change to Steward. The Dragon Rhino Beast's breakthrough is imminent. Xiao Tian did not send the items immediately, as he remembered the family ring could teleport items every 7 days. Thus, he could bring more items at once, sparing his mother the hassle of daily exchanges and allowing her to focus on her development. Stepping out of his room, he found the living room empty of Nong, and Bu. Descending the stairs, he discovered only Xiao Qi busy preparing breakfast, while the others had already gone out. Xiao Qi, what delicious food are we having today? Xiao Qi, a bit shy, replied, My lord, we have run out of food at home. Nong and I caught some fish and shrimp from the pond, so we'll have that for breakfast. Guan and Lung Ling went to check on the dragon rhino beasts. Xiao Tian slapped his forehead, thinking, how could these 2 dragon rhino beasts cause us to run out of meat? It's no wonder even small animals are too frightened to approach the shelter. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He told Xiao Qi, then let us eat for now, and I'll think of a solution. He then stepped out of the stone house, collected today's well water, and was about to leave the courtyard to seek Guan Dao for ideas. Weather report. Killing continent. Year 1. Day 4, 7:24. 36 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 815. Weather, overcast. At this moment, there are still 36 minutes until dawn. Yet the surroundings of the shelter appear no different from daytime. The diligent farmer, labors tirelessly in the fields, while Guan Dao patrols the vicinity with Bu. Cold Ling stands atop the arrow tower, surveying the area. Xiao Tian approaches the archway, where the blood thorn stretches its tentacle-like main branches, brushing against his pant legs. Its leaves quivering with evident delight upon seeing its master. After playing with the blood thorn for a while, he ascends to the top of the tower and addresses Cold Ling. Is there any news? After an afternoon of battle and spending time with everyone, Cold Ling has developed a favorable impression of Xiao Tian, realizing her previous misunderstandings about him. However, true to her nature, her tone remains cool as she replies, Master, there's an issue. Uncle Guan mentioned that there are 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts ahead. I sense a growing aura that has already surpassed my own. Cold Ling gestures toward a dark area in the distance, where the 2 beasts reside. Can you and Uncle Guan handle it? Xiao Tian's tone grows urgent. The dragon rhinoceros beasts are formidable enough to confine him within the shelter, and if they grow stronger, his chances for development will vanish. After a moment of contemplation, perhaps calculating something in her mind, Cold Ling slowly shakes her head and speaks. It is difficult. If it were only the one that has grown stronger, we might have a chance, but with another of equal strength to mine, even if we win, at least one of us will perish. Xiao Tian's expression darkens considerably. Their only hope now lies in the mysterious reward package and the drops from the final challenge. Let us head back. After breakfast, I'll assess our supplies to see if there are other solutions. Soon, at Xiao Tian's invitation, everyone returns indoors, enjoying fish and shrimp seasoned with a hint of ginger and salt, which adds a unique flavor to their meal, and they eat with great enthusiasm. Ding! Just as they finish and prepare to work, a chime from his wristband catches his attention. He opens it to find a message from his mother, which reads, Xiao Tian, I believe this item will be beneficial to you. Take a look. Job transfer scroll, steward, can be used by someone without a profession. Transfers profession to steward, capable of assisting in managing the shelter. Authorized to utilize all functions within the shelter, generate auxiliary wristbands, and access the trading channel. Note, free your hands, completely relax. But be especially cautious of betrayal and having nothing. He had only glanced at it hurriedly that morning, not expecting such an extraordinary profession. With this, he would no longer need to remain by the workbench and trading channel all day. He could simply lounge, browse the chat channel, and flirt with girls, without any responsibilities. The thought alone made his mouth water. However, before the others noticed his growing excitement, Xiao Tian promptly concealed his thoughts. Mindful of Cold Ling's earlier misunderstanding that had caused a significant drop in loyalty. I wonder if it can be enhanced, Xiao Tian mused, gazing at the item in hand. With a mindset of experimentation, he activated his talent, but the enhancement failed. The item bore no grade. Xiao Tian was not surprised. It made sense that without a grade, enhancement would yield no improvement. Among his subordinates, only Guan Yidao and Shao Qi lacked professions. Guan Yidao, as a key general, was naturally not under consideration. Meanwhile, Shao Qi, though spirited, approached her tasks with utmost seriousness, possessing learning skills and combat abilities. She was indeed an ideal candidate. He opened Shao Qi's profile to examine her stats. Shao Qi rare. Profession, none. Level, for experience, 1952,000. Loyalty, 92. Combat power, 668208180280. Skills, learning, adept at acquiring various skills quickly. Traits, cooking, expert. Farming, beginner. Animal husbandry, beginner. Archery, expert. Swordsmanship, expert. Stamina, 100. Equipment, dark iron sword, rare. Combat power, 80 durability, 67 Dark iron armor, rare. Combat power, 68 durability, 83 Dark iron helmet, rare. Combat power, 62 durability, 78 Dark iron boots, rare. Combat power, 70 durability, 88 Evaluation, versatile, skilled in multiple disciplines. He was taken aback. Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable girl had grown to such an extent in just 2 days? With proper guidance, her future is indeed promising. Her loyalty is sufficient at 92 points. As long as he doesn't engage in any outrageous actions, she will remain steadfastly loyal. Xiao Qi, I have a profession item for you, responsible for the internal affairs of the shelter. I would like to entrust it to you. Once you change professions, you will be busy managing the shelter and won't have time for battles outside. Please consider whether you wish to accept it. After some thought, Xiao Tian decided to respect his subordinate's choice. Although he could make the decision unilaterally, he had come to realize over the past few days that those summoned were no different from him. They possessed independent personalities with their own interests and hobbies. He did not wish to treat his subordinates as mere tools. Xiao Qi did not respond immediately, and everyone watched her in silence. Their hearts touched by Xiao Tian's actions, resulting in a significant increase in loyalty, with Cold Ling's loyalty rising by 8 points. They were moved by their lord's respect and equal treatment. Thank you, my lord, for granting me the right to make my own decision. I choose to accept. As long as it helps you, I am willing to do anything, even if it means fighting to protect the shelter. This was the first time Xiao Tian witnessed Xiao Qi's serious expression and resolute gaze. A smile crept onto his lips, knowing he had made the right choice. As he heard the prompt indicating that Xiao Qi's loyalty had soared, now firmly loyal, he picked up the item and chose to use it. Usage successful. Target, Xiao Qi, successfully acquired the profession of steward. Chapter 40, a friend worth deepening ties with. After a flash of white light, no discernible changes appeared, except for the addition of a wristband. Xiao Qi looked on with curiosity. Xiao Tian opened it to discover that the auxiliary wristband not only allowed her to use his trading channel, but also enabled communication with him. Additionally, it granted various authorizations, such as crafting tables, item usage, disassembly, and identification. Essentially, apart from replacing Xiao Tian in conversation and adding friends, it encompassed nearly all functionalities, and he activated all authorizations. Next, he emptied the contents of his storage space, fortunate that the dropped light orbs had been grouped together before opening, or else the space would have been overwhelmed with dozens of them. Everyone helped clear space and count the supplies. Xiao Qi, assist me in opening the items. Xiao Tian first collected the materials from selling the raincoats, receiving 800 units of thatch and 56 units of wood. There were still 437 raincoats left on the crafting table. Xiao Tian decided to keep 30 for himself, 20 as reserves and 10 for his mother, while placing the remainder for sale. Now, Xiao Tian finally had time to check his friend messages. He had hastily reported his safety last night, but had yet to see what his friends had sent. The first message he opened was from his good brother, Wang Chu. Wang Chu, brother, do you have any equipment for sale? I just summoned a new subordinate, and my gear is lacking. Wang Chu, brother? Why aren't you replying? I just opened a box and got a decent item. See if it's useful. Building upgrade scroll rare. Wang Chu, what is wrong with you? Why are people in the chat saying you're dead? Why aren't you responding? Wang Chu, brother, are you still alive? Wang Chu, thank goodness you're alive. Receiving your message puts me at ease. Feeling deeply moved, Xiao Tian was surprised that after only a few days of acquaintance, this brother had sent dozens of messages throughout the afternoon without hesitation. He promptly sent over 2 sets of fine-grade iron swords and armor, selecting those with 100 stamina. Xiao Tian, thank you for your concern, brother. I'm sending you 2 sets of equipment. Is that building upgrade scroll, rare, still available? I have use for it, and would like to trade it for a rare dark iron sword. Next, he opened Li Weiwei's message. Li Weiwei, big brother Xiao. How about blacksmith shop? Fine. Building upgrade scroll, fine. Skill upgrade stone? The first message struck Xiao Tian profoundly. Despite his relentless efforts, she casually produced several rare items. Li Weiwei, Xiao Gu, why haven't you replied? I just acquired 2 exquisite summoning orders. Would you like them? I already have one extraordinary and two rare ones. But I hesitate to summon too many, as ordinary food fails to satiate me, and rare-level beasts flee at the sight of me. It's simply unsustainable. Is this even a coherent expression? Li Weiwei, what is wrong with you? Why are people in the chat channel saying you're dead? Li Weiwei, wonderful. It's a relief to know you're safe. Good night. Ah, splendid. This girl is worth cultivating a deeper friendship with. She showed as much concern for me as brother Wang Chu did, sending messages throughout the afternoon. Xiao Tian, I need everything you sent, but currently, I have an abundance of gear. I possess both exquisite and rare items. Not sure if you need any. Xiao Tian was utterly lacking in confidence. This fortunate fellow likely lacked nothing. The third friend, Ning Yuangu, was also a kind-hearted lad who sent numerous messages similar to those of Wang Chu and Li Weiwei. Expressing concern, he hadn't mentioned any items for trade, so out of goodwill, Xiao Tian sent him a set of exquisite iron swords and armor. Lucy also sent several messages of concern while informing him that Zhao Tailin had ordered another 1000 bamboo cups from him. Upon hearing Xiao Tian had died, he raised the price of ginger soup, prompting many to curse the Wushuang alliance in the chat channel. My bargains are not so easily seized. Xiao Tian likewise sent him a set of equipment and placed an order for 2000 bamboo cups. To his surprise, Wu Ming also sent a few messages of inquiry. The most vivid impression of this naked man was still the 998. They had not interacted much, and after exchanging polite words, he informed him that he had items available for trade and could offer him a discount. After reviewing all the messages, Xiao Tian finally had the opportunity to open the chat channel. Chat channel. Regional population, 901, 251, 000. A day without checking, and over 1,000 had perished. Xiao Tian felt a twinge of melancholy, wondering how many would ultimately survive. The chat channel had seen an influx of new IDs, with the Wushuang alliance fervently promoting themselves, particularly the enthusiastic 000001, who incessantly elevated the alliance's status. 000001. Look at who can provide everyone with medicine. Only we, the Wushuang alliance, can offer ginger soup to help everyone endure these trying times. What is wrong with a slight price increase? If 9527 can sell, why can't we? 100000. You call that a slight increase? It's outright doubled. 096110. Everyone, refrain from purchasing. Let them lose their investments. Additionally, I'm placing an ad. The Anti-Fraud Alliance is recruiting. Hurry. Spots are limited. 096120. Come. There are indeed very few spots left. Join the alliance for mutual support. 096119. 000996. Just a bunch of advertisements. Scram. The Bull and Horse Alliance is recruiting. Those interested, please contact. Numerous alliances had sprung up, featuring all sorts of characters, but Xiao Tian remained silent. Adhering to the principle of quietly amassing wealth, Zhao Tielin's Wushuang alliance was reveling in their glory, while Xiao Tian was already devising a plan in his mind. Ding. Ning Yuangu was the first to respond. Ning Yuangu. Xiao Gu. How can I accept such valuable equipment? May I trade you materials instead? Xiao Tian, little brother. I truly do not need these items. Keep them for your own upgrades. Xiao Tian shook his head, pondering. This Ning Yuangu is genuinely sincere. Unwilling to take even a small advantage, far too honest. Ning Yuangu. I possess a considerable amount of wood and stone. My talent is an S grade, guaranteeing a 100 critical hit rate, 15 times, with the potential to trigger 5 times daily. My days consist of chopping trees and mining stones. And I have more than I can store. How about trading some with me, Xiao Gu? This lad foolishly revealed his talent to others, unaware of the harsh realities of society. However, Xiao Tian was envious. Such a remarkable talent squandered on mere tree chopping and stone mining. What a waste. Xiao Tian, in the future, refrain from disclosing your talents to others. If you truly possess ample materials, I can trade with you. Don't waste your abilities on materials. Recruit more followers to better protect yourself. I currently have an abundance of gear. Tell me what you wish to exchange. Exquisite items for 100 units of wood or 60 units of stone, and rare items for 600 units of wood or 300 units of stone. After a while, Ning Yuangu sent a message along with a trade offer. Ning Yuangu, rest assured. Xiao Gu, I'm not foolish. I've only disclosed this to you. I'll trade you 2 sets of exquisite iron swords and armor and 1 set of rare. Obtained, 1000 units of wood, 500 units of stone. This quantity seems incorrect. Ning Yuangu, Xiao Gu. I'm giving you the surplus as a thank you for your guidance. I'm heading out with my followers. Ding. Wang Chu, the items are still here. I'll give them to you. The 2 pieces of equipment you provided are sufficient. Take a look at this, Contract Team. Chapter 41, Joyfully Receiving the Mythical Summoning Order. Contract Team, 1 Captain, 9 members. Team Group Chat, free to chat and trade. Team Warehouse, all members can donate materials for shared use. Team Rescue, any member can send a distress signal. Others may choose to teleport to their side. Cooldown time of 24 hours, returns unrestricted. Captain's Authority, 1, with member consent. Can teleport to the shelter, cooldown time of 24 hours, returns unrestricted. 2. With member consent, can summon all members to their side, cooldown time of 24 hours, returns unrestricted. 3. Recruit or expel members, appoint a new captain. Note, team members cannot attack each other and cannot cross regions for use. This indeed is an exceptionally unique item. If one could assemble a trustworthy group of teammates, sharing resources and supporting one another, they would undoubtedly surpass others and thrive better. Compared to the alliance orders, this bears significant differences, fostering unity and being more manageable with fewer members. Xiao Tian, I'll decline your offer. Let us keep things clear among brothers. I'll exchange you one rare weapon for it. How do you intend to use this item? Wang Chu opened the message, and after reading it, a faint smile crept onto her lips, gradually blossoming. If her former comrades from the battlefield saw this icy beauty, they would surely be taken aback. Regarding Xiao Tian, she had pondered extensively. After traversing into this realm, she could not contact her former allies, and now the only one she could trust was Xiao Tian. Using it herself seemed impractical. It would be better entrusted to Xiao Tian. As for whether he would allow her to join, that was left to his discretion. After coming to a decision, Wang Chu sent the item to Xiao Tian and messaged him. Wang Chu, let us proceed as you wish. One of my rare subordinates is in need of a weapon, preferably a ranged one. As for the contract team, I'll leave it to you to manage. After waiting for quite some time without receiving a response from Wang Chu, Xiao Tian wandered through the trading channel to familiarize himself with the market. He was not the only fortunate one. Besides the still popular poncho, many were selling unique local specialties. The Wushuang Alliance's ginger soup was no longer a monopoly. A small amount had begun to circulate in the market, and other fortunate souls were concocting medicinal soups using dandelions, mugwort, and other materials for sale. While there were numerous scarce items, regrettably, most demanded exorbitant prices. Ultimately, Xiao Tian only acquired a few reasonably priced items, trading several exquisite level pieces for 3 exquisite summoning orders and 5 space gems. Ding. After reading Wang Chu's message, holding the contract team scroll in his hand, Xiao Tian pondered whether establishing a team was necessary. After all, his subordinates were quite capable, and he had no need for collaboration with others. Yet, having a few trustworthy teammates could be a beneficial choice. Just like now, many items he had yet to encounter could be obtained by others. Mutual exchange would facilitate continuous development. Creating an isolation could easily lead to obsolescence. Having contemplated thoroughly, Xiao Tian first bestowed the rare grade bow that had eliminated Xiao Qi upon Wang Chu, accompanying it with 100 arrows. Building upgrade scroll, rare capable of elevating a fine grade building to rare grade. A commendable item, Xiao Tian mused that enhancing it could allow the arrow tower to ascend, as he felt the rare grade tower was somewhat underwhelming. However, he refrained from immediate action, as the gains had yet to be fully assessed. Prioritizing enhancements was paramount. Oh, he also remembered the mysterious reward package from clearing the level, which remained unopened. It was only then that Xiao Tian recalled the clearing reward and retrieved the package to unveil its contents. He received 1 silver chest, 1 summoning order, epic, permanent space ring blueprint, and 10 space gems. By heavens! Xiao Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. The sudden outburst caused everyone to halt their tasks and turn toward him. Take a look at this. An epic summoning order. Hee. Xiao Tian declared with pride, and momentarily, everyone was taken aback. They had all witnessed epic-level entities, narrowly escaping the wrath of thunderous storms. Without further ado, the first item in need of enhancement had emerged, prompting Xiao Tian to immediately activate his innate skill. In a departure from the usual, a radiant spectrum of colors cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the entire shelter. The overwhelming aura rendered everyone breathless. In the depths of the sky, a pair of emotionless eyes materialized, fixating on the direction of Xiao Tian's sanctuary, lingering for a time before vanishing. Outside the sanctuary, 2 dragon rhinoceros beasts, one of which had fortuitously ascended to the epic level, now gazed upon the shelter in terror, trembling uncontrollably. With a roar, the epic dragon rhinoceros roused its companion, and both beasts desperately broke free, fleeing toward the depths of the forest, even resorting to their skills to topple numerous trees in their wake. Enhancement successful. The result was a mythical summoning order. What? Xiao Tian's eyes gleamed with both shock and elation. Mythical, what a concept. Haha, mythical. Who dares challenge that? He oscillated between wild laughter and shaking the others in excitement. While Xiao Qi and Lung Ling turned crimson, their heads bowed in shyness. After a considerable time, as his exuberance waned, Xiao Tian, noticing the flustered expressions of the two, promptly offered his apologies and swiftly changed the topic. Xiao Qi, how is the inventory coming along? Xiao Qi shot him an exasperated glance before responding. Everything has been accounted for. 48 fine-grade iron swords and iron armors, 5 rare-grade Xian iron swords, 4 Xian iron armors, 3 scale armors, 3 helmets, 2 pairs of battle boots, and lastly, the excellent grade white jade bone axe and white jade shield. These constitute all the equipment. Additionally, there are 22 repair stones, 15 space gems, 1 excellent grade space ring, 1 skill upgrade stone, 8 common grade summoning orders, 5 fine grade, 2 rare grade, 1 rare grade fertilizer reactor, and 1 shelter expansion scroll. That is all. Xiao Tian calculated that within his storage space, there remained 1 excellent grade summoning order, a restoration aura skill stone, 2 skill upgrade stones, a space ring blueprint, 10 space gems, a building upgrade scroll, a squad scroll, and a silver chest. In the corner of the living room lay another silver chest, and the storage cabinet brimmed with supplies. The resources were abundantly plentiful, yet they were sorely lacking in food. No matter, he decided to first utilize the mythical summoning order. The anticipation tingled within him, causing his thoughts to stutter, as his mind was consumed by the prospect of the mythical summoning order. Addressing the group, he declared, "Let us proceed. I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness the mythical figure." Everyone shared his excitement and followed Xiao Tian outside the sanctuary. Would you like to use the summoning order, mythical? Chapter 42. The Liver Emperor, tirelessly toiling day and night. The Liver Emperor's life knows no dawn or dusk. Summoning successful. The mythical figure obtained, Liver Emperor. Yes, the name bore the title of Emperor, suggesting no ordinary significance. Xiao Tian's heart soared with joy. The sky suddenly darkened. And moments later, the heavens above the sanctuary seemed to rend apart, a spectrum of light penetrating the gloom, illuminating the sanctuary's location. A golden radiance gradually descended before Xiao Tian, dazzling enough to hinder one's sight. 2 kilometers away, the dragon rhinoceros, having escaped to a relatively safe spot, gazed upon the distant kaleidoscope of light, issuing a frantic roar before continuing its flight into the distance. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Within a 100-mile radius, dozens had witnessed the multicolored radiance, flooding the chat with speculation about the emergence of some unparalleled treasure. I have seen the Lord. Please assign me my duties at once. Such eagerness. Blinded momentarily by the golden glow, Xiao Tian had yet to discern the appearance of the Liver Emperor when his voice reached his ears, filling his heart with delight at the new recruit's readiness to work. Finally regaining his vision, Xiao Tian beheld the Liver Emperor's form. To his dismay, the figure appeared disheveled. With a scruffy beard, hair resembling a bird's nest, an austere expression, clad in tattered animal skins, wielding an axe in one hand and a pickaxe in the other, lacking any semblance of a masterful demeanor. He opened the panel to inspect. Liver Emperor, mythical passive hero. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0,100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 2,360, 1,1360. Skills, ignore, presence reduced by 60 during the day, 90 during the night. Counterattack, once work is interrupted, attacks furiously. Guardian. Upon attack on the shelter, automatically switches to active defense. Workaholic, rests 4 hours daily, stamina consumption reduced by 90. Traits, passive, mastery in farming, breeding, lumbering, mining, gathering. Active, combat instincts unparalleled. Equipment, immortal gold divine axe, legendary, combat power 480, lumbering efficiency 100, harvest doubles, indestructible. Immortal gold divine pickaxe, legendary, combat power 480, digging efficiency 100, harvest doubles, indestructible. Ancient beast garb, legendary, combat power 400, maintains constant temperature around the wearer, infinite storage space in pockets, indestructible. Note, equipment cannot be swapped. Skills cannot be upgraded. Every hour of inactivity reduces loyalty by 1. High-quality food and a comfortable resting space enhance loyalty. Evaluation. The Liver Emperor toils day and night. The Liver Emperor's life knows no dawn or dusk. Liver Emperor. The lengthy panel left Xiao Tian bewildered, with exaggerated combat power, comical skills and notes, and the legendary equipment he had never before encountered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Please, my lord, assign me work. The Liver Emperor's impatient voice startled Xiao Tian, snapping him back to reality. He needed to find something for him to do, lest he lose loyalty and face dire consequences. Farmer 1. Is there still work to be done in the fields? Xiao Tian queried hastily. Farmer 1 understood the implication, responding, there are still many ginger and chai who to harvest and replant. Very well, accompany the Liver Emperor to the fields. He will provide assistance as needed. After giving his instructions, Xiao Tian turned to the Liver Emperor. Follow Farmer 1 to the fields. I will prepare food and water for you shortly. And then we can arrange further tasks. Have I become a vile capitalist? Xiao Tian lamented inwardly. He watched the Liver Emperor depart, reflecting on his introduction. He was indeed formidable, merely needing to meet his demands to harness a super labor force, capable of defending the sanctuary in critical moments. Uncle Guan, I see that the 2 dragon rhinoceroses have fled. Take the others to scout the area and retrieve the fallen trees. Return in half an hour. I have plans. Yes. Guan Yidao led Lung Ling and others outside. Once the others were dispatched, Xiao Tian further instructed Xiao Qi. Once the ginger and chai were collected, brew them into medicinal soup for sale, pricing it equally with that of the Wushuang Alliance. And once the raincoats are sold out, initiate production anew. In addition to superior grade weapons and iron armor, select 5 low durability items for trade. Handle it as you see fit. aiming to exchange for items of at least superior quality and any special tools useful for the shelter. Furthermore, provisions must be prepared in advance for the diligent worker, with 4 to 5 meals a day, utilizing only the finest ingredients. Once the farmer returns, the first task will be to prepare 2 bear paws for him. Xiao Tian meticulously outlined the arrangements for Xiao Qi, fully embodying a laid-back demeanor, entirely unperturbed by Xiao Qi's resentful gaze. Shelter Expansion Scroll doubles the area and the number of shelter components. Xiao Tian took out the Shelter Expansion Scroll to examine it. This item should yield greater value as the shelter levels up. However, with the increase in population and his intention to recruit more subordinates, particularly for the diligent worker who requires a comfortable resting space, it was imperative to utilize it. Should the Shelter Expansion Scroll be used? Yes. A flash of white light enveloped the surroundings, and the shelter underwent a remarkable transformation. The stone house expanded from 60 square meters to 120 square meters. The enclosed yard also doubled in size. Upon entering the stone house, he discovered that the first floor now boasted 4 rooms, an additional stove, and a second restroom. To his surprise, the crafting station had also increased to 2, though the newly appeared station was only at level 1. While the original crafting station had reached level 3 through extensive use, capable of producing exceptional grade items. The living room had doubled in size, now nearly 50 square meters. Ascending to the second floor revealed a similar expansion, now encompassing 80 square meters, with 2 large rooms and a spacious living area of nearly 40 square meters. The requirements to upgrade the intermediate stone house had now changed to 2,000 wood, 2,000 stone, and 400 iron ore. Xiao Tian recalled that he still needed to send supplies to his mother and had no time for a detailed inspection. So he hurried back to the first floor to manage his tasks efficiently. First, he utilized today's third enhancement opportunity on the silver treasure chest. This time, luck was moderate. It only enhanced by 1 level, transforming it into a gold treasure chest. He clicked to open it. The rewards included a farmland, exceptional, 1. 5 spatial gems, a summoning order, rare, 1, and a dragon fruit seed, epic, 1. Dragon fruit seed, epic planting in farmland, epic, matures in 3 days. While in farmland, exceptional, the maturation time is doubled. Farmland below exceptional cannot sustain growth. It yields 3 fruits per harvest, which can be used to break through qualifications. Ineffective for epic and above. A splendid find, though regrettably lacking epic level farmland. Fortunately, he had just opened a piece of exceptional grade land, which could be cultivated with some fertilizer to shorten the growth time. Xiao Tian then examined the spatial ring. Spatial ring, exceptional internal space of 100 cubic meters. Who should it be bestowed upon? Ultimately, he decided that Guan Yi Dao, as the unplanned leader of his expedition, would greatly benefit from an item capable of storage. Next, he took out the blueprints for crafting the spatial ring to review. Chapter 43. How much material has that old fox Tian Dao withheld? After usage, he opened the crafting station to inspect. Spatial ring, ordinary, requires 1 spatial gem for 1 cubic meter of internal space. Superior, requires 10 spatial gems for 10 cubic meters. Rare, requires 50 spatial gems for 50 cubic meters. Notably, the highest tier can produce epic level rings, consuming 500 gems for 500 cubic meters. Xiao Tian recalled that he still needed 100 spatial gems for the familial ring, having accumulated only 38 gems after a long time of collection. Now, another item demanding spatial gems had appeared. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that at least 2 superior level rings and 5 ordinary level rings were necessary for his mother. While he would provide Guan Shu with an exceptional one, and Cold Ling and Xiao Qi could share ordinary ones. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian crafted 8 ordinary rings and 2 superior ones, consuming 28 spatial gems. He handed 3 of the ordinary spatial rings to Xiao Qi, leaving 1 for her discretion. Xiao Tian also crafted 20 beds, 20 sets of clothing, and 20 sets of bedding, as he planned to summon several more subordinates while also preparing 10 sets for his mother. The main event was yet to come, for the diligent worker's comfortable resting environment. Xiao Tian spared no expense in utilizing the rare wolf and bear pelts to create a 3-piece bedding set. The rare bedding set had special effects, rapid sleep induction, deep sleep, and a recovery speed for stamina and spirit of 60. The touch of the rare bedding was distinctly different, even more supple than the goddess's hand. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Tian began to inventory his summoning orders: 8 ordinary, 8 superior, 3 rare, and 1 exceptional. He stored away the 4 ordinary and 4 superior, along with 2 rare and 1 exceptional summoning orders intended for his mother, as well as an exceptional grade arrow tower, a rare grade golden crocodile egg, 8 sets of superior grade swords and armor, 10 sets of clothing, 10 wooden beds and bedding, various seeds selected by the farmer, and raincoats. Xiao Tian prepared everything he could think of. His parents had always unconditionally given him the most vital things. Arriving in the killing continent, he came to understand his mother's selfless love, and he wished to bring everything he could to her. In the trading channel, 437 raincoats had been sold, yielding 4,370 straw, 874 wood. The basic resources now totaled 5,170 units of straw, 2,458 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 114 units of iron, and 20 units of refined iron. Xiao Tian extracted 2,800 units of straw to continue crafting raincoats, instructing Xiao Qi to sell them. After setting aside the refined iron, he carried all remaining materials, intending to do everything possible to upgrade his mother's stone shelter. With a sturdy shelter, formidable defense towers, and subordinates, his mother would surely be safe in her region, alleviating Xiao Tian's constant concerns. His most pressing worry was for his father, not knowing how he was managing alone. With high blood pressure and sugar levels, his father's health was precarious, especially in such damp and chilly weather. He could only imagine the suffering he endured. From the conversations in the chat channel, it was evident that those thriving were predominantly the young and strong, while the majority suffering were the old, sick, and weak. Had it not been for the fortunate acquisition of enhancement talents and Guan Yi Dao at the outset, he could not be sure he would still be alive now. Lord, we have returned. Hearing Guan Yi Dao's voice, Xiao Tian stepped outside, where everyone was curiously observing the now doubled shelter. Behind them lay dozens of large trees, while Guan Yi Dao and Shielder bore 2 wild boars on their shoulders. Faced with a food shortage, Xiao Tian beamed at the sight of the 2 wild boars, each weighing no less than 500 pounds. Initially intending to disassemble them directly, he suddenly remembered that he had a slaughterhouse yet to be utilized. He proceeded to select an appropriate spot in the open area to deploy it, alongside the mill and the rare-grade fertilizer reactor. Slaughterhouse, superior equipped with automatic slaughtering devices. Capable of accommodating 1 employee, the operational equipment can automatically dismember animals, maximizing profit. Note, the superior grade slaughter process has a 5 chance of double yield. Observing the 50 square meter facility, which bore a remarkable resemblance to a modern slaughterhouse, Xiao Tian was filled with curiosity and quickly urged Guan Yi Dao to enter and give it a try. The 2 rare-grade wild boars, which would normally yield 68 pieces of meat when disassembled, left Xiao Tian eager to discover what the slaughterhouse would produce. Once inside, Guan Yi Dao was automatically outfitted in work attire, and the boar carcasses appeared on the hooks. No expertise was needed. He merely had to press the button before him. More miraculous than modern machinery, 1 boar after another fell into a massive iron barrel, emerging clean and prepared. Subsequently, they were transferred to the cutting board, or mechanical arms. Wielding various knives, executed a dazzling array of maneuvers. Within a minute, the conveyor belt was filled with categorized containers containing fresh meat, bones, entrails, pig blood, and pig skin, leaving everyone astonished. Xiao Tian approached to collect the yield. Acquisition: rare raw meat, 8, common raw meat, 48, rare bones, 6, common bones, 56, rare organs, 2, common organs, 12, rare blood, 2, common blood, 16, rare leather, 2. This left Xiao Tian momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest from the slaughterhouse. It dawned on him that the decomposition process had been siphoning off a considerable amount of resources by the heavenly principle. He realized that an animal of rare quality does not yield exclusively rare materials. Rather, the majority of its components are common, with only a fraction producing rare resources upon decomposition. The thought pained him, as he lamented not having activated the slaughterhouse sooner. How many people had suffered from hunger? Countless pounds of common raw meat had been appropriated by the heavenly principle, which could have been exchanged for invaluable supplies. The mill, upon a cursory glance, appeared unremarkable as it could only grind various types of flour, and he had no materials at present. However, the inconspicuous rare fertilizer reactor held great promise. Half submerged in the ground, it featured a large input opening on one side and a series of large spigots on the other. The rectangular structure spanned less than 20 square meters, yet could accommodate up to 10 tons of materials. A plethora of common meats, bones, organs, kitchen scraps, and fresh plants could be fed into it, generating 1 unit of superior grade fertilizer for every 100 pounds in 10 minutes, and 1 unit of rare grade fertilizer for every 1,000 pounds in 30 minutes. Ultimately, it could yield rare grade fertilizer at its peak. After touring the new buildings, the group returned to the sanctuary. Xiao Tian promptly placed the recent haul from the slaughterhouse into the storage cabinet before retrieving the summoning tokens to utilize. He summoned a total of 2 common farmers, 1 male and 1 female, 2 common male warriors, 3 superior grade warriors, 2 males and 1 female, 1 female superior grade chef named Xiao Fong, an attractive woman in her 30s, and 1 rare grade warrior, a male elite archer. Once they became acquainted, Xiao Tian, along with Guan Yi Dao and Xiao Qi, deliberated their roles. The 2 common farmers would be led by Farmer Yi, with the female assisting Xiao Qi. The 2 common warriors would be led by Bu Yi, tasked with patrolling the sanctuary and collecting any animal carcasses felled by thorns or arrow towers. The superior grade chef, Xiao Fong, would be responsible for preparing the daily meals, thus resolving their culinary issues and bidding farewell to the days of mere roasting or boiling. Just as he was about to assign additional roles, a voice rang out from the entrance. "My lord, the work is complete. Please assign me a task." Chapter 44, Damaged Epic Equipment. Xiao Tian was acutely aware of the dilemma of happiness. Delays in task assignments felt like a transgression. Xiao Qi, please deliver food and water to Gandhi. Ensure his diet is of the highest quality. Utilize the exceptional grade farmland and bring along the dragon yuan fruit seeds. Once the farming task is completed, arrange for him to engage in logging and mining nearby. I've prepared a room upstairs solely for his rest, and no one is to disturb him during work hours. Fearing that any delay might displease Gandhi, Xiao Tian hastily called for Xiao Qi. He continued to organize the 4 individuals, naming the 3 warriors Bu Er, Bu San, and Lung Yi. The male will accompany Uncle Guan, while the female will follow Lung Ling. As for you, you shall be called Gong Yi, and you will also join Uncle Guan. Finally, he designated the elite archer as Gong Yi. He then retrieved 5 sets of superior-grade equipment from the storage cabinet to distribute among the 5 individuals. Noting that Gong Yi already possessed a set, and thus did not require additional gear, as rare-grade equipment was limited and would be reserved for future assignments. My lord, what about me? Xiao Tian exclaimed, empty-handed and gazing longingly at Xiao Tian. Ever since his shield had shattered, he had only been able to play the role of a swordsman, feeling a lingering sense of unease. I almost forgot about you. I still need to check the gear dropped by the Skeleton King, Xiao Tian remarked, rummaging through the storage cabinet. Oh, I nearly overlooked you too. He unearthed an axe and shield, then casually produced a space expansion scroll and a skill recovery aura. Space expansion scroll, common, increases storage space by 10 slots upon use. After employing it, his storage capacity swelled to 40 slots. Skill, recovery aura, can be used on individuals. Passive skill, restores 1 stamina every 2 minutes to allies within a 100-meter radius, gradually healing injuries. This marked Xiao Tian's first acquisition of a skill, one that proved exceedingly practical, equivalent to restoring 30 stamina points per hour. Had this skill been available during the death game, the group's endurance would have significantly improved, alleviating defensive pressures. Within approximately 3 hours, one could fully recover stamina. A feat far quicker than the requisite 6 hours of rest, especially considering its healing properties. Holding the skill book, Xiao Tian initially intended to use it himself, but reconsidered. He already possessed a more formidable light tower, and his mother might benefit more from it. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to set it aside and stored the skill book within his space. White Jade Bone Axe, superior damage state. Combat power, 180. Skill, reinforcements. Summons 10 skeleton warriors, superior, for 5 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes. Automatically restores stamina at a rate of 1 per minute, stamina 100-100. Note, originally epic grade. Downgraded to superior due to thunder damage. Seek repair treasures for restoration. White Jade Shield, superior damage state. Combat power, 199. Skill, Bone Blade Spin. Ejects a circle of sharp bone blades that rapidly spin towards the target, automatically returning upon impact. Range 20 meters, cooldown 60 minutes. Automatically restores stamina at a rate of 1 per minute, stamina 100-100. Note, originally epic grade, downgraded to superior due to thunder damage. Seek repair treasures for restoration. Xiao Tian was pleasantly surprised to discover these 2 pieces of equipment were originally of epic grade. He felt fortunate to have opened the Thunder Prison, otherwise, he might not have been alive to recount the tale. Even though they had been downgraded to superior, they remained top-tier items, complete with formidable skills. You are indeed fortunate. Only you are fit to wield these. They are remarkable. Against a dragon rhinoceros, you shall not be at a disadvantage. He handed over the equipment, and Xiao Tian eagerly donned them. Glancing around excitedly, Xiao Tian rare. Class, Warrior. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 5. Experience, 1, 255,000. Loyalty, Devoted. Combat power, 1139, 268, 340, 531. Stamina, 100-100. Skill, Guardian. Increases defense by 50 for 1 minute, cooldown 60 minutes. Equipment, White Jade Bone Axe, superior combat power, 180. White Jade Shield, superior combat power, 199. Scaled armor, rare combat power, 90. Durability, 100-100. Mysterious Iron Helmet, rare combat power, 62. Durability, 100-100. Evaluation, elite shield and armor warrior, balanced in offense and defense. The transformation was striking. Even the evaluation had changed. With 1139 combat power, it would be difficult for even superior grade enemies to pose a threat. With 3 of his generals boasting combat power exceeding 1000, Xiao Tian felt reassured about his impending departure. He planned to remain gone for a full 24 hours. Trusting the sanctuary would operate smoothly in his absence with Xiao Qi, Guan Yidao, Xiao Tian, and Lung Ling present. Even in his absence, the sanctuary would function effectively, bringing him one step closer to a life of leisure. Additionally, with Gandhi around, the sanctuary was in safe hands. Uncle Guan, I entrust the team to you. Lead them outside, but do not venture too far. Should you encounter a lord like me, make note of their location, but refrain from any interaction. Xiao Tian earnestly instructed Guan Yidao, then turned to the newly returned Xiao Qi. You are already familiar with the trading channel. Prioritize acquiring space gems for trade. Seek out any special items to bring back as well. In addition, it is imperative to fulfill any requests from the esteemed Liver Emperor, ensuring he remains content. Once all arrangements were made and everyone was occupied, Xiao Tian intended to activate the skill of the family-seeking ring. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It was a message from Li Weiwei. 006666 Li Weiwei. Brother Xiao, I sincerely apologize for my early morning stroll. I opened several treasure chests, and I have Space Gem, Stone House Blueprint, and Non-Frozen Spring, Rare. Do you need any of these? I seem to have no use for the Space Gem. And I already possess the Blueprint and the Spring. Every message from Li Weiwei left Xiao Tian speechless, as her casual outings yielded abundant resources. Aside from the Space Gem, which he personally required, the others were unnecessary. However, his mother could benefit from them, making it a perfect opportunity to bring them along. 009527 Xiao Tian. The Space Gem holds significant value, and I indeed require it. I can craft it into a space ring for you if needed. As for the other items, let me know what you'd like to exchange. I also have several sets of fine-grade and rare-grade equipment. The rare grade consists of a 4-piece set: weapon, armor, helmet, and boots. Xiao Tian had no intention of taking advantage of Li Weiwei. He meticulously explained the uses and crafting conditions of the Space Gem, cherishing the few friends he had. 006666 Li Weiwei. Then please craft me 5 ordinary ones and 2 fine ones. Use the remaining as your reward. For the other items, I'd like to trade for 2 sets of fine equipment and 1 set of rare equipment, and I'll give you 2 mysterious fruits, rare. Jealousy twisted Xiao Tian's expression, nearly prompting an outbreak of frustration. Soon, Li Weiwei completed the trade. He had expected to receive at most 2 or 3 space gems. Yet to his astonishment, she sent him 40. After deducting the costs, he retained 15, feeling no need to be overly polite with her, delightfully stashing them away in his storage cabinet. After mailing the items, Xiao Tian tucked away the mysterious fruits and remembered to send a message to his friend to alleviate any concerns. He activated the teleportation skill of the family-seeking ring and began the journey. Perhaps due to the long-distance teleportation, a flash of white light enveloped him. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, he lost track of time. Suddenly, he felt someone clutching his leg, weeping and calling out, "Brother." Chapter 45, a long-awaited reunion, family talents unveiled. Hearing that familiar voice, a smile blossomed on Xiao Tian's face, his eyes moistening. As his vision cleared, he saw his mother standing before him, already in tears. Little Lin was clinging to his leg, wailing, "Mother." This was Xiao Tian's first proactive embrace of his mother since reaching adulthood. The two held each other tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, tears flowing freely and soaking their clothes. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin's voice broke through. "Hey, you two are squishing me." Chuckling at Lin's words, Xiao Tian felt the weight of sadness lift as he scooped her up and wiped the tears from her face, playfully teasing. "How did you get so heavy? Have you been eating too much?" "Humph. Silly brother, Lin isn't heavier. She's grown taller." Lin pouted, expressing her annoyance. Realizing Lin's growth, Xiao Tian set her down to examine her more closely. She had indeed grown significantly. What was once a height of nearly 1 meter was now almost 12 meters. Was this the typical height for a 4-year-old? Turning to his mother in confusion, she understood his unspoken question and explained, "Since her fever broke, I exchanged the ginger soup you provided for 2 pieces of fine meat and a bit of fine-grade water." After Lin consumed it, she experienced a remarkable growth spurt these past couple of days. Xiao Tian pondered the implications of the food from the bloodshed continent and whether it was beneficial or detrimental. His gaze wandered around his mother's shelter, a small, cozy wooden cabin comprising a single room and a living area, adorned with a bouquet of wildflowers on the windowsill and a few handmade toys crafted from reeds scattered about, all impeccably tidy. Carrying Lin into the center of the living room, Xiao Tian emptied the supplies he had brought with him. He then led his mother to the entrance and unloaded all the reeds, wood, stones, and iron blocks. Following this, he handed over the stone house blueprint to Li Weiwei, saying, "Mother, let us upgrade the shelter." The basic materials Xiao Tian brought were more than sufficient to upgrade to a stone house. He wondered if anyone in this area had already upgraded to a stone house. "Xiao Tian, you can't do that. You silly child. Have you brought all the supplies from home? Quickly put them away. I have materials and can upgrade soon," Li Weiwei exclaimed, her tone urgent. "Haha, mother. You underestimate me. I upgraded to a stone house long ago. These are just my leftover supplies, and I'm not worried about resources at all. Don't be alarmed." "But I even possess a mythic-grade hero now," Xiao Tian replied with a grin, wrapping his arms around her. He then shared screenshots of the Liver Emperor's attributes with Li Weiwei, detailing the state of his shelter and the number of subordinates he had. Li Weiwei was astonished, struggling to believe her son had become so formidable. Relief washed over her. She understood that being transported here meant simply surviving was not enough. One had to continuously grow stronger and surpass others to have any chance of survival. Given her son's current situation, she felt he had a considerable opportunity to endure until the end. Now, she only hoped he could find a way to take Lin with him, relieving her of any lingering worries regarding her husband, whom she dared not think about anymore. By the way, mother, has anyone in your area upgraded to a stone house yet? Upon hearing her son's inquiry, Li Yue immediately opened the chat channel to check. She hadn't heard any announcements of stone house upgrades since waking up, but she was unsure if anyone had upgraded during the night. After searching for a while, she discovered that someone had indeed upgraded their stone house around 11 o'clock last night while she was asleep. Xiao Tian, someone upgraded last night, Li Yue said regretfully. That's all right. It was just a silver treasure chest. Mother, hurry and upgrade. Let us see if you can earn a reward. Xiao Tian was not surprised to miss out on first place, with a population of 100,000 in the area. It was only natural that someone luckier would take the lead. With the resources he provided, he had confidence that his mother could rank high. Without hesitation, Li Yue upgraded the intermediate wooden house to a stone house in one go. 2 beams of white light flashed, transforming the shelter into a stone house, complete with an additional ring of fencing, just as Xiao Tian had experienced. Xiao Tian, I can't believe I came in third. I received a bronze treasure chest and 20 points of prestige. Li Yue happily relayed the news to her son, handing him the bronze treasure chest right after. Wait, I still have a silver treasure chest at home that I can't be bothered to open. You should do it, Xiao Tian said boastfully. Feeling at ease in front of his mother and speaking without restraint, Li Yue shot her son a disapproving look. Look at you, all proud. I want to open it. Linlin squirmed in Xiao Tian's arms, reaching out for the treasure chest. Relenting, he set her down, and Li Yue made no objections as Linlin scampered over to open it. Wow, so many things. Curious, Xiao Tian approached to examine it. What in the world? He gasped in shock as he leaned closer to inspect. Summoning order, rare, 1. Stonewall blueprint, fine, 1. Farmland, rare, 1. Breeding ground, fine, 1. 3 space gems, and 100 stones. Linlin looked up at her brother with a proud expression, grinning as she said, hee hee, brother, aren't I amazing? Staring at the contents of the chest, Xiao Tian's mouth fell open in disbelief. When had a bronze treasure chest ever yielded so many items? He had opened golden treasure chests before and had never received more than 4 items, let alone 2 rare grade ones. Li Yue approached and gently patted Xiao Tian's shoulder, stating, if you had witnessed Linlin's talent, you would not be surprised. Do you recall those 2 carnivorous plant seeds I sent you last time? Can you fathom how they came to be? Linlin was playing at the entrance of the shelter when a sudden gust of wind blew, and the seeds fell right before her. Reflecting on it now, both of us were ill with fever at the time, and a sudden breeze scattered the reeds and wood, allowing me to repair the thatched roof. Perhaps it was also due to your sister. Li Yue's words left Xiao Tian astounded once again, igniting his curiosity about his sister's newfound abilities. Wait a minute. Wasn't there only 1 talent stone? How could my sister possess a talent as well? Xiao Tian recalled the announcement from the Heavenly Path, which stated that each person received a single talent stone, and he inquired of his mother with intrigue. Li Yue chuckled softly and replied, perhaps it is a form of compensation for us caregivers. I received 2 stones, 1 for me and 1 for Linlin. Allow me to show you my talent. Nature Affinity, B-grade passive talent that increases the growth rate of crops within the shelter by 20, with a 20 chance of double harvest, and reduces animal hostility within a 1 kilometer radius, preventing epic level and below creatures from attacking proactively. Though not an exceptionally powerful talent, its ability to deter animal aggression made it quite advantageous for survival. Linlin, let your brother see your talent. Chapter 46, Linlin's Lucky Talent. I became the brother of a fortune prince. Fortune's favor, S-grade passive talent that brings continuous good luck. The literal meaning is indeed as simple as it sounds, an S-grade skill with a mere 4-character description, continuous good luck. Suddenly, Xiao Tian thought of Li Yue. Her talent might very well be similar, otherwise, how could she consistently open an endless supply of treasure chests every day? He immediately felt his own talent pale in comparison, as he meticulously calculated enhancement chances daily, while the fortunate ones effortlessly obtained theirs. Grasping a rare level summoning order, he proceeded with his 4th enhancement of the day. But without the luck of his sister, it only resulted in a level increase. He initially intended to enhance the Stonewall blueprint, but hesitated and ultimately abandoned the idea, fearing it might transform into unusable materials post-enhancement. Instead, he retrieved a golden armored crocodile egg, rare, which would hatch in just 1 day, and playfully pinched his sister's chubby cheeks. Just before she could get angry, he released her and utilized the last enhancement opportunity of the day. The enhancement was successful, yielding a golden armored crocodile egg, epic. Xiao Tian beamed with delight, his grin nearly revealing his back teeth. Indeed, while he could not become a fortune prince, he could be the brother of one. Mom, look at how ugly brother is when he smiles. In the midst of his joy, Xiao Tian almost choked, feigning anger as he addressed his sister. You little rascal Linlin, I was planning to raise this formidable pet for you, but if that's how it is, then forget it. No way. Super invincible best brother, give it to me. Linlin immediately changed her expression, climbing onto her brother to plead adorably. Xiao Tian, unable to withstand such an endearing display from his sister, quickly surrendered, placing the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, before her. With a tone filled with affection, he said, "This is an epic-level creature, destined to protect you and Mom. It requires a blood bond to recognize its master. You'll need to prick your finger. Are you afraid?" "Humph, I'm not scared at all. I never cry during injections." Linlin looked at her brother defiantly, her expression one of bravado. At that moment, Li Yue interjected, "Xiao Tian, this epic-level creature is far too important. You should keep it for yourself. Linlin, be a good girl and return it to your brother." "All right, brother, you can have it. It can protect you too." Though reluctant, Linlin obediently returned the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, to her brother. Xiao Tian first affectionately ruffled Linlin's hair and then addressed his mother. "Let Linlin have it. With this pet protecting you both, I can rest easy. You are aware of my talent. Acquiring whatever is needed will not be an issue." Upon reclaiming her precious item, Linlin joyfully bounced around, nearly knocking over the golden armored crocodile egg, epic, prompting Li Wei to quickly find a safe spot for it. Xiao Tian then gathered 4 ordinary, 4 fine, 2 rare, and 1 exceptional summoning orders from the ground, along with the exceptional one he held, and handed them to his mother. "Mom, let's head outside to summon." Li Wei gazed at her son with pride. He had grown. Once needing her protection from the storm, she had feared he might become a burden. Yet now he stood capable and self-reliant. Xiao Tian took Linlin's hand in one and his mother's in the other as they approached the shelter's entrance. Li Yue began to utilize the summoning orders, having 2 fine-grade ones of her own, using them all at once. A brilliant flash of white light enveloped them as 14 subordinates appeared before them, kneeling in unison on one knee and calling out, "We pay our respects, Lord." Li Wei, taken aback by such a display, found herself momentarily speechless. Xiao Tian, standing nearby, offered a reminder, prompting her to quickly regain her composure. "Rise." Suddenly surrounded by so many individuals, Linlin felt a twinge of fear and hid behind Xiao Tian, while Li Wei, possessing some experience, feigned calmness and did not show any trepidation before her subordinates. Taking a deep breath and recalling scenes she had seen on television of superiors addressing their subordinates, she slowly began, "From now on, everyone, please focus on your duties. I will not treat you unfairly. These are my son and daughter. Meet the young master." "The young lady." The crowd respectfully bowed to Xiao Tian and Linlin. Xiao Tian and Li Yue began assessing the situation of their new subordinates. Perhaps due to luck or coincidence, out of the 14, 10 were female, all seemingly hailing from the same origin, their attire and hairstyles remarkably uniform. Among them were 2 exceptional-grade female warriors, both exuding valor. One was named Qin Liang, wielding a bow and short dagger, designated as a sharpshooter with a combat power of 485, possessing skills in rapid fire and scatter shot. The other, Qin Yu, held a spear in her right hand and a small arm shield in her left, her spear falling short of 2 meters in length. While her shield was compact and versatile, striking a balance between offense and defense, unlike the full-time shield bearer. She was classified as a spear shield user with a combat power of 508, boasting skills in thrusting and commanding troops, akin to Guan Yi Dao, who also possessed leadership capabilities. There were 2 rare-grade fighters, 1 male and 1 female, and 6 fine-grade individuals, 4 of whom were warriors, 1 male, 3 female, along with 2 farmers, 1 male, 1 female. The distribution was decidedly female-dominant, contrasting sharply with Xiao Tian's territory. Just as he was about to offer Li Wei some advice, Xiao Tian realized he had yet to survey the surroundings of the shelter. Thus, he first urged his mother to assign work to the farmers while the warriors familiarized themselves with the area, and he stepped outside to explore. The surroundings were mostly flat, covering just over 20,000 square meters, with 2 plots of farmland that Li Wei had begun to cultivate not far away. The usable area was significantly less than that of his own shelter, yet the location was exquisite, perched atop a mountain with sheer cliffs on 3 sides. A drop of over 100 meters, and the only descent being a rugged and treacherous path, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. At the rear, there was a small pond formed by a spring, sufficient for irrigation and drinking water for around 100 people. Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel envious of the terrain. Upon returning to the shelter, Li Wei had already devised a plan and began assigning tasks. 2 ordinary girls were designated to cook and look after Linlin, while the 2 fine-grade individuals followed closely behind their mother, carrying the seed Xiao Tian had provided, intending to prepare the farmland for cultivation. Xiao Tian reminded his mother to manifest the rare-grade non-freezing spring and place it within the courtyard, while the fine-grade breeding facility was to be established on the opposite side of the shelter. Summoning Qin Liang and Qin Yu, each was allocated a finely crafted spatial ring. The assembly of all warriors to don new gear significantly enhanced the loyalty of Li Yue's subordinates, thanks to the array of exquisite and rare equipment. "You too shall descend the mountain to hunt and gather supplies. Remember to capture small, suitable animals for domestication," instructed Xiao Tian. Glancing at the time, he noted, "The date is January 4th, year 1 of the slaughter continent, at 10:45 a.m. There are 7 hours and 15 minutes until dusk. The temperature is 15 degrees, with overcast skies turning to light rain. Don your raincoats, it may rain shortly. Return in an hour for lunch. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's orders, Qin Liang and Qin Yu hurriedly led the group down the mountain. Xiao Tian, equipped with an exceptional arrow tower, prepared to seek out Li Yue. Stepping outside the shelter, he was greeted by the sight of the newly manifested non-freezing spring. Before he could examine it closely, he was teleported there. Curiosity piqued, he approached to investigate. Chapter 47. The Remarkable Non-Freezing Spring, a Beauty Elixir and Wealth Accumulator. Non-freezing spring, rare, produces 10 liters of water, fine, daily. Drinking it alleviates fatigue and restores stamina. Daily production of 1 liter of non-freezing spring, rare, long-term consumption revitalizes, enhances beauty, and grants eternal youth. Every 7 days, it produces a drop of spirit spring, useful for quality breakthroughs. While seemingly similar to Xiao Tian's well, the value of 1 liter of non-freezing spring far exceeds that of the well's output. Selling it could incite a frenzy among women. He recalled his mother's slowly forming crow's feet and age spots, imagining her reaction upon learning about it. Outside the small courtyard, he noticed his mother diligently farming alongside 2 laborers. Approaching to assist, he was promptly shooed away by his mother for almost mistaking a seedling for a weed. Embarrassed, he stood outside watching. After half an hour, observing his mother and her 2 aides toiling in the fields, he noted her perspiration despite the temperature being around 10 degrees. Feeling sympathy, he rushed to wipe her sweat with his sleeve, gently advising, "Mother, let them handle these tasks from now on. They are quite proficient." Li Wei, upon hearing this, replied with a discontented expression, "I am not a wealthy lady who shuns labor. Idleness feels unnatural. Besides, my talents would be wasted if I did not work." Unable to persuade her, Xiao Tian shifted the conversation, guiding her to a point about 100 meters from the shelter. Pointing to the descending path, "This is the only route up the mountain. We must construct a stone wall for protection. The exceptional arrow tower will be situated behind it." Following her son's advice, Li Yue commenced the construction of a stone wall at the entrance, leaving a 2-meter gap in the center to facilitate the search for a suitable defensive gate via the trade channel. The wall, approximately 50 centimeters thick and 18 meters high, required 10 units of stone per meter. After accounting for the stone Xiao Tian brought for upgrading the shelter, only over 300 units remained. Combined with Li Yue's stock of over 100 units, they managed to construct less than 50 meters. The consumption was significant, and all repairs needed to be completed before the protection period expired. Although 3 sides were cliffs, there were still places to gain a foothold for climbing, making the wall a much safer option. Subsequently, the arrow tower was erected behind the stone wall. The exceptional arrow tower, built entirely of stone, occupied 9 square meters and stood 15 meters tall, with a walkway at 12 meters high capable of accommodating 2 to 3 defenders. From this vantage point, Xiao Tian had an excellent view and could vaguely see a group hunting below. It was Qin Liang and his team. At the foot of the mountain, mere hundreds of meters away, a large river flowed alongside expansive grasslands. "Mother, arrange for someone to stand guard here every day, 24 hours uninterrupted. With at least 2 individuals on duty at all times," Xiao Tian instructed, wary that Li Yue might not grasp the necessity. "Do I need to remind you? Back when your father courted me, he would clutch the romance of the 3 kingdoms and the art of war, and I watched them with him countless times," Li Yue retorted. "I was unaware of this," Xiao Tian chuckled, realizing he had unearthed an old tale, and he couldn't help but smile, thinking of how his father cherished those books, hoping he could put that knowledge to use. Time passed swiftly, and Qin Liang and Qin Yu returned with their entourage. Xiao Tian descended the arrow tower to greet them. "Young master," greeted the group, their curiosity piqued by the newly erected stone wall and arrow tower. "Qin Liang, Qin Yu, you shall take turns leading expeditions while leaving a few to guard the territory. Afterward, inspect the new structures and discuss defensive strategies. What was your haul?" Upon hearing Xiao Tian's commands, both nodded in understanding, and Qin Liang began to report their findings. "In haste, we only scouted the nearby area, hunting 2 ordinary deer, 2 fine-grade wild boars, and 1 rare-level wolf. We also caught 2 live ordinary rabbits and 1 fine-grade pheasant, along with over 20 wild fruits and more than a pound of berries." "Excellent. A commendable yield in just an hour. You can venture out again this afternoon. By the way, I noticed you hunting from the arrow tower. How's the resource situation around?" Xiao Tian expressed his delight at their findings, indicating that nearby resources were plentiful, alleviating concerns about food scarcity. He pressed for more details regarding the area. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Liang replied earnestly, "The expansive grassland by the river abounds with resources. There are numerous animal species and quantities. Judging by the tracks along the shore, there are at least over 20 types of animals, including 5 large species. I also explored the river, which teems with large fish." "Good. I will have mother keep an eye out for fishing tools. Try to capture some live fish to place in the pond behind the shelter for extra provisions. In 3 days, we will face extreme cold. Ensure you assist my mother in safeguarding her and my sister during this time." Given the stakes concerning his mother's and sister's safety, Xiao Tian meticulously outlined every conceivable detail. Returning to the shelter with the group, they placed the 3 live animals in the breeding facility, instructing the farmers to feed them daily. Xiao Tian opted not to have his mother immediately process the animal carcasses, but rather to search the trade channel for slaughterhouses and fishing tools. Fortuitously, someone was selling. A slaughterhouse, albeit ordinary, was acquired for 50 units of wood, while a fishing tool set comprising a fine-grade net and 3 ordinary traps cost 100 units of wood and 100 units of straw. The slaughterhouse materialized. Its area only half that of a fine-grade one, with significantly lower efficiency and lacking any special effects. However, it still provided a considerable amount of food compared to direct decomposition. After this endeavor, the food gathered by Qin Liang and Qin Yu over an hour and a half was sufficient for the group for 2 days. Had they simply decomposed the animals, it might not have sufficed for even 2 meals in a single day. Soon, everyone began to relish their first meal after the summoning. Lin Lin had become familiar with the group, her adorable demeanor and quirky personality dispelling any lingering awkwardness, filling the air with laughter. Coupled with Li Yui's gentle nature and decisive actions, the loyalty of her subordinates surged. After lunch, Xiao Tian allowed everyone to rest before resuming their tasks. While the girl assigned to care for Lin Lin took her upstairs for a nap, Xiao Tian then led his mother to the courtyard, saying mysteriously, "Mother, I have a surprise for you." Chapter 48. The astute Li Yue and Xiao Tian's discovery of century-old blood ginseng. Li Yue, somewhat puzzled, gazed at the well before her, thinking it was merely a matter of superior water quality. After collecting it, she opened the details to find it was fine-grade water. Having tasted it before without any remarkable effects, she assumed the rare version would merely be slightly more potent. Confused by Xiao Tian's enigmatic expression, she exclaimed, "Wow." Upon reading the introduction, Li Yue gasped, her features betraying a joy that she struggled to suppress, revealing the tumult within her heart. No woman can resist the allure of beauty and the promise of eternal youth. Before her traversal to this realm, various beauty products and salons, despite their mediocre results and persistent scandals, continuously plundered the wallets of women. Even elderly ladies in their 70s and 80s would lavish tens of thousands on ephemeral hopes. This miraculous spring water, validated by the heavens and accompanied by detailed descriptions, would drive any woman to madness. In fact, even the precious drop of this elixir seemed to escape Li Yui's notice. Observing her mother lost in thought, Xiao Tian spoke up, "Mom, you know about this." No need to elaborate, I understand. The allure of this item is something I comprehend better than you. A mere 100 milliliters can reward subordinates or exchange for various precious artifacts. At that moment, Li Yui's eyes sparkled with wisdom, recognizing this as a golden opportunity. She immediately began contemplating how to assist her son. Xiao Tian realized he had underestimated his mother. Had it not been for their unfortunate illness prior to their arrival in this world, she and his sister would surely be thriving. He had also misjudged the non-freezing spring. Upon Li Yue bestowing 2 portions to Qin Liang and Qin Yu, their loyalty, which had previously been below 90, surged to unwavering devotion. The other women gazed at the pair with envy, prompting Li Yue to timely interject, "You need not envy them. As long as you diligently work and contribute to the territory, each of you, even if you are merely an ordinary farmer, will have the chance to obtain this." This prospect was far more enticing than gold or jewels, instantly invigorating the spirits of all the women in the shelter. Xiao Tian could not help but smirk, thinking to himself, "Mom is quite impressive. She truly knows how to paint a grand picture." After consuming a portion of the non-freezing spring, Li Yue experienced remarkable effects, her skin becoming significantly smoother. Standing beside her, Xiao Tian mused that the brother-sister duo was indeed credible. He also took 2 portions, intending to reward Lung Ling and Xiao Qi, while Li Yue would sell the remaining 5. Following their rest, Qin Liang, Qin Yu, and the others donned their raincoats, armed with fishing gear, and ventured forth to gather resources. Meanwhile, Li Yue busied herself searching for items in the trading channel and advertising the non-freezing spring in the chat channel, leaving Xiao Tian as the sole idle individual in the shelter. Due to the cross-regional nature of their surroundings, neither the trading nor chat channels could be utilized. The only means of communication was through Xiao Qi, who wore a secondary ring. It was evident she was preoccupied, and he thought it unwise to disturb her for mere idle conversation. As he observed Qin Liang and the others preparing to descend the mountain, an idea struck Xiao Tian. Seizing the moment while Li Yue was distracted, he followed after them. "Qin Liang, Qin Yu, wait." The two assumed Xiao Tian had something to command and paused, puzzled. "Let us go. I will join you in your outing this afternoon." With that, Xiao Tian gestured for them to set off. Qin Liang and Qin Yu were taken aback, anxiously responding, "Young master, this is unwise. The outside world is perilous. You should remain in the shelter. We can handle the hunting and resource gathering." Without further ado, Xiao Tian retrieved his Xianjin divine crossbow, displaying its attributes. Level 5 experience 9, 855,000. Combat power 582, 112, 150, 320. Stamina 100. Talent, quality, excellent. Equipment, Xianjin divine crossbow, exceptional. Combat power 120, Xian iron armor, Rare, combat power, 68 durability, 100-100. Xian Iron Helmet, Rare, combat power, 62 durability, 100-100. Xian Iron Boots, Rare, combat power, 70 durability, 100-100. Evaluation, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans, drawing nearer to becoming a formidable force. Qin Liang and Qin Yu exchanged incredulous glances. They had assumed the young master was merely ordinary, yet his combat power rivaled their own. With no valid reason to impede him further, they conferred briefly, and Qin Yu led 2 soldiers, encircling Xiao Tian protectively. Satisfied, Xiao Tian felt reassured. He merely wished to survey the area surrounding his mother's shelter, not to lead the charge. Having protection was the prudent course of action. As they traversed the terrain, Xiao Tian closely followed Qin Yu, instructing the other 2 elite soldiers to flank him, crossbows at the ready, their vigilance scanning the surroundings. Wait! Xiao Tian suddenly commanded the group to halt, prompting perplexed looks from his companions. He pointed to a peculiar plant ahead, saying, "That plant appears unusual. Let us investigate." Upon reaching it, Xiao Tian examined the leaves, a flicker of familiarity crossing his mind as he activated his ring. Centennial Blood Ginseng, Rare, can be used for excellent level breakthroughs. Rare level consumption grants 30 combat power, ordinary level cannot consume, can be used medicinally. It turns out to be a variant of ginseng, a valuable find. Thankfully, I did not overlook it. He collected Centennial Blood Ginseng, Rare, X1, Blood Ginseng Seeds, Rare, X3. From now on, keep an eye out for unique plants in the forest, especially those with such leaves. They are treasures. Xiao Tian excitedly shared various plant characteristics, earning the admiration of his companions for his extensive knowledge. Unbeknownst to them that his ring revealed all plant information upon identification. Subsequently, they gathered several edible mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and a vast expanse of sanchi, among which were 2 excellent specimens. They also discovered a notable amount of dendrobium, primarily aged 10 to 20 years, and even stumbled upon a rare specimen with enhanced effects, capable of boosting combat power and quality breakthroughs. Their luck continued as they found 2 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze chest. Xiao Tian felt fortunate for accompanying them. Otherwise, he would have missed out on numerous opportunities. In a swift motion, both Xiao Tian and Qin Liang released arrows, pinning a rare-grade black panther to a tree as it attempted to ambush. Young master is impressive. The group erupted into applause and cheers. Xiao Tian felt a twinge of guilt. He had aimed for the head, but inadvertently struck the tail. After stowing the panther's carcass, they hastened toward the riverbank. Xiao Tian observed from the mountaintop, believing the river was close, only to discover the descent was fraught with rugged, winding paths, slowing their progress significantly as they often encountered boulders that necessitated detours. This, however, assured him that his mother and sister would be safer in their current location. To better comprehend their surroundings, Qin Liang and Qin Yu opted for a different route, avoiding the path they had previously scoured that morning. This new trail yielded minimal animal sightings. Aside from the black panther, they encountered only a few wild rabbits and a pangolin. Yet they discovered a wealth of edible and medicinal plants. Stop! Qin Liang raised his left hand, signaling the group to halt, then pointed ahead at a cluster of rocks. Young master, there is a significant concentration of beastly scents ahead. I shall investigate. After observing for some time, Qin Liang cautiously returned, his expression grave. Approximately 50 meters ahead, there is a gathering of numerous beasts, at least 2 exceptional grade, 7 rare grade, and nearly 30 excellent grade beasts, along with over 100 ordinary ones. On a small rocky slope, there grows a peculiar plant, devoid of branches and leaves, standing over 2 meters tall, adorned with 2 golden fruits. Xiao Tian, intrigued, whispered, "Let us take a closer look." As he prepared to approach, Qin Liang and Qin Yu closely followed. Reaching the edge of the boulder, Xiao Tian cautiously peered over and immediately spotted the plant on the slope. Spirit Essence Fruit Tree. Exceptional, its fruit can enhance physical constitution and is usable for rare level breakthroughs. Exceptional grade grants 50 combat power, cannot be consumed by rare level and below, can be used medicinally. It will mature in approximately 20 minutes. Xiao Tian's heart soared with joy. Yet another treasure from the heavens. It was imperative that he acquire it. It was time for Shenzhan to achieve a breakthrough. And given the bond he had developed with his subordinate who had accompanied him since the onset of his journey, Xiao Tian felt a deep affection and hope for their continued growth. An extraordinary wolf king, 2 rare mountain wolves, and over 30 fine and ordinary creatures. 2 rare black-backed bears, 1 rare tusked boar, 8 fine tusked boars, and a score of ordinary tusked boars. An exceptional black-striped tiger, fearsome in stature, measuring nearly 5 meters in length, with a tail over 2 meters long, resembling a steel whip. Additionally, there were 2 rare gibbons, accompanied by a troop of their kind. Xiao Tian contemplated silently, recognizing the formidable array before him. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly spell doom. He conveyed the intricate details to his companions, prompting a thorough discussion. It was Qin Yu, endowed with leadership skills, who first proposed a strategy. With colossal boulders flanking them and a narrow path less than a meter wide ahead, The gigantic beasts would be unable to traverse it. If all archers were positioned atop the boulders, while I guard the passage with the remaining warriors, they would be rendered powerless against us. Moreover, before the fruits mature, a fierce battle is inevitable, as the group of extraordinary and rare beasts clash. Both the young master and Qin Yu can unleash their skills to dispatch some of them. Qin Yu elaborated on the plan meticulously, and with Xiao Tian and Qin Liang refining the details, a comprehensive strategy swiftly emerged. The group followed Qin Yu's orders, springing into action. Xiao Tian's greatest strength lay in his self-awareness. He never meddled in matters beyond his expertise. With Qin Liang's assistance, Xiao Tian, along with one rare and two fine archers, successfully ascended the boulders, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Qin Yu stood guard alone at the narrow path, with several warriors ready to provide support at any moment. As time slipped by quietly, after a tense 10 minutes, the beast leaders could no longer contain themselves. The first to attack was the black-striped tiger, the ruler of the forest. It let out a series of furious roars, only to find that the other animals remained undeterred. Feeling its authority challenged, the tiger lashed out, killing two gibbons behind it. With limbs coiled, it lunged at the herd of tusked boars, its sharp claws swiftly rendering one fine tusked boar's head into a pulp. Following this, it opened its maw and sank its teeth into the neck of a rare tusked boar, sending it crashing to the ground. Expecting to instill terror, the tiger was taken aback when, instead of retreating, the other beasts united against it, surrounding the black-striped tiger. With a collective roar, the beasts launched their assault, igniting a chaotic melee. The title of Forest King was not in vain. Within a mere minute, one rare gibbon and 5 fine beasts fell to the tiger's claws, while many ordinary creatures suffered grievous fates. However, the black-striped tiger was not without its own wounds. Its abdomen was pierced by the last dying tusked boar, blood gushing forth, and its hind leg was savaged by a retaliatory bite from a black-backed bear. The cunning Wolf King remained unscathed, lurking at the periphery, awaiting the tiger's moment of vulnerability. Finally, seizing the chance as the black-backed bear clung to the tiger's rear limb, the Wolf King pounced, its claws glinting menacingly. Now, shoot! Qin Yu's voice rang out, prompting Xiao Tian and Qin Liang to unleash their skills without hesitation. Arrow rain, scatter, rapid fire. Qin Liang's scatter skill, broader in range than Xiao Tian's arrow rain, covered nearly 20 square meters, though slightly less potent than Xiao Tian's exceptional crossbow. An onslaught of arrows rained down, striking down numerous beasts. The primary targets, the black-striped tiger and the Wolf King, were both riddled with arrows. Before the tiger could comprehend its fate, it succumbed. The Wolf King, gravely injured, struggled to rise, letting out a furious howl. With a surge of fury, it charged forward, but at the critical moment, Qin Yu activated his skill, vanquishing the Wolf King just 2 meters away. The Wolf King's lifeless body hurtled forward with momentum, and Qin Yu, unable to evade, raised his arm shield and braced his feet firmly. A dull thud echoed as he staggered back 3 steps, but his comrades caught him, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yu, are you all right? Xiao Tian, observing from above, inquired urgently upon seeing the Wolf King fall. After a moment to catch his breath, Qin Yu replied, "Young master, do not worry. Continue as planned. With both extraordinary beasts slain, victory is assured." With that, he gripped his weapon anew and led several warriors forward, systematically dispatching the mountain wolves that followed the Wolf King. Only 4 rare beasts remained, and with Xiao Tian and Qin Liang's firepower, they dispatched them effortlessly. Within 5 minutes, all rare creatures were eliminated, leaving behind a scattering of ordinary and fine beasts that fled in disarray. The anticipated battle concluded with minimal cost. Only Qin Yu sustained a light injury. Following the earlier skirmish, Qin Liang and Qin Yu successfully leveled up to 2, further enhancing their strength, and Xiao Tian accrued over 300 experience points. Their bountiful haul filled Qin Liang, and Qin Yu's exceptional space rings to the brim. Fortunately, with Xiao Tian's assistance, they managed to gather the remaining carcasses. This single harvest could sustain the 10 or so residents of their mother's shelter for an entire week, perhaps even warranting the recruitment of additional followers, contingent upon resolving their shelter issues. Moreover, over 20 luminous orbs containing loot dropped from the slain beasts were collected, which Xiao Tian chose not to open, intending to have his sister examine them upon their return. The next phase was pivotal. Qin Yu positioned the others around the small rocky slope, while Xiao Tian and Qin Liang approached the spirit fruit tree. An inexplicable fragrance began to emanate from the ripening fruits. Spirit fruit tree, exceptional, will mature in 1 minute. Chapter 50. Astonishing bounty, too much to contain. Fortunately, the minute passed without incident, allowing Xiao Tian to successfully collect the fruits. He obtained 2 spirit fruits, exceptional, and 1 spirit fruit seedling. An unexpected gain. Xiao Tian exclaimed with delight, initially believing 2 fruits to be the maximum yield, only to discover a seedling as well, promising a continuous harvest of fruits in the future. Although their bounty was already substantial, the group had no intention of returning just yet. Approaching the riverside grasslands, Xiao Tian aimed to catch some live fish to bring back for his mother and sister, ensuring their daily supply of fresh food. As they meandered, collecting various fungi and wild vegetables, they unexpectedly unearthed a single ginger plant, initially hoping to find a cluster akin to the one Xiao Tian had previously discovered. They searched extensively but found only this solitary specimen. Though of limited use, it was better than nothing, considering they had already brought a fine specimen with them. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank, where Xiao Tian was taken aback by the river's vastness, rivaling the Yellow and Yangtze rivers. The waters flowed swiftly, teeming with a rich variety of fish, with several hefty specimens leaping from the surface. Alas, the swift current made fishing impossible, compelling Xiao Tian to seek a suitable location. After half an hour of traversing nearly a kilometer along the overgrown banks, they finally discovered an eddy, a bend in the river where the water flowed more slowly. Ideal for fish to inhabit and forage, making it an optimal spot for fishing. Curiously, despite Qin Liang's claims of many animals, Xiao Tian noted numerous footprints along the river's edge, yet they had encountered no living creatures during their journey. Could it be that the spirit fruit tree had drawn all nearby animals away? Quickly, the group retrieved their fishing gear, first placing some animal entrails in 3 traps at the eddy's tail. Next, they pulled out fishing nets and over 100 meters of rope, connecting the rope to the nets and dividing into 2 teams to stretch the rope across the eddy's ends. They began to lower the nets into the water. Xiao Tian had not instructed anyone to enter the water, as many of the fish leaping could weigh dozens of pounds. Who could say what lurking predators might be beneath the surface? One could easily become a meal. The rare-grade fishing net extends for several hundred meters. Xiao Tian instructed Qin Liang and a few others to test its strength, only to discover that even 7 or 8 individuals could not tear it apart, instilling a sense of reassurance within him. With 2 exceptional grade warriors alongside several rare-grade fighters, the net's tensile strength exceeded 100 tons, rendering it unbreakable. Soon, the net encircled the entire tidal bay. Xiao Tian had someone measure the bay's depth, which was approximately 10 meters, ideal for the net to touch the bottom. In this nearly 3,000 square meter expanse of water, one could only imagine the abundance of fish awaiting capture. With preparations complete, they began to pull the net back. Xiao Tian and Qin Liang refrained from assisting, instead standing on opposite sides with weapons drawn, attentively watching the water's surface. As the net was retracted, the water grew tumultuous, with large fish leaping out sporadically, some managing to clear the net, much to Xiao Tian's dismay. Upon spotting a fish escaping, he would swiftly draw his bow and release an arrow in an attempt to intercept it. Although his archery skills were lacking, the sheer number of fish, mostly weighing between 20 and 50 pounds, meant he missed very few, and with Qin Liang's support, they soon had over 100 sizable fish floating on the water's surface. Before long, the net was pulled to within 10 meters of the shore, becoming increasingly difficult to manage, as the water teemed with fish, many of which were being forced ashore by the throng. Young master, this is rather excessive. How shall we contain it? Qin Liang and Qin Yu were left speechless, as at least 10,000 fish were visible on the surface, most weighing above 5 pounds. With numerous specimens in the 20 to 30 pound range, not only were they at a loss, but Xiao Tian too was unsure how to handle the situation. He could only retrieve the 20 prepared wooden barrels, each with an 80-liter capacity, sufficient for carrying only a few dozen pounds. Should they attempt to store the largest fish, a single specimen could easily fill an entire barrel. After much contemplation without a solution, Xiao Tian gritted his teeth and instructed Qin Liang and Qin Yu to extract 40 of the largest ordinary-grade animal carcasses from their spatial rings and discard them on the ground for later processing. Although it was regrettable, bringing them back to the slaughterhouse would yield at least double the meat yield. There was no alternative at the moment. The ordinary raw meat was insignificant compared to the bounty before them. As long as they could bring it back, it would sustain hundreds. Not just in Li Wei's sanctuary, but even half of it could nourish many under Xiao Tian's care. They quickly began to gather the smaller fish that had jumped onto the shore into barrels, while Qin Liang and Qin Yu stored those under 20 pounds in their spatial rings, leaving Xiao Tian responsible for those above that weight. Since live creatures could not be stored in the spatial rings without dying, the 20 barrels were set aside to be carried back to the sanctuary later. After over an hour of frantic activity, the net was pulled to within 2 meters of the shore. Young master, we have filled the barrels. There is no more room. Qin Liang and her companion looked helplessly at Xiao Tian, having done their utmost to cram in numerous small fish, filling their spatial rings to capacity. At that moment, over 1,000 large fish remained in the net, while Xiao Tian's storage space had dwindled to just 5 slots. You continue to salvage. I will find a way, he urged, tossing smaller fish out of his storage to focus solely on the larger specimens over 30 pounds. As the number of remaining fish dwindled to under 100, a veritable mountain of fish began to pile up on the shore, predominantly comprised of those weighing around 20 pounds that Xiao Tian had selected. Gazing at the last 2 available slots in his storage, Xiao Tian exhaled in relief. Ignoring the fish pile, he began to retrieve the large fish one by one. Finally appreciating the power of his storage space, whether it was 1 pound or 100 pounds, each fish occupied a single unit. Caught up in the excitement, Xiao Tian gradually lost himself in the task, no longer content to merely follow and collect fish, but instead moved to the shoreline to catch them himself. 80 he silently counted in his head with each fish he caught, his spirits soaring at the sheer volume of meat, sufficient to feed his mother and many others for an extended period. With combined efforts, they managed to haul in a single fish weighing several hundred pounds, an astonishing size. Fortunately, 2 ordinary-grade warriors were stationed at a distance for vigilance while the recovery was primarily conducted by exceptional-grade fighters. Otherwise, it might have been a daunting task. Even so, after much labor, everyone was utterly exhausted. They secured the fishing net to the shore with their weapons and settled down to rest, sipping on the exceptional-grade spring water they had brought and snacking on fruits gathered along the way to regain their strength. Xiao Tian casually extracted lightweight items such as fruits, berries, mushrooms, and wild vegetables, wrapping them in animal hides for the return journey, freeing up 8 slots in his storage in preparation for disassembling the fish mountain. It was not that he wished to avoid taking them back for slaughter. The round trip was simply too far, and he was in a different region where the trade channel was inaccessible. Successfully disassembling yielded raw meat, ordinary, 755, raw meat, exceptional, 88. With over 1,000 pounds of fish now accounted for, Xiao Tian's heart no longer ached with regret, as it had been thoroughly shattered. He refrained from extracting the rare fish. Even a single pound of such was far more valuable than 100 pounds of ordinary fish. His storage space was completely filled, leaving only 1 slot available for the larger fish, which could accommodate an additional 30, allowing for 69 more fish. Observing the net, he realized it could barely hold what remained. Oh, one even came out voluntarily. Don't blame me for being impolite, Xiao Tian exclaimed, noticing a fish tail protruding from the shore. After nearly 2 hours of labor, he assumed it was yet another large fish and reached for it without a second thought. Tragedy struck. Smack. Chapter 51. A moment from disaster, capturing the culprit. As Xiao Tian bent down to pull the fish onto the shore, he felt an emptiness in his grasp. A shadow darted past, and then a tremendous force slammed into his chest. With a cry, he flew through the air, soaring over 20 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon impact, it felt as if his insides had been rearranged, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Young master. The incident unfolded too swiftly. From Xiao Tian's scream to his landing, scarcely a second had elapsed. Qin Liang and Qin Yu, alongside their companions, were paralyzed with fear, rushing forward to assess Xiao Tian's condition. The sight of blood at the corner of his mouth sent them into a cold sweat. Should anything happen to him, they would be at a loss for how to explain it to the master. Young master, are you all right? Is everything okay? Qin Liang asked urgently, her expression fraught with concern. Just as she was about to assist him, Xiao Tian hastily stopped her. Don't move. Please, don't touch me. It's not serious, just don't move. He managed to halt their intentions to help, though his chest was protected by armor, which had crumpled significantly. The injury was not severe, only a dull ache lingered. After gently pressing on his chest, he felt fortunate that no bones were broken. The real agony stemmed from landing on a fist-sized rock, which had dealt a punishing blow to his backside. The pain was so intense that tears nearly brimmed in Xiao Tian's eyes as he struggled to shift his weight, glancing back in horror at his narrow escape. If he had been just a fraction of an inch off, it could have been a disaster of catastrophic proportions. The group, witnessing the scene, could not contain their laughter, especially Qin Yu, who turned away, covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Xiao Tian, still squinting in pain and questioning his existence, was suddenly aware of the commotion and, upon opening his eyes, realized the situation. Fuming with indignation, he glowered. You're still laughing. Go catch that beast. I want to see what dared to ambush me. Infuriated, Xiao Tian bellowed. Yes. The group, heeding his command, swiftly armed themselves and ran toward the shore. Amidst the laughter, they knew their young master was injured, and feeling the weight of their responsibility, Qin Liang, Qin Yu, and the others approached the shore, taking out their frustrations on the large fish, stabbing one after another before tossing them onto the bank. After a lengthy recovery, Xiao Tian gradually managed to stand, gingerly rubbing his backside. The pain in his groin was intense, and the sensation lingered long enough for him to suspect bruising. Each step was accompanied by sharp stabs of discomfort, reminiscent of the time he had to walk with a broken leg shortly after his arrival in this world. It took several minutes for him to traverse the 20+ meters to where Qin Yu was busy working. Did you catch it? He inquired, his voice strained. Stopping her work at the sound of his voice, Qin Yu replied. Young master, there are none for now. The most powerful fish we've caught so far is merely of the rare grade, lacking significant might. However, we are close to finishing up. Xiao Tian glanced into the fishing net, which now contained only a few meager catches, soon to be emptied. He spoke up, reel in the net a bit more, and have a couple more people help pull it. Be cautious, we must not let it escape. We must capture it. Before long, the net was gradually drawn inward from both sides. Unexpectedly, more than 10 sizable fish were found hiding at the bottom, and they were swiftly brought up. As the net tightened into a smaller space, the culprit that had previously struck Xiao Tian remained elusive, leading the group to believe it had already fled. Feeling a dull ache in his rear, Xiao Tian, filled with rage, shouted, "Pull! Pull! Pull! Bring the net up." I refuse to believe this. The 4 individuals responsible for pulling the net combined their strength, preparing to haul it all ashore. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged, causing them to stagger, nearly losing their grip on the rope. Observing this, Qin Liang and Qin Yu rushed forward to assist, gripping tightly. Upon their arrival, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily called out, "We need 2 more people." With 8 individuals working together, they finally stabilized the effort, engaging in a tug-of-war with the creature beneath the water for approximately 10 minutes. Gradually, the force within the net diminished, and it was slowly dragged out of the water. The water was murky, with splashes erupting intermittently, and a massive fishtail occasionally broke the surface, slapping against the water, though its strength had considerably waned. As the net was entirely pulled from the water, a chilling, almost infantile wail echoed, revealing a creature with a broad, flat head, short limbs, and a long, flattened tail, struggling within the net. Its body measured an impressive 3 meters, with a tail extending 5 meters, weighing at least 500 pounds, and adorned with bizarre golden-red patterns. At that moment, the net had been torn, leaving a sizable gash, but the creature's ferocious head remained ensnared, unable to break free due to its limbs being trapped. Out of the water, it seemed significantly weakened, manageable by 4 skilled warriors. Gazing upon the grotesque creature and hearing its unsettling cries, Xiao Tian hurriedly opened his interface to assess the situation. Chapter 52, The Frustrated Fire Spirit Salamander. Fire Spirit Salamander, exceptional grade, is evolving. About to break through to epic level. Level 3, Combat Power, 658. Skill, Fireball Technique, condenses fiery energy to launch a fireball at enemies, possessing a certain explosive range. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Scorching Lava, in the process of evolution. Note, the Fire Spirit Salamander's evolution is interrupted. Its internal fire elements are surging, creating unbearable heat as it seeks refuge underwater to evolve, but the breakthrough has been interrupted, rendering it weak. Having read the interface, a cold sweat broke out over Xiao Tian. This was his first encounter with magical damage. He had always assumed that the Land of Slaughter was solely based on physical attacks, with perhaps the occasional legendary martial artist akin to those in wuxia novels. At that moment, the Fire Spirit Salamander abruptly ceased its struggles, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth gradually emitting a red glow. Xiao Tian's expression changed, and he swiftly raised his Xianjin divine crossbow to fire, shouting, "Quickly, kill it. Do not allow it to unleash its skills." Without hesitation, the others, seeing Xiao Tian prepared to shoot, immediately launched their attacks. Qin Yu's rapid thrusts effectively interrupted the Fire Spirit Salamander, forcing its ultimate move back down. As a plume of black smoke billowed from its mouth, with relentless attacks from the group, the Fire Spirit Salamander, unable to retaliate due to its bound limbs, succumbed to suffocation, releasing 4 luminous orbs upon its demise. That was close. It was on the verge of evolving to epic level. Fortunately, we encountered it in time, otherwise, not only would we have perished today, but my mother's sanctuary would also face dire threats, Xiao Tian explained, still shaken. The others finally grasped the urgency behind Xiao Tian's actions. After collecting the carcass of the Fire Spirit Salamander and its dropped items, the outing concluded perfectly. Xiao Tian picked up the large fish on the shore while the others tidied up the net. As for the 3 traps, they were impractical to carry, so they decided to leave them for Qin Liang and the others to retrieve during their next outing. Interestingly, apart from the Fire Spirit Salamander, which yielded drops and experience, countless large fish had not offered any experience or rewards at all. Weather and time. Land of Slaughter, Year 1, Day 4, 17:15, 45 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 81. 5 degrees. Weather, light rain transitioning to moderate rain. Unbeknownst to them, it was already past 5 o'clock, and darkness was imminent. They needed to return to the sanctuary quickly, as the rain intensified, and visibility would soon diminish. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, time is short, we must hurry back. After ensuring everything was packed without omission, Qin Yu led the way, and the group, carrying their belongings, swiftly made their way towards the sanctuary. Apart from 2 ordinary warriors, everyone else carried large wooden barrels, with the rare-grade warriors moving swiftly, their barrels in hand. Xiao Tian, oblivious, was on the brink of disaster. At that moment, Li Yue was nearing a state of panic after a busy afternoon. She had exchanged numerous precious items with the unfrozen spring and was about to inform Xiao Tian when she discovered he was missing. After inquiring with the subordinates working outside, she learned he had gone out with Qin Liang and the others. Having kept watch from the Arrow Tower all afternoon, she had seen no sign of his return. Thoughts of belts, vines, and wooden sticks flashed through her mind as she contemplated which tool would best convey a mother's love to Xiao Tian. This brat, having gained a little strength, has become arrogant and dashed off without a word. When he returns, I shall have my reckoning. Li Yue's face turned ashen, seething with anger. As time ticked away, her anxiety escalated, muttering to herself, why have they not returned? There are only 10 minutes until night falls. Surely nothing has happened? What should I do? Why have they not returned? With only 3 minutes until dusk and still no sight of the group, Li Yui was thoroughly alarmed. Huh. They are finally back. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's voice rang out. As it turned out, on their return journey, the group had discovered another path leading up the mountain, a shorter route they decided to take. This new path was rather narrow, flanked by stones, and they only merged with the main road halfway up the mountain, which is why Li Yui had not seen them. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Yui quickly descended from the arrow tower and rushed outside the walls. As Xiao Tian and the others returned to the main road, they looked up to see Li Yui standing above. Xiao Tian intended to wave in greeting, but upon noticing her increasingly dark expression, he lowered his head, feeling guilty. This is it. This was the only thought in Xiao Tian's mind. What must come must be faced. Even the longest journey has its destination. Upon reaching the mountaintop and standing before Li Yui, Xiao Tian raised a smiling face, intending to sweet-talk his way out of trouble, addressing her, "Mother, you have no idea what happened today. Ouch. Mother, please let go. My ear is about to fall off." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yui, with a stoic expression, swiftly seized his ear, performing an astonishing 360-degree spin. In agony, Xiao Tian cried out, his lament reverberating through the air, his expression as rich as his pain, drawing tears from those who heard. Li Yui was well aware of his feigned distress. She knew precisely how much strength she employed. After all, she had raised this son from infancy. She was well aware of his character, which had always sought to evade responsibility. Though he had never deceived Li Yui, he had successfully duped Qin Liang and Qin Yu, among others. Seeing the young master being so thoroughly reprimanded by their leader, the others quickly set down their burdens, kneeling on one knee, pleading with Li Yui, "Mistress, it is all our fault. Please punish us instead. What are you all doing? Get up. This is merely an act." Xiao Tian urged, hastily motioning for them to rise. Now this is no act." Hearing Xiao Tian's self-satisfied tone, Li Yui tightened her grip, giving his ear a firm twist. Then she helped Qin Liang and the others to their feet, saying, "This has nothing to do with you. Xiao Tian has always been mischievous. You have all worked hard. Go in and rest." Upon hearing this, Qin Liang and the others lifted the wooden tub and made their way towards the pond, while Li Yui curiously gazed at the live fish within, accompanying them. As all the fish were released into the pond, they began to swim energetically. "Mom, we needn't worry about food anymore. You have no idea about our harvest today. We have gathered a few tens of thousands of pounds," Xiao Tian remarked proudly. Noticing that his mother's anger had subsided, Li Yui shot him a disapproving glance before responding, "No more reckless ventures. Your armor is damaged, and the blood at the corner of your mouth hasn't even dried. Do you think I didn't notice? Where are you hurt?" Tenderly, she touched the dented armor and gently wiped the remaining blood from her son's lips with the corner of her garment. Xiao Tian pounded his chest confidently, striking a muscular pose as he declared, "I'm fine. My health is robust, and I eat well." Qin Liang and the others couldn't help but chuckle at the conspicuous imprints on Xiao Tian's armor. Sensing Li Yui's puzzled expression, a flustered Xiao Tian hastily changed the subject, leading her and the group to the slaughterhouse, where he called out to the people in the shelter. After an afternoon without seeing her brother, Lin joyfully shouted. Once he calmed his sister down, Xiao Tian turned to Li Yui and asked, "Mom, are you ready? Watch me perform." Chapter 53, The Pseudo-Epic Fire Spirit Pearl. Wow. As Xiao Tian's words echoed, the items in the space were unleashed, and Lin exclaimed in surprise, "Sister, look, it's raining fish." Pointing at the multitude of large fish that continued to emerge, Lin addressed Mei Yi, a regular-level girl who was responsible for her care, who was not yet 18 and with whom Lin had developed a good rapport over the day. No one responded to Lin, as everyone, including Li Yui, stood with mouths agape, too astonished to speak. Once all the catches were released, a towering pile appeared before the slaughterhouse. Xiao Tian smiled and said, "But that is not all." He then moved to the side and continued to release the corpses of beasts, while also instructing Qin Liang and Qin Yu to do the same with their spatial rings. Each person chose a spot, and soon 3 more heaps of fish appeared, with Xiao Tian's being pure beast corpses, while Qin Liang and Qin Yu's contained a mix of fish of various sizes. When the last fire spirit salamander was released, its grotesque, wounded appearance startled Li Yui, prompting Lin to scream and dash back to the shelter. Caught off guard, Xiao Tian stood frozen, having forgotten that despite having traversed for several days, his mother and sister had only encountered a handful of small animals, and had never seen such a creature. Lin being young, was naturally comforted by Mei Yi, but Li Yui was different. She understood that this world was no longer the same as before. To avoid appearing unrefined in front of her subordinates, and to adapt quickly to this new reality to protect her daughter and assist her son, she steeled herself and approached the monster, addressing Xiao Tian. "Xiao Tian, did this creature injure you?" "Yes, it's called a fire spirit salamander, of exceptional rank, soon to be upgraded to epic. Thankfully, it was discovered in time, otherwise your shelter would have been in danger." Xiao Tian explained the threat posed by the fire spirit salamander while pointing to the 4 heaps of meat. "This is today's harvest. Quickly arrange for people to rotate into the slaughterhouse to work." Do not leave any ordinary level meat behind. Exchange it for resources. And procure a large quantity of beast skins and warm materials like cotton and linen. Have the clothing blueprints been obtained? Yes, we acquired both the clothing and armor blueprints. After being rained on all afternoon, you and Sheen, you should go take a bath and change clothes while preparing for dinner. I'll handle the rest. Li Yue began to exude the qualities of a strong woman, organizing tasks with remarkable efficiency. As the slaughterhouse commenced operations, an abundant supply of fresh meat was continuously put up for trade. Currently, aside from warm clothing and cold-resisting medicine, food was the most critically scarce resource. Almost as soon as it was placed on the shelves, it was swiftly snatched up. In a region of 100,000 people, even with the population reduced to less than 90,000, at least 30,000 remained below the subsistence line. Even if each person bought 2 units, it could deplete tens of thousands of pounds of food. Outside the shelter, a few farmers clad in raincoats were laboring tirelessly under the dim light of several torches. Just as Li Yue was about to direct her subordinates to send the fire spirit salamander into the slaughterhouse, she realized that only ordinary-level workers could process rare-level corpses. Reluctantly, she could only dismantle it. Acquired, raw meat, pseudo-epic. 8. Fire spirit salamander skin, pseudo-epic. 3. Fire spirit salamander tendons, pseudo-epic. 3. Fire spirit salamander spine, pseudo-epic. 1. Fire spirit pearl, pseudo-epic. 1. Li Yue was astonished by the quantity of materials obtained from the dismantling, especially the fire spirit pearl. Fire spirit pearl, pseudo-epic. The source of power from the fire spirit salamander can be added as a component to the shelter or used as forging material and medicinal ingredient. Unsure how to utilize it, Li Yue set aside her work and returned to the shelter to consult Xiao Tian. At that moment, Xiao Tian had just finished bathing and was seated at the table, eating while chatting with Lin Lin. Upon seeing Li Yue rush in, he assumed something was amiss and was about to inquire when she handed him the fire spirit pearl, saying, "Xiao Tian, look what I just obtained from dismantling the fire spirit salamander." Intrigued, Xiao Tian opened the panel to examine it. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Mom, the shelter is the foundation of our survival. Since the prompt indicates it can be used as a component, it's best to add it to the shelter." "All right, you take it. You need it." Without hesitation, Li Yue handed the fire spirit pearl to Xiao Tian, who naturally declined, as he had plenty of resources and several capable generals. "Mom, you should know me well enough by now. With my talents, you can rest assured to use it. By the way, Lin Lin, go open the light orbs and treasure chests." Before Li Yue could respond, Xiao Tian took out the light orbs and treasure chests dropped today and handed them to Lin Lin. Hearing that she could open treasures, Lin Lin, who had been bored all afternoon, was overjoyed, especially since there were no toys here. She eagerly pulled her mother along, urging her to hurry. While eating, Xiao Tian occasionally heard Lin Lin's exclamations of surprise. Looking at his mother and sister not far away, feeling warm and content. If only Dad were here. Suddenly reminded of his father, Xiao Tian became momentarily lost in thought. Dropping his chopsticks, realizing it was necessary to inform his mother, he quickly lost his appetite, hastily swallowing a few bites before approaching her. "Mom, there's something I haven't dared to tell you. The reason I've been collecting spatial gems is related to Dad. Look at this." Xiao Tian opened the panel for the family finding ring for Li Yue to see. Continuing, "I need to level up quickly to find Dad. In 2 days, the extreme cold weather will hit, and without the protective shield, we could face animal attacks." Li Yue, who had been hesitant to inquire until now, leaned on her son's shoulder, overcome with emotion. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lin Lin, who had been focused on opening the light orbs, suddenly heard her mother crying and hurriedly embraced her. Wiping her tears, Li Yue forced a smile, comforting her daughter. "Mom is happy. Lin Lin need not worry. Go ahead and open the light orbs." Once Lin Lin returned to her task of opening the items, Li Yue turned to Xiao Tian, saying, "With what I've opened and traded, I now have 34 gems. I'll trade again tonight. Let us gather them quickly and bring your father back. I believe he will be all right." "Yes," Xiao Tian affirmed. Before long, Lin Lin had opened all the light orbs and treasure chests. True to her luck, the quantity and quality of what she obtained far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The basic supplies included 100 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 30 units of iron blocks, and 15 units of refined iron. Additionally, there were a few items: 1 excellent grade storage space expansion scroll, 2 shelter components, a restroom, 1 excellent grade lookout tower, 1 rare grade city gate, and 6 ordinary farmlands, 2 excellent, 1 rare, and 1 exceptional level, along with 2 excellent grade vegetable greenhouses. Additionally, there exists a rare level compost workshop and a permanent rare level blueprint for a city defending crossbow. The summoning tokens comprise 6 ordinary level tokens, 2 fine level tokens, 2 rare level tokens, 3 spatial gemstones, and a rare level storage cabinet. Upon accounting for the final item, Xiao Tian's eyes sparkled with delight and surprise. Chapter 54, Talent Upgrade. Talent Upgrade Stone. Rare can upgrade talents below level B. Marvelous. So this is the treasure that facilitates talent upgrades. Both Xiao Tian and his mother were utterly elated. Xiao Tian, you must use it quickly. Now I understand how your talents can be upgraded, and I will pay special attention in the future. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian promptly clicked to use it. Talent upgrade successful. Talent, B-level empower all, upgradable, can enhance 20, 200 times or upgrade related treasures to a level. At least one level of enhancement is guaranteed, with a probability of enhancing to level 2 and a 0.01 probability of enhancing to level 3. With a maximum enhancement potential of mythic level, it cannot be reused on the same item, and the daily usage limit is 58. Not only had the probabilities increased, but the daily usage limit had also expanded, granting 3 opportunities remaining for the day. Naturally, Xiao Tian would not squander this. He first took the Fire Spirit Pearl to activate the talent skill for enhancement. Enhancement successful, Fire Spirit Pearl, epic. Aside from the change in grade, the other descriptions remained unchanged. After researching for quite some time without discerning anything particularly special, Xiao Tian asked his mother to use it directly. After waiting for a considerable time without noticing any changes, and with several candles flickering in the dimly lit living room, Xiao Tian searched around but could not find the Fire Spirit Pearl. Mother, what effect does it have? Unable to perceive any alterations, Xiao Tian inquired of Li Yue, only to find her lost in thought, still recovering from her astonishment. Observing this, Xiao Tian approached and gently shook her, asking, "What's wrong? This is quite peculiar. It feels a bit warm, and I'm already sweating," Li Yue replied, regaining her composure and gazing at Xiao Tian. "This is truly extraordinary. Look. Sanctuary. Fire Spirit Pearl, epic, component. Feature 1. Constant temperature, maintains a permanent temperature of 26 degrees within a 200-meter radius. Feature 2. Illumination. The Fire Spirit Pearl is fixed at the apex of the sanctuary, providing continuous illumination within a 200-meter range, with an option to deactivate. Feature 3. Fire Spirit Shield. A 200-meter range, impervious to anything below epic level, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown period of 72 hours. My goodness, this is far superior to my light tower. In extreme cold weather, it can almost be disregarded, and should extreme heat arise, it will be no trouble at all. Moreover, with the Fire Spirit Shield as a life-saving feature, I need not worry about you anymore." Subsequently, Xiao Tian carried Lin Lin out of the sanctuary. To his astonishment, a miniature spire had appeared atop the sanctuary, approximately 2 meters in height, with a luminous orb at its peak radiating a gentle glow. Although the illumination was not as bright as the light tower, it rivaled the streetlights of the past. This enhancement allowed farmers to work at night, thereby increasing efficiency. The 200-meter illumination had covered the entire flatland, extending about 80 meters beyond the walls, enabling the night watch personnel to promptly detect any sudden occurrences. The group of farmers, clad in thick beast hide garments and raincoats, had initially found the temperature to be quite comfortable, but now were sweating profusely, with the quicker ones already shedding their outer layers for short sleeves. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the others, Li Yue quickly explained the functions of the Fire Spirit Pearl before resuming her trading activities. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Xiao Tian continued selecting items requiring enhancement. For his second opportunity, he decided to use it on the storage space expansion scroll, Fine. A fine level enhancement could expand by 30 slots, if all went as anticipated. A level 1 enhancement would yield at least 60 slots, ample for his needs. Enhancement successful, he obtained a storage space expansion scroll, Exquisite, 1. Gazing at the scroll in his hand, Xiao Tian felt elated, having risen 2 levels, allowing for a total expansion of 100 storage slots, combined with the original 40 slots. He would scarcely encounter issues of insufficient storage space. Initially contemplating using his last opportunity on the City Defending Crossbow Blueprint, he reconsidered after examining it. City Defending Crossbow Blueprint, rare, permanent. Requirements: 10 wood, 5 fine iron, 1 beast tendon, rare. The need for both fine iron and rare materials was apparent. The beast tendons had only been acquired since the establishment of the slaughterhouse. Uncertain of the materials required for further enhancement, and knowing he could not produce it, he decided it would be better to craft it immediately for immediate use. Such weapons merely required installation on high platforms, allowing ordinary farmers to operate them. Producing several would significantly bolster the sanctuary's defense capabilities. After much contemplation regarding the optimal use of his final opportunity, Xiao Tian suddenly realized a grave mistake. Why hadn't he saved the talent upgrade stone for the next day? With merely 3 enhancement opportunities, it was a trivial waste. Yet the next occasion to acquire a talent upgrade stone was uncertain. Consumed by regret, he found himself helpless. At that moment, he noticed the spatial ring adorning Lin Lin's hand. This was a gift from Xiao Tian, intended for her to store snacks and cherished belongings. Oh, the spatial gemstones were what he lacked. He could enhance the spatial ring. Even upgrading it to rare level would equate to saving 40 spatial gemstones. With this thought in mind, he immediately sought out Qin Liang. "Qin Liang, may I borrow your spatial ring for a moment?" Just as Qin Liang had finished his meal and was resting at the door, observing the bustling individuals outside, he was somewhat puzzled by Xiao Tian's request, but obediently removed the ring and handed it to him. Enhancement successful, obtaining a spatial ring, rare, 1. Here. Try it on and see. Xiao Tian returned the successfully enhanced spatial ring to Qin Liang, who, upon receiving it, was taken aback. Wow, it has become so large. I absolutely love it. Xiao Tian felt 3 black lines appear on his forehead. What a brazen declaration. Chapter 55, Farewell approaches. Hearing Qin Liang's exclamation, Qin Yu also approached. And as their conversation grew bolder, it attracted the attention of several other female warriors. The more Xiao Tian listened, the more he felt something amiss, prompting him to hastily withdraw. Indeed, when women engage in flirtation, men find themselves rendered irrelevant. Upon stepping outside the courtyard, a group of farmers, who had been diligently working for nearly 2 hours, had already dispatched 2 meat mountains. The time had reached 9 o'clock, indicating that they would likely need to toil until midnight before resting. The slaughter continent is an extraordinary place, regardless of the type of animal or fish. Once disassembled and slaughtered, they uniformly transform into raw meat. Barrels of raw meat were being carried before Li Yue. At this moment, she stood in the open space, tirelessly operating the racks, as barrel after barrel of raw meat vanished from sight. Xiao Tian approached her, inquiring, "Mother, how is the sale going?" Li Yue was busily engaged. Responding while working, "There is simply not enough to sell. It disappears the moment it is placed on the rack. The thatch has been completely discarded, retaining only a few for backup. We have accumulated 5,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 200 units of iron, 200 units of fine iron, and collected 5 spatial gemstones. We also have a considerable number of blueprints, tools, and sanctuary components, effectively gathering nearly all the crafting blueprints needed for daily necessities. Thankfully, we opened the exquisite storage cabinet. Otherwise, we would have run out of space." At this moment, Li Yue paused, looking at Xiao Tian and stating, "Do you know how much meat has been sold?" "A staggering 12,000 pounds, equivalent to 12,000 units. Aside from a few hundred pounds of fine-grade meat, the rest is all ordinary-grade raw meat." Xiao Tian was equally astounded, not anticipating such high sales figures. However, upon reflection, it made sense. There were numerous individuals living below the subsistence line in the region, and if each person purchased a pound, it would be sold out in no time. "Mother, since that's the case, let us pause for now and upgrade the sanctuary. We can elevate it by 2 levels without issue, and then utilize the remaining summoning tokens." Seeing that the basic materials were sufficient, Xiao Tian urged Li Yue to prioritize upgrading the sanctuary, as he was also curious about what a high-level stone house would resemble. Indeed, the 2 individuals returned to the sanctuary, embarking on the enhancement of their refuge. To prevent chaos from the influx of too many people, they called everyone outside. 2 beams of white light flashed consecutively, and the courtyard wall, which had originally stood 20 meters away, now loomed just 5 meters before them. The first thing to catch their eye was the overall appearance. Both the courtyard wall and the stone house had been transformed into a structure crafted from piled stones. The gates, doors, and even the windows were constructed from wood encased in iron sheets. The courtyard wall soared an impressive 24 meters high and measured 50 centimeters thick, while the gate itself was 10 centimeters thick, exuding a sense of formidable security that could only be moved by 2 ordinary-level individuals or 1 skilled warrior. The group first circled the courtyard in awe. Even the laborers were called over by Li Yue, emphasizing the importance of balancing work with rest for optimal productivity. The entire sanctuary sprawled over 600 square meters in a square layout, with the luxurious stone house occupying 200 square meters at its center. Surrounding the house was a 5-meter-wide expanse suitable for planting or personal embellishments. At each corner of the courtyard wall stood a stone-paved platform, the purpose of which remained uncertain. Pushing open the heavy stone door of the house revealed a first floor automatically divided into several distinct spaces. To the left upon entering was a 50-square-meter living room, followed by a 30-square-meter dining area, a kitchen, a restroom, a storage room, and a workshop. To the right, there were 6 rooms, each approximately 15 square meters, modestly sized to accommodate 2 occupants. Ascending the sturdy staircase led to the second floor, which mirrored the first in its spaciousness, also covering 200 square meters. Aside from a small living room of 30 square meters at the center connecting to a balcony, various functional components could be set up, akin to those on the first floor. The left side boasted 2 master bedrooms of 30 square meters, while the right featured 4 20-square-meter rooms. Naturally, one master bedroom was designated for Li Yue and her daughter, while the other was reserved for Xiao Tian. The 4 rooms on the right were intended exclusively for women, with Qin Liang and Qin Yu occupying one, while the others would house 3 to 4 individuals each. The men and any remaining women would be relegated to the first floor for sleeping arrangements. Despite Xiao Tian only being able to visit once a week, Li Yue intended to keep a room for him indefinitely. After the tour, the group resumed their tasks. In the living room, Li Yue produced a summoning order and utilized it fully, successfully calling forth 10 additional subordinates, 2 rare-level warriors, 1 male and 1 female, 2 skilled-level individuals, 1 male warrior and 1 female farmer, along with 6 ordinary-level members, which included 1 female warrior and 3 farmers, and 2 male warriors. With these 10 new arrivals, Li Yue's sanctuary now boasted a total of 24 subordinates. Although capable of sustaining 240 individuals, the limited space and low skill levels rendered many of them ineffective. Xiao Tian had advised her not to summon anyone of rare level or above henceforth. The farmers were assigned to assist with various tasks, while the warriors were organized by Qin Yu into rotating shifts. Li Yue first produced essential supplies, distributing them to each room, and utilized various sanctuary components acquired through trade. To her surprise, what was intended to be a simple outhouse transformed into a finely crafted restroom upon use, as the original blueprint for the outhouse was no longer applicable. 2 restrooms were established on both the first and second floors, with one also present in the master bedroom. Unfortunately, they could not locate a modern water supply system akin to those before the calamity, necessitating the use of toilets on the second floor that required regular maintenance. Bathing and washing could only be accommodated on the first floor due to the lack of drainage. As time slipped by unnoticed, it was already 11 o'clock at night. With the addition of new farmers, all food had been processed, and aside from the duty-bound warriors, everyone else had retired for the night. Only Li Yue remained busy, while Xiao Tian had long since fallen asleep with his sister. Despite her fatigue, Li Yue was reluctant to rest. With dawn approaching, her son would soon depart. And in this perilous land of slaughter, no one could guarantee survival beyond a week. She needed to prepare for his journey. Aside from the warriors on duty, no one knew when she would take a break. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Tian was awakened by his mischievous sister. This was the most comfortable and secure sleep he had experienced in days. Cradling his sister, he made his way downstairs. After freshening up, Mei took Lin Lin to breakfast. At that moment, only Qin Yu and a few warriors were present in the living room, while the rest were either on night duty or already stationed outside. Qin Yu, where's mom? Xiao Tian inquired as he placed his breakfast on the table. According to Qin Liang, the commander was busy until after 2 last night and hasn't risen yet. Qin Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian felt a pang of sympathy for his mother. She was working far too hard. Xiao Tian, why are you looking for your mother? A voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw Li Yue descending from upstairs. Mom, why are you up so late? You should have slept longer, Xiao Tian urged. Li Yue smiled and responded. You're leaving soon. How could I possibly sleep? Look at this, Mom prepared it for you last night. Chapter 56. Fire Spirit Armor. Li Yue retrieved a piece of leather armor from her spatial storage and handed it to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian examined the intricate patterns on the armor, feeling a sense of familiarity. He activated the inspection feature. Fire Spirit Armor, Pseudo-Epic, Combat Power, 188. Skill, Fire Shield. A passive skill that can block fatal strikes from below the epic level, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Feature, Constant Temperature. Maintaining a temperature of 26 degrees Celsius within 1 meter of the wearer year-round. Automatic Durability Recovery, 1 per minute, Maximum Durability, 100. Mom, this. Li Yue chuckled. This was crafted using materials from the Fire Spirit Salamander. You must wear it. I can't help but worry otherwise. By the way, you should enhance it first. Xiao Tian obediently donned the Fire Spirit Armor. The exterior felt remarkably sturdy, while the interior was soft and warm, providing a comforting embrace. He paused the enhancement process and spoke to Li Yue. I won't enhance it just yet. I can do that whenever I return. I need to use my enhancement attempts today before heading back. Once Li Yue finished her breakfast, the two began sorting through all their items in the living room, selecting the most suitable 8 for enhancement. Qin Yu, come here. I'll enhance your ring first. Remembering that Qin Yu's spatial ring had yet to be enhanced, he called her over. Enhancement successful. Obtain spatial ring, exquisite, X1. Wow, what a great start. I leveled up on my first try? Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully. The exquisite level ring boasted a capacity of 200 cubic meters, sufficient for long-term use. If he had possessed this ring yesterday, he could have brought back all the fish, yielding several thousand pounds of meat, while saving 190 spatial gems. Taking the ring, Qin Yu beamed with delight, her eyes narrowing with joy. And fearing she might utter something inappropriate, Xiao Tian hurriedly ushered her away. He stored away the following valuable items from his spatial inventory. Spirit Fruit, Exquisite, X2. Spirit Fruit Seedling, Exquisite, X1. Blood Ginseng Seeds, Rare, X3. Century-Old Blood Ginseng, Rare, X1. Dendrobium, Rare, X1. Mysterious Fruit, Rare, X2. Skill, Healing Aura, X1. These were the most precious items in Xiao Tian's storage. Upon seeing the skill stone, he recalled that he had intended for his mother to learn it, but had forgotten. However, it seemed less beneficial for her, as she rarely ventured outside. It would be more effective if given to either Qin Liang or Qin Yu, so he decided to hand it over to his mother for her to choose. He kept 1 spirit fruit for himself, intending to use it for Shield Mountain's breakthrough, while giving another and the seedling to his mother. He set aside 2 blood ginseng seeds and retained some herbs that were not present in the sanctuary, leaving the rest behind. He picked up the spirit fruit seedling, Exquisite, initially intending to enhance it, but reconsidered. Enhancing it would prolong the maturation time and make it unusable by those of lower quality. So it was better to plant it directly, allowing both his mother and sister the opportunity to utilize it. Mysterious fruit, rare combat power, 20. Do not be deceived by the mere 20 points of combat strength that this fruit bestows. Its true value lies in the absence of any restrictions. Regardless of one's aptitude, it can enhance one's prowess without any deductions. This gift was bestowed upon me by the fortunately Wei. While I have only ever acquired lower-tier items, this fruit is undoubtedly the most worthy of reinforcement, as it can elevate my mother's strength. Enhancement successful. Obtained a mysterious fruit, exquisite, 2. Regrettably, I could not upgrade it to level 2, and level 3 is beyond my imagination. Mysterious fruit, exquisite combat strength, 50. The remainder was left unenhanced, entrusted to my mother for her discretion. Mother, I have yet to see your combat strength. How much do you possess? I inquired, eager to discern how far Li Yue could potentially advance. She glanced at me and replied, currently, my combat strength is 38. Augmented by my equipment to a total of 258. You should consume this mysterious fruit, and keep the other one for yourself to assist someone else in breaking through. You must also enhance your own strength. Li Yue, without objection, consumed the fruit, feeling not only her combat power rise, but also a significant boost in her physical capabilities. Subsequently, she produced the fruits of her labor from a night of trading, along with her existing stock from the storage compartment. First, she presented 5 cotton seeds. Though of ordinary grade, they are exceedingly precious as the peak selling season for cotton is just 2 days away. When planted in fields of rare grade or higher, they can yield multiple harvests in a single day. Only a fool on the brink of starvation would engage in such a trade. I accepted 2 of the seeds. Among her other acquisitions were 1 rare defense tower, 2 excellent man-eating flower seeds, 6 rare farmlands, 2 exquisite farmlands, 1 rare fish pond, 1 rare compost workshop, 1 rare city gate, 1 excellent watchtower, 1 rare building upgrade scroll, 48 repair stones, and 52 space gems. These were the fruits of my mother's arduous efforts throughout the night, alongside a considerable amount of basic resources. I took the fish pond, as my mother had a natural spring that rendered it unnecessary. The space gems were naturally handed over to me. I now possess 77, and with just 23 more, I can upgrade the family finding ring. The excellent watchtower is unique, serving solely to enhance visibility by 20. I decided to reinforce it, and as expected, it only upgraded by 1 level, increasing visibility to 30. Thus, the soldiers stationed there could observe further and detect dangers in advance. I reinforced the rare defense tower to the exquisite level. Defense tower, exquisite automatically generates a shield upon encountering an enemy within a 100-meter radius. Shield energy value 10,000. Attacks of rare grade or below are ineffective. Rare grade inflicts 1 damage. Exquisite grade inflicts 10, and epic grade inflicts 100. Energy replenishes by 1 point per minute. While not as dazzling as the Fire Spirit Shield augmented by the Fire Spirit Pearl, it serves as a supplementary safeguard for my mother's shelter. I instructed her to later place it within the inner courtyard. I had previously acquired a rare building upgrade scroll, which remained unused in the shelter. After some contemplation, I resolved to enhance it. The Unfrozen Spring's formidable nature could be maximized by upgrading it to exquisite grade. Unsurprisingly, during this 6th enhancement attempt, I only achieved a single level, handing the scroll to my mother while pondering where to utilize the last 2 opportunities. The man-eating flower seeds seemed somewhat redundant, and given that my mother's entrance was lined with stones, they were ill-suited for growth. I decided to store them for companionship with the bloodthirsty thorn back home. After much deliberation, I resolved to apply the final 2 enhancement attempts to the rare compost workshop and an exquisite farmland. The presence of abundant medicinal herbs and precious dragon essence, along with blood ginseng, necessitated the use of high-grade fertilizers and planting in advanced farmlands for swift harvests. Fortune was not in my favor today. The last 2 attempts yielded only a single level upgrade, resulting in farmland, epic cultivation area of 50 square meters, capable of planting epic grade and above plants, accelerating maturation time by 20 for epic grade, 40 for exquisite grade, and 60 for rare grade plants. This was my first encounter with epic grade farmland, significantly larger in area. While the acceleration time for lower tier plants was negligible, it proved advantageous for those of rare grade and above, substantially hastening the growth process. Just as I was about to present this to my mother, I suddenly heard her voice calling from outside. "Oh, Xiao Tian, I almost forgot to bring this out. Mother, what delightful treasure do you have?" I inquired curiously as Li Yue hurriedly entered. She produced about 10 orb-like objects, which I recognized immediately as blood essence. I had previously obtained 2 pieces from slaying the golden armored crocodile, yet never anticipated acquiring so many at once. These were collected after yesterday's slaughter. We managed to gather this from tens of thousands of fish. They should be quite valuable, she explained. Well, I must retract my earlier thoughts. This is not excessive. In fact, it is rather scarce. The collection of blood essence included 8 pieces of excellent grade, 6 of rare grade, and 2 of exquisite grade. Indeed, these are rare finds, perhaps slightly inferior to the mysterious fruits, but they can both enhance combat strength and facilitate breakthroughs. It was through such means that I initially transcended my limits. By the way, Mother, has anyone in your area achieved breakthroughs? I inquired, recalling the bountiful rewards I received during my own. Upon hearing my question, Li Yue pondered for a moment before responding, yes, there has been chatter in the chat channel. At least 3 individuals have broken through. Let us see if we can secure a spot in the top 10. Quickly consume 3 pieces of excellent grade blood essence. You should be able to break through. Go on, give it a try. I encouraged her, reasoning that even the smallest morsel could yield a bronze treasure chest, and hoping for her swift advancement. Li Yue, not wanting to delay, grabbed a piece of blood essence and swallowed it whole, each roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, nearly choking in the process. Alarmed, I rushed to her side, offering water and patting her back, exclaiming, Mother, you're too reckless. At least chew a few times. Such a large lump shouldn't be swallowed whole. Li Yue, whether distressed from choking or annoyed by my comments, rolled her eyes and, after a considerable struggle, managed to finish 3 pieces of blood essence. Each excellent grade piece increased her combat strength by 5 points, and upon consuming them, she felt as though her body was undergoing a profound transformation, pushing the limits of her humanity, with impurities surfacing from her skin's pores. Anticipating this, I had already instructed preparations for clothing and bathing water. Xiao Tian, I did it. I secured the 10th place, earning 2 bronze treasure chests and 10 points of prestige. Li Yue exclaimed joyfully, her eyes sparkling. Unaware that my sister had retreated to the staircase, holding her nose at the unpleasant odor, I refrained from teasing my mother, having experienced a similar situation myself, and urged her to take a bath. Only then did Li Yue realize, having surpassed even the world record holder in sprinting, she dashed into the bathroom at lightning speed. After a considerable amount of time, she finally emerged, and everyone was taken aback by her transformation. Qin Liang, recently descending the stairs, rushed over to embrace her. Wow, my lord, your skin is radiant. It rivals Linlin's, and the crow's feet and freckles on your face have vanished. Really? Li Yue replied, incredulous. She hastily found a mirror and, after a thorough examination, her eyes lit up with joy. Her smile seemingly unending as she engaged in animated discussions with Qin Liang and several female warriors, completely oblivious to her son and daughter nearby. Indeed, women, regardless of age, possess an innate desire for beauty. Ahem, mother, perhaps we should address more pressing matters? I coughed lightly, attempting to redirect the conversation. Don't rush me. I'll be ready shortly, came my mother's voice from amidst the gathering of women. With no other option, I took my sister outside to play. Upon exiting the door, I first noticed a tall defense tower standing in the left corner, and I finally understood the purpose of the stone platforms at the 4 corners. They were intended for the placement of towers. The defense tower appeared rather unremarkable, standing at approximately 8 meters, topped with a small platform encircled by protective walls, capable of accommodating 2 individuals. It could be manned for watch duties. Next, I beheld the upgraded Unfrozen Spring. Unfrozen Spring, exquisite, produces 20 liters of water daily, excellent. Consuming it alleviates fatigue and restores stamina. Every day, it is capable of producing 5 liters of rare water, which, when consumed over an extended period, can enhance one's physical constitution and bolster combat strength. Additionally, it yields 1 liter of unfrozen spring water daily, which is classified as excellent quality and, upon regular consumption, promotes beauty and preserves youth indefinitely. Furthermore, every 3 days, a drop of spiritual spring is produced, which can be utilized for quality breakthroughs. The quantity of rare-grade water, akin to that of Xiao Tian's well, has significantly increased, while the unfrozen spring has also been upgraded to excellent quality, suggesting a considerable enhancement in its effects. The production of the spiritual spring has accelerated from 7 days to 3 days, signifying that an individual can be promoted every 3 days. As Xiao Tian strolled outside the shelter, he observed diligent farmers laboring in the fields, while patrolling soldiers surveyed the surroundings. On the mountaintop, wild beasts were scarce, unlike Xiao Tian's previous shelter, which faced a forest and was frequently besieged by nocturnal predators. Weather update. Date: 1/5 of the year of slaughtering continent. Time: 10:11. 7 hours and 49 minutes until nightfall. Temperature: 6°C. Weather: overcast. The temperature had once again dipped, with an impending extreme cold front expected in 2 days. Fortunately, there was the fire spirit pearl, allowing even Linlin to don merely a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. With less than 30 minutes remaining until the final teleportation, Xiao Tian carried his weary sister back to the shelter. At that moment, his mother and her companions had finally concluded their discussion and were waiting in the living room for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, take this ring back with you. There are too many basic materials, and your storage space cannot accommodate them. This is all from your mother's overnight trading, containing 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 1,000 iron blocks, 200 fine iron, 1,000 units of excellent grade raw meat, 200 units of rare grade raw meat, 20 units of excellent grade raw meat, and 4 units of pseudo-epic raw meat, along with 5 sets of city defense crossbows and the remaining essence of blood and flesh. Li Yue handed over Qin Liang's rare-grade spatial ring. The ring itself was inconsequential. It could simply be mailed back later, provided it was empty. However, if it contained even a single item, mailing it would be impossible, a fact Xiao Tian had already tested. Heaven's laws truly leave no loopholes for exploitation. Mother, this is far too much. You should keep some for yourself. Xiao Tian exclaimed anxiously. Li Yue had anticipated this and guided him to the storage cabinet, revealing that she had upgraded the shelter by 2 levels, generously providing him with ample resources, with basic materials and raw meat exceeding his own supplies. However, Xiao Tian objected to the essence of blood and flesh, taking half of it and handing the remainder to Li Yue. With little time left, the family engaged in joyful conversation, while Qin Liang, Qin Yu, and others stood silently behind, observing them. As seconds ticked by, the moment of parting, though inevitable, was filled with reluctance. Together, they stepped out of the shelter and into an open space. Not only Li Yue and Lin Lin, but also the soldiers who had fought alongside Xiao Tian were loath to bid him farewell. Xiao Tian smiled at everyone and said, "Do not be sorrowful. I shall return in 7 days. Mother, take good care of yourself and Lin Lin. Qin Liang, Qin Yu, safeguard my mother and sister." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of white light enveloped him, accompanied by a sudden wave of dizziness. Chapter 58, a dozen, please. My lord, the lord has returned. Still recovering from his disorientation, Xiao Tian heard the voices of Xiao Qi and Xiao Fang. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and opened his eyes, finding the two waiting eagerly before him. Xiao Fang, having only seen Xiao Tian once, appeared somewhat bashful, while Xiao Qi enthusiastically rushed forward. My lord, you have finally returned. Xiao Tian awkwardly raised both hands. Feeling somewhat flustered, he had underestimated her enthusiasm. Gently patting her shoulder, he said, "All right, quickly report the situation to me." Suddenly shy after her initial exuberance, she sprang back. Her face flushed as she replied, "Uncle Guan and Sister Lung left early this morning. They brought back many carcasses yesterday, resulting in over 1,000 pounds of ordinary grade meat, along with dozens of pounds of excellent and rare grade meat. There are only 10 pounds of outstanding grade meat, as well as 2 wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron treasure chests, and 1 bronze treasure chest." Pausing for a moment, Xiao Qi continued, "My lord, you have no idea how formidable the Liver Emperor is. Since you left yesterday, he hasn't returned. I even delivered food to him once, but he was busy working, clearing out a large area of trees from the forest in front of our shelter. Eventually, around 2 a.m., the guarding soldiers discovered he had returned. Thankfully, we had kept warm water and food prepared for him. After eating and freshening up, he left again at 6 a.m. with more food. My lord, you cannot imagine how much material he brought back alone. There are several large piles in front of the shelter, and I spent a long time counting them. Here's the inventory. Wood, 258, stone, 656, iron blocks, 358, copper blocks, 125, bronze treasure chest, 1, silver treasure chest, 1. Xiao Qi went on. Additionally, there are over 5 pounds of berries, a multitude of wild fruits, vegetables, and medicinal herbs, as well as a fine-grade ginseng and 2 outstanding-grade Qingling lion corpses. According to him, he ventured into a cave to mine, where he was disturbed by the 2 lions, whom he subsequently defeated. I suspect he was mining in their den. Xiao Tian was taken aback by the Liver Emperor's audacity, brazenly entering the lair of wild beasts to mine. How could anyone tolerate such audacity? His heart mourned for the 2 Qingling lions he had never encountered. The copper blocks were a new discovery, with their utilities still unknown. The Liver Emperor's daily haul rivaled that of Guan Yi Dao and his group, and he required no management, needing only to be provided with quality rest and nourishment to work tirelessly day and night. Such a subordinate was rare indeed. One could only wish for a dozen more. As some soldiers were resting after their night shifts, Xiao Tian instructed the 2 to awaken them and led everyone out of the shelter, intending to upgrade it for the next phase of plans. Upon exiting the courtyard, the workers, including Nongyi and Bai, were overjoyed to see Xiao Tian's return, promptly setting aside their tasks to greet him. After exchanging a few words with them, Xiao Tian commenced the upgrade of the shelter. With a dazzling flash of light and amidst the astonished cries of the crowd, Xiao Tian grinned. Shelter, advanced stone house, expansion, area, 1, 200 square meters. Next level upgrade, manor. Upgrade requirements, manor blueprint, 10,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 2,000 iron blocks, 500 copper blocks. Evaluation, strong defense, high comfort, far surpassing other shelters. Xiao Tian had not anticipated the extraordinary nature of the shelter's expansion scroll. It not only increased the current area, but doubled it with each upgrade. Naturally, the consumption also doubled, exhausting 6,000 wood, 6,000 stone, and 1,200 iron blocks, almost depleting his iron and stone reserves. Fortunately, he had traded for a substantial amount the previous day and had yet to check the supplies in the storage cabinet. Li Yue's shelter measured 600 square meters in a square shape, while his was a rectangular 200 square meters. The stone house alone encompassed 400 square meters, featuring a 100 square meter grand living room and a 60 square meter dining area, with all functional areas doubled in number, including 4 restrooms. There were also 12 rooms, 4 large rooms, and 8 small rooms on the upper floor, capable of accommodating 50 residents without issue. Observing the upgrade requirements for the shelter, he noted that the manor blueprint was not currently available, while the wood, stone, and iron blocks posed no issue. However, copper blocks were not readily obtainable through trade. Relying solely on the Liver Emperor's retrieval, Xiao Tian was confident that achieving the first upgrade to a manor would not be problematic. In terms of resources, he believed no one in this region could rival him. After touring the new abode, everyone returned to their respective duties, and Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Qi to organize resting quarters for the personnel. On the second floor, besides the Liver Emperor, Guan Yidao, Lung Ling, Nongyi, and Dun Shan, the rest would temporarily be arranged on the first floor, reserving the second floor exclusively for subordinates of outstanding grade or higher, unless special circumstances arose. In the future, it is intended to utilize summoning orders primarily of rare quality or higher, unless there is a shortage of labor, striving to cultivate an elite force. Existing subordinates will be progressively enhanced. Once these tasks are completed, Xiao Tian finally finds the time to examine the fruits of Xiao Qi's labor from a busy day. Upon opening the storage cabinet, Xiao Tian was astounded. Chapter 59. Too many good things can be a burden. Inside the 100-slot storage cabinet, over half was already filled. It is noteworthy that each slot can accommodate up to 999 units. Although not every item was maximized, the basic materials alone included 15, 885 units of wood, 580 units of stone, 988 units of iron blocks, 178 units of refined iron, 158 units of repair stones, and 19 space gems. With the 77 space gems Xiao Tian held, he had amassed a total of 96, being just 4 short of upgrading the family finding ring. Additionally, there was an abundance of various qualities of meat, herbs, and fungi. The 6 types of rare-grade vegetables, and both wheat and rice previously planted had been harvested, with each type yielding dozens of units. Blood essence, excellent, 6, blood essence, rare, 3, blood essence, superb, 1. Xiao Tian did not expect that his shelter would yield blood essence as well. There were also 19 ordinary mysterious fruits and 2 excellent mysterious fruits, which were indeed valuable. Xiao Tian planned to utilize these to elevate himself to rare status and seize the first-place reward. The variety of leather materials exceeded thousands of pieces, and there were also numerous beast bones and sinews, though they were primarily of ordinary quality. Furthermore, a multitude of items, some of which were new to Xiao Tian, were present. Among them were 1 excellent gate, 3 excellent arrow towers, 1 rare arrow tower, 2 excellent defense towers, 2 excellent watchtowers, 1 excellent catapult, 1 excellent stone wall blueprint, 3 excellent building upgrade scrolls, 2 rare building upgrade scrolls, 16 ordinary summoning orders, 7 excellent summoning orders, 3 ordinary fish ponds, 1 excellent fish pond, 2 fireplaces, shelter components, 1 water supply system, shelter component, 1 lighting system, shelter component, 5 toilets, shelter components. The remainder consisted of various items from previous stockpiles. Overwhelmed by the sheer quantity, Xiao Tian took a moment to regain his composure before inquiring with Xiao Qi, who was working nearby. With so many good things gathered in a single day, did you go robbing? This remark elicited a laugh from Xiao Qi, who replied, most of this was acquired through trades involving ginger soup infused with chai hu. While some of the more valuable items were exchanged for excellent grade ginger soup and tiger bones. You wouldn't believe it, but tiger bones are even more sought after than excellent grade ginger soup. A single excellent tiger bone can be traded for a rare grade item. Once planted, it yields a harvest every day, providing both thirst-quenching and satiating benefits, with higher grades also offering some restorative and healing effects. Many people seek to purchase them, as acquiring one is tantamount to preserving their lives. Having said this, Xiao Qi produced several valuable items from her space ring and handed them to Xiao Tian, saying, my lord, these are quite precious. I kept them nearby for you to see. Seeing Xiao Qi utilize her space ring reminded Xiao Tian that he had yet to return Qin Liang's ring. He promptly transferred the items from the ring into the storage cabinet and then mailed the ring back to his mother, reassuring her of his safety before examining the items Xiao Qi had given him. Strengthening pill, excellent grants combat power of 20 for those below rare quality, with a chance to surpass. Skill, stone throw, summons a giant boulder to strike the target, inflicting a stun effect, cooldown time of 30 minutes. Directional summoning order, rare blacksmith. Small shop, upon use, allows the establishment of a small shop in the trading channel with a unique number. The top 10 listings can be permanently pinned, allowing for 100 items to be listed simultaneously, each slot accommodating up to 999 units. Xiao Tian was taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Qi had a keen eye, as these 4 items were exceptionally unique. He wished to enhance each one, but could only set them aside for tomorrow's enhancement opportunities. Xiao Qi, from now on, we will only trade summons of excellent quality or higher. If we encounter rare grade items, I am open to accepting them even at a higher cost. Perhaps we could attempt to exchange multiple lower-tier items for a single higher-tier one. Even a 5-to-1 trade would not be a loss for me. The same goes for these special items. We are not lacking in resources at present. In the future, we shall only consume food of rare quality or above, ensuring that the Liver Emperor provides at least superb quality resources, while ordinary grade meats can be fed to the bloodthirsty thorns. And excellent grade ones will be reserved for trade. Having settled all matters, Xiao Tian set out from the shelter with several immediately usable items. First, he utilized 3 rare grade summoning orders without hesitation. There were too many items he wished to enhance, and rare grade personnel were already sufficient. With a flash of white light, 3 warriors materialized. 2 male warriors, a rare occurrence of a professional shield warrior, akin to Shield Mountain. Xiao Tian named them Shield 1 and Shield 2, significantly enhancing his safety during excursions, ensuring Shield Mountain would protect him. One more would make it perfect, Xiao Tian mused. The third warrior was a female archer, whom he named Cold 2, intending to later allocate teams for Cold Ling and Guani Dao. After giving the 3 a brief introduction to the shelter, he instructed them to accompany Bu Yi on patrol until Guani Dao arrived for further arrangements. Xiao Tian noticed that the blacksmith workshop had already been manifested by Xiao Qi, positioned near the slaughterhouse. Upon inspection, he found numerous tools for forging, yet no one was present. Checking the panel revealed the need for a blacksmith to be stationed there. With a blacksmith, he could repair weapon durability and forge various weapons and equipment according to the blacksmith's rank. Now, Xiao Tian understood why Xiao Qi had classified the blacksmith summoning order as an important item. Its utility was immense. The daily consumption of repair stones was significant, and this alone would save considerable resources. Moreover, Xiao Tian had high-grade materials suitable for forging, which had been gathering dust in the storage cabinet. As he strolled, he arrived at the agricultural area, realizing he had unwittingly acquired over a dozen plots of farmland, of various grades, filled with a multitude of food and medicinal plants. Xiao Tian took out 3 cotton seed packets, instructing Farmer E to expedite the cultivation of more seeds, with plans to release more farmland for large-scale planting the following day. As the weather grew colder, the next step would be to manifest the vegetable greenhouse. With limited enhancement opportunities and an overwhelming number of items to strengthen, Xiao Tian found himself in a quandary, often faced with the dilemma of having too many good things can indeed be a burden. After patrolling around the shelter, he found that Xiao Qi had constructed the entire fence. The bloodthirsty thorns had already extended halfway around it. Xiao Tian decided to use the stone wall blueprint and return to the shelter to gather all 342 units of ordinary raw meat and over 7,000 units of stone. First, he reached the fence archway and dumped all the raw meat for the bloodthirsty thorns to consume. Upon seeing their master, the bloodthirsty thorns were ecstatic, their leaves quaking with excitement at the sight of the mountain of meat. Many branches quickly plunged into the pile, and as the meat mountain diminished, the surrounding branches continued to encroach forward, ultimately enveloping the entire shelter's fence. Yet it was not over. The main branches and several large offshoots grew increasingly robust, and as the meat mountain gradually disappeared, the entire plant began to emanate a blood-red glow. Xiao Tian, filled with curiosity, clicked to check. Bloodthirsty Thorn, superb currently in the process of breaking through. Chapter 60, Epic Bloodthirsty Thorn. He waited for a half hour, growing increasingly anxious, akin to a nervous new father pacing before a delivery room, occasionally stomping his feet. Why is it taking so long? Surely, there can't be any mishaps, Xiao Tian fretted, as the bloodthirsty thorn constituted a vital line of defense for him, and any loss would be significant. Suddenly, the glow emitted by the bloodthirsty thorn flickered ominously, as if it might vanish at any moment, with the main branch swaying towards Xiao Tian, seemingly in distress. Xiao Tian quickly opened the panel to check. Bloodthirsty thorn, exquisite breaking through. Insufficient energy, imminent death. Alas, without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tian hurriedly poured out the 1,000 units of high-quality raw meat prepared by his mother in the space. The bloodthirsty thorn grasped this lifeline just in time, extending several tendrils to latch onto it. As it continued to feed, the crimson glow gradually stabilized. Oh no, that can't be consumed. In his haste, Xiao Tian had inadvertently tossed in 2 man-eating flower seeds, which were now being devoured by the bloodthirsty thorn. Never mind, they were not particularly precious items anyway. It was of no consequence. Xiao Tian continuously monitored the condition of the bloodthirsty thorn. After absorbing the entire 1,000 pounds of high-quality raw meat, the ominous words imminent death vanished. However, it still displayed insufficient energy. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Tian threw in another 100 pounds of rare-grade meat, muttering incessantly, "If you lack energy, why attempt to advance? If you fail again, I shall incinerate you." Whether it understood or not, the bloodthirsty thorn suddenly quivered, its feeding speed accelerating. As the meat on the ground was consumed completely, the warning of insufficient energy finally disappeared, and the crimson glow emanating from the bloodthirsty thorn intensified. Numerous tendrils extended, sprouting flower buds. Time passed, and after half an hour, the glow gradually faded, revealing buds that had grown to about 1 meter in length. At last, The bloodthirsty thorn successfully broke through, ascending to the epic level. Simultaneously, the massive flower buds blossomed, each one expanding to several meters in size. With thick petals and a vibrant appearance, revealing a gaping maw festooned with sharp teeth at its core. It appeared extraordinarily fearsome. Xiao Tian estimated that around 20 buds had sprouted along the perimeter. He opened the panel to inspect the bloodthirsty thorn. Bloodthirsty thorn, epic, combat power, 658. Automatically identifies foes and allies, actively attacking enemies. Its thorns possess a paralyzing blood-sucking effect, ensuring death for any foe below exquisite rank upon being struck. Symbiotic, man-eating flower, rare. Combat power, 356. Attack range, 10 meters. As long as the bloodthirsty thorn exists, the man-eating flower shall not perish. Note, the bloodthirsty thorn inadvertently ingested man-eating flower seeds during its breakthrough, acquiring the man-eating flower gene, enabling it to generate man-eating flowers. Haha, Xiao Tian laughed uproariously. A mere few thousand pounds of meat, even with the sacrifice of 1,000 pounds of exquisite and 100 pounds of rare, yielded a tremendous profit, gifting him over 20 rare-grade guards. Although the bloodthirsty thorn's combat power was not high among epic beings, its multitude of branches allowed for simultaneous attacks, instilling fear in its adversaries. Having dealt with the bloodthirsty thorn, Xiao Tian began calculating the consumption of stone, planning to construct a layer of stone walls within the enclosure. Surrounding the perimeter of approximately 800 meters, he found himself with 7,550 units of stone remaining. He could complete a circle, leaving about 50 meters vacant at the archway, to be filled once he constructed the city gate tomorrow. This was not the final effect. Xiao Tian's plan included building at least 2 layers, each 2 meters high, resulting in a stone wall with a thickness of 1 meter and a height of 32 meters, barely sufficient to serve as a city wall. Weather time. Continent of Slaughter Year 1, January 5th, 11:45, 6 hours and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 612. Weather, overcast turning to light rain. This wretched weather threatens rain again. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter. Passing by the breeding grounds, he noticed several new animals, including wild chickens and ducks, all of exquisite quality. Once they began laying eggs, the food supply would be even more abundant. The large-eared rabbit was close to giving birth, its round belly suggesting a sizable litter. Before he even entered the door, he was met with an enticing aroma. Xiao Fang was busy cooking with 2 farmers. Unlike before, meals now featured not only meat but also rare-grade vegetables like potatoes, tomatoes, and cabbage, along with various wild greens and fungi, accompanied by fragrant white rice. Each rare-grade rice grain was as large as a thumb, yielding about 20 grains per stalk, ensuring that 10 grains filled a bowl to the brim. Uncle Guan and the others had ventured further afield for hunting, taking food with them and returning only once a day. By the time the farmers finished their work, lunch was perfectly ready. Everyone savored their first meal composed entirely of rare-grade food, and several ordinary-grade individuals benefited the most, witnessing significant enhancements to their physical condition and an increase of over 10 points in combat power. Within 2 days, they would be poised to break through to exquisite grade. After finishing his meal, Xiao Tian also gained 8 points in combat power, deliberately saving room in his stomach for the blood essence. He needed to consume 8 servings of exquisite grade to elevate his foundational combat power to 200 points, with a chance of a direct breakthrough. After indulging in 4 servings of blood essence, Xiao Tian realized he had overestimated his capacity. His stomach felt as though it might burst. Reluctantly, he reclined on the sofa to rest. Just then, after finishing his meal, he decided to browse the internet. No, rather, to peruse the chat channel for some light entertainment to aid digestion. Chat channel. Regional population, 89, 566, 100, 000. It appeared that everyone had adapted. In just over a day, only a few hundred had perished, likely the elderly, weak, and infirm. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian felt a pang in his heart. The elderly and the infirm, his father fell into both categories, and he was oblivious to his current situation. Tomorrow, he must upgrade the family-seeking ring to locate his father as swiftly as possible. His eyes fell upon the rather foolish individual, number 1, who, without any work to do, was perpetually active in the chat channel, extolling the virtues of the unmatched alliance. 000001. Our leader, Xiao Tian, possesses the S-class beast tamer talent, wielding 2 rare grade and 1 exquisite grade beast. Who dares to compete with us? We have 5 membership slots available. Those wishing to join must offer high-grade items. We guarantee your safety. 052095. Everyone, do not believe them. They previously hiked the price for ginger soup and were fortunately suppressed by the esteemed 9527. They tried to trick me into dancing as a means of joining, but after watching, they still demanded I disrobe to agree. Wasn't that the seductive pole dance sister? Now that I think back, it was both alluring and enticing. 005151. Exactly. That vile and disgusting number 1 even tried to deceive me into being his girlfriend. Who has diabetes? Let me give him a taste. 013456. If you ask me, the esteemed 9527 is the most straightforward, with clear pricing and integrity. He never tricks anyone. The tide of conversation turned towards Xiao Tian, with many praising him, filling his heart with joy. It seemed that even in his absence from the chat channel, legends of his exploits continued to circulate. Other alliances also began to emerge, seizing the opportunity to recruit members. In a fit of fury, Number 1 revealed an astonishing secret. Chapter 61, Xiao Tian's Scheme. 000001. What makes 9527 so special? Our unmatched alliance has already partnered with Lin Meng's Green Forest Gang. Lin Meng's talent is SS class for spatial teleportation. 001573. Silence. 000003. Silence. 005487. Wow. 096110. What the? Number 1 statement ignited a frenzy in the chat channel, instantly inducing panic among the populace, prompting numerous alliances to emerge and accuse the unmatched alliance of collusion with the Green Forest Gang. Bang! A table was sent flying by Lin Meng's kick, crashing against the wall and shattering into pieces. This fool has actually revealed my talent. Lin Meng was furious. He had disclosed his trump card to collaborate with Xiao Tian, never expecting that this brainless Zhu Wu, Number 1, would blurt it out. Lin Meng, Xiao Tian, you owe me an explanation. How did he find out? Lin Meng sought answers from Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I sincerely apologize. I intended to boost morale within the alliance and shared it with a few managers. I never anticipated he would spill the beans. You know all the losses I incurred due to the ginger soup incident. Lin Meng, I don't care. You must compensate for my losses, or I will terminate our cooperation and you can await my retribution. Lin Meng furiously dispatched the information and turned to a nearby woman, disheveled and bruised, yet possessing an undeniably fine physique. She was a blue star human, unfortunate enough to have been deceived into revealing her coordinates and subsequently captured using the spatial teleportation talent. Lin Meng's talent was not to be underestimated either. SS-class spatial teleportation had 2 functions. One was to generate a teleportation portal based on coordinates, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 6 hours. One method involves group teleportation, permitting an unlimited number of individuals within a designated coordinate area, capped at 100, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Roll over and squat. With Lin Meng's thunderous command, the woman trembled, instinctively crawling closer. She was not the first victim. Through seduction and deceit, he had uncovered numerous naive coordinates, resulting in the demise of 2, with 2 more imprisoned by him. Additionally, he summoned talents using summoning orders. While the unattractive women were forced to toil endlessly, those with decent looks never escaped his clutches, deprived of any chance to rebel, and were swiftly confined. Male subordinates, unwilling to stoop to such depravity, were executed on the spot, leaving only those who had fully succumbed to darkness. Lin Meng, a notorious criminal, understood all too well how to dominate his underlings. Xiao Tian, you fool. You've cost me dearly. Were it not for your exceptional skill, I would have ended you on the spot. After berating Zhu Wuning, Xiao Tian winced at the thought of what he owed Lin Meng, cursing once more. Zhu Wuning possessed an A-grade copying talent, allowing him to replicate ordinary items 10 times daily, exquisite items thrice, and rare items once, with each item eligible for replication only once, and the copies themselves non-replicable. 2 rare summoning orders had just been duplicated by Zhu Wuning, leaving Xiao Tian in a financial bind. There was no choice but to maintain cooperation with Lin Meng. Otherwise, the merciless Lin Meng could very well lose his temper. After dispatching the items, following a cordial exchange, the 2 reconciled. Xiao Tian, just you wait. Once I locate your coordinates, I will reclaim everything with interest. Xiao Tian growled, knowing he could not afford to offend Lin Meng, as he had been the first to establish an alliance and was rewarded with a unique alliance skill, alliance support, which permitted the leaders of allied factions to utilize a summoning opportunity every 7 days to teleport their members together to confront Xiao Tian. It was crucial to first teleport Lin Meng's talents to Xiao Tian's sanctuary before employing the alliance skill. The most pressing need was to ascertain the coordinates of Xiao Tian's refuge. The entire region was aware of Xiao Tian's wealth. He was the first to upgrade his wooden hut, then his stone house, and subsequently the first to achieve excellence, accumulating a significant portion of the goods sold in the trading channel. Even if the 2 alliances of 200 were to share, each would still receive a substantial bounty. Humph, a pair of rogues, so you 2 conspired against me. If you manage to breach my defenses, I shall concede defeat, Xiao Tian disdainfully remarked, recalling the recently acquired bloodthirsty thorn. Even if all his subordinates refrained from attacking, who could penetrate his defenses? At present, he was least afraid of group assaults. His wristband buzzed incessantly with messages from friends, but he had no time to check. After taking a few steps, feeling his stomach's contents had sufficiently digested, he resumed consuming 4 portions of exquisite blood essence voraciously. After struggling to swallow the last bite, he downed 500 milliliters of rare-grade water, quietly awaiting the transformation within his body. Perhaps the exquisite physique had surpassed human limitations, for this time, the impurities emerging were minimal. Instead, He felt his bones compressing and muscles solidifying, his entire being brimming with strength, as if he could take on 10 adversaries simultaneously. A successful breakthrough to rare grade. Chapter 62. The conversation ends here. Congratulations on being the first in this region to break through to rare grade. You have been awarded a mysterious gift pack, along with 100 prestige points, which will be announced throughout the region. Congratulations to 009527 for being the first. 3 consecutive announcements, with golden text pinned at the top of the chat channel, instantly silenced the previously raucous discussion. After a brief moment of silence, a surge of lurkers emerged, with messages flooding in at a rate of over 1,000 per second, all engaged in discussion surrounding the enigmatic number 9527. The various factions, which had been vying for members, were relegated to the corners, their silent protests echoing. Countless faction leaders cursed under their breath, no matter how they inflated their own strengths. Under Xiao Tian's breakthrough announcement, they appeared as mere clowns. Go ahead and take as much as you want. In the end, it will all be mine. Lin Meng, having just finished his business, sneered, seemingly certain of his victory over Xiao Tian. Upon successfully breaking through, Xiao Tian felt an unprecedented vigor coursing through him, as if a master had bestowed upon him profound insights, filling him with strength. Unable to resist, he opened his attributes to check. Level 5 experience 14 585 000. Combat power 891 201 250 440. Stamina 100 100. Talent rare quality. Equipment Xianjin divine crossbow exquisite. Combat power 120. Fire spirit armor pseudo epic. Combat power 188. While at home, experience points flowed in effortlessly. The morning's hunting expedition with Guan Yidao and others had granted Xiao Tian over 500 experience points. Having reached rare grade, each level now increased his combat power by 50 points. With 891 combat power, he was no longer a mere novice. Xiao Tian refrained from consuming more blood essence, as he intended to reserve it for training his subordinates. Moreover, having just experienced a breakthrough, he needed time to acclimate to his new physique. Although he now possessed a robust body, he lacked combat experience, and an experienced elite warrior could likely overpower him. Ignoring the chat channel, his wristband buzzed again, indicating more messages from friends. After a thorough cleansing, Xiao Tian, in high spirits, strode to the arrow tower, leaning against the tower's base as he began to review the messages from his friends. To his surprise, the latest message was from Xiao Tailan, and not just one but several, since yesterday. In essence, he lamented how Xiao Tian had duped him, selling him ginger soup, and then introducing new products, leaving him empty-handed, employing various threats and temptations in a futile attempt to claim a share. Xiao Tian could not be bothered to reply. Even though he could type without using his hands, controlling the thoughts for typing would still cost him mental energy. The reason he hadn't T-blocked Xiao Tailan was that he was contemplating whether there was any tool capable of tracing his coordinates through the network. He was equally considering how to deal with him. Unexpectedly, Lin Meng had also sent a few messages, inquiring about Xiao Tian's coordinates. Though after news of the leak this morning, he had wisely ceased sending further messages. Like Xiao Tailan, he had no reason to block him. In fact, he was even more eager to confront him. The remainder of the messages was routine. Ning Yuan was sent a few greetings, primarily seeking to trade resources with Xiao Tian. To be honest, Xiao Tian was no longer in need of basic materials. Just in the past few hours, Xiao Qi had collected several thousand units of basic resources. However, with the intention of supporting his younger brother, after some negotiation, Xiao Tian exchanged 5 ordinary summoning orders, 1 exquisite arrow tower, 2 rare-grade raw meats for 500 wood, 600 stone, and 20 iron ore. Ning Yuanhua, having heeded advice, no longer squandered all his efforts on logging and mining, but now dedicated half of his time daily to hunting and searching. The 5 ordinary summoning orders were meant for the farmers to cultivate at home, allowing him to venture out with peace of mind. Next, he checked Li Weiwei's messages. This fortunate young lady continued her ostentatious display of wealth, sending several high-grade items. 2 rare summoning orders, 1 rare-grade watchtower, 1 rare-grade building upgrade scroll, and 2 rare-grade fire crystals. She claimed it was for betterment, expressing no need for trading, except for rare-grade food. Xiao Tian readily exchanged 100 units of rare-grade raw meat, as it was mutually beneficial. After the trade, Xiao Tian could not resist sending a message. I have a question for you. Is your talent blessing of luck S-grade? If it's inconvenient to disclose, that's fine. After a brief wait, thinking she might be unwilling to share, Li Weiwei replied. No. Xiao Tian found himself somewhat perplexed. It seemed illogical. With such extraordinary luck, could she truly be reluctant to acknowledge it? Nonetheless, he could understand. Ding. Li Weiwei. It's even more formidable than being favored by luck, S rank. Xiao Tian was left bewildered. Xiao Tian SS rank. Li Weiwei, a tad higher. What? Xiao Tian leaped in place, narrowly saved from a tumble by a vigilant soldier on duty. Otherwise, he might have landed rather ungracefully. Xiao Tian, could it be SSS rank? After a prolonged wait without a reply, Xiao Tian felt a restless itch in his heart. She certainly knew how to tease his curiosity, so why not just say it? Ding. Li Weiwei. I'm not being evasive. I'm merely concerned about dampening your spirits, hehe. Indeed, I possess an SSS rank talent. A manifestation of the goddess of fortune, succinctly summarized in 2 words, luck. If I must elaborate on its effects, it's akin to stumbling upon treasures while walking. Bears steer clear of my path, and fish leap ashore upon sighting me. Let me tell you, I had exceptional luck even before my rebirth. Throughout my life, I frequently found money. Initially, I would return it to the police, but as the occurrences became too frequent, they suspected I was deceiving them by claiming family funds, so they refused to accept it. Consequently, I resorted to using the money to feed stray cats and dogs. My record was buying drinks at a convenience store and receiving a free one. I ended up treating the whole class. Xiao Tian felt disheartened, not due to her talent, but because the largest denomination he had ever found was merely 1 yuan, and it was torn and unusable. He had never won any prizes when purchasing drinks, and during the initial release of that punk promotion, everyone around him won a free drink while he was left empty-handed. A memory that still haunted him. After chatting a while longer, he learned of others' prowess. 1 epic warrior, 3 excellent warriors, and 6 rare warriors. The shelter was merely a low-level stone house, yet Li Weiwei had placed 4 excellent-level arrow towers around it, and within the shelter stood an epic-level defense tower. Unable to continue the conversation, Xiao Tian felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Were it not for the support of his diligent companion, he might have retreated into himself. In search of balance, he decided to halt the chat and check the information from others. The earnest Lu Si sent Xiao Tian a plethora of information regarding Zhao Tailin and others. Xiao Tian placed an order for 5,000 bamboo cups and traded 5 ordinary summoning tokens alongside 5 units of rare-grade meat, a sort of half-sale, half-gift arrangement. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, this unfamiliar friend, occasionally sent messages that seemed to be inquiries, yet always carried an air of oddity, prompting Xiao Tian to respond only out of politeness. Finally, it was Wang Chu's turn. Apart from intending to engage in some trade with Xiao Tian, his last message held the most significance. Chapter 63, The Formation of the Covenant Team. Wang Chu was quite a character. If he truly intended to form a covenant team, how could he possibly exclude Xiao Tian? Smiling at the last message from Wang Chu, Xiao Tian remarked, Wang Chu, have you used your covenant team scroll? Can you add me? Xiao Tian retrieved the scroll and glanced at it. Had it not been for Wang Chu's reminder, he might have completely forgotten, having rushed to meet his mother that day. After pondering for a moment, he deemed it essential to establish a trustworthy team, but for now, he only had a few friends in mind whom he felt confident about. Xiao Tian activated the Covenant Team scroll, and a new team window appeared in his wristband. After examining its functionalities, he attempted to add Wang Chu's ID and invited him to join the team. Xiao Tian, I've sent you an invitation. Please accept. After waiting for a while without a reply from Wang Chu, Xiao Tian took a screenshot of the team information and sent it to Li Weiwei, Ning Yuango, and Lu Si, inquiring if they wished to join. These were the 4 individuals Xiao Tian planned to invite, with Wu Ming excluded from consideration. Li Weiwei responded almost instantaneously, prompting Xiao Tian to marvel at the exhilarating life of a fortunate individual who need not worry about sustenance and possessed endless resources, all while maintaining constant vigilance over her wristband. Had she not been observing the chat channel, such quick replies would be unfathomable. Li Weiwei, I want in. I want in. This was a response Xiao Tian found difficult to reciprocate. Staring at her message, he felt at a loss for words, and without further ado, he sent the invitation. Lucy naturally agreed, eager to cling to the strong, while Ning Yuango hesitated, sending a lengthy message. Ning Yuango, Brother Xiao, my talent is average, my strength is mediocre, and my shelter is still a mid-level wooden house. I only have 3 excellent and 3 ordinary warriors under my command and no special items to assist you. Will joining the team be a burden for you? Perhaps I should decline. Xiao Tian, stop with the unnecessary words. I've invited you, so hurry up and accept. For some reason, Xiao Tian felt a particular fondness for Ning Yuango, always subconsciously inclined to support this young lad. A few minutes later, Wang Chu accepted the invitation, and Xiao Tian contemplated the team warehouse. He first returned to the shelter to gather some supplies before heading back to the Arrow Tower to open the team chat. The group was engaged in a somewhat awkward conversation, with lively Li Weiwei, shy Ning Yuango, earnest Lu Si, and cool Wang Chu, each possessing distinct personalities. Were it not for Li Weiwei holding the ambience together, the group might have dispersed. Xiao Tian, you 4 are the friends I deem trustworthy since arriving in the land of slaughter. Let us introduce ourselves. After a round of introductions, they gained some understanding of one another, yet they all tacitly refrained from inquiring about each other's talents and skills, a mutual understanding given their still nascent familiarity. Xiao Tian, regarding the Covenant team, I trust you have all reviewed the various introductions. I will begin by explaining the use of the team warehouse. What to store and what not to store is entirely voluntary. Should an urgent need arise, feel free to utilize what is there. Ideally, if you take something, you should return something in kind. However, it's acceptable if you cannot, but do not let it become a habit. One crucial rule to remember is that items can only be used for personal use. selling them is strictly forbidden, and anyone found doing so will be expelled from the team. I'll start by contributing 10 cups of excellent grade chaihu ginger soup, 10 cups of excellent grade water, 10 units of rare grade raw meat, 10 sets of excellent grade weapons and armor, and 2 rare grade Xian iron swords. As for the equipment, my intention is for anyone in need to utilize them. Just ensure to repair and return them once their durability is depleted. That's my contribution. Do any of you have additions? Li Weiwei me. Li Weiwei. I'll contribute 50 repair stones, 20 pounds of excellent grade raw meat, and 1 excellent grade arrow tower, along with a blueprint for a fence. Lucy, I have nothing but bamboo cups. The crafting station can create excellent grade bows, but resources are scarce and quantities are limited. I'll place 5 excellent grade bows and 500 bamboo cups in the warehouse. Take what you need. Xiao Tian. That's great, Lucy. Excellent grade bows are indeed in demand. If you need any resources, let me know, and I'll provide them for crafting, half for you and half for me, as I also require a badge for my shelter. Lucy, you're joking, right? Whatever you need, I'll craft it for you. Xiao Tian. In the future, don't call me Big Boss. Just refer to me as Captain or Xiao Tian. We are in survival mode, and we are fortunate to huddle together for warmth, but among brothers. We must keep accounts clear and ensure no one takes advantage of the other. In the future, any assistance in crafting will follow this rule. The finished product will be split equally. Lucy. Understood. I'll heed the captain's words. Wang Shu. I concur as well. I can only produce excellent grade leather armor from my crafting station, and I'll contribute 5 pieces to the warehouse. Li Weiwei. I have no objections. Ning Yuango. Brother Xiao. And everyone. I have nothing to offer, only some materials. Would it be acceptable to contribute 300 stones and 100 iron stones? Ning Yuango, standing before his wristband, watched as everyone else contributed valuable items to the team warehouse while he felt empty-handed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Mustering his courage, he pondered for quite some time before sending that message. Xiao Tian, what are you talking about? No one is obligated to contribute. You don't need to worry. You can save your resources for later. Indeed, I have a blueprint for crafting ordinary grade leather armor and a standard Tang Dao that has been gathering dust. I shall provide them to you shortly, enabling equipment trades. Li Weiwei, Xiao Ning, please don't be like this. Sister will gift you a rare grade summoning order. Things will improve from here on. Xiao Tian, Li Weiwei, didn't we just trade? Where did you acquire this? Li Weiwei, hee. I just defeated a rare grade deer. And it dropped this. Xiao Tian, this cursed luck. How many rare grades have I slain without a drop? I consider myself fortunate to see a fine grade item. Yet a rare creature drops a rare summoning order. The drop rate must be off the charts. After some idle chit-chat, the group exchanged experiences, and Xiao Tian instructed everyone to recommend trustworthy friends with good character. As long as Xiao Tian approves, they can join the team. Once the conversation concluded, Xiao Tian sent 2 blueprints to Ning Yuan. The matter regarding the team finally reached a resolution. Hopefully, it portends good fortune. Xiao Tian mused to himself. Stretching and glancing at the time, he realized several hours had slipped by unnoticed. Weather time. Killing Continent Year 1, January 5th, 1645. 1 hour and 15 minutes until dusk. Temperature 6:12, weather, overcast. Casting a glance towards the forest, he noticed that the once straight boundary of the trees had receded into a considerable hollow, undoubtedly the handiwork of the Grind Emperor. One day, this forest might be entirely felled. It seems Uncle Guan and the others are likely returning soon. With nothing pressing, he decided to check on the rewards. Upon returning to the shelter, Xiao Qi was still busily crafting and trading, while Xiao Fong had already begun preparing dinner. Xiao Tian reclined leisurely on the sofa, retrieving the mysterious gift from his rewards. Chapter 64, A Transformation in the Shelter. The last time he received a mysterious gift for breaking through to fine grade, he had been in the midst of battle and hadn't had the chance to examine it. This time, Xiao Tian scrutinized the small rectangular box, roughly the size of his palm, adorned with mysterious patterns and shimmering with hints of golden light. Just as he was about to open it, he abruptly paused, contemplating whether to save it for tomorrow to see if it could be enhanced. Ultimately, he decided to put it away. If it could indeed be enhanced, he would regret missing that opportunity. I still haven't utilized the shelter components. Remembering that he had items yet to be used, he rose and walked to the storage cabinet, retrieving various shelter components and employing them one by one. 2 fireplaces were perfectly suited for each floor, installed on the left side, while another could fit on the right. Adding 2 units of wood would allow one to burn for an hour. Due to the stone house's superior insulation compared to the wooden one, the indoor temperature increased by approximately 10 degrees, reaching around 18 degrees at night, still a bit chilly for sleep. He needed to devise a method to raise the indoor temperature, as in 2 days they would face extreme cold, likely plunging below 0. While rare-grade physiques could withstand the bitter chill, fine-grade ones would struggle. Xiao Tian couldn't help but reminisce about his mother's fire spirit pearl in the shelter, which maintained a constant temperature. He couldn't fathom how delightful it would be to wear short sleeves in such frigid weather. With 5 restrooms, one was allocated to each of the 4 large rooms upstairs. 1 for the common area, and 2 on the first floor, still insufficient. He planned to have Xiao Qi trade for a few more. The main attractions were the water supply and lighting systems. Upon activation, the living and dining areas were adorned with basketball-sized, diamond-shaped transparent orbs overhead. While each room contained one the size of an apple, they were equipped with independent switches. Curious, Xiao Tian approached the main switch to inspect the panel. Lighting system switch. Requires fire crystal as energy. Current, none. He had just traded for 2 rare-grade crystals with Li Weiwei that morning, still uncertain of their purpose, yet here they were needed. It appeared to be a source of energy that required ample reserves. Fortunately, he had them. Otherwise, the lighting system would merely serve as decoration. After adding them, it displayed that the rare-grade fire crystals could be utilized for 1 month. Upon flipping the switch, all orbs emitted a gentle, bright glow, not harsh on the eyes, illuminating every corner of the room. Normally, opening the windows and relying on the light tower provided ample light indoors, but with temperatures dropping, it would be impractical to open windows during extreme cold. The water supply system was equally sophisticated. The kitchen area and wash basin in the restroom, along with the shower area, were no longer mere decor. Pipes, faucets, and shower heads, all crafted from copper, had been installed, with switches delineating hot and cold sides, moving towards a more modern design. Twisting the faucet revealed no water. Following the pipes, Xiao Tian traversed to the second-floor balcony, where a small staircase led to the roof. At the edge of the roof stood a metallic water tank. He clicked to inspect it. Water tank, capacity 1000 L, adding crystal stones enables automatic water generation. Current, none. Requires manual filling. Adding fire crystals can control water temperature. Current, none. Without crystal stones, someone would need to handle the water fetching, with several space rings available. It was merely a matter of a short trip. Thankfully, he still had 1 fire crystal, which, when added, also displayed a 1-month availability. At last, they had a water supply system, making washing and bathing much more convenient. Now, flushing toilets would no longer require someone to manage the bucket. Wait, there was no drainage system. Xiao Tian felt a wave of panic wash over him as he remembered the absence of a drainage system, rendering the restroom unusable. The first floor was manageable, as they typically dug a channel for drainage outside, but the second floor had no outlet. He hurried downstairs to inquire of Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, have you traded for any shelter components? Busy with her tasks, Xiao Qi checked and handed over the components she had traded. 2 fireplaces, just what they needed to complete the set. Xiao Tian quickly installed them, added wood, and the temperature climbed another 5 degrees. 2 restrooms. He chose to place them upstairs, which would essentially meet their needs. Another lighting system could be traded with his companions. Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, we now lack a complete drainage system. Trade for it as soon as possible. Additionally, fire crystals can power both the lighting and water supply. Crystal stones can automatically generate water. And there must be other types of crystals with valuable properties. These will be crucial resources moving forward. Trade diligently. Understood. Xiao Qi replied, her head bent in focus. As Xiao Tian found a moment of leisure, he began to assess the treasure chests piled in the corner, many of which Xiao Qi had traded for. There were 28 wooden chests, 4 black iron chests, 1 bronze chest, and 1 silver chest, too many items lined up for enhancement. Xiao Tian had grown indifferent to the wooden and black iron chests, so he opened them all without hesitation. In an instant, a plethora of items appeared before him. Noticing everyone was busy, he began to sort through them himself. Many were basic materials in scant quantities, along with some bread, bottled water, and ordinary to fine-grade weapons. Leather armor and clothing, all items that had lost their value. Wait, there were still 2 things that caught Xiao Tian's eye, filling him with delight. Indeed, just when he needed something, it appeared. Drainage system, shelter component, sanitary napkin crafting blueprint, permanent. Sanitary napkins, an indispensable item for women, a monthly necessity. Though the profit might not be substantial, it would certainly add a long-term product to the soon-to-open shop. Xiao Tian entrusted Xiao Qi with handling it, and then proceeded to implement the drainage system. Upon seeing the addition of several robust copper pipes in the upstairs restroom and kitchen drainage, he realized that the first floor was hidden from view, buried underground. He initially thought it was merely a simple indoor drainage solution, but upon stepping outside the stone house, he discovered several drainage ditches had also appeared in the courtyard. Behind the stone house, an underground sewage tank had been installed, capable of automatically processing wastewater. Just as he entered the house and was about to send someone to fetch water for a trial run, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Chapter 65. The first appearance of extraterrestrial races. Master, you have returned. Upon hearing Guan Yidao's voice, Xiao Tian turned and stepped outside to find Guan Yidao and his group looking travel-worn and bloodstained, prompting him to anxiously ask, Uncle Guan, are you all right? Are you injured? Xiao Tian swiftly approached Guan Yidao, circling around him as he gently examined for any injuries, prompting a profound sense of gratitude within Guan Yidao and his companions. With such a compassionate leader who genuinely cares for his subordinates, they felt it was worth risking their lives to protect him. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am unharmed, and so are they. The blood on us belongs to the beasts we encountered. By the way, we also encountered a peculiar creature. Please take a look. 2 of his subordinates behind him held tightly onto a grotesquely bound creature, which astonished Xiao Tian, for it was a being he had never seen before. Standing at a modest height of approximately 1.3 meters, it possessed limbs akin to those of a human, with skin that was a coarse, wrinkled yellow-green. Its limbs were slender, with elongated fingers and toes tipped with sharp claws, and it sported a long, pointed tail. Its attire was ragged and filthy. The creature's broad visage featured a flat nose, large round eyes, and a wide mouth filled with jagged, sharp teeth, crowned by sparse hair on its bald head. Its demeanor suggested a low intelligence, yet it exhibited a fierce aggression even when captured. Xiao Tian opened his interface to examine the details. Outsider species, mountain goblin, superior. A gregarious race. Combat power, 135. Note, low-level races deployed by the outer demons through spatial rifts, characterized by their cruelty and low intellect. Xiao Tian was taken aback to discover that this was not a native creature. He relayed the information to Guan Yidao and the others, then inquired further. Uncle Guan, where exactly was this found, and how many are there? Guan Yidao replied, about 8 kilometers north of the forest, near the base of a cliff. There are a total of 22. We killed all but this one. We searched the surrounding area and found no signs of activity when we encountered them. They were in the process of constructing their dwelling, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. That's fortunate. They must have just arrived. We should exercise extra caution in that area and conduct thorough searches in the future. I suspect there may be more. Such gregarious creatures with intelligence are far more dangerous than beasts. Xiao Tian captured a screenshot of the information and shared it in the team chat and with his mother, alerting them to the potential threat. He then instructed his subordinates to eliminate the goblin. After some contemplation, Xiao Tian decided to post the information in the chat channel, not for any other reason but that the living were his clients. If they perished, to whom would he sell his goods? This is a newly discovered species, highly dangerous. Everyone, please be vigilant around the shelter and exercise caution when venturing out. The chat channel paused momentarily upon Xiao Tian's announcement before erupting into lively discussions once more. Most expressed gratitude for his warning, while a few skeptics, likely from the Wushuang Alliance and Green Forest Gang, derided him, claiming it was a fabricated image intended to garner favor. The most vociferous among them was Zhu Wu, known as Number One, whose insults were particularly vile. Xiao Tian chose to ignore him, knowing he had a band of righteous supporters ready to defend him. One day, when he found a way to capture Zhu Wu, he would make him kneel and sing conquered. My lord, we collected these from the goblin's head, including the one just now, 22 in total. Guan Yidao handed Xiao Tian a crystal the size of a glass marble along with one from his subordinate, explaining, this is what we gathered. Xiao Tian mused internally. It seemed necessary to acquire a skill or item for identification, as Guan Yidao and his team were unable to ascertain anything during their expeditions, making timely judgments impossible. Magic crystal, ordinary, energy, 500. A unique energy source from extraterrestrial beings, capable of powering various facilities. This was indeed a promising find, revealing yet another form of energy, 500 points for ordinary crystals and 2,000 for superior ones. In total, they had 18 ordinary crystals and 4 superior ones. Furthermore, they had gathered several beasts of varying grades, including 2 exceptional ones, along with medicinal herbs, wild fruits, and 8 treasure chests, 5 made of wood, 2 of black iron, and 1 of bronze, in addition to a small number of dropped luminous orbs. Guan Yidao paused momentarily before revealing 2 additional matters. Firstly, we discovered a group of horse-like creatures on the grassland near the northern edge of the forest. We are unsure if they can be tamed. Secondly, about 10 kilometers to the north, we observed an individual of similar status to you, my lord. The shelter appears to be a mid-tier wooden house, and the owner is a man around 40 years old, accompanied by 2 superior warriors and 3 ordinary warriors, as well as 2 ordinary farmers. We remained hidden and did not engage. Processing Guan Yidao's information, Xiao Tian replied, the horses are significant. We shall set out tomorrow to see if we can tame them. Additionally, it was wise not to engage with the wooden house owner. We must keep our shelter concealed for now. You know that this area has seen the arrival of 100,000 individuals, but fewer than 90,000 remain alive, and there are 2 factions with nearly 200 shelter lords, including the one who extorted me using the family ring and is currently tracking my coordinates. After a brief pause, he continued, I suspect there may be a shelter approximately every 10 kilometers. We must be cautious not to expose ourselves when we venture out, if we encounter others. We must take control immediately. Let us proceed with this plan. Have them transport the animal carcasses to the slaughterhouse, and entrust the remaining materials to Xiao Qi for processing. Then prepare for dinner. Xiao Tian added with a smile. You are in for a treat today. You will be the first to experience the joy of a shower. With that, Xiao Tian entered the stone house and retrieved an unused, ordinary-level spatial ring from Xiao Qi, taking a subordinate with him towards the water reservoir. They filled about 10 buckets of water, approximately 500 liters, and proceeded to the roof, where he instructed his subordinate on how to refill the water tower, making him responsible for this task daily. Once the water was replenished, Xiao Tian returned to the first floor, leading Guan Yidao and the others to the restroom. The high-grade stone house featured a restroom that was more exquisite and spacious, with a clear separation of wet and dry areas. The walls were impeccably smooth stones, and the shower area was 2 square meters, complete with a wash basin and shower head. Turn this knob for hot water and that one for cold. You can adjust the temperature to your liking. Do you all understand? Xiao Tian carefully explained, in a hurry to wash off his foul odor. Lung Ling urged him to exit after he finished explaining. This one is mine. My lord, please step out. I need to take a shower. Pushed out of the restroom. Xiao Tian stood bewildered before the wooden door, contemplating how to express that there were several more rooms upstairs and questioning the urgency. Turning to the others, he said, there are more upstairs. Everyone can go wash up. Uncle Guan, Shun Shan, your rooms are now in the large room numbered 3 upstairs, which has a restroom. Go ahead. Xiao Tian designated numbers for the 4 large upstairs rooms. Number 1 was for himself, number 2 for the elderly liver emperor, number 3 for Guan Yidao and Shun Shan, and number 4 for Xiao Qi and Lung Ling, while the others were temporarily assigned to the first floor. After dinner, Xiao Qi approached him, handing him a spatial gem. My lord, we have traded for 6 spatial gems. Wonderful. At last, it's sufficient. Xiao Tian exclaimed joyfully, leaping up as he promptly took out the family ring and clicked to upgrade it. Chapter 66. Disaster awaits. Old man, you're done. Upon completion of the upgrade, he obtained the family ring, legendary, 1. Family ring, legendary, special item bound. Can be upgraded. Upgrade requirement, 1,000 spatial gems. Skill, teleportation. Can transport to the side of a family member with a duration of 1 day and a cooldown of 7 days. Can probe the location of family members in the killing continent. Once located, a group chat can be established, allowing daily delivery of 1 item to each family member, with a maximum limit of 99. Note, upgrade as soon as possible. The next level holds surprises. This is the first time I've seen such a prompt. Xiao Tian did not anticipate that further upgrades were possible, though gathering 1,000 spatial gems seemed an insurmountable challenge. Xiao Qi, set aside 100 portions of the premium ginger soup. If we run low, prepare more immediately, as it will be needed shortly before we search for my father. Upon activating the kinship search panel, the display whirled like a radar, and Xiao Tian's hand trembled slightly, revealing his inner excitement, a mixture of anticipation and concern reflected in his gaze. As he paced slowly in the living room, time ticked away, yet the results remained elusive, causing a torment within him that made each moment feel like an eternity. Why is it taking so long? It's already been 30 minutes, and the search has reached the legendary level. The urgency mounting, Xiao Tian quickened his pace, circling the room, while everyone else remained silent, watching him intently. An hour passed, and Xiao Tian stood motionless at the door, lost in thought. Ding! Suddenly, he was jolted as the search interface halted. A notification sound rang out, displaying his father's information. The thrill overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily frozen. Seeing Xiao Tian in a daze, the female subordinates assumed the search had failed, covering their mouths and bursting into tears. Guan Yidao, feeling compassion, stepped forward, extending his large hand to offer comfort. We found him. Xiao Qi, quickly prepare the supplies. Xiao Tian's sudden exclamation left Guan Yidao's hand awkwardly suspended in the air. Guan uncle, I found my dad. This is wonderful. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Tian embraced Guan Yidao tightly, who exhaled in relief and gently patted his back, saying, It's great that we found him. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Echoed from all his subordinates, their faces radiant with joy. Once he calmed down, Xiao Tian inspected the interface information. Location confirmed, ID 080746010086, Xiao Xiong. Contact can be established. To his astonishment, he was in the 8th district. No wonder the search had taken so long. The distance was considerable, drawing from his previous experience of locating his mother. Xiao Tian deciphered the ID's information. He clicked on video communication, his eyes fixed on the screen, his trembling hands and rapid breaths betraying his unrest. This makes no sense. It's barely past 9, and it's not like I can go out at night. What could Dad be doing that he isn't answering? Minutes dragged on, and as his patience waned, he began to entertain wild thoughts. Ding! Finally, the call connected, and Xiao Tian's heart raced, ready to share a heartwarming reunion with his father. Just as he was about to exclaim Dad, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. On the screen, Xiao Xiong reclined in a chair, only his upper body visible, accepting a bowl of food handed to him by a woman. A robust man stood behind him, both clad in animal skin garments and fur hats, exuding a rugged, wild appearance reminiscent of northern nomadic tribes. You old man, after worrying your mother and me so much, you're here living the good life. Xiao Tian exclaimed in indignation. Ahem. Xiao Xiong set down his bowl, clearing his throat awkwardly. You little rascal. How can you speak to me like that? Shouldn't you be pleased to see your father safe and sound? First, strike a pose like you were earlier. I need to take a screenshot to show Mom. Xiao Tian teased, mimicking a photographer's stance. You dare. You've crossed the line. Xiao Xiong retorted, sitting up in agitation. All right, let us get serious. How are things on your end? And what about your mother? Where's Lin Lin? Xiao Tian recounted everything that had transpired since his arrival, detailing the process of finding his mother and the conditions of her shelter. Hearing that both his son and wife were thriving brought a sigh of relief from Xiao Xiong. Is there anything you need? Do you require your father's support? Xiao Tian scoffed. Please, I have just 2 rare-level subordinates, surviving on ordinary food in a wooden cabin. While Mom and I each have 2 exceptional-level companions. We have plenty of resources. I might just be able to help you out. I'll send you 99 units of premium-quality chaihu ginger soup to trade for some supplies. This stuff is worth a fortune. Tomorrow, I'll send you something else. I'm going to tell Mom on you. I'm being honest. I took a screenshot the moment I saw you. After teasing his father, he hung up before Xiao Xiong could respond. After dispatching the items, Xiao Tian glanced at the screenshot from earlier. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils dilating as he frantically enlarged the image. Through the reflection of a soldier's blade behind Xiao Xiong, he was confronted with a heart-wrenching sight. His father's legs were gone, blood dripping to the ground, severed at the thigh. No wonder he was lying down to speak. As long as he is alive, there is still hope, Xiao Tian reassured himself. After a while, he steadied his emotions and initiated a video call with Li Wei. Moments later, the video connected, revealing his mother busy with tasks while Lin Lin played in the distance. Mom, great news. We found Dad. I sent you the picture. Take a look. His words seemed to cast a spell, leaving Li Wei speechless, until she snapped back to reality and opened the image. Instead of the tears he expected, her face flushed red, then turned pale. Oh no. A sinking feeling hit him as he remembered the kinship ring had a group chat function. He quickly added both his parents to the chat and said to Li Wei, Mom, I've created a group chat. You can talk to Dad about anything. I have to go now. He hastily ended the video call, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That was close. Xiao Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Relieved he had disconnected before his mother could erupt. Sneakily opening the group chat, the first message that caught his eye was from his mother. Xiao Xiong, you old fool. Get out here. Amused by the unfolding drama, Xiao Tian thought about his father's condition but resolved to keep it to himself, confident that a solution would arise. Feeling considerably lighter, he stepped outside the shelter, intending to take a stroll before resting. From a distance, he spotted Gandhi returning with something in hand. Chapter 67, Dragon Rock Lizard. How peculiar. It's barely past 10. Why is Gandhi back? Xiao Tian pondered, approaching him to inquire about the situation. Greetings, my lord. Gandhi's voice boomed, full of vitality. Gandhi, why have you returned? Did you run out of food? Xiao Tian asked politely. Gandhi shook his head. Xiao Qi prepared plenty of food for me. I returned because of another matter. I just discovered a rare fire crystal mine. I was about to start digging when 2 dragon rock lizards kept bothering me. I chased them off, thinking I could mine in peace. But the little creatures kept making noise. I initially intended to kill them, but discovering they were legendary level, I thought they might be useful to you. So I brought one back. Gandhi handed over the small creature and then revealed his haul for the day, leaving without looking back. Xiao Tian felt tears welling up. What an exemplary employee, working late into the night. Once Gandhi was out of sight, Xiao Tian examined the small creature in his hands. Dragon rock lizard, legendary level, juvenile stage. Enters adulthood after 30 days. Feeding it fire crystals can accelerate maturation. Can be tamed. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Combat power, 35. Note, bloodline evolution. Having broken through to legendary status at birth, its parents will come seeking it. If you have the courage, go ahead and tame it. The little creature, still with its eyes shut, seemed hungry, pawing at Xiao Tian's hand and making soft sounds. Measuring less than 20 centimeters. It had a long tail and skin covered in rock-like black and red scales. 2 fleshy bumps adorned its head and back, while its limbs sported soft claws. Legendary level? Why not tame it? If it has a bloodline breakthrough, its parents must only be epic level. That is no big deal. Xiao Tian dismissed the warning. Fetching a cup of rare level water and some rare level meat to feed it, thoughtfully tearing the meat into small strips. Since you're black and red, I'll call you Little Black from now on. As he gently caressed the head of the dragon rock lizard, watching the little creature energetically devour its meal. Xiao Tian remarked. In no time, a pound of meat had vanished into the belly of the small black creature. Having feasted to its heart's content, it nestled into Xiao Tian's embrace, drifting off to sleep. Xiao Tian carried the little black one back to the sanctuary, instructing Xiao Qi to arrange for someone to count the items at the entrance, before retreating to his room for some rest. Just before sleep claimed him, he opened the group chat. An hour had passed, and his mother was still scolding his father. With a chuckle, he quietly slid into slumber. Early the next morning, Xiao Tian was roused by a series of juvenile cries. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the little black one was hungry. Appearing slightly larger after a night's rest, its claws beginning to harden. Coming. No need to rush. He swiftly retrieved a piece of rare-grade meat, tearing it into small strips to feed it. A sizable chunk, larger than its head, was devoured in mere moments, yet it continued to call for more. Reluctantly, Xiao Tian provided another half a pound. Now sated, the little creature ceased its cries, wobbling a few steps before opening its eyes and surveying its surroundings, ultimately locking its gaze onto Xiao Tian and crawling towards him. To Xiao Tian's astonishment, its voice had changed. Though still youthful, it carried a hint of a dragon's roar. He picked it up, and the little black one affectionately licked his palm with its tongue. The dragon rock lizard submits to you. Will you tame it? Tame? Xiao Tian exclaimed with glee. Huh? This is splendid. From now on, it shall obediently follow me, ensuring a life filled with delectable feasts. His laughter echoed, for this legendary creature would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. Descending to the lower floor, he noted that it was only 7 a.m., apart from those on night duty. His subordinates were already awake, gathered around the dining table for breakfast. It was a rare occasion to see the Liver Emperor still at home, enjoying special treatment with his own small dining table, a cup of rare-grade water, a large bowl of rare-grade vegetable rice, and a portion of premium-grade meat. Xiao Tian, not wishing to indulge himself, saved the fare for the Liver Emperor. After 2 days of good food and restful sleep, loyalty had risen to 90 points. Good morning, my lord. As Xiao Tian descended the stairs, his subordinates rose in unison to greet him, the Liver Emperor offering a slight nod. Approaching the Liver Emperor, Xiao Tian advised. Currently, we have an ample supply of wood and stone. Please keep an eye out for minerals and rare plants during your excursions. And as for legendary creatures like the little black one, the more, the better. Understood, my lord. I will prioritize mining and gathering rare plants. The Liver Emperor replied, hastily finishing his meal, downing his water, and gathering the food prepared by Xiao Fang. He then took up his axe and stone pick, swiftly disappearing from Xiao Tian's sight. Excellent. You should learn from your predecessor. His motto is that the Liver Emperor's life knows no day or night. Xiao Tian expressed, watching the Liver Emperor's retreating figure with satisfaction. The other subordinates were too intimidated to respond, focusing instead on their meals. While Xiao Qi and Lung Ling shot him a glance of disapproval, and Guan Yidao and Dunshan stared at him in confusion, as if questioning his sanity. Chuckling awkwardly, Xiao Tian joined the table to dine with everyone. Xiao Fang, I entrust the care of the little black one to you. Remember to feed it rare-grade food. After this instruction, Xiao Tian surveyed his subordinates, many still at the ordinary and fine grades, who were all consuming high-grade food, significantly boosting their combat power. Nong Yi and Bu Yi were nearing 200 points, on the verge of a breakthrough. Turning to Xiao Qi, he instructed, later, provide 2 pieces of fine-grade blood essence to Nong Yi and Bu Yi. Whoever reaches the threshold first shall receive a piece. Thank you, my lord. The group erupted in gratitude, their loyalty visibly soaring, even the 3 newly summoned rare-grade members rising to 90 points. Nong Yi and Bu Yi became steadfastly loyal. Henceforth, Nong Yi would oversee the sanctuary's crops and livestock, while Bu Yi would be responsible for patrolling the area. After breakfast, Xiao Tian entered the living room, retrieving a mysterious gift pack, preparing to attempt a reinforcement. Chapter 68, Strengthening Surge. Reinforcing, reinforcing, reinforcing. Either it works or it doesn't. It feels like constipation. Hurry it up, Xiao Tian muttered, exasperated by the reinforcement interface. It had been several minutes with no progress. Reinforcement failed. Suddenly, the interface shifted, displaying the word failed. Just as he was about to curse, a warmth surged in his chest, near his unseen heart, where a minuscule blue light erupted with blinding brilliance, only to quickly fade. Reinforcement successful. Obtained a mysterious gift pack, enhanced version. With no time to ponder, Xiao Tian opened his shirt to inspect the area on his chest. This was the second occurrence, the first having been during the enhancement of the family heirloom ring. Last time, he had been too excited to think it was merely an illusion. After scrutinizing for a while without noticing anything unusual, he contemplated for a long time. Recalling his first day of transmigration, was it? Unable to resolve his thoughts, he decided to set them aside and examined the gift pack. Noting the addition of enhanced version in the title, though its appearance remained unchanged. He opened the pack, and a wave of dark golden light emanated from within, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. After a considerable time, feeling his eyes had adjusted, he slowly opened them. Acquired, 1 golden treasure chest, 1 epic summoning order, 1 class transfer book, commander, 1 dragon essence fruit, epic. Astonished by the bountiful rewards, Xiao Tian already knew what to send to his father. The epic summoning order would surely ensure his safety at this stage. Class transfer book, commander, allows for the transfer of 1 warrior. The higher the potential, the stronger they become post-transfer. Without needing to ponder, Xiao Tian was certain whom to bestow this upon. First, he examined the dragon essence fruit. Dragon essence fruit, epic, enhances physical constitution, usable for breakthroughs to the extraordinary level, providing epic combat power of 50, cannot be consumed below extraordinary level, can be used in medicine. Having yet to give the spirit essence fruit he obtained from his mother to Dunshan, acquiring another epic one with identical effects, though elevated to epic status, was certainly fortuitous. He recalled that he was also growing a dragon essence fruit tree, which would take some time to harvest. Yet he was now aware of its effects in advance. Looking at the panels of Guan Yidao and Dunshan, he noted that Guan Yidao's base combat power was 356, while Dunshan's was 286. The 2 groups of rare-grade blood essence were sufficient for Dunshan to break through. Xiao Tian retrieved them and presented them to Dunshan, saying, "You go first. Let us see if you can break through smoothly." "Thank you, my lord." Dunshan eagerly accepted the offerings, consuming them eagerly and sitting down to await his breakthrough. However, after a long wait with no reaction, he felt embarrassed under the gaze of everyone, his face turning crimson. It seemed the spirit essence fruit was unavoidable. "Don't worry, blood essence isn't guaranteed to lead to a breakthrough. Use the spirit essence fruit instead." Seeing Dunshan's shame, Xiao Tian reassured him, "It might be a matter of insufficient potential or just bad luck, but I have plenty of resources." This time, the process was smooth, and Dunshan successfully broke through to the extraordinary level, achieving a base combat power of 315 points. Each level increase granted 126 points, and with his equipment, the level 5 Dunshan's combat power soared to 476 points. Compared to Guan Yi Dao, who gained 150 points per level, Dunshan's potential was slightly lower. Yet the two powerful pieces of equipment balanced their strengths, making them nearly equal. Next was Guan Yi Dao, who was just 44 points shy of breaking through. The two groups of extraordinary grade blood essence could provide a 40-point boost, and the mysterious fruit, fine, would add 5 points, perfectly surpassing the threshold by 1 point. "Guan uncle, it's your turn. Eat this mysterious fruit first." Then the two groups of extraordinary grade blood essence. Typically calm and collected, Guan Yi Dao was now filled with excitement. He nodded and sat down to consume the offerings. After finishing, a golden light erupted from him, gradually enveloping him. "Looks promising," Xiao Tian thought to himself, elated. Indeed, Guan Yi Dao's potential proved greater, as he smoothly broke through solely from the blood essence, becoming the first epic warrior, no, the first commander, under Xiao Tian's command. "Thank you, my lord, for your support." Feeling the changes coursing through him, Guan Yi Dao excitedly knelt before Xiao Tian on one knee, exclaiming, "Uncle Guan, please rise. What are you doing? Only by growing stronger can you better protect me. I also extend my heartfelt congratulations to you for successfully breaking through to the epic level." "Congratulations, Uncle Guan." The crowd erupted in cheers for Guan Yi Dao. Instead of immediately checking his interface, Xiao Tian took out a class transfer scroll and chose to use it. The transfer was successful, and Guan Yi Dao's class changed to commander. Another flash of golden light enveloped him, and as he closed his eyes, a wealth of military knowledge surged in his mind, as if long-buried memories had awakened. In an instant, he grasped a multitude of insights. Suddenly opening his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashed within them, transforming his aura to that of a seasoned veteran of countless battles. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Xiao Tian opened his interface. Guan Yi Dao, Epic. Affiliation, Xiao Tian, Loyal. Class, Commander. Level, 5. Experience, 28, for 155,000. Combat Power, 1755, for 125, 995, 335. Stamina, 100. Skills, Single Strike, Charged Explosion, Attack Power 100, Cooldown 30 minutes. Chain Slash, unleashes 3 waves of blade energy forward, Attack Power 50, Range 30 meters, Cooldown 60 minutes. Trait, Enemy Command, boosts morale of subordinates, reduces stamina consumption, Combat Power 10. Equipment, Evaluation, Veteran Resurgence, extraordinarily powerful. Remarkably, leveling up granted an increase of 199 points to combat power, potentially the highest boost within the epic tier. Not only had he gained a formidable new skill, but also the valuable trait of enemy command. With Guan Yi Dao leading, they could rest easy. Lung Ling, this dragon fruit is now yours. Work hard, and soon you shall reach the epic level. Xiao Tian said with a smile as he handed the fruit to Lung Ling, though she still lagged slightly behind. She had exhausted all means to enhance her exceptional level combat power, leaving her to wait for another opportunity. Cold and aloof, Lung Ling felt a stir within her, her sharp gaze seeming to emit a piercing light. "Thank you, my lord." As she spoke, her loyalty surged to a perfect score of 100, solidifying her status as a devoted follower, surpassing half of Xiao Tian's subordinates. Next, Nong Yi and Bu Yi successfully broke through to the rare level, likely due to their lower potential, a statistically favorable occurrence. Including Xiao Tian, the 3 of them had succeeded solely by utilizing the essence of flesh and blood. Xiao Qi, remember to trade for more essence of flesh and blood and mysterious fruits. Even if it costs more, it is worth the investment. After advising Xiao Qi, Xiao Tian instructed Guan Yi Dao to lead the warriors outside to regroup, while he prepared to open a golden treasure chest. Perhaps I should try to see if it can be enhanced? Xiao Tian suddenly pondered, attempting to activate his enhancement skill. Enhancement failed. This item cannot be enhanced again. Indeed, the celestial rewards were not easily reaped, yet perhaps that helper could assist. He decided not to dwell on it, and directly opened the treasure chest. Chapter 69, The Reason for My Father's Injured Leg. He obtained a summoning order, Rare, X1, Vegetable Greenhouse, Exceptional, X1, Recovery Potions, Exceptional, X3, Building Upgrade Scroll, Epic, X1, and Space Gem X10. His luck was passable, yielding a standard haul. He had long desired to upgrade the vegetable greenhouse, thus saving an enhancement opportunity. Vegetable greenhouse, exceptional. Covering an area of 500 square meters. Temperature control, can increase or decrease by 20 degrees, requires fire crystal and water crystal. The 500 square meters could encompass 8 plots of farmland, sufficiently meeting the needs of the shelter. Last night, the diligent worker had gathered dozens of ordinary fire crystals and 3 high-quality ones, so finding water crystals would perfectly resolve his requirements. Currently, only a small quantity of rare-level recovery potions were produced. The 3 exceptional ones were timely arrivals and could serve as a trump card for Guan Yidao and his companions in critical moments. Preparing to venture outside, Xiao Tian decided to use his second opportunity on the fire spirit armor. Without any surprises, it enhanced to epic level, increasing combat power by 100 points. And the fire shield skill could now withstand a lethal strike at the epic level. The temperature control range expanded to 10 meters. This was beneficial. Should they venture out in frigid weather, no one would suffer from the cold, as he had completed the enhancement of the high-level items and had clarity in his mind. Xiao Tian no longer delayed. He first sent the epic-level summoning order to his father and then initiated a video call. After a moment, the video connected, revealing a haggard and fatigued Xiao Xiong, who appeared to have suffered from a lack of sleep. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, he furiously scolded, "You rascal! You deceived your old man, causing me to be scolded by your mother all night long, explaining myself the whole time. Heh, a beating is affection, and scolding is love. You should be pleased." Xiao Tian chuckled, teasingly. "Enough with the nonsense, speak of serious matters. Your old man is busy," Xiao Xiong retorted impatiently, adopting a demeanor of being overwhelmed with responsibilities, which Xiao Tian promptly punctured. "What could be so busy with just your 2 subordinates in a shabby little place?" Xiao Xiong exploded with rage, shouting, "Who said that? I once had a whole squad of subordinates. If it weren't for..." As he spoke halfway, he realized something and fell silent. Xiao Tian understood that his father had matters he was reluctant to disclose, possibly related to his injury, and did not press further, knowing the truth would eventually surface. Sobering up, he said earnestly, "The items I just sent you, take them and use them." Xiao Xiong, somewhat bewildered, retrieved the items from his mailbox. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Why did you send all this?" "I'll send it back. I have 2 rare-level subordinates. That's sufficient. Use them immediately. I have mythical-level resources. This is not a concern. Don't make me worry about you. I have a way to deal with your injury. I can only send 1 item per day. I'll send the medicine tomorrow. For now, your safety is paramount." Xiao Tian calmly replied as he sent a screenshot of the diligent worker's interface to him. After viewing the image Xiao Tian sent, realizing that his son was indeed truthful, Xiao Xiong prepared to use the summoning order. "Wait, how did you know?" Xiao Xiong suddenly came to his senses, questioning how his son knew about his leg injury. Xiao Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he spoke with a slight choke in his voice. "If it weren't for the reflection of your subordinate's weapon, how would you have intended to keep this from us? Hurry and use it. Don't let the 3 of us worry. Lin Lin is still so young." After hearing Xiao Tian's words, Xiao Xiong remained silent for a long while before ceasing his refusal. He took out the summoning order and activated it. A flash of golden light appeared, revealing a robust figure with exceptionally thick arms, wielding a sturdy iron bow, adorned with a short blade and quiver. After exchanging a few words with the newly summoned individual, Xiao Xiong instructed him to go out and work, subsequently sending his information to Xiao Tian for review. Shi Jun, epic, archer, armed with a precious bow, possesses melee capabilities, and skills include rapid fire, wind chaser arrow, and shadowless arrow, comparable to Lung Ling. Now Xiao Tian felt reassured, and Xiao Xiong recounted the reason for his injury. In his region, various nations coexisted, including the Sakura Nation, the Korean Nation, and the South Vietnam Nation, with Dragon Nation citizens being scarce. Initially, Xiao Xiong had developed well, boasting 3 rare-level and 12 exceptional-level subordinates, along with numerous facilities in the shelter. Just the day before, a lord from the Sakura Nation discovered his shelter and, in collusion with nearby lords, ambushed him on his way out, severing both his legs. Had it not been for his subordinate's desperate rescue, he would have perished. Only 2 rare-level subordinates survived. Fortunately, the ginger soup Xiao Tian had sent the previous day had returned a significant amount of supplies, and he had recruited 6 exceptional-level subordinates. With the wooden house soon to be upgraded. Bang! Xiao Tian's eyes turned red with fury as he slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Damn those Sakura Nation people. Rest assured, father, with the daily supplies I send, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. In just a few days, I will teleport over to take revenge for you." The father and son continued their conversation for some time, exchanging reassurances, before finally ending the call. Continuing, Xiao Tian proceeded to open all the items acquired from Xiao Qi's trade last night, including 2 silver treasure chests, only to find nothing particularly remarkable among them. The primary items included 2 rare-grade farmlands, 3 rare-grade summoning orders, 1 exceptional-grade breeding ground, and 1 exceptional-grade equipment upgrade scroll. Xiao Tian first utilized one of the rare-grade summoning orders obtained from Xiao Qi, along with the 4 newly acquired ones, resulting in the summoning of 5 warriors, 3 spearmen, and 2 archers. As the number of shelter buildings increased, so did the complexity of affairs, making management by just a few individuals exceedingly exhausting. Thus, Xiao Tian decided to use the remaining 8 fine-grade summoning orders all at once, summoning 5 farmers and 3 warriors. At this point, his forces consisted of 1 epic grade, 2 exceptional grade, 9 rare grade, 6 fine grade, and 2 ordinary grade warriors, alongside Xiao Qi as the steward, Xiao Fong as the cook, and 8 farmers. With ample personnel at his disposal, there would be no shortage of hands in the near future. Bu Yi continued to patrol the home with 2 ordinary warriors, while the farmers were managed by Xiao Qi. Guan Yi Dao led a small team composed of 3 rare grade and 5 fine grade warriors, while Lung Ling, as captain, commanded a team consisting of Shield Mountain and 6 rare grade warriors. Next came the rare items, strengthening pills, skill stones, directional summoning orders, and the small shop. Xiao Tian decided to enhance them all at once. To his surprise, the strengthening pill only leveled up by 1 tier, yet it yielded precisely what Xiao Tian desired. Strengthening bone pill, exceptional, enhances physical attributes, capable of regrowing severed limbs. Note, effect diminishes for use above exceptional grade. This reminded Xiao Tian of his ailing father. And the faint memory of his father's severed leg wound still caused him a tug of sorrow. He wondered if this pill could restore him completely. Yet at the very least, he now knew there was a potential remedy. The skill stone bore no grade, but its skill name and description were worlds apart, causing Xiao Tian to grimace in astonishment. Chapter 70, Meteoric Descent. Skill, Meteoric Descent, summons countless massive stones to fall from the sky, covering a radius of 20 meters centered on the target, with a cooldown of 24 hours. This translates to approximately 1,200 square meters, akin to 3 basketball courts, presenting a considerable attack range. He would need to be cautious in future use to avoid collateral damage to his own forces. However, the cooldown period seemed rather excessive, and he was uncertain of its true power. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, satisfied with this skill. He finally possessed a skill of his own. The directional summoning order did not bring the anticipated delight, merely upgrading to exceptional grade, leaving him unaware of what special attributes an exceptional grade blacksmith might possess. Conversely, the small shop underwent a significant transformation, elevating to a large shop after 2 levels of enhancement. Large shop can establish a large shop in the trading channel, possessing an independent number and naming rights. Standard goods occupy 200 slots, each slot capable of stacking up to 999. Auction goods occupy 10 slots, with the ability to set auction durations awarded to the highest bidder. Bulletin board can post recycling and purchasing information. After reading this, Xiao Tian felt utterly bewildered. Now, Xiao Qi was more familiar with the trading channel than he was, and he clicked to use it. Congratulations on establishing the first shop in this area, number 001. What shall it be named? After much deliberation, and losing a few strands of hair in the process, he still couldn't come up with a name. Shopping Paradise? Laughing Ha-Ha? Joy Abounds? Chaotic Supermarket? Irreverent Mart? Various names flashed through his mind, and in a fit of spontaneity, he decided to settle on Convenience Store. Naming successful. The announcement will proceed. Congratulations to 009527 for creating the first shop in the trading channel, number 001, shop name, Convenience Store. The first shop in the Land of Slaughter has appeared, triggering a new trading mode and launching a currency system, allowing transactions using currency. Hunting and opening treasure chests also provide opportunities to acquire currency. The trading channel includes a recycling window to exchange currency. 1 spirit coin equals 100 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, and 1,000,000 copper coins. As the first shop, the reward is permanently pinned in the trading channel, granting currency, 100 gold coins. This sounded promising. Being pinned meant everyone would see his shop when purchasing. However, he was uncertain of the gold coin's value, anticipating some market chaos ahead, and wondered if there might be an opportunity to profit. Amused, Xiao Tian smiled. Aside from ginger soup, he had already begun to sell a small quantity of ordinary and fine-grade meats, recovery potions, and even tiger cane, as well as clothing and bedding, all of which had proven quite popular. He opened the trading channel, tossed in a piece of rare-grade meat, and was met with the prompt. Is it for recycling? Worth 10 silver coins. He quickly canceled it and retrieved the meat. Knowing the nature of the system, he surmised that even a 50 discount would be considered generous. Thus a piece of rare-grade meat should be valued at least at 20 silver coins or 2,000 copper coins. With this newfound understanding of item value, he turned to the busily working Xiao Qi and said, Xiao Qi, take a look at the trading channel. I just opened a shop, experiment a bit, and we can sell all our goods there in the future. The system has introduced a currency system, and I've received 100 gold coins, valued at 1 million copper coins. You should study this carefully. I'll set aside 50 coins for you to use. I just tried recycling a piece of rare-grade meat, with a recycling price of 10 silver coins, which should be worth at least 20 silver coins. See if you can utilize these 50 gold coins to acquire some good items. With the introduction of currency and the shop, Xiao Qi was finally liberated from the trading channel, no longer tethered to it daily and able to attend to other matters. Once these tasks were completed, Xiao Tian took a moment to check the squad chat, only to find the others discussing the shop and currency. Li Weiwei remarked, "Thanks to Brother Xiao for initiating the currency system. I just opened a bronze treasure chest and received 10 silver coins." Wang Chu chimed in, "I just killed a fine-grade gray wolf and only got 5 copper coins." Ning Yuanhua added, "I killed 5 ordinary-level animals and received nothing at all." Upon reading Li Weiwei's comment, Xiao Tian immediately lost interest in the chat. It was too disheartening. After exchanging greetings with them, he exited the stone house. And his first task was to use the building upgrade scroll to elevate the well. The upgrade was successful. The well was now exceptional. It could produce 20 liters of water daily, fine, which, when consumed, alleviated fatigue and restored stamina. It could also yield 5 liters of water daily, rare, which, with prolonged consumption, could enhance physical fitness and increase combat power. Additionally, it could produce 1 liter of water daily, exceptional, which, with long-term consumption, could improve potential and bolster combat strength. While it paled in comparison to his mother's unfrozen spring, the exceptional grade water could enhance potential and was likely not far off in value. The time to harvest the spirit dew was reduced to 3 days, allowing for another enhancement of one of his subordinates tomorrow. After collecting the well water, he allocated portions of fine and rare grade water to Guan Yidao and Lung Ling to carry, while the remainder was entrusted to Xiao Qi for distribution. Naturally, the exceptional grade water was reserved for Xiao Tian himself. He then proceeded to the farmland area to manifest the vegetable greenhouse. The exceptional grade greenhouse stood an impressive 8 meters tall, covering an area of 500 square meters, encompassing 1 exceptional grade, for rare grade, and 3 fine grade farmlands. Even without the introduction of fire crystal stones, the temperature had risen several degrees. Now, he merely needed to heat it further and introduce the fire crystal stones. Inserting a single ordinary grade fire crystal stone prompted a warning that it would only last for 1 day, a considerable consumption. Xiao Tian instructed the farmers to collect crystal stones from Xiao Qi daily. Following this, he approached the stone wall entrance and utilized the last exceptional grade construction upgrade scroll on the arrow tower, raising its height by several meters, increasing arrow output speed by 20, and enhancing combat power by 100 points. Finally, he reached the blacksmith shop, preparing to summon a blacksmith. The summoning was successful, yielding a senior blacksmith, Ironstone Heart, exceptional. Chapter 71. Please call me the Great Magician. Ironstone Heart, exceptional. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Loyalty, 80. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Combat power, 315. Profession, blacksmith, senior. Traits, focused. Enhancing work efficiency and success rate by 30. Reparable, epic grade, and below damaged equipment can be restored. Note, equipment with 0 durability and those that have suffered degradation can also be repaired. Ironstone Heart has encountered the Lord. As he gazed at Ironstone Heart's panel, he heard a voice. Xiao Tian hastily helped him up, not expecting the smith's role to be so significant. The skill to forge equipment also included the ability to repair damaged and degraded items. Shield Mountain, come here. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's call from afar, Shield Mountain rushed over, inquiring about the matter. Xiao Tian replied, "This is Ironstone Heart, the newly recruited blacksmith of the shelter. Remove the weapons and shield for him to examine. By the way, inform them to bring their equipment back for Ironstone Heart to repair in the future." Yes. Shield Mountain handed over the equipment, watching Ironstone Heart with eager anticipation. Upon receiving the equipment, Ironstone Heart's lips curled into a slight smile as he focused intently on his examination. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "My lord, I can repair it, but I require an exceptional grade blacksmith shop, and we must also find dark iron and the bones of epic grade beasts." Disappointed, Shield Mountain accepted the equipment back, while Xiao Tian reassured him, "What is the worry? With me around, no materials are unattainable. Hurry and prepare. Inform Uncle Guan and the others to set off first, and we will find horses shortly." Xiao Tian led Ironstone Heart to the blacksmith shop, first using a rare grade building upgrade scroll to elevate the blacksmith shop to rare grade, and casually upgraded the adjacent slaughterhouse to rare grade as well. He then utilized today as 7th enhancement opportunity, as the blacksmith shop had not been enhanced before its manifestation. A flash of white light signaled success, and he obtained the blacksmith shop, epic. Wow, I can't believe it. Before Xiao Tian could fully comprehend, Ironstone Heart's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed inside, touching everything with a gentleness akin to caressing a beloved. Ironstone Heart's loyalty was at 10. "My lord, in my lifetime, I have never engaged in such prosperous warfare. With this blacksmith shop alone, I can mass-produce rare-grade equipment without issue." Hearing this, Xiao Tian beamed, revealing his joy, and promptly checked the information about the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop, epic. Equipped with multiple functional areas, the resident blacksmith can refine forging materials, craft equipment, and repair items. Features: enhances blacksmith work efficiency by 40 and success rate by 40. The blacksmith shop had slightly expanded, covering approximately 60 square meters. And even an outsider like Xiao Tian could discern that its facilities had elevated several tiers. Ironstone Heart then remarked, "My lord, The 2 pieces of equipment from Shield Mountain only require the bones of epic-grade beasts, coupled with my ability to refine iron into dark iron. I am confident I can repair them with a 90 success rate. Furthermore, if we find exceptional grade materials for forging, I can elevate rare grade equipment to exceptional grade. Splendid. Follow me. I will introduce you to the shelter's steward, Xiao Qi. A smile never left Xiao Tian's face as he led Ironstone Heart back to the shelter. Arriving before Xiao Qi, after a brief introduction, he instructed Xiao Qi to allocate half of the Ironstone and refined iron to Ironstone Heart in the future, allowing Ironstone Heart to utilize the materials in the storage cabinet freely. Additionally, he asked them to discuss forging a batch of rare-grade equipment for the warriors to use, as well as for sale. Xiao Qi, once you finish, release the exceptional grade breeding ground and city gate facilities. When the stones are sufficient, raise and thicken the walls. Remember to contact me promptly if anything arises. After giving his instructions, Xiao Tian approached Lung Ling, inquiring, "Are you ready?" Lung Ling responded, and Xiao Tian signaled for departure. The treasure-seeking mouse had been taken by Guani Dao, rendering him unable to appraise anything and relying solely on the mouse to determine the value of the items obtained. Xiao Tian decided not to use the last enhancement opportunity for the day, planning to reconsider after returning. Before leaving, he utilized the skill stone. Glancing at the skills displayed on the panel, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. From today onward, please call me the Great Magus. Notably, Guani Dao had specifically assigned 2 shield bearers to Lung Ling's team, which greatly pleased Xiao Tian. With Shield Mountain at the forefront and the 2 shield bearers providing flank protection, there was an overwhelming sense of security. Observing the team, with only half of Xiao Tian's head visible, Lung Ling found it rather amusing. Despite his considerable strength and luxurious equipment, he was overly cautious, almost cowardly. Alongside her were 8 warriors, 3 archers, 2 spearmen, and 3 shield bearers. The 3 archers scouted the perimeter while the 2 spearmen took up the rear. Feeling uncomfortable under Lung Ling's scrutiny, Xiao Tian awkwardly repositioned the 2 shield bearers to the front and back, while the 2 spearmen guarded the flanks. As for Shield Mountain, he was irreplaceable. Whenever Xiao Tian ventured out, Shield Mountain would be by his side, an unbreakable rule. There would be no negotiations, even if Jesus himself appeared. As they traversed along the forest boundary, their haul was meager. Aside from a few oblivious animals, they only managed to collect some wild fruits. The path required clearing, making progress slow. After an hour of arduous trekking, they arrived at the location where they had spotted a potential herd of horses the previous day. Standing at a vantage point overlooking the plain, they saw nothing of note, save for a few wild rabbits and dogs. No large groups of animals were in sight. My lord, about 5 kilometers ahead, there is a small hill with glimmering ground, likely indicating a water source. We should search in that direction. Lung Ling descended from a towering tree, addressing Xiao Tian. As a sharpshooter, her vision surpassed that of others, enabling her to see great distances. All right, let's move. Xiao Tian glanced at the time and stated, "Weather time. Killing Continent Year 1, Day 6, 10:23, 7 hours and 37 minutes until dusk. Temperature, 48, weather, overcast." The temperature today was particularly frigid, but fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed the fire spirit armor, keeping those near him warm. Upon descending to the grassland, he had anticipated an easier traverse, only to discover that the grass was nearly 50 to 80 centimeters tall, making the journey arduous. They spent an entire hour traversing the 5 kilometers. "Stop." Lung Ling raised her hand, indicating for everyone to crouch low as she stealthily advanced, moving swiftly and silently. It seemed she was considerate of the others. Otherwise, she would not have been affected much in such an environment. After a while, Lung Ling returned to Xiao Tian's side, whispering, "My lord, ahead, there is a narrow river less than 10 meters wide, with deep water. This is a bend, and on the inner land, there is a group of equine animals drinking. The strongest among them, the Horse King, possessed exceptional grade strength, while the rest included 8 rare-grade horses, 26 fine-grade ones, and a dozen young foals. The land at the bend was less than 20 meters wide. We merely need to block their path, and they cannot escape." With Lung Ling having devised a detailed plan, Xiao Tian naturally refrained from interfering. Under her direction, the group advanced slowly in a single file line. Before long, they emerged from the grassland, swiftly positioning themselves at the bend. At this moment, the horse herd regained their senses, realizing their path was obstructed, causing chaos as the young foals scattered in all directions. The resonant whinnying of horses echoed, and gradually, the herd quieted down. The higher-grade horses moved to the periphery, surrounding the group, and out stepped the Horse King, nearly 2 meters tall, covered in black scales with a single horn atop its head. Chapter 72. This one slipped away. Concealed behind Shield Mountain, Xiao Tian cautiously examined the Horse King's information. Ink Scale Horn Horse King, exceptional, can be tamed. Level 3, Combat Power, 885. Skills, Gallop, Speed 50. Duration 10 minutes, Cooldown 1 hour. Charge, Instantaneous Burst, Speed 100, utilizing its horn to charge at enemies, Cooldown 1 hour. Note, the Horse King possesses the ability to command its kin. Gazing at it, he couldn't help but salivate. But how to tame it? Xiao Tian relayed the information to Lung Ling and the others. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Ling stated, the Horse King likely needs the Lord to personally tame it. Only then will its herd follow. Xiao Tian looked at her incredulously, his expression conveying a singular thought. Are you joking with me? Gazing upon the nearly half-meter-long, sharply pointed horn atop the Horse King's head, glimmering ominously with a chilling light, a shiver coursed through my heart. A single thrust from that could leave me bruised and battered. With great difficulty, I uttered, Lung Ling, you must have a plan for this. Or should you take the lead? My lord, it is not that Lung Ling is unwilling to step forward, but rather that a king can only bow to another king. Have you not noticed that the Horse King is eagerly awaiting a challenge from our leader? Lung Ling spoke earnestly, a look of frustration etched upon her face. At that moment, the Horse King let out a piercing neigh, casting a disdainful glance in our direction, causing Xiao Tian to feel a flush of shame wash over him. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he thought, you dare to look down on me? Not on my watch. Pumping himself up, he realized that his subordinates were watching closely. He had no choice but to press on. Thankfully, the disparity in strength was not too great, presenting a glimmer of hope. Rest assured, my lord. I shall keep a vigilant eye, and should any danger arise, I will strike. Shielder will seize the opportunity to assist you. Lung Ling whispered from behind. Xiao Tian felt a surge of joy at her words. He was emboldened, confident in his advantage. Since this was a duel, the divine crossbow could not be employed. He drew forth a rare-grade dark iron sword and strode purposefully to the center, calling out to the Horse King, come forth. His bravado was palpable, and Lung Ling looked on in disbelief, raising her eyes to the heavens and smiting her forehead in exasperation. The Horse King, incensed by the provocation, neighed ferociously, pawing the ground before charging forward with great force. Xiao Tian smirked slightly, feeling as though he held all the cards. Just before the Horse King made contact, he executed a nimble roll to the side. Shielder, he shouted. Guard. The Horse King, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its target, had no time to react as Shielder promptly unleashed a skill, summoning a shield that appeared just in time. The Horse King, struck with fear and unable to respond, crashed violently into the shield's barrier. With a resounding crash, Shielder remained unfazed, bolstered by several powerful pieces of equipment, while the Horse King was left bloodied and reeling, nearly breaking its horn upon impact. It lay on the ground, weakly neighing, struggling to rise. Xiao Tian had anticipated this outcome by inciting the Horse King's fury. He had led it to crash into Shielder, thus adhering to the rules of engagement. He had called no outside help. It was the Horse King's own folly. With a sly grin, he dusted himself off and approached the fallen creature, drawing his divine crossbow and declaring, surrender or perish. Both paths lead to demise. The Horse King, filled with resentment, could only pant in anger, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. After several tense moments, Xiao Tian, growing impatient, raised his crossbow and warned the herd. I will count to 3. If you do not submit, I will act. Nay. The ink-scaled horned Horse King, exquisite, bowed to you in submission. Do you accept this allegiance? A smile blossomed on Xiao Tian's face. Regardless of the insidious nature of the Horse King's previous actions, it had ultimately submitted. Preserving its life, a true victor emerges not from malice, but from survival and acquisition. Accepted. He successfully claimed the ink-scaled horned Horse King, exquisite, with a loyalty rating of 60. Though the loyalty was rather low, Xiao Tian remained unfazed. Under his guidance, even a single point of loyalty could be elevated to 100. He first offered the horse a rare-grade water to drink, then took a bottle of exquisite-grade restorative potion from Lung Ling and administered it to the Horse King. After a brief respite, the Horse King regained its strength, the wounds on its head healing, though it still bore visible signs of its previous injuries. The horse affectionately licked Xiao Tian's palm, and as the ink-scaled horse was an omnivorous creature, he continued to feed it a piece of rare-grade raw meat. Its loyalty surged to 72 points. As long as he refrained from cruelty, he felt confident it would remain stable. The name Little Black no longer suits you. From now on, you shall be known as Little Mo, he declared, stroking its neck. Expecting the scales to feel rigid and coarse, he was pleasantly surprised to find the texture soft, with a layer of black fur. Feeling invigorated, Xiao Tian leaped onto the horse's back, which seemed naturally designed to accommodate a rider, offering a comfortable and secure seat. Gently nudging with his legs, Little Mo understood and began to trot, gradually picking up speed. The thick, flowing mane at its neck billowed like a rein, which Xiao Tian grasped, marveling at how swiftly and steadily the horse ran. Even without prior riding experience, he felt in complete control. Be cautious, my lord. Came the calls of Lung Ling and the others from behind. Xiao Tian waved dismissively, lost in the exhilaration of the ride, perhaps due to his rare-grade physique. He adapted quickly, reveling in the thrill until he had covered several miles. Suddenly, a fierce howl pierced the air. What in the world? Xiao Tian exclaimed, scanning the vicinity only to discover a pack of over 100 prairie wolves closing in. Little Mo, we must flee. Understanding his command, Little Mo came to a sudden halt, raising its front legs in a dramatic 180-degree turn, dashing back along the path they had come. This entire maneuver was executed in an instant, and thankfully, Xiao Tian reacted in time, gripping the horse's neck tightly. A thunderous roar erupted from the wolf pack. As the Wolf King realized its prey was escaping, commanding the pack to pursue. Hearing the Wolf King's command, the wolves surged forward with renewed vigor. With little Mo still recovering from its injuries, it struggled to shake off the relentless pack, which remained only 50 meters behind. In a moment of panic, Xiao Tian, clinging tightly to the horse's neck, raised his dark gold crossbow and took aim behind them, firing in desperation. By sheer luck, he managed to take down a few wolves. But their demise only fueled the pack's rage. With a commanding yelp, the exquisite Wolf King surged forward, leading over 10 rare-grade prairie wolves in hot pursuit. Come on, little Mo, faster. Seeing the wolves gaining ground, Xiao Tian urged little Mo to accelerate. The horse complied, nearly tossing him off as it invoked its sprinting skill. Bolting away once more and widening the gap by several meters. They were now less than 2 miles from Lung Ling and the others. As the distance gradually increased, Xiao Tian breathed a sigh of relief. However, little Mo, still weary from its injuries, was panting heavily, and its speed began to diminish. Hang in there, little Mo. We're almost there. Noticing the slowing pace, Xiao Tian felt a surge of urgency, calling out to his steed. The gap he had just created began to close again. But thankfully, he could now see Lung Ling and the others in the distance. As he approached within 100 meters of them, the Wolf King was now less than 50 meters behind. Lung Ling and her companions had recognized the approaching wolf pack and were swiftly organizing a defensive formation. Xiao Tian shouted, "Quickly, protect me." Chapter 73, The Wolf Pack Assault. As the tension mounted while Lung Ling arranged their defenses, she broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for her lord's recklessness, she would have reprimanded him, but instead, she instructed Shielder to prepare for support and entered combat mode. Transforming into a figure of sharp focus. Drawing her bow, she aimed and released in one fluid motion. With a sharp command, rapid fire, she unleashed a flurry of 10 arrows that soared through the air, striking down the foremost 10 prairie wolves. Except for the Wolf King, who narrowly evaded the onslaught. 9 rare-grade wolves fell, either dead or wounded, causing the pack to momentarily falter in confusion. Xiao Tian successfully rejoined his allies, and Shielder promptly cleared a path for him. Little Mo collapsed to the ground, but Xiao Tian managed to leap off just in time. He quickly produced rare-grade water to hydrate his steed, and after a moment, Little Mo began to recover, though it lay exhausted on the ground. "You've worked hard, my friend. I promise to treat you to a feast tonight," Xiao Tian said softly, caressing the horse affectionately. With the dark gold crossbow in hand, he surveyed the battlefield. The wolf pack had fully encircled them, while Lung Ling and 2 archers continued their relentless assault, having already taken down over 20 prairie wolves in mere moments. Without any unnecessary verbosity, Xiao Tian raised his divine crossbow and released an arrow, pursuing for over 10 miles, his heart simmering with anger as he targeted the lowly prairie wolves. It was not that he wished to avoid the rare beasts, but rather that the prairie wolves were exceedingly agile, eluding his aim. "Lung Ling, who did Uncle Guan allocate the 2 skill upgrade stones to last time?" Xiao Tian inquired, noticing a marked improvement in Lung Ling's skillful attacks. "Uncle Guan let me use them. My skills haven't changed, but the rapid-fire arrow has increased its attack power by 50. While the fatal shot has escalated to 300, she replied, shooting as she spoke. No wonder her attack power was so formidable. It seemed the skill upgrade stones were indeed worth acquiring. Xiao Tian mused to himself upon hearing her response. As the wolves suffered heavy casualties, the Wolf King let out a ferocious roar, rallying the pack to charge. Shield Mountain, accompanied by 2 shield bearers and 2 gunmen, scrambled to defend a gap of over 10 meters, while Xiao Tian unsheathed his dark iron blade and stepped forward to resist the onslaught. Hiss. Observing the gaping hole in their defense, Xiao Mo commanded 8 rare-level Mo scale antelopes to advance and assist. Although the antelope's attack was limited to singular horn strikes and kicks, their rare status endowed them with robust hides and resilience. With this reinforcement, the pressure on the group significantly diminished, allowing them to focus on vanquishing their foes. Rapid-fire arrow. Lung Ling's skill, which activated every 5 minutes, proved invaluable, as she single-handedly equated the efforts of 10. After 20 minutes, the wolf pack had lost more than half their numbers, leaving the group mostly fatigued but unharmed. Hold the line. Just a few more minutes, and it will be over. With the wolf pack dwindling, Xiao Tian encouraged his teammates while continuing to shoot. Of course, while the antelopes had moved to the front lines, he had already drawn back, taking refuge behind Shield Mountain to unleash his firepower. There was a time for valor and a time for caution. Suddenly, the Wolf King bellowed, and from either side, the howls of wolves echoed in response, signaling an incoming wave of reinforcements. Damn it. If you can't win, don't call for backup. Face me in a duel. Xiao Tian's face turned pale with rage as he witnessed the enemy summoning aid, cursing vehemently. My lord, when the wolves gather, unleash a rain of arrows. Lung Ling advised gravely, her keen ears discerning the approach of at least 200 wolves. Her words served as a wake-up call for Xiao Tian. After all, he was now known as the Grand Sorcerer. He had nothing to fear today and was ready to showcase the might of meteoric descent. Fear not. Just wait and see my performance, he assured her confidently. Lung Ling cast a doubtful glance in his direction. But the legendary archer continued to shoot without glancing at the enemy, each arrow finding its mark as prairie wolves fell one after another. What kind of look is that? How dare you doubt your lord? Soon you shall witness what it means to be a grand sorcerer. Xiao Tian retorted in exasperation. How outrageous. You dare question your lord's words, having never witnessed a giant snake relieve itself. As the 8 scale antelopes neared their limits, the Wolf King seized the opportunity to launch an ambush, injuring 3 of the antelopes gravely. Reluctantly, Lung Ling redirected her focus toward it, pushing it back relentlessly. Shield Mountain. Deploy your skill with strong reinforcements and bone blades. With 3 antelopes lost, the defensive pressure mounted, prompting Lung Ling to command Shield Mountain to unleash his abilities. A flash of white light revealed 10 skeletal warriors, stabilizing the line under Shield Mountain's command. He then hurled his bone shield, launching the bone blades like flying discs toward the wolf pack, instantly slaying numerous ordinary and fine-grade wolves, while rare ones were left severely wounded. In one swift strike, he decimated over a dozen prairie wolves, leaving only the Wolf King and 8 rare and 6 fine-grade wolves. Oh whoa. At that moment, the reinforcements arrived, numbering a staggering 300, far exceeding Lung Ling's estimate. The Wolf King retreated into the midst of the pack, preparing for the next wave of assault. Among the new arrivals were 2 exceptional level wolves and over 20 rare level ones, effectively doubling their strength, which cast a heavy pall over the group's morale. Lung Ling even contemplated having Xiao Tian mount the King of Horses, ready to make a desperate escape. However, Xiao Tian pushed past Shield Mountain, stepping forward with his weapons stowed and arms raised in a gesture of peace. My lord, Shield Mountain exclaimed in shock. Today, I shall let you witness unparalleled power. With a dramatic flourish, Xiao Tian raised his hands high and proclaimed, meteoric descent. Instantly, the sky darkened above the wolf pack as an overwhelming pressure descended. Many low-level prairie wolves trembled and cowered on the ground, losing control of their bladders and bowels. The Wolf King and other exceptional and rare wolves emitted anxious growls, frequently glancing skyward. Then, as if the heavens had torn open, massive boulders, each the size of a grinding stone, trailed fiery sparks as they plummeted through the clouds toward the wolves below. The resounding crash echoed amidst the wolves' anguished cries, raising clouds of dust that obscured vision for a full minute, during which the howls gradually diminished. Hundreds of boulders rained down upon them. The onlookers, including the horses, gazed in terror at the devastation. Even Lung Ling was taken aback, her eyes darting to Xiao Tian, no longer underestimating her lord. It took a full 10 minutes for the dust to settle, revealing a landscape marred by charred craters, with tendrils of black smoke mingling with the scent of scorched flesh. Xiao Tian had anticipated a battlefield littered with stones, only to find that they had vanished after the skill's conclusion. As the group approached, they were met with a grisly sight. Many prairie wolves had been crushed into mere pulp, with scarcely a tenth of the corpses remaining intact. Fortunately, 3 exceptional wolves had endured the onslaught relatively unscathed. Lung Ling collected all the intact carcasses, adhering to a principle of waste not, want not, while Xiao Tian dismantled the remaining remains. Out of over 200 prairie wolves, they managed to salvage less than 100 pounds of meat and a few wolf pelts. Luckily, the luminous orbs dropped were plentiful, yielding over 20, alongside a substantial bounty of 68 silver coins and over 3,000 copper coins, amounting to nearly 1 gold coin. After Xiao Tian unleashed his awe-inspiring skill, the loyalty of his subordinates surged, transforming the entire party into die-hard followers, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Even the proud Lung Ling began to exhibit a degree of restraint. The horses were utterly terrified, with Xiao Mo's loyalty skyrocketing to 90 points. All right, now that our task is complete, let us return, Xiao Tian commanded, instructing everyone to mount a horse for the journey home. With Xiao Mo's assistance, the group mounted their steeds effortlessly, guided by him, allowing the horses to navigate without requiring any control from the riders. Due to a few injured scale antelopes within the group, their pace was not swift, yet it was significantly faster than traveling on foot. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the slope leading to the sanctuary, where the guards, including Bu Yi, spotted the approaching herd from afar and promptly alerted Xiao Qi, each one gripping their crossbows in a state of heightened vigilance. When they finally caught sight of Xiao Tian leading the procession, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. The slope, nearly 70 degrees and over 10 meters high, proved no challenge for the scale antelopes, who ascended effortlessly to the entrance. The massive gate, nearly 3 meters tall and 10 meters wide, was seamlessly connected to the stone walls, which had been raised and thickened by an additional meter. Xiao Qi and the guards had been stationed atop the walls, maintaining a defensive watch. First, the blood-sucking thorn extended its tendrils to greet Xiao Tian, then retracted its branches to allow passage. Xiao Qi and the others rushed out, joyfully welcoming Xiao Tian and his entourage. Witnessing the grand procession of dozens of horses was truly awe-inspiring. Let us proceed. Upon entering through the gates, Xiao Tian initially intended to let the horses roam in the open space, but Xiao Qi interjected. My lord, the exceptional level breeding ground spans 500 square meters and can be adjusted to various breeding modes, including a pasture mode. Keeping the horses there would be not only feasible, but also more comfortable. Oh, it can be adjusted in such a manner? Let us go and take a look. The breeding farm is situated in close proximity to the agricultural district, becoming the most substantial structure within the greenhouse area. Xiao Tian activated the panel and discovered the possibility of adding crystal stones. Both water crystals and fire crystals could regulate temperature, facilitate the automatic production of drinking water, and only required manual input of food. Additionally, wind crystals could be incorporated to maintain ventilation. A variety of modes were available, including those for raising small animals such as chickens, ducks, and geese, which could be separated into individual cages, as well as modes for raising pigs that provided individual stalls. There was also a ranch mode, which, when activated, divided the breeding farm into 2 sections, allowing for the adjustment of the ratio between outdoor and indoor spaces. For nearly 50 ink-scaled horned horses, allocating outdoor space would be insufficient for their stretching, hence it was preferable to convert the entire area into indoor space for their comfort, with arrangements for humans to let them out for a stroll daily. Within the enclosed walls, there were nearly 20,000 square meters of grassland, ample for their leisurely outings. Xiao Mo ushered them inside to rest, assuring them that food would soon be delivered. Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Mo to lead the herd into the breeding farm. The warm and cozy environment greatly pleased the ink-scaled horned horses, who relaxed and sought out their resting spots upon entry. Xiao Qi was tasked with providing some tiger cane and fresh meat for them, while also observing their preferred plants. Additionally, thick thatch was laid down to ensure they could rest peacefully. After making these arrangements, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter with the team. By now, it was past 4 p.m., and after a battle without food, everyone was desperately hungry. They hurriedly consumed some sustenance before dispersing to bathe and rest. Exhausted, Xiao Tian lay on his bed and activated his wristband to check for messages. He first opened the group chat for the family ring, engaging in casual conversation with his parents to gather some updates. Thanks to Xiao Tian's reminder, his mother had amassed quite a collection of scarce items suitable for extremely frigid weather. They had also added 3 rare-level warriors, utilizing the resources at hand. Qin Yu had already broken through to the epic level, enabling the team to consistently bring back substantial resources. Lin Lin's pet had also hatched, requiring only daily feeding, and would soon become another formidable ally. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Jun, his father had managed to alleviate the crisis at the shelter. And with the resources from trading, they were beginning to develop steadily, expecting to upgrade to stone houses by tomorrow at the latest. This support from Xiao Tian during the extreme cold would ensure that development would not stagnate. After concluding the chat, Xiao Tian opened the trading channel, finding his small store prominently pinned at the top, shimmering with golden light. While he may not have been well-versed in business, he understood the significance of its value. Upon opening it, he discovered that Xiao Qi had already listed all the hot-selling products, even reintroducing the long-abandoned rolls of paper. The quantities of each available product were dwindling at an astonishing pace, indicating a strong purchasing power. Xiao Qi had set up 2 selling methods, currency and basic materials, as everyone currently had limited funds, with Xiao Qi as the chief steward within and the diligent liver emperor, Guan Yidao, and others. Once Ling Ling also broke through to the epic level, Xiao Tian's days of relaxation would not be far off. In the team group chat, conversations were flowing, with some items missing from the warehouse while others had been added. The existence of this warehouse had greatly facilitated matters, particularly for Wang Chu, Lu Si, and Ning Yuangu. Li Weiwei only offered items she was too lazy to sell. Ding. Speaking of the devil, Li Weiwei sent a message. Xiao Degu, this is something you should find quite essential. Chapter 75. The big shot wants to see, and I am willing. Xiao Tian was filled with curiosity as to why Li Weiwei was so certain he would need it. Upon opening the message, he immediately sprang upright from his bed. Positioning compass, rare, capable of inputting ID to locate the coordinates of another shelter, with a search range of 100 kilometers and 55 uses available. Wasn't this the very item he had been desperately seeking? Indeed, it seemed that the lucky ones were truly favored by fate. Although the range was limited to 100 kilometers, one must not forget that Xiao Tian possessed a talent skill, which could at least enhance it by 1 level. Xiao Tian, how did you know I would need this? He was puzzled as to how Li Weiwei could have anticipated his need. Could it be that her talent allowed her to sense others' thoughts from afar? Li Weiwei, are you insulting my intelligence? Who in this area doesn't he know that Zhao Tailin and Lin Ming are at odds with you, if they plan to deal with you? I refuse to believe you wouldn't want to take the initiative. Xiao Tian felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he had asked a rather foolish question. Xiao Tian, do you need anything? Let me know if I have it. After a brief pause, Li Weiwei finally replied, seemingly contemplating her needs. Li Weiwei, it appears I don't have anything particularly necessary. I still need some wood and stone to upgrade my shelter, but I rarely have time to sell items. And there aren't many farmers in my shelter, so accumulation is slow. I know you have plenty, so just share what you can. By the way, I sent over 40 space gems and the compass. Please make me 2 exquisite level space rings. Xiao Tian then headed downstairs to check the supplies in the storage cabinet. Discovering it was nearly full, he had accumulated close to 20,000 units of wood and stone, and his currency had increased from 50 gold coins to 68 gold coins, alongside hundreds of silver coins. Noticing the abundance of materials, Xiao Tian decided to send 2,000 units of each to Li Weiwei. Understanding that the prices of such items were subjective, some might consider them worthless, while others would find them invaluable. He first crafted 4 exquisite level space rings. The crafting table had evolved from the small wooden house to its current state, having produced countless items, and had already reached level 4, doubling its production speed. The 4 rings were completed in merely 5 seconds. He then sent 2 rings along with the materials to Li Weiwei, while the remaining 2 were given to Xiao Qi for future enhancements when the opportunity arose. Suddenly recalling that there were 3 stone house blueprints in the storage cabinet, likely retrieved by Xiao Qi, he noted that 3 team members had yet to upgrade to stone houses. Rather than selling them, it would be more beneficial to provide them for his companions. He opened the group chat, depositing the stone house blueprints along with 1,000 wood and 1,000 stone into the warehouse, and sent a message. Xiao Tian, tomorrow is the last day. Wang Chu, Lu Si, and Xiao Ning. You 3 have yet to upgrade to stone houses. I've left 3 blueprints for you. Hurry up and upgrade, and I've also placed some materials in there. If you need more, you can take it. Ning Yuangu. Thank you. Xiao Gu. I want to be polite. I have some excess materials, so I'll put in 500 wood and 500 stone for you. Wang Chu thanks. Lu Si. Thank you, Captain. I'll add 5 exquisite level bows. Xiao Tian. By the way, have you all recommended any candidates? The group began to respond in turn. Xiao Ning mentioned that Xiao Tian was his only friend and had no recommendations, while Li Weiwei expressed she had no trustworthy contacts. Lu Si, however, recommended Wu Ming, also known as Naked Brother, stating they had maintained contact since their initial crossing and found his character quite commendable. Finally, Wang Chu made an unexpected recommendation. Wang Chu, I recommend 006767, the technician. Her name is Wang Lulu. Since I gifted her a piece of clothing back then, we've been in contact. And she is reliable. Although her previous profession may not have been glamorous, her character is beyond reproach, kind, resilient, and rational. That is my assessment of her. She mentioned that before the crossing, her father was gravely ill, and she lost her mother at a young age, which forced her into this line of work. While I cannot verify those details, after crossing, she leveraged her appearance to secure some survival resources, but she has also been helping some older and younger girls in need. This is an endeavor we have been engaged in, but don't mistake us for saints. We only assist those in dire situations when we have surplus food. The group fell into a contemplative silence, and it took a while before someone spoke again. Ning Yuangu, I don't know her well enough to comment. Li Weiwei, I sold her an exquisite level item once, but I haven't interacted much. Lu Si, I have some understanding of her. She seems quite decent. Upon hearing Wang Chu mention the ID number, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled a short video he had saved, the memory of which was still vivid. He had secretly saved it, and even rejected her friend request, unsure of how to approach the situation. He realized that inviting her to join the team would be incredibly awkward, but unexpectedly, Lu Si spoke up first. Lu Si is rather untrustworthy. He has undoubtedly watched her videos. I wonder if Brother Wang Chu has seen them too. Silently deleting the video, Xiao Tian thought to himself. Since Brother Wang Chu has strongly recommended her and no one else objects, I shall add her as a friend and establish some contact. As for Wu Ming, Wang Lulu should have some insight about him. I'll inquire. That settles it. Everyone can return to their tasks. After ending the call, Xiao Tian added Wang Lulu as a friend, and to his surprise, she accepted almost instantaneously. Wang Lulu promptly sent a message. Big shot. We finally connected. Are we swapping videos? Just so you know, I've stopped filming, but if you want to see, I'm still open to it. This time, no need to save it secretly. Xiao Tian was taken aback, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Haha, that is not the case. I'm here to discuss something serious. Brother Wang Chu has recommended you to join my team. He should have mentioned it to you. Are you willing? Also, anything that happened before joining the team must not be mentioned in the group. Wang Lulu, reading Xiao Tian's message, felt immense joy. She had not anticipated being invited into the Big Shots team. While she did not aspire to achieve greatness, at the very least, it would ensure her future comfort. Sister Chu had hinted at this opportunity before, and she had been eager for it, never expecting that the Big Shot would actually extend an invitation to her. However, what did Brother Wang Chu mean by this? Was Sister Chu actually a rough character? Absolutely, I am very willing. I promise to keep everything confidential, especially regarding the videos you saved. It was her own fault. She had merely wished to view them, but why did she foolishly press save? What a misunderstanding. She had never watched them after saving. Xiao Tian lamented. Let us make it clear. Brother Wang Chu strongly recommended you, and I trust him to have you join the team. If you do not perform well, you will be removed. We must leave the past behind and not bring any negative influence into the team, especially with a younger brother in the mix. Furthermore, do not disclose any information about the team to outsiders. There is one thing I wish to ask you. What about that naked guy, Wu Ming? The one you were with before the transition? How is he as a person? Wang Lulu replied, You mean Mingo? I'm not very familiar with him. We only met that day. However, I've heard from the sisters that he is a contractor. His boss withheld payments, so he sold his car to pay his workers. Previously, one of his men had an accident, and besides the compensation, he personally sent his family 1,000 yuan every month for living expenses. He should be considered a good person. After chatting for a bit longer, they ended the conversation, and Xiao Tian added Wang Lulu to the team, helping her get acquainted with everyone. Instead of seeking out Wu Ming first, Xiao Tian took out the compass, preparing for one last enhancement of his talent for the day. Chapter 76, Positioning Compass, Epic. The enhancement was successful, and he obtained the Positioning Compass, Epic. My luck today is quite extraordinary. Out of 8 enhancements, I achieved level 2 3 times. Could it be that I possess a hidden lucky attribute? Gazing at the compass in his hand, Xiao Tian marveled at his extraordinary fortune today. The compass was crafted from an unknown metal, exhibiting a warm metallic luster, palm-sized, with mysterious engravings adorning its edges and numerous arcane runes etched on its surface. Positioning Compass, Epic can input ID to locate another's shelter coordinates. Search range 2,000 kilometers. Usable 2,020 times, restores once every 24 hours. Not only had the search range expanded to 2,000 kilometers, but the most astonishing feature was that it would not be rendered useless after use. It restored once a day, and since this item was not frequently utilized, it was more than sufficient. Eagerly, Xiao Tian input Lin Meng's ID, and the compass displayed searching, taking a full 5 minutes before yielding results. 826 kilometers to the southeast. He quickly took a photo with his wristband to save the information. Over 800 kilometers would be challenging, with extreme cold weather arriving the day after tomorrow. Even if he set out now, it would take at least a day and a night to return, even with a mount. Not only would he have to spend the night outside, but he was also uncertain about the conditions along the way. Next, he checked the coordinates for Zhao Tailin and Zhu Wuning. He could not locate Zhao Tailin, likely beyond the 2,000-kilometer range, but he successfully found Zhu Wuning, also to the southeast, less than 300 kilometers away. If he rode his mount, he could arrive in about 2 hours. A slight smirk crept onto Xiao Tian's face as he chuckled coldly. Well, that's not bad. I can collect some interest first, and if all goes smoothly, I might even deal with Lin Ming. But preparations were essential. Once the extreme cold weather arrived and the novice protection period ended, he would act immediately. Approaching Xiao Qi, he inquired, How was the harvest today? Did you acquire any special items? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's question, Xiao Qi set aside her work and replied, Today, there was nothing particularly remarkable, but I did purchase a bronze treasure chest for a high price, a silver treasure chest, and 3 rare-level summoning orders. The rest were basic materials and currency. However, we brought back the carcass of a prairie wolf, which, after processing at the slaughterhouse, yielded 86 pounds of excellent-grade raw meat and 165 pounds of rare-grade. The essence of the blood and flesh was quite good, 8 excellent, for rare, and 3 extraordinary. The slaughterhouse's output rate for rare-grade blood and flesh essence has significantly improved. Excellent. Arrange for all the warriors on the verge of a breakthrough to consume the blood and flesh essence, especially for Cold Ling. When Uncle Guan returns later, ensure the remaining warriors are also taken care of. We have to head out tomorrow. Additionally, release all the arrow towers, defense towers, stone-throwing towers, and watchtowers. From now on, deploy as many as available, as long as they are of excellent grade or higher. Upgrade any rare-grade building scrolls we have to excellent quality. That is all for now. I need to rest for a bit. Have someone call me when Uncle Guan returns. Having given his instructions, Xiao Tian retreated to his room, collapsing into sleep while there was still a bit of time left. When he awoke, it was already past 5 p.m., nearing dusk. His subordinates knocked on the door to rouse him, informing him that Guan Yidao had returned with his team. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed that Cold Ling had already broken through, advancing to epic level. Her base combat power was 418, with an increase of 168 points per level. Together with her equipment, her combat power reached 1414 points, slightly less than Guan Yidao, mainly due to inferior gear. 2 ordinary-level warriors and 2 farmers had also broken through, meaning all of Xiao Tian's subordinates were now at least of excellent grade. Lord, Guan Yidao greeted Xiao Tian as he came downstairs. Seeing Guan Yidao, Xiao Tian smiled and asked, Uncle Guan, how was the harvest today? We collected dozens of pounds of various wild fruits and vegetables, 3 extraordinary beasts, 16 rare beasts, 14 excellent beasts, and over 100 ordinary ones, totaling approximately 3,000 pounds of meat. Additionally, we found some precious herbs, for wooden treasure chests, 2 black iron chests, and 1 silver chest, along with more than 10 dropped items. Guan Yidao responded promptly, and Xiao Tian was quite pleased. Coupled with their harvest today, the extraordinary food would weigh around 1 to 200 pounds, sufficient to feed a group for quite some time. As for anything below extraordinary, It would now be reserved for trade, while the ordinary grade would be used to nourish the blood-sucking thorns. Xiao Qi, have we opened the light spheres brought back today, and those from Uncle Guan? Were there any special items? Xiao Tian turned to inquire of Xiao Qi, holding a list. Xiao Qi approached Xiao Tian and said, My lord, we opened some basic materials, along with 3 units of extraordinary black gold, 2 rare-level summoning orders, 1 rare-level defense tower, and a blueprint for mount equipment. The remainder consists of ordinary items, and I have already utilized what was useful. Very well. Cold Ling, take the black gold and the mount equipment blueprint to find Tai Shixin and see if he can enhance and upgrade your equipment. Let him gather whatever materials he needs. As for the mount equipment, have him expedite its creation. The higher the quality, the better. At least 20 sets are required. Upon hearing this, Guan Yidao curiously asked, My lord, do we have any significant matters tomorrow? Taking out the compass, Xiao Tian replied, Not tomorrow, but the day after, when the novice period ends and the protective shield disappears. It's time to collect some interest. Please, my lord, be sure to bring me along. I will charge into battle for you. Guan Yidao declared loudly. Xiao Tian chuckled. Of course, you shall have your share, and both Shield Mountain and Cold Ling will join as well. With the blood-sucking thorns present, the shelter will be quite secure. Meanwhile, Lin Ming was engaged in conversation with Xiao Tailin. Lin Ming, have you located Xiao Tian's coordinates? Xiao Tailin, rest assured. I have expended considerable resources to secure the allegiance of his close associates. We shall soon ascertain his whereabouts. Lin Ming who? Chapter 77, The New Profession of Healer. Lin Ming appeared exceedingly exhilarated, gripping tightly, which elicited a cry of pain from beneath him. Xiao Tailin, that is for you to manage. How many subordinates do you currently command? Once the protection period expires, we can commence our operation. Humph, that old fox. Noting Xiao Tielin's reluctance to divulge details, Lin Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Lin Ming, I have 81 subordinates, including 8 elite warriors, 68 rare grade, and over 200 skilled warriors. What about you? Upon receiving Lin Ming's message, Xiao Tielin's pupils dilated in surprise. He hadn't anticipated the Green Forest Gang to possess such formidable strength. Xiao Tailin, I command 95 subordinates, comprising 7 elite warriors, 46 rare grade, and over 300 skilled warriors. That old fox, do not presume I am unaware of your hidden beasts. Everyone has their trump cards. Both parties, while allies, were simultaneously engaged in mutual scheming. The demise of Xiao Tian would mark the dissolution of their relationship. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian, prior to dining, opened a wooden treasure chest and a black iron treasure chest, discovering nothing of particular note, which he entrusted to Xiao Qi for handling. He then utilized 5 rare-grade summoning orders, unexpectedly summoning 2 new professions. One of them was an elite cavalryman, possessing a combat attack power of 20, skilled in both bow and spear, adept in ranged and melee combat. Fortuitously, he had recently tamed a herd of ink-scaled horned horses. Otherwise, he would have had to serve as a ground cavalryman. Additionally, there were 2 rare-grade warriors, both shield-bearers, lacking any discernible weaknesses, yet also rather mediocre. Xiao Tian instructed Guan Yidao to assign 3 warriors to them. Furthermore, there was a civilian without a profession, marking Xiao Tian's second encounter with a civilian, who seemed to possess considerable potential akin to Xiao Qi, with the ability to learn skills, making him suitable as Xiao Qi's aide. This would afford Xiao Qi some respite, as she had been tirelessly working, even inciting a twinge of guilt in Xiao Tian, the most nefarious of capitalists. Xiao Tian named him Xiao Lu, a young lad just over 18 years of age, possessing a somewhat bashful demeanor. Xiao Qi, he shall serve as your aide henceforth. Take good care of him. Indeed, my lord. Xiao Qi exclaimed gleefully, startling Xiao Tian, who playfully rebuked her. If you were to perish, I am not deaf. Xiao Qi stuck out her tongue and led Xiao Lu to the crafting station, teaching him how to use it. The final individual was a newly emerged profession, crucial for the shelter. Unnamed, rare. Profession, healer. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 205. Stamina, 100. Skills, healing. Consuming 2 stamina points to heal minor injuries of the target, cooldown time of 5 minutes. Traits, alchemy, proficient in crafting healing potions, recovery potions, and detoxification potions. Equipment, alchemy furnace, skilled, combat power, 1 alchemy efficiency, 10 alchemy success rate, 10. Note, possessing an alchemy pavilion can enhance the efficiency of the healer. A high-quality alchemy pavilion can assist the healer in breakthroughs and allows for the learning of formulas. You shall be called Yaoi. Please describe the materials you excel in crafting potions. That is Xiao Qi, the steward of the shelter. Let her know if you require anything. If she does not possess it, she will assist you in gathering materials, and we shall explore the highest quality potions you can create. After reviewing the information, Xiao Tian addressed the newly arrived healer. In response, Yaoi stated, My lord, at present, I can only craft rare-grade potions, with a success rate of 30. If we had a rare-grade alchemy pavilion, the success rate could rise to 60, allowing for a 10 chance of crafting elite-grade potions. Excellent. You may now join the others for a meal and familiarize yourself with them. Later, you shall communicate with Xiao Qi regarding the alchemy pavilion. I will endeavor to procure it promptly. As the number of subordinates increased, the shelter grew increasingly lively. After several sumptuous meals, the skilled warriors in Guani Dao's squad neared a breakthrough. Xiao Tian instructed Xiao Qi to distribute blood essence for them to attempt the breakthrough. Fortunately, breakthroughs at the skilled level were relatively straightforward. 2 succeeded in their attempts, while the remaining 3, with lower potential, could not break through and remained to guard the shelter. Xiao Tian had resolved not to allow warriors below rare grade to venture out. They were all summoned by him, possessing flesh and blood, emotions, and he genuinely wished for none to sacrifice themselves. Once he acquired the necessary potions or rare fruits for breakthroughs, they would venture out in due course. Gong Yi, summoned earlier as a rare grade warrior, was a mere 10 combat points away from breaking through to elite grade. Xiao Tian thus instructed him to consume elite grade blood essence, hoping to gain another elite warrior. Gong Yi was exceedingly excited. He had not anticipated that his lord would allow him to break through first, an unexpected turn of events. After consuming the elite grade blood essence, Gong Yi took a moment to respond, as a faint white light enveloped him, flickering intermittently for nearly 10 minutes. Observing this, Xiao Tian shook his head and sighed. It still falls short. We shall have to wait until tomorrow when the spirit fruit matures. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant white light erupted from Gong Yi, signifying a successful breakthrough. Gong Yi was elated, rising to kneel before Xiao Tian in homage. Thank you, my lord, for your support. I vow to protect you with my life. Oh dear, do not speak of dying so casually. Listen well. I have invested significantly in you all, and I expect your assistance in helping me reach the end. None are permitted to die. Rise now. Xiao Tian waved his hands repeatedly, addressing the group. Upon hearing this, the others responded with fervor. Yes, my lord. Loyalty surged once more, with several becoming diehard supporters. Once Xiao Tian concluded his tasks and inspected the storage cabinet, he noted that the small shop could accommodate 200 items for sale. While the storage cabinet was not yet overflowing, it was nearing capacity, and he instructed Xiao Qi to procure another. Exiting the shelter, in the brightly lit territory, Nong Yi was diligently supervising his subordinates. Due to the abundance of ordinary grade products, such as life grass, cotton, and other herbs cultivated in rare grade fields, coupled with fertilization, the maturation period was exceedingly short. Nong Yi had already organized 3 shifts, with 8 farmers feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Noticing this situation, Xiao Tian returned to the shelter and approached Xiao Qi, stating, "The territory is developing too rapidly. We require more farmers. How many skilled grade summoning orders remain?" Upon hearing Xiao Tian's inquiry, Xiao Qi immediately checked the list, withdrawing 2 skilled grade summoning orders from auction and presenting them along with the 4 in her possession. My lord, they are all here. Shall I proceed with the acquisition? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian replied, "Let us acquire another batch." Increasing the count by 10 to 15 farmers to alleviate the workload of Nong Yi and the others. 3 shifts are not sustainable. Over time, they will falter under the strain of excessive busyness. After speaking, Xiao Tian proceeded to utilize the summoning orders, unexpectedly summoning 2 farmers, 2 archers, along with a skilled grade blacksmith apprentice, a delightful surprise. After briefly introducing the shelter, Xiao Tian led the 5 individuals out, first assigning the blacksmith apprentice to Tai Shirshin for assistance in maintaining the warrior's equipment durability. He then called upon Bu Yi to escort the 2 archers and brought the 2 farmers to the farmland. Nong Yi, make the necessary arrangements. We have recruited 2 more, and we shall summon another batch tomorrow. Nong Yi, who was currently harvesting, promptly responded upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. That is splendid. I was just about to bring it up with you. The additional fields have made things quite hectic. Take care and get some rest, Xiao Tian remarked, wandering leisurely through the territory. After a brief slumber, numerous structures had emerged within the territory. Xiao Qi had successfully installed all tower facilities distributed around the area. Although merely skilled grade, their abundance allowed for tireless output, which was commendable. Glimpsing the squad chat, several members were engaged in lively conversation, buoyed by the presence of Wang Lulu, with Lucy, typically reserved, contributing more than usual. Just then, Lucy inquired about Wu Ming. Xiao Tian recalled he had yet to reach out, so he sent a message to Wu Ming. Xiao Tian, naked brother, are you busy? I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 78. How could one hesitate? Noticing that Wu Ming had yet to respond, Xiao Tian opened the team chat to reply to Lucy. Xiao Tian, Wu Ming hasn't replied yet. You all seem to be having a great time chatting. Lucy, I never realized you were so talkative. You've made Wang Lulu so happy. Li Weiwei, indeed. He rarely speaks with us. I thought he was just shy and reserved, but it seems he simply hadn't met the right people. Ultimately, we must not be impressive enough. Lucy, I was worried that Wang Lulu might feel shy. After some casual banter, Xiao Tian exchanged messages with the group, informing them of the summoned healer's details and asking them to keep an eye on the alchemy pavilion for future use. He also received some new intelligence. The shelters are spaced 10 kilometers apart, a fact that many have verified. Additionally, Li Weiwei and Wang Chu encountered extraterrestrial races. Li Weiwei faced cave dwellers, terrifying creatures devoid of eyes, yet possessing remarkable hearing. Fortunately, Li Weiwei's subordinates were formidable and easily resolved the situation, discovering magic crystals in the process. Wang Chu encountered the toxic spirit race, grotesque beings covered in pus, with lethal venom. Upon defeat, they would self-destruct. One elite warrior accidentally got splattered with their blood and was soon corroded to bones. Thankfully, the numbers of these creatures were not overwhelming, with only rare-level beings discovered thus far. Cautioning everyone to be careful when venturing out, he exited the chat, just as Wu Ming replied. Wu Ming, boss. What can I assist with? I have but one request. Please don't call me Bear Man brother. I've been fully clothed for many years. Unsurprisingly, someone seasoned in the ways of society spoke with such astuteness, and upon reading his last sentence, Xiao Tian chuckled. Xiao Tian, I don't need anything from you right now. Lucy recommended you for my team. You know Wang Lulu, right? She has spoken highly of you, which is why I'm asking if you're interested. Xiao Tian explained the team's members, functions, and responsibilities to Wu Ming. Before long, Wu Ming responded. Wu Ming, with such benefits, I am naturally willing. Since you hold me in regard, I shall let my performance speak for itself. After their exchange, Wu Ming left a very good impression, and the conversation was quite pleasant. Xiao Tian, all right, I'll add you to the team now. Just so you know, if you and Wang Lulu don't perform well, you may be expelled from the team. Wu Ming, understood, I comprehend. Xiao Tian then invited Wu Ming to join the team. Just as he was about to chat with the others, his mother suddenly sent a video call. He could only share a brief word or two with the group before exiting. Opening the family connection ring, he connected the video. Mom, what's the matter? Xiao Tian noticed something was off in his mother's demeanor and hurriedly inquired. Li Yu, with reddened eyes, spoke. I had someone take your sister away. I wanted to ask you, has your father lost his leg? Don't try to deceive me. I saw the screenshot you sent today. Since his mother had discovered the truth, Xiao Tian no longer concealed it, speaking softly. Mom, since you found out, I want to hide it from you. I also noticed the weapon's reflection in the image. I've already found a limb regeneration potion and will send it to Dad tomorrow. Everything will be fine. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Li Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her, patting her chest as she said, That's good. That's good. I'm so relieved you found it in time. Otherwise, I truly can't imagine. Unfortunately, I can't video chat with him. I can only send texts. Linlin wants to see her father, but she can't. Don't worry, Mom. My family connection ring can still be upgraded. Perhaps after the upgrade, we can meet. Xiao Tian reassured her. Linlin opened a treasure chest today and got something good. I'll send it to you shortly. Don't worry about me, Mom. Qin Liang is also set to make a breakthrough tomorrow, and Wei Ve gained 2 more rare-level subordinates today. After ending the call, Li Yu sent over the items, and Xiao Tian was pleasantly surprised to find it was exactly what he needed. Return City Scroll. Rare requires prior binding to a shelter. Upon use, it teleports the user and all units within a 3-meter radius back to the shelter, taking 5 seconds to activate and cannot be interrupted. Teleportation distance is 1,000 kilometers, with 55 uses available. Xiao Tian calculated that it covered approximately 28 square meters. Under normal conditions, with a little squeeze, about 50 people could fit. However, if he included the centaurs, accommodating 12 should not be an issue. This was indeed sufficient. His mother's item was a timely boon, allowing Lin Meng to join in the cleanup as well. Tomorrow, he could enhance it. The exceptional level should be even more formidable, with a wider range. Ding! Suddenly, his wristband buzzed incessantly. Upon checking, he found that the team members were all messaging him. Xiao Tian, what is going on? Li Weiwei, brother Xiao? We were discussing when we could gather at your shelter. Don't you have a summoning skill? The group became animated, as traversing in the current times was mostly a solitary endeavor, and they were all eager to meet. Xiao Tian initially thought to decline, but rejecting the newly formed team right after its establishment could lead to discontent and mistrust. While unspoken, it would surely create a rift. However, it was not the right time to refuse. He could only say, Xiao Tian, let us say tomorrow at 9 a.m. The day after will bring extreme cold, and I don't know if we'll be able to venture out then. After discussing with the group, he exited the chat. Since the team members were coming tomorrow, there were some things Xiao Tian preferred to keep concealed. While the buildings couldn't be moved, the personnel could be adjusted. He planned to have Guan Yidao lead a team of soldiers to search the southeast direction early tomorrow morning, with some of the living profession subordinates remaining in the rooms to avoid the team members. Holding the epic level building upgrade blueprint in front of the shelter, Xiao Tian stood there for half an hour, weighing his options for deployment among the water well, the light tower, the breeding grounds, the vegetable greenhouse, and the only exceptional level farmland. All 5 were exceptional and held significant functionality. Ultimately, Xiao Tian resolved to invest in the light tower, driven by a singular reason: healing. Approaching the light tower, he clicked to use the upgrade. A dazzling white light enveloped the entire light tower, the structure rising continuously to a height of 50 meters, adorned with mysterious patterns as streams of white light danced across them. Upon completion of the upgrade, Under the radiant glow, his previously weary body instantly felt invigorated, dispelling all fatigue. Is it truly this potent? Xiao Tian marveled, opening his panel to check. Light Tower, Epic Level, Auxiliary Type. Feature 1, Illumination. Dispelling darkness within a radius of 150 meters from the Light Tower. Feature 2, Recovery, rapidly restoring stamina and injuries within a radius of 150 meters from the Light Tower. Feature 3, Life's Anthem. Instantly restores all injuries to a designated creature with a cooldown of 36 hours. Feature 4, Light Shield. Generates a protective barrier, must be manually activated. With a radius of 100 meters, shield energy value 10,000, ineffective against rare level attacks. 1 hit from a rare level, 10 from an exceptional level, and 100 from an epic level. Energy regenerates at 1 point per minute, can be replenished using light crystal stones. Tip, perpetual motion machine. With it, night becomes day, and as long as there is breath in one's body, one shall not perish. What a delight. Apart from feature 1 remaining unchanged, the recovery feature had transformed from rapid to extraordinarily swift. No wonder he felt so revitalized just moments ago. Could this mean he could have his subordinates work harder? Xiao Tian abruptly shook his head, smacking the back of his head as he muttered, "How can I hesitate? With such vigor and being unable to sleep, it would be dull to not work more. I must exert myself." The cooldown time for Life's Anthem had been halved, and an additional tower-like function was added, effectively providing another layer of security to the shelter. Given the current defenses of the shelter, Xiao Tian could hardly fathom what enemies might dare to approach him. While Xiao Tian was admiring the light tower, a voice interrupted him from behind. "My lord, you must come see Little Black." Chapter 79, Bloodline Evolution. Startled from his reverie by the mention of Little Black, Xiao Tian turned back to ask, "What is it?" Xiao Qi, her face taut with concern, replied, "It's Little Black. Just now, when Xiao Fong fed it a piece of exceptional level meat, it seemed to be in agony, rolling on the ground. What? Quickly, take me to see." Regaining his composure, Xiao Tian felt a surge of tension. After all, this was the highest combat power of the shelter, and the Liver Emperor would not take the initiative to attack. Rushing into the shelter, he saw several subordinates gathered together, while Xiao Fong stood nervously in place. Utterly at a loss, Xiao Tian pushed through the crowd and noticed that Xiao He was rolling on the ground, blood oozing from the protruding parts on its head and back. In just one day, it had grown to twice its original size. He opened the panel to check. Dragon Rock Lizard, Legendary Level, Bloodline Evolution in progress. Encountering such a situation for the first time, Xiao Tian was bewildered and uncertain about how to handle it. So he turned to Xiao Fong and asked, "What did Xiao He eat?" Xiao Fong, on the verge of tears, replied anxiously, fearing she had made a mistake. "Earlier, Xiao He kept whining and biting my pant leg. I thought it was hungry, so I took out a piece of meat from the storage cabinet for it. It was only after it finished eating that I realized I had given it the meat of a fire spirit salamander, and now it has turned into this. It's fine. Don't blame yourself. It's undergoing evolution and will be fine soon." Xiao Tian reassured her. They waited for 2 hours, and by the time it was noon, the usual crowd had retired for the day, but today everyone was unusually spirited and unable to sleep. Those who could work were busy, while the warriors with nothing to do found an empty space under Guan Yidao's leadership to practice. Suddenly, Xiao Tian was drawn from his reverie by Xiao He's abrupt cry. He rose to investigate. At that moment, Xiao He appeared to be in great distress. The swollen flesh on its head had burst, with 2 small horns emerging, and its back had 2 bulging masses that were unidentifiable. This continued for half an hour, during which the horns grew to 5 centimeters, and the 2 masses on its back gradually unfurled, revealing themselves to be wings. With its evolution complete, Xiao He lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath and weakly calling out. Observing this, Xiao Tian instructed his subordinates to fetch warm water and took out a piece of exquisite grade meat to feed to it. At this point, Xiao He had grown to 60 centimeters in length, with a tail exceeding 50 centimeters. It had more than doubled in size since the morning. The piece of meat was devoured in 2 bites, and still wanting more, Xiao Tian fed it 3 more pieces, followed by a basin of water, until it was finally satiated. "You eat so much. I fear I won't be able to afford to keep you." Xiao Tian chuckled, taking the towel Xiao Fong handed him and gently wiping Xiao He. Once cleaned, and with the restorative effects of the bright tower, Xiao He became extraordinarily lively, darting around Xiao Tian's side. Watching Xiao He, now adorned with wings, scurrying on the ground, Xiao Tian found it comical, resembling a featherless chicken. He let it out of the shelter, eager to see it fly a few laps. It was then he realized that it was past noon, marking the last day of the novice period. By the way, today's enhancement opportunities have reset, and I haven't enhanced a living creature yet. Should I give it a try? Xiao Tian mused, glancing at Xiao He, his eyes gleaming with mischief, which startled Xiao He into trembling. Why not give it a shot? After all, there's no loss in failure. With that, Xiao Tian aimed to initiate the enhancement. Enhancement target, Dragon Rock Lizard, confirm. Notification. Enhancing living creatures carries unpredictable and variable outcomes. It may lead to a normal upgrade in quality or a genetic mutation resulting in a new species. thus breaking allegiance status. Confirm or cancel. Startled by the warning, Xiao Tian quickly opted to cancel. He shuddered at the thought of accidentally enhancing Xiao He into a different species and losing its allegiance, potentially conjuring a mythical creature within the territory. He sighed with relief, grateful he hadn't enhanced himself. With insufficient opportunities, he hadn't dared to try. After all, a genetic mutation leading to an extra limb was one thing, but the thought of sprouting additional appendages made him shiver. Xiao He, show me you can fly, Xiao Tian commanded as they reached the open space. True to its legendary status, Xiao He, having only been born a few days prior, understood and stood tall, spreading its nearly 1 meter wide wings majestically. If it resembled anything, it bore a hint of the auspicious dragon. Xiao He coiled its limbs, flapping its wings vigorously, stirring a gust of wind that kicked up dust and debris. Xiao Tian watched with excitement as it launched forward, only to return after a brief flap, leaving Xiao Tian in disarray, a few strands of dried grass stuck in his hair. You little rascal, I asked you to fly, not to prance around, Xiao Tian exclaimed, his frustration spilling over. He glanced at the stairs leading to the edge of the bright tower and, grasping Xiao He, began to climb to the top. At the pinnacle, Xiao Tian glared at Xiao He. You either fly down, or I'll kick you off. Xiao He, terrified at the prospect of the several-meter drop, trembled as it clung desperately to the railing. Ultimately, under the duress of its harsh master, and at the cost of 5 loyalty points, Xiao He closed its eyes, shedding a single crimson tear, and leapt. Xiao Tian was unperturbed. He remembered the properties of the bright tower. So long as there was breath, death was impossible. He leaned over the edge to observe Xiao He's descent. Initially frantic, Xiao He flapped its wings desperately upon hitting the ground, and although it did not succeed in flying, it landed softly and unscathed. Opening its eyes, Xiao He felt a sense of wonder, inspecting itself and discovering it was unharmed. Energized, it climbed back to the top of the tower and jumped again. This time, it performed much better, knowing to flap its wings in advance, soaring several meters before landing. Gradually gaining confidence, Xiao He repeated the attempt, flying farther each time, while the onlookers below gathered to cheer it on. Xiao Tian called out, Xiao He, fly around the territory, but do not venture outside, with a resounding awoo. In response, Xiao He leaped down, this time managing to take flight halfway down, stabilizing its glide as it completed a circuit around the territory. Excellent. The crowd erupted in applause, and Xiao He acknowledged them from the sky with another awoo. Round after round, Xiao He successfully mastered the technique, landing steadily atop the tower, awaiting its master's praise. This time, Xiao Tian beamed brightly, unhesitatingly offering it exquisite-grade raw meat, exclaiming, well done, eat more and grow quickly. I'm looking forward to riding you. Thus concluded the tale of Xiao He's flying escapade. As everyone resumed their tasks, Xiao Tian checked the time. It was already 2:30 a.m. Despite the late hour, the team remained fervently engaged in their work, including Xiao Tian, who felt no inclination to sleep, even as a weary herd of laborers longed for rest. However, staying awake for 24 hours was not sustainable. A lapse in mental acuity could lead to trouble. He needed to find a solution to the restorative properties of the bright tower, otherwise, no one would ever need to sleep again. Pondering this dilemma, Xiao Tian slowly made his way back to the shelter, while Xiao He claimed the top of the bright tower as its nest, refusing to descend. Upon entering the shelter, Xiao Qi exclaimed, Master, I discovered an intriguing shelter component. Take a look. Curious, Xiao Tian accepted it, opening it to examine, his expression turning peculiar as he pondered. Could it be that my hidden talent is wish fulfillment? Shield dome, shelter component, capable of shielding against both positive and negative statuses within the stone house, manually operable. Nice. Xiao Tian activated the component, and a switch appeared on the inside of the door. Curiously, he flipped it, and instantly, the boundless energy within him began to dissipate. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Tian realized this was the proper way to live. He had no desire to emulate the Liver Emperor. He simply wished to recline, ideally until the finals, allowing his subordinates to carry him inside. Xiao Qi, arrange for a few people to take the night shift. Let everyone else return for some rest. From now on, aside from the 1-hour switch during the 4 daily meals, keep the shield dome active. Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Everyone deserves a break. The restorative powers of the beacon tower extend far beyond mere physical rejuvenation. After being shielded from disturbances, Xiao Tian found himself enveloped in relaxation. Returning to his chamber, he reclined and soon succumbed to slumber, enjoying a deep and restorative sleep that lasted until dawn. Despite having only rested for 4 hours, he awoke feeling utterly invigorated. Descending to the lower level, he encountered the Liver Emperor, who was just beginning his meal. Xiao Tian approached and seated himself beside him. My lord, please sit. Enjoy your meal. The Liver Emperor greeted, rising momentarily to acknowledge him. Xiao Tian gently urged him back into his seat and poured him a glass of exceptional quality water. Did you bring back any animal offspring last night? Xiao Tian inquired with curiosity, to which the Liver Emperor solemnly replied, No, the mining site was undisturbed by any creatures. I discovered a damp cave by the river and unearthed numerous crystal stones within. That turtle was quite wise. It withdrew its head and left me undisturbed. Impressive, Xiao Tian remarked, giving a silent thumbs up, choosing not to interrupt the liver emperor's meal any further. He gathered his own food and joined the warriors at the grand dining table, while the farmers and other professions had already finished their meals and departed to attend to their duties. After breakfast, Xiao Tian checked the time. Weather time. Killing continent. Year 1, January 7th, 7:33 a.m., 27 minutes until dawn. Temperature, 26°C. Weather, clear. He was surprised to find the temperature had dropped so low. This was the first clear day he had witnessed in the 7 days since his arrival. Fortunately, he had adequately prepared warm clothing, and within his shelter, the minimum quality was at least excellent. His robust constitution rendered the cool temperature inconsequential. Xiao Qi, please share yesterday's findings, as well as what the liver emperor brought back, he requested once Xiao Qi had finished her meal. She walked over to the crafting table, retrieved a list, and returned to the dining table. The total value of the currency collected yesterday is approximately 38 gold coins, with about 50,000 units of basic materials, alongside some exceptional quality items. There are few rare items, consisting of 1 vegetable greenhouse and 1 arrow tower, as well as 2 black iron chests and 1 bronze chest. The liver emperor returned with thousands of basic materials, over 30 fire crystal stones, more than 70 crystal stones, 6 gold crystal stones, several medicinal herbs, and most notably, 1 rare-grade beast spirit fruit, which can enhance animal quality. He also brought back 2 black iron chests and 1 silver chest, but no animal corpses. Xiao Tian was pleasantly surprised at the rapid acquisition of crystal stones, for this meant that many facilities could now be utilized. He had learned from Taisher Xian that the blacksmith's shop required them, as nearly all buildings of exceptional quality and above depended on crystal stones. Having gathered this information, Xiao Tian did not linger, promptly sending the medicinal pills to his father, followed by a video call. The connection was established quickly, within mere seconds. After 2 days of recuperation, Xiao Xiong appeared considerably improved, his spirits high, and a smile gracing his lips as he began. Xiao Tian, so early. Today is the final day. How are your preparations? Quite thorough indeed. However, it seems you contacted me rather late, limiting the amount of support I could send your way. Are you managing well? Xiao Tian expressed his concern. Waving him off, Xiao Xiong confidently replied, your father may not be a magnate, but I have navigated the business world for many years. With the exceptional quality ginger soup you sent, which is unique to this region, we've sold fewer than 40 portions so far and have already made quite a profit. Not to mention, we have amassed numerous shelter buildings and components, all of at least excellent quality. Coupled with the gains of Shijun and the others, we now possess several dozen pounds of exceptional food. Today, I've also recruited 3 rare grade and 2 excellent grade subordinates. We are poised for steady development. Xiao Tian nodded in approval. Then I can rest easy. Ensure you have ample warm clothing and defensive measures. First, take the medicinal pills. I want to see the effects. Understood. Xiao Xiong did not hesitate, retrieving the strengthening bone pill and swallowing it down. As soon as the pill was ingested, Xiao Xiong let out a harrowing scream as 2 waves of heat surged from his abdomen to his lower limbs. The wounds, which had previously healed, tore open anew, and flesh and sinew grew at a visibly rapid pace. My lord, Shijun and his companions, hearing their lord's anguished cries, set down their tasks and rushed in. Do not move him. Father is regenerating his severed leg. Be vigilant on either side to prevent him from falling, Xiao Tian instructed promptly. Upon seeing the video, Shijun and the others bowed to Xiao Tian and complied, positioning themselves beside Xiao Xiong. The agonizing screams persisted for about 10 minutes, echoing as if he were undergoing a torturous ordeal. The pain, akin to having one's bones scraped, would surely elicit cries from even the mightiest of warriors. As his cries grew hoarse, they eventually faded to a whisper. Fortunately, the ordeal was nearing its conclusion, as his legs had begun to manifest at the ankle. As both feet fully formed, a radiant light enveloped Xiao Xiong, and black impurities surged forth from his pores. It appeared that he had achieved a breakthrough, likely due to consuming several days' worth of high-quality sustenance, enabling his physique to meet the requisite standards. Fueled by the potency of the pill, he surged forward in his transformation. Shijun, arrange for hot water, Xiao Tian commanded as he observed his lord's condition. The others, still in a state of astonishment, hurried to fulfill the request, their hearts brimming with joy. Though their lord was benevolent towards them, the shelter's capabilities were lacking. Everyone longed to serve under a robust leader, one with promising prospects. Once the breakthrough was complete, Xiao Xiong took a moment to recover. Having just ascended to excellent quality, his stamina and spirit were revitalized. He examined his newly formed legs with wonder, caressing them as if they were precious treasures. Noticing Xiao Tian's eye roll, he remarked, Father, enough already. Just look at how filthy your hands are. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Xiao Xiong finally noticed his grimy hands, offering an awkward smile as he attempted to rise. However, he swayed unsteadily and nearly fell, but Shijun was quick to support him, guiding him back to a seated position. Startled, Xiao Tian exclaimed, It seems your newly grown body is still adjusting. You should practice for a couple of days. Have them assist you. I shall go and share the good news with your mother. I'll end the call now. After concluding the video, he reached out to Liu Yi, and upon connecting, he relayed the news of her husband's recovery, even sharing a specially captured image. Seeing the photo of Xiao Xiong's leg regenerating, Liu Yi could not suppress her tears, covering her mouth in disbelief. After offering her comfort and discussing a few details, she chatted briefly with her daughter before ending the call. It was already 8:30 a.m. Preparations for the outgoing team needed to be arranged in advance to welcome the squad members. Xiao Tian first opened the chests below silver quality, yielding modest rewards, the best being a rare grade summoning order. Subsequently, he enhanced 2 silver chests, which transformed into 2 golden chests. Upon opening them, he obtained 50 fine iron ingots, 1 building upgrade blueprint, exceptional, 1 farmland, epic, 2 summoning orders, rare, 1 summoning order, exceptional, 1 equipment upgrade scroll, epic, and 8 space gems. Counting the summoning orders in hand, he found 11 of excellent quality, 6 of which were acquired through trades with Xiao Qi, and he decided to utilize them alongside the newly opened rare and exceptional ones. He summoned 6 excellent grade farmers, 5 excellent grade warriors, 2 rare grade warriors, and a newly appeared profession, the animal husbandry specialist, skilled in animal care and mount training. This specialist would oversee the breeding grounds, enhancing animal growth speed by 20. While this may seem trivial, the current farmers lack the expertise beyond mere feeding, making a professional in this role quite necessary. The last summoned individual was an exceptional grade warrior who possessed a name, Lin Feng, exceptional. Profession, 100-man commander. Affiliation, Xiao Tian. Level, 0 experience, 0-100. Loyalty, 80. Combat power, 666, 368, 298. Stamina, 100-100. Skill, spiral thrust, attack power, 100, unleashing a spear-like energy that rapidly pierces the target, with an attack range of 30 meters and a cooldown of 30 minutes. Charge forward, within a 20-meter radius of allied units, with a speed of 10 and an attack power of 10, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. Characteristics: charge formation, leading the charge, boosting the morale of allied units. Equipment: rare grade iron spear, Mingguang armor, rare grade iron helmet, rare grade deerskin boots. Evaluation: proficient in skirmishes, ideal for charging into battle. The combat prowess is truly impressive, and another formidable general has joined the ranks. Xiao Tian discovered that apart from Guan Yidao, who was exceptionally unique, all the summoned elite-level talents possessed their own names and exhibited even greater potential. After introducing the new subordinate to the conditions of the shelter, the elite-grade warriors remained stationed at the shelter, led by Bu Yi. He then addressed Guan Yidao, saying, "Uncle Guan, Lin Feng and the newly summoned rare-grade warriors are assigned to you. Today's mission is to continue the search towards the southeast. You, Lin Feng, and Gong Yi will ride a rare-grade horned horse. The remaining warriors will pair with the elite-grade ones, focusing on exploration and ensuring the route is thoroughly scouted." Understood, Guan Yidao replied. Xiao Tian then enhanced a good quality spatial ring to rare grade and handed it to Lin Feng. He planned to enhance several good quality spatial rings whenever he had enough enhancement opportunities daily. His intention was to provide at least 2 spatial rings to his father, thereby allowing his subordinates to bring back more resources during their hunts. "My lord, we are all set. Let us depart." At this moment, Guan Yidao returned from the blacksmith's shop, having equipped the new warriors, and spoke to Xiao Tian. Guan Yidao's team comprised himself, an epic grade warrior, along with Lin Feng and Gong Yi, both of elite grade, as well as 6 rare grade warriors who had donned their new rare equipment. Although the number of personnel was similar to the previous day, their strength was vastly different. "Go ahead, make sure to return before nightfall." After receiving Xiao Tian's reply, Guan Yidao mounted his horse and set off towards the southeast with his subordinates. "My lord, the first floor is overcrowded. How should we arrange it?" As Xiao Tian was watching Guan Yidao's team depart, he heard Xiao Qi's voice from behind. After calculating in his mind, excluding the 9 from Guan Yidao's team, there were 8 from Lung Ling's team, 13 elite-grade warriors from Bu Yi's guard, 14 farmers including Nong Yi, 1 chef, 2 blacksmiths, 1 herder, 1 physician, Xiao Qi and her 2 assistants, and he almost forgot about the elder Gandhi. In just 7 days, he had unknowingly summoned over 50 individuals. "Xiao Qi, for the 8 rooms upstairs, you and Lung Ling will share one. Guan Yidao and Shield Mountain Lin Feng will share another. Nong Yi, Bu Yi, and Gong Yi will share one, and Taisher Xin and the other 2 will share a room. As for Xiao Lu and Yao Yi, oh, by the way, what name have you chosen for the herder?" Xiao Tian remembered at the last moment, having relinquished the naming rights to Xiao Qi due to the difficulty he experienced in naming. "Lin Mu," Xiao Qi replied. "All right, you can stay with Xiao Lu and Yao Yi. The remaining 3 rooms can accommodate the 12 rare-grade warriors, 8 men and 4 women, just right for 4 per room. In the future, if there are new arrivals, the elite-grade warriors will be assigned to the 2nd floor. If there isn't enough space, you and Guan Yidao will move to the larger room." Having made the arrangements, Xiao Tian stepped outside the shelter, ready to gather the team members. "Are you all prepared?" I am about to summon everyone, he inquired in the team chat. Upon receiving responses from everyone, he initiated the summon. Moments later, beams of white light flashed, and 6 team members arrived one after another. Wow, this is Xiao Gu's shelter. There are so many buildings. Look at that tower. It's so tall. You should see my shelter. It's nowhere near as grand. The moment they arrived, everyone exclaimed in awe at the various unfamiliar structures, oblivious to the fact that one individual stood silently, seemingly engrossed in a conversation via messages. Chapter 82. The team gathers. Coordinates leaked. With a light slap, Xiao Tian playfully tapped the quiet individual on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "What are you thinking about? Keeping silent? You must be Wu Ming." The man, appearing to be around 35 years of age, bore an upright demeanor reminiscent of a character from Water Margin. Slightly flustered, he replied, "Hello, Captain. I am indeed Wu Ming. A friend sought my help just now, and I was responding, which is why I was distracted." Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Why be so formal? I don't look like a ferocious beast, do I? Let us get acquainted." Among them was the youngest boy, standing an impressive 8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and a youthful face that exuded innocent naivety. Xiao Tian approached him and said, "So shy at such a young age. You must be Ning Yuango." "Hello, little Ning." At this, Ning Yuango, no longer timid, appeared particularly fond of Xiao Tian, smiling broadly as he responded, "Hello, big brother Xiao. I finally get to meet you." Next, Xiao Tian approached 2 young women holding hands, both around 20 years old but exuding distinct auras. One radiated youthful vibrancy, embodying a strong campus vibe. Naturally, that was Li Weiwei. The other, however, possessed a captivating allure. Cough, cough. A fleeting vision of white crossed Xiao Tian's mind. "Li Weiwei. Wang Lulu, greetings. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." "Hello, big brother Xiao. Your shelter is magnificent and grand," exclaimed Li Weiwei with exaggerated enthusiasm, followed by Wang Lulu, who smiled and said, "Hello, Captain." Then she fell silent, merely muttering, "Nice to meet you." Xiao Tian understood and awkwardly moved to stand beside another man, approximately 30 years old, with a robust build. His weathered face bore the marks of hard labor from the previous world. Throwing an arm around his shoulder in a friendly manner, he said, "Brother Wang Chu. Finally, we meet. I certainly didn't expect Lucy to turn out to be a beauty." After greeting Wang Chu, he turned to Lucy and remarked, Everyone froze momentarily, gazing at him in disbelief. Wang Chu shrugged off Xiao Tian's arm and took a step back, saying, "Captain, I am Lucy. She is Wang Chu." "What?" Xiao Tian exclaimed in shock, feeling as though a good brother had returned from abroad transformed into a beauty. Haha. The group burst into laughter at Xiao Tian's antics, particularly as Wang Lulu's impressive stature swayed, nearly causing Wu Ming and Lucy's eyes to pop out. It was no wonder Xiao Tian had assumed Wang Chu was male, as he had scarcely interacted in the group chat. While the others were already aware of Wang Chu's true identity, Wang Chu confidently approached Xiao Tian, looking at him with a teasing glint in her eyes and smiling slightly as she said, "Hello, brother Xiao." Xiao Tian awkwardly replied, "Hello, sister Wang Chu." "Oh, no longer calling me brother Wang Chu?" Wang Chu retorted. In an effort to divert the conversation and ease the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Tian quickly changed the subject, saying, "Everyone, follow me. I'll give you a tour of my shelter." First, he led them to the top of the stone wall, circling the territory. As everyone admired the geographical advantages of Xiao Tian's shelter, they couldn't help but express their astonishment at his good fortune. Li Weiwei remarked, "My shelter is located at the foot of a mountain, surrounded on 3 sides. It's easy to defend, but too small, only about 10,000 square meters. Yours is a staggering 40,000 square meters. That's why I meticulously selected my buildings. If they aren't rare grade or above, I want to accept them. Even the city gates are elite grade." The group fell silent, realizing that rather than complimenting others, she was flaunting her wealth. Wang Lulu lamented, "My shelter is also at the foot of a mountain, but the flat area is less than 1,000 square meters, surrounded by towering trees. There are so many wild beasts that I don't dare to venture out. I once hired an elite-grade farmer to chop trees, and he was bitten and killed after just a short while." One by one, everyone shared the terrain of their shelters, expressing their envy of Xiao Tian's. Ning Yuango resided on the hillside of a rocky mountain, with minimal flatland but excellent safety and defensibility, spending most of his time mining or hunting. Wang Chu, on the other hand, lived on the edge of a swamp, where food and basic materials were relatively plentiful, yet the abundance of wild beasts made daily survival reliant on hunting. Lucy and Wu Ming adhered to conventional norms, situated deep within a forest abundant in resources. However, the flatland was rather limited, necessitating the felling of trees to expand it. A notable advantage for Lucy was his proximity to a river, accompanied by vast stretches of bamboo groves. Numerous unfamiliar structures caught Xiao Tian's attention, and he took it upon himself to elucidate their functions for future development. Although he omitted certain peculiarities, such as the blood-sucking thorns, which went unnoticed in their dormant state, and the beacon tower, whose illuminating capabilities were obscured by the daylight. They merely felt invigorated and exceedingly curious. Have you constructed the vegetable greenhouses yet? This is of paramount importance. After noon, the temperature is likely to plummet, rendering cultivation impossible without greenhouses. The group had managed to build one or two, except for Wang Lulu, who lacked a suitable location. Nonetheless, her farmers were diligently engaged in felling trees, aiming to erect a structure before nightfall. Upon entering the shelter, they learned from Xiao Tian that it had been expanded using a shelter expansion scroll, a concept none of them, including Li Weiwei, had previously encountered. The plethora of components within Xiao Tian's shelter left everyone astounded. The living facilities were more advanced and comfortable than those on Blue Star. While Li Weiwei possessed a considerable number of components, the others had at most 2 or 3. This marked their first understanding of the function of crystal stones. Xiao Tian produced a handful of fire crystal stones as a token of their meeting, to which Li Weiwei disdainfully replied, "I don't want them. I already have 5 exceptional grade ones in my space." Meanwhile, Zhao Tailin had established contact with Lin Ming. Coordinates have been located. We shall depart early tomorrow. Chapter 83, The Abandoned Shelter. Lin Ming, upon receiving the news, excitedly pushed aside a scarred woman, grinning menacingly. "Splendid. Tomorrow we can make a significant haul. Let us depart promptly at 8. I cannot bear to wait another moment." "Send me the exact coordinates," Lin Ming urged. "There's no rush," Zhao Tailin replied. "Zhu Wuning's shelter isn't far. It would be prudent to visit him first before making our way. Are you not concerned that a formidable opponent might eliminate you in an instant?" Lin Ming suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. No one knew the extent of Xiao Tian's shelter. Should they teleport directly to his lair? It would be akin to a meat bun tossed to a dog, an endeavor from which one might never return. "Have you gathered any intelligence on Xiao Tian's shelter?" Lin Ming inquired. "The other party provided coordinates, but has not responded since, which is why I prefer to proceed cautiously and visit Zhu Wuning's shelter first." The two exchanged details, deliberating on numerous specifics. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was busily inviting everyone to dine, blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Come. Indulge in the rare ingredients harvested from my shelter, and behold this exceptional grade meat." Xiao Tian warmly welcomed them, while Cold Ling's team had been dispatched to explore the vicinity and practice horseback riding. "This dish is exquisite. Sister Xiao Fong, your culinary skills are remarkable. I must summon a chef." The lively Li Weiwei quickly befriended the women within the shelter. Only Xiao Qi kept her company, as the others were preoccupied. Xiao Tian introduced Xiao Qi to everyone, stating, "This is my chief steward, whose profession is steward. She can assist me in operating various facilities and managing transaction channels. If you have yet to encounter a profession transfer scroll, be sure to take note. She attained her profession through such a scroll." Everyone regarded Xiao Tian's words with utmost seriousness. This was wisdom imparted by an avant-garde expert, and each insight could potentially guide them further along their paths. Once satiated, the group reclined on the sofas, lazily engaging in conversation. "It has been ages since I savored such a delightful meal," Ning Yuan remarked, rubbing his belly. For someone of his age, food was of utmost importance. Prior to joining the team, most resources had been exchanged for sustenance, and fortunately, Xiao Tian had later bestowed upon him 2 equipment blueprints, allowing him to earn a modest fortune and gradually amass resources. None mocked him, for they too were so full that they could hardly move. "Captain, why are there only farmers in your shelter, with merely 1 squad of exceptional grade warriors? This level of defense is insufficient. I have 2 rare grade warriors," Wu Ming queried, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "They were sent out to practice horseback riding when you arrived this morning. I recently tamed a herd of horses, and we acquired quite a few." "Horses?" Wang Shu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. Growing up in a horse farm, she was intimately familiar with these magnificent creatures. "Captain, could you take me to see the horses?" Xiao Tian smiled. "Of course. If you'd like, I could even gift you one." The morning's report from the rancher indicated that 4 mares were already pregnant, and with the benefits of an exceptional grade breeding facility, they could produce offspring within a week. With Xiao Mo Nu's diligence, the number of horses was bound to multiply exponentially. Soon, Xiao Tian led them to the ranch, where they beheld a dozen adult horses and several foals, sparking curiosity among the group. Li Weiwei was the first to inquire. "Captain, you say these are horses? You must be joking." Xiao Tian opened his panel and explained, "Indeed, they are horses, albeit of this world's breed, the Mo Lin horned horse. Naturally, they cannot be compared to the horses of Blue Star." Just then, at noon, Cold Ling and her team returned. "My lord," they saluted upon dismounting. "I must not be mistaken. One is an epic grade, one an exceptional grade, and the rest are all rare grade," Wang Lulu whispered to Li Weiwei from behind. The group was momentarily rendered speechless, save for Li Weiwei, who shared their strength. Xiao Tian then introduced Cold Ling and Shield Mountain to them. Observing their expressions, he felt a surge of pride. If they only knew he commanded an additional team and had a mythic grade subordinate, they would be utterly astounded. "This is my chief general, the sharpshooter Cold Ling, and this is my personal bodyguard, Shield Mountain. Once you've finished your meal, I shall take you out for a tour. You may first select a horse to practice with." He instructed Cold Ling and her team to return the horses to the ranch before they dined. amused by the commotion. Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle, particularly at Wang Chu, who unexpectedly mounted a horse with grace, executing a series of impressive maneuvers. However, all had reached exceptional grade, displaying commendable physical prowess, and even the seemingly delicate Wang Lulu soon mastered the skills necessary to ride. After a short wait, Cold Ling led her team to join them. Prepare to depart. I shall take you out for a stroll. Upon reaching the city gate, Wang Lulu inquired, Captain, those thorns on your fence are quite peculiar, adorned with many large flower buds. With a smile, Xiao Tian replied, in the beginning, I believe the thorns might provide some defensive utility, hence their planting. Now, let us depart. This time, Xiao Tian chose to head south, towards the vast grasslands behind the shelter. Under Cold Ling's guidance, the group galloped across the plains. The horses, moving at exhilarating speeds, covered several dozen kilometers in just an hour. Along the way, they passed by a few shelters but opted not to disturb them, choosing instead to navigate around while discreetly noting their coordinates. The fortunate inhabitants of the grasslands were struggling, with scarce resources and numerous beasts, relying heavily on trade for timber. The few shelters they encountered had yet to upgrade even to intermediate wooden houses, and it was uncertain how many would survive the night's end. Suddenly, Cold Ling noticed something and signaled for the team to halt. Approaching Xiao Tian, she reported, My lord, approximately 10 kilometers ahead, thick smoke is rising. Shall we investigate? Xiao Tian stepped forward, gazing into the distance where it seemed to mark the boundary of another forest, with several towering mountains nearby. The smoke indeed billowed from the foothills. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Tian resolved to take a closer look. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity, revealing the ruins of a shelter, spacious and once a high-level wooden house. It appeared the shelter's owner had made considerable progress, but alas, it had collapsed. The smoke they had seen from afar was emanating from the burning remnants of the wooden structure. Xiao Tian and his companions dismounted to investigate, uncovering a mangled corpse outside the shelter. The clothing indicated that it belonged to a survivor from Blue Star. Upon estimating the distance, Xiao Tian lamented the unfortunate demise of the individual, who had perished once the protective barrier fell, leading to the destruction of the shelter. The area was awash in blood, yet no other bodies were visible. As they approached the ruins of the shelter, his wristband suddenly displayed a prompt. Abandoned shelter detected. Would you like to dismantle it? This was the first time Xiao Tian had encountered such an option. He had not anticipated that a shelter could be dismantled. As he initiated the dismantling process, beams of white light flickered, causing the shelter and its associated structures to vanish. Were it not for the bloodstains on the ground, he might have thought it all a mere illusion. He acquired 115 units of wood, 2 ordinary farmlands, 1 ordinary well, and 1 excellent arrow tower. Disdainfully, he inquired, Who among you desires these? Ultimately, it was Wang Lulu who accepted the items, as her resources were the most meager. At that moment, Lung Ling returned from her reconnaissance and addressed Xiao Tian, My lord, blood trails have been discovered ahead, stretching down to the foot of the mountain. Numerous, unidentified footprints abound. Let us proceed and investigate. Following Lung Ling's lead, the group mounted their horses and pursued the trail. The footprints were peculiar, forming a triangular pattern with 2 front toes and a semicircular heel. Xiao Tian recalled that his grandfather once raised sheep, and the prints bore a resemblance, albeit magnified at least twice and deeply imprinted, suggesting they belonged to a bipedal creature. Soon, they arrived at the mountain's base, where a pathway had been worn through the dense grass leading to the mountain's rear. After a brief exploration, Lung Ling returned to Xiao Tian and reported, My lord, the underbrush ahead is thick. We must dismount and proceed on foot. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment before addressing Li Weiwei and the others behind him. At present, we remain uncertain about the nature of the creatures we may encounter, yet I suspect they are undoubtedly extraterrestrial beings, and in considerable numbers. Consider carefully whether you wish to accompany me. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Li Weiwei and Wang Chu were eager to join, while Ning Yuanguo remained calm, exhibiting a willingness to follow. Wu Ming confidently proclaimed, I fear nothing. I shall accompany the captain. Surprisingly, Lu Si, despite his imposing stature, hesitated at the back alongside Wang Lulu, both wearing expressions of trepidation. Lu Si stammered, See, could we not go? I seldom engage in combat. If only my subordinates were here, I would feel more secure. Wang Lulu's fear was understandable for a girl, but Lu Si's demeanor left Xiao Tian feeling disappointed. Suddenly, it struck Xiao Tian that the contract squad had yet to be enhanced. He wondered if it were possible, and thus asked everyone to wait while he stepped aside to activate his talent enhancement. The enhancement was successful, and the contract squad's functions transformed. The name remains unchanged, but the content has indeed altered, Xiao Tian mused as he opened the panel to inspect. Contract squad, 1 captain, 12 members. Squad aura. When 2 or more members are together, they trigger an aura that boosts combat power by 10. Squad chat. Members can freely communicate and trade. Squad hall. A hall of 100 square meters, accessible to all members, with restricted entry during combat. Squad warehouse. Members can contribute resources for communal use. Squad rescue. Any member can issue a distress signal, allowing others to transport up to 2 subordinates to their side. 24-hour cooldown, unrestricted return. Captain's authority, 1, with member consent. Transport up to 5 subordinates to the shelter, 24-hour cooldown, unrestricted return. 2, with member consent, summon all members to their side. Members may summon up to 2 subordinates, 24-hour cooldown, unrestricted return. 3, recruit or expel members, appoint a new captain. Note, squad members cannot attack one another. Xiao Tian was stunned. The changes were monumental. Not only had several functions been added, but he could also now bring subordinates. And the member limit had increased by 3. As captain, he could now escort 5 subordinates, and the squad aura was incredibly potent. Glancing at his attributes, he noted a boost of over 20 points in combat power. If this is the case, perhaps the shelter can also be enhanced, Xiao Tian contemplated. Planning to test this upon his return. Returning to the squad with elation, he announced, I have just upgraded the contract squad. Take a look. The others, intrigued, opened their panels to explore, exclaiming in astonishment. Li Weiwei was particularly expressive, frequently glancing at Xiao Tian, her eyes practically sprouting question marks. All right, we can delve into the details later. Let's summon our subordinates first. It would be beneficial to have additional manpower, Xiao Tian urged, noting the time as he prompted everyone to call forth their strongest 2 subordinates. Ning Yuanhua, Wu Ming, and Lu Si performed admirably, each summoning 2 rare-tier warriors. Wang Lulu was slightly weaker, with 1 rare and 1 excellent tier. However, Li Weiwei's summons were remarkable, 1 epic tier shield bearer and 1 extraordinary tier archer. Both strikingly beautiful and adorned in high-grade gear, their combat power rivaling that of Lung Ling. Lastly, they turned to Wang Chu, whose subordinates evoked curious glances. One was extraordinary tier and the other rare tier, both towering at nearly 2 meters, their muscles bulging like giants. Armed with a massive axe and a round shield, their combat prowess was undeniable. What are you all looking at? Wang Chu snapped, feeling uneasy under their scrutiny. The ones I summoned are beyond my control. Ah, it's nothing. We were simply taken aback by the sheer size of your subordinates. Xiao Tian quickly interjected, trying to smooth over the situation. The group soon resumed their banter, praising Wang Chu's formidable companions. Wang Lulu's eyes sparkled as she remarked, if only I could summon 2 of my own, that would provide such a sense of security. Ning Yuanhua, I can do that too. Lu Si chimed in, flexing his biceps. The others merely shook their heads, ignoring him. Xiao Tian designated 1 rare-tier subordinate to remain behind, alongside Li Weiwei, while the others kept 1 subordinate each to guard the horses. Without further delay, they set off along the narrow path, led by Lung Ling. After winding their way for half an hour, they arrived at a vast cave. Approximately 5 meters high and nearly 8 meters wide, its depths shrouded in darkness. As they ventured a few meters inside, the light faded. But Xiao Tian had already stored the kerosene lamp in his space. Just as he prepared to ignite it, Li Weiwei interrupted him, producing a fist-sized luminous pearl that emanated a vibrant and gentle light, illuminating a radius of 50 meters with clarity. This is an extraordinary level night pearl. I seldom have the opportunity to use it, only bringing it out occasionally at night, Li Weiwei said proudly. The group had grown accustomed to her demeanor and remained silent. Wang Chu's towering subordinate held the night pearl aloft, while several shield-bearing warriors marched in front, led by Li Weiwei's epic tier ally, Lin Na, with 3 rare-tier warriors bringing up the rear with kerosene lamps. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed the cave for half an hour. Xiao Tian was astonished at its depth, having walked at least a kilometer without encountering any forks in the path, which might have led them astray. My lord, look over there at the cave wall. Lung Ling, sharp-eyed, spotted something unusual on the left side of the cavern and called out. As the group halted to investigate, they discerned what appeared to be a mural, depicting figures that seemed to be engaged in combat with monstrous beings. However, it was difficult to ascertain their humanity, as some possessed 4 arms, while others had wings. As they delved deeper, more figures and battle scenes emerged, though many had become obscured with age. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's gaze fixed on a particular silhouette, causing his eyebrows to rise, his mouth to part in astonishment, and his pupils to dilate in shock. Why does this figure resemble the Elder Gandhi so closely? What secrets lie within this place? Xiao Tian pondered internally. Brother Xiao, what troubles you? Wang Chu, positioned beside him, inquired with curiosity upon noticing Xiao Tian's expression. As he regained his senses, Xiao Tian replied, it's nothing, merely astonished by these paintings. Let us proceed. Wang Chu gazed at Xiao Tian's retreating figure with a hint of confusion, but refrained from probing further. After walking a considerable distance, Cold Ling suddenly spoke up. Put away the luminous pearl. Once the pearl was stowed, darkness enveloped them, and the group soon noticed a light source flickering not far away. Wait here, Cold Ling instructed, relying on her agile form to advance for a closer inspection. Chapter 85, Ambush of the Ant-Man. After what felt like an eternity, Cold Ling returned, her expression grave. My lord, just beyond the bend lies a vast cavern exceeding 5,000 square meters, home to no fewer than 500 unidentified creatures that exude an epic aura, the least of which are of exquisite quality. Xiao Tian was taken aback, He hadn't anticipated such strength and numbers from the adversary. Torn between retreat and the desire to confront the challenge, he pondered briefly before suggesting, Lin Na and Dun Shan lead the way, carrying the kerosene lamp. And let us cautiously assess the situation. In less than 500 meters, it took the group a full 20 minutes to reach the corner. Visibility was poor, and they dared not make a sound, inching forward with great care. After extinguishing the kerosene lamp and torches, Xiao Tian stealthily peeked around the corner. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach, but he managed to stifle it just in time. Internally cursing Cold Ling for her lack of disclosure about the cannibalistic tendencies of their foes, he finally understood the absence of any corpses. Extraterrestrial species, demon scale Ant-Man, exquisite, leader, level 3, combat power 785, skills, giant strength, capable of instantly doubling its power. Characteristics, command, as a leader, possesses the ability to direct subordinates in combat. Note, the extraterrestrial demon utilizes this intermediate species dispatched through rifts. They are notoriously brutal, immensely strong, and adept at wielding weapons. Xiao Tian did not spot the leader, but instead noticed a formidable Ant-Man nearly 2 meters tall, with elongated limbs, 3 fingers on each hand, and 2 antennae atop its grotesque visage, which bore a pair of compound eyes and curved tusks protruding from its mouth. Its entire body was encased in black-scaled armor, and it dragged a tail exceeding a meter in length. To his astonishment, there were already more than 10 exquisite tier and 50 rare tier Ant-Men in sight. Overwhelmed, Xiao Tian contemplated retreating when he suddenly noticed the narrow terrain ahead, measuring less than 5 meters wide and approximately 3 meters high, igniting a spark of inspiration within him. Shall we take a chance? Xiao Tian mused, ultimately deciding to seek the opinions of his companions. After divulging all the details, Wang Lulu and Lu Si visibly hesitated. Yet the others were eager to engage, compelling them to muster their courage and agree. Fear not. With Lin Na and Dun Shan at the forefront and Cold Ling reaping the rewards, the danger is minimal. Remember, fortune favors the bold. Seizing this opportunity could grant us an edge over others, Xiao Tian reassured them. His appreciation for Wu Ming grew substantially. This brother was reliable and unflinching in the face of adversity. The front line comprised Wang Chu's subordinates, 6 shield bearers, 4 riflemen, and 9 ranged attackers, including Xiao Tian himself, while Wang Lulu and Lu Si remained at the rear to maintain vigilance. Cold Ling, you shall lead. Once engaged, activate the luminous pearl and kerosene lamp. Xiao Tian commanded. Cold Ling wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of 10 arrows in rapid succession, instantly taking down 6 Ant-Men and severely wounding 4 others. The hissing of the Ant-Men resonated like a serpent's hiss, low and grating on the ears. The ambush threw the ant swarm into chaos, with some scurrying toward the cave entrance while others flailed in disarray. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tian and his companions launched a relentless assault, dispatching foes with fervor. Before long, Wang Lulu and Lu Si leveled up, although they had yet to engage in combat. Their experience was sufficient for them to ascend a level, bolstering their combat prowess and steadying their nerves. However, the respite was short-lived. A few exquisite tier leaders began orchestrating the ant swarm, which rallied armed with crude, yet formidable weapons resembling oversized baseball bats, glinting with a metallic sheen indicative of rudimentary forging. Such blunt instruments were immensely potent, perfectly suited to the ant's immense strength. After slaying a dozen more Ant-Men, the swarm finally surged forth to engage the front line. The sound of iron striking shield echoed through the air, sparks flying in every direction. Fortunately, Lin Na, Dun Shan, and Wang Chu's exquisite tier subordinates held firm, while the remaining 3 rare tier shield bearers provided auxiliary support, alleviating the pressure considerably. You too, target the exquisite tier Ant-Men, Xiao Tian instructed Ning Yuangu and Wu Ming. Wang Chu, with his ample shooting experience and rare tier longbow, showcased commendable combat power, while Li Weiwei, wielding an exquisite tier crossbow, rapidly claimed kills at an astonishing rate. Li Weiwei, does your crossbow possess any skills? Let us employ them together, Xiao Tian inquired, noting the surge of Ant-Men crowding ahead. Indeed, rapid fire, Li Weiwei responded, unleashing her skill to fire 10 bolts in quick succession, each arrow doubling in size and piercing through more than 5 Ant-Men. In response, Xiao Tian activated the skill of his Xianjin divine crossbow, unleashing a deluge of arrows that felled over 30 Ant-Men. A flash of white light enveloped him, heralding his level up, granting him an additional surge of combat power. With the added benefit of his team's aura, Xiao Tian's combat power successfully breached the 1,000 point mark. It seemed the Xianjin divine crossbow had finally begun to unleash its true potential, as each shot to the vital points of rare tier Ant-Men resulted in immediate kills. In an instant, the area ahead cleared, leaving only a few exquisite tier and a dozen rare tier foes. Brother Xiao, there must be more than 500 of them, perhaps even over 1,000, Li Weiwei exclaimed, her anxiety creeping in as she realized countless Ant-Men continued to emerge from the depths. Do not panic, we can hold our ground. If we level up a few more times here, you will each grow stronger, Xiao Tian reassured them. Before long, The group had all advanced to level 2, while Li Weiwei and Wang Chu reached level 3, their confidence swelling. After leveling up, Lin Na and Dun Shan significantly increased their combat power, easing the burden on the front line. The front line had yet to reveal their skills, saving them for the exquisite tier foes and the elusive epic tier leader yet to make an appearance. The group could only rely on basic attacks, with Cold Ling demonstrating the might of her rapid-fire arrows every 5 minutes. "Captain, I am running low on arrows," Wang Chu suddenly exclaimed, gazing enviously at Cold Ling, who seemed to possess an endless supply. "Here, take some. I can spare a few hundred." Xiao Tian proudly tossed several bundles of arrows his way, as he had a tendency to fill his storage space with everything he could find. "Still not enough? Li Weiwei and I have no worries. Our crossbows automatically generate bolts, ensuring we are never short on ammunition." "Impressive, Wu Ming. With your exquisite tier physique and bow, you have nearly achieved rare tier attack power." Xiao Tian praised him as he witnessed Wu Ming nearly vanquish a rare tier Ant-Man. With a grin, Wu Ming responded, "My talent is S-tier weapon master. All weapons I wield gain an additional 50 attack power. Bravo. Consider me impressed." Xiao Tian gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Xiao, should I utilize my talent?" Ning Yuangu inquired eagerly, inspired by Wu Ming's accolades. "Not yet. You only have 5 uses per day. It would be wasteful to employ it on minor foes. Save it for a more opportune moment." Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, Lu Si asked, "Captain, what is your talent?" "Nothing much. Mine consists solely of life skills, which are of no use in battle." Xiao Tian replied, omitting the truth but not entirely misleading them, as his skills did not aid in combat. Unbeknownst to them, an hour of fierce battle had elapsed, resulting in the demise of nearly 600 Ant-Men, including 3 exquisite tier foes. Each member of the group had reached at least level 3, with many advancing to level 4. Xiao Tian's experience required a staggering 10,000 points to reach level 7, yet he had only accumulated just under 2,000 points. Clenching his teeth, he retrieved several bottles of exquisite tier water to replenish the frontline fighter's stamina. "Drink up," he called out, his voice resonating through the cavern. "Not much longer, everyone. Just hold on a little longer." Hiss. As soon as the words left his lips, a piercing hiss echoed from the depths of the cavern.